A minute early. Let's bring on Michelle Carmela Saldana to dominate the opening hour. We'll count on everything working here. Live stream, make certain everything is coordinated.
Hello?
Hey, honey. Okay, we are live. I want you to know we're live and we're broadcasting. And I know that you've been kind of studying up and preparing notes for what to say today, and that matters a lot because I'm going to leave you alone to dominate the opening hour. So honey, aside from that, just to let everyone know, it has been hailing here throughout the night and day.
Wow.
It's a miracle we are on at all. San Francisco has declared a state of emergency in preparation for this parade of storms, this new atmospheric river that is dumping all it can on us, and it is cold enough where it's not raining, it's hailing ice. So this has left cars and the sidewalks buried in ice, white. I mean, to the point where they are indeed white, and it is something that is out of a snow cone, or what you used to see in the snowballs, the little snowballs of San Francisco that would chill San Francisco, and it would be snowing, and you'd overturn the snowy and then turn it back up, and you'd see the snowfall in San Francisco. And this, of course, is like a fantasy and impossibility because it never did that very much in San Francisco historically, but it's doing it now. So
It did
there,
that years ago in South Central. I think it was once or twice.
yeah,
Some freak hail
yeah,
where it was enough where the people could go out and play the slushy ice.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, are you
Yeah.
safe? Are you okay?
Well, I appreciate your asking that quite a bit because I'm going to put myself in what little danger I'm going to expose myself to intentionally by going out and getting a 12 pack of beer. So that is to prepare me for later. No, just so people understand, it's something I can't function without because
I'm
that's,
sorry. I'm
yeah,
sorry, audience, if I just like blew your ears out right now.
no,
I'm
that's
so
fine.
sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. I understand completely. Just so people know, I mix my PBR and Coke into what the Germans call a mixture. Well, they call it diesel, and the diesel is my fuel that runs me through the night. So I won't be hosting adequately without it. It would be like a person without their coffee. So basically, it's Michelle Carmela Saldana through the opening hour. Now it's going. Everything is working. I've checked everything back and forth, including my external environment. And so by that I mean actually the box outside of my home in which resides the gears, the circuitry for my internet. So everything seems to be functioning, and so I did a twice over on everything. The only thing I've got going that's old and rickety is basically my monitor, and I've got a new one waiting to install. But of course, I'm too lazy to do that until this one truly breaks. And with that, honey, anything else you do you feel? Now, I do want people to understand that she's going to be preparing us for what Peter Moon and I will be discussing later, which will be a death certificate which I shared with Michelle Carmela Saldana and Peter Moon, a number of other people, concerning Michael Aquino's death. And this was the most official death certificate I've ever seen. So I conclude myself it's real. It was handed to me by a person who wishes to remain anonymous, though they have an entire history that deserves telling at some point if they're ever willing to tell it. They've really changed their lives, but they were essentially, for all intents and purposes, very involved with the dark side, and they were just through those connections able to bring me this death certificate. So, and now you can find it. Of course, you just have to know where to look. But in terms of otherwise, Peter Moon has published it on a screenshot of it on his own Facebook timeline. And that being said, it kind of, in preparation towards that, a warm up that is very intensive. Our dear Michelle Carmela Saldana is going to talk about some of Aquino's affiliates and victims, and she knew them personally, David Schurter and Doug Millar. And what we're going to do is when Peter retreats into the gentle night later, around midnight Eastern Daylight Time, it will be 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and I will bring Michelle back on if she's willing. I would do most of the talking because I understand at that point her Airbnb will be hustling and bustling, and she may not be able to speak as freely. But we will
Right.
address some of what she's going to bring up now. So without further ado, 4 minutes into the opening hour, I want to give her the remaining hour in which to address this. Now, I will do my best to be checking in. I am going to be completing the setup of my throne of pillows because I'll be sedentary for the next 12 hours, and the temperatures are unbelievably low. It's just one of these things where I have to set it up with all the electric blankets, one under my butt, one under, behind my back and over my shoulders, and the other one, around me, are literally, I'm risking physical health. So I've got to do that and then run and get the beer. In between, I'll be checking into Michelle, just see if she's still talking. I'm sure she will be.
It
And
probably will
yeah,
be.
yeah. And so I'll let her get to it. And but towards the end of the top of the next hour, uh, then I will check in and kind of segue us to Peter. And because of the subject she's talking about, Peter might even be tolerant of a transition where I bring him onto the call, and then that would at least make it smoother. Okay, so honey, I'm gonna go mute. Anything you want to tell me before I do that? And
Um, let me find
take
the.
your time, no rush.
Let me find you on YouTube first,
Okay. Okay, and
so
that's
I
a good,
could.
good
I
point.
have
So
my
I'll take advantage. I'm sorry if you're doing that too.
happy news.
Yeah,
Happy news. I have my
yeah.
I have my computer uh the mouse for my computer. So I have one computer now that's fully functional. Just got to
Excellent.
get the other two in operation. So the one needs a new battery and the other one needs a new screen. So then
Okay.
I'll have those. So
But by the way,
uh
I do want to remind everyone, hit those upvotes because the enemy hits us with literally dozens, scores of downvotes as soon as we start transmission. These are Autobots essentially, and Facebook ultimately, excuse me, YouTube ultimately screens out the majority of them, but it takes time, takes hours, and by that time they've prevented us from appearing on searches, and the only way that we can appear on searches is for everyone to use every IP address you've got and hit us with an upvote. So use your laptop, your PC, your cell phone, everything you've got that's got a different IP address, and hit us with an upvote to get us back on the searches because that's the only way we appear at all. Other than that, we are talking about the enemy heavily tonight because of our introduction through Michelle Carmela Saldana to elements of the enemy, even their victims ultimately constitute the enemy because their victims are so corrupted. They basically at some point become evil themselves in a sense that eliminates their status as victims. So David Schroeder kind of falls into that. I don't know with the information.
well,
Yeah.
you know what? I've gone through a number of his videos today.
Okay.
His recent videos
Uh huh.
for the past couple years.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I knew him, it was rocky for him.
Okay.
And but he seems to be on an even kill for the past couple years.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to
Yeah,
hear that.
I was really impressed with what I saw in his videos.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
So
you sharing that. Thank you.
yeah.
And by all means, make certain to qualify that, and then
Oh, I definitely will. Yeah.
excellent. And so what I'll do now, again, let me see if I remember anything else to share with people before I go. We are trying to fundraise for myself. I will know exactly the amount I have. Just to give people an example of this, last month when I purchased the United States Postal Service money order rather than a money order from my bank. That's because it's less than half price the money order of my bank, which is $5. That was so I could afford a 12 pack of beer. It left me with beer money for a 12 pack. I am down to that level of calculation this month, so I do want people to understand that I am veering towards having enough to pay what's basically 900 and some odd dollars worth of rent money, 920 bucks maybe, 910 bucks, I'm not quite sure. But we definitely have to get above $900 for me to be safe, and so I definitely want everyone to know that we're trying to fundraise. and but I do need certain things in life simply to function, and one of those is enough alcohol to inebriate myself to a buzz. And what we're gonna do is leave Michelle to charm you all, and so I'll go mute now, honey. Anything to tell me before I leave on my beer run and affixing my throne of electric blankets and pillows to surround myself with?
Yes. So, am I to understand we'll save my session for a later time?
What are you talking about? I mean, we just want you to talk throughout this opening hour. Holy
No,
shit.
I'm talking about the questions that I have
Uh-huh.
that came up when I was listening to
Oh
Christina
yeah,
Joe
yeah. You can
Hart.
ask those
Yeah.
when we bring you back on later tonight, if you're willing to come on later tonight.
Well, tonight won't be a good night for that.
Oh, okay. Then it'd be
You
Wednesday of.
know.
I mean, there's only so much you
Yeah.
can cover in an hour, so it'd be Wednesday of next week.
Well, if it's only an hour, it's only an hour. I mean, any little bit of healing I could get, yay.
Oh, of course, honey. Yeah, I mean, well, we'll do the opening hour next
But we'll we'll
Wednesday for
we'll
that.
also talk.
Yeah.
I'll also share a little bit what I can with the listening audience while you're gone.
Honey, you could do anything you want. I have no
Oh,
control over you.
I wish. I want to do cartwheels and somersaults and whatever else,
You
but
do them
that's not
metaphorically. You do them metaphorically.
metaphorically, yeah.
So I'll leave you to that.
Okay.
I love you dearly, and I'll be back trying to check in on you once in a while, but in the worst case scenario, I'll be back towards the top of the hour. Okay?
All right.
All right. Love you.
Well, huge trust you give it to me, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you.
So, hello, world. I hope that you're all doing well. Eric, I see you. You say hello. So, well, anyway, some of the things that we were going to talk about tonight. Yes, I had contact with David Schroeder and Doug Millar. Um, and so how this happened was I came back to Los Angeles in 2012. Um, I uh, I did an interview with the BBC, a reporter for the BBC, that she was actually interviewing a number of survivor activists, but not on the air. She had put something out on the internet asking us to write a bio of ourselves. And so my bio went viral, and I didn't even know what that meant at the time. She had to tell me. And then even then, I didn't really care, didn't even know what that meant. I just knew that I was busy. At that time, I was busy with boots to the ground, doing some work at Skid Row. Um, I had a conference, had several conferences for organized crime, and and there was out of that that article series, I was introduced to a number of other survivor activists across the country, which was really nice to be able to. So, so she did a wonderful thing because it helped us know of each other. Um, but there was this one who was a filmmaker, and she asked if I could lend my story to her cause, which I have done over the years. I have led my story to other agencies and organizations for their fundraising efforts because it's pretty exploitive to interview your clients and call and in something as sinister as this when they're trying to heal, and they might be still very tender or in their memories and in their emotions, or the fear, which is a real fear that if they speak out, their loved ones could be in mortal danger, and that does happen It is a real fear. It's not a paranoia. It is a real fear, and it's a very grounded fear. And as a matter of fact, ICE and other legal entities have this policy called flip the pimp, where they get the victim or the prostitute and tell them, "We'll give you a plea deal or some kind of deal if you tell us who did this to you." And now if it's a prostitute on the street, that it's just her pimp. But if it's um, maybe has something to do with they were brought in here from another country or they were kidnapped and forced into it, then it's called it, it's called testifying against the cartels or and believe me, within 15 minutes, if they just get a whiff of it, the person could be in New York and over in Romania. All it takes is a phone call, and it's a death sentence to the relative. So, of course, they don't wanna give up that kind of information. But there's all kinds of ways to get that information where they don't have to put the victim in peril or the relatives in peril either. There's so many other ways that the authorities can get the actual information. So they don't have to take that way. They just do it because in their mind it's the most efficient way to do that. Um, but in actuality, for the victim and their family, it's the most dangerous. So um, anyway, that's one of the reasons why somebody like me gives their story to organizations because we're we've already told our story for decades. So we're not giving up any new information that is going to put us in danger. Or if it does put us in danger, we're already used to it and know how to get around the danger. We've already given up or lost so much in our um, we've just lost so much already that it's like, you know, every day's a sacrifice anyhow in regarding that. But if it helps other victims who are victims at that moment to know that there's somebody out there who was a victim, who's now a survivor, and not just a survivor, but a survivor activist who could help them become the same and help them thrive. That's who we're reaching out to. We're reaching out to our brothers and sisters who are trapped in this darkness, in this underworld. And like I said, listening the rest of the listening audience, you might get an education or let's be honest, there are some people who get off on hearing stories like this. And there are people who are predators that yeah, they get off on hearing stories like this. But there are some people who actually um take the education for what it's worth. And for those of you who do, thank you for that. Um appreciate it very much. Very, very much, and so do other survivors and survivor activists. So, okay, the filmmaker, I let my story to her project, and what she was doing was she was compiling video interviews of survivors who, in one way or another, still deal with their battles, but they help other people through. So one was another filmmaker, myself, there was a musician, and I think, a doctor or somebody like that. Later, she called me up and she said, "We're going to make a documentary on you." And I said, "No, not without my permission, and I don't give permission." And she said, "We have enough footage from your story that we could do a documentary on you." And I said, "Not without my permission." And then she goes, "Well, either we have your permission or we have your involvement. If if you want to control the narrative, we're gonna need your involvement because we're gonna do this with or without you." So I ended up actually being the primary producer, uh, executive producer for this documentary. So we were doing this documentary, and believe me, during the whole time, I felt harassed by it. But I knew that she was very set on doing this. So me paying for everything and me helping with the filmmaking, like I would get the B-roll, um, and I did most of the research on myself. So long before I knew Douglas, I was constantly researching about myself. Um, the reason why I say that is because whenever I do the interviews in the past with Douglas, I did as much research on myself as I possibly could. And even in preparation for this time, I went back to conversations that I've had with other people, um, and just uh, refamiliarizing myself. So um, it was around this time that I met Doug Millar. I was staying at her house for a little while. She was having a yard sale, and heard, I don't know, was it Homeowners Association was having their yearly yard sale, but she was also filming, using her condo to film a pilot. So I found myself taking care of this yard sale for her. Well, during that time, my publicist called. He was he and his wife, she was Mrs. Tennessee. They were having marital problems. She contacted me about anger issues her husband was having, and we got to the root of the anger problems. And he was somebody that had been abused as a child, and I became their counselor for both of them. So I helped them. And later, as a thank you, he wanted to be my publicist or a PR. So he calls me up while I'm doing this yard sale, and he says that there were two people that he met, one on an airplane and the other um, on a bus. And quite frankly, I forget which is which. Um, who he met on the airplane or on the bus, but one was Doug Millar and the other one was David Schroeder. So he said that he got their names and numbers because I had a rule that nobody gave out my number without my permission first. And you would think I would give my publicist my permission to give out my number, but no, I did not, because he doesn't know who I know, and he doesn't know um, who I've made friends with, who are my friends and who are my enemies. And doing this line of work, you make enemies. Um, so in the course of the day, I called them. I talked to I talked to the one. Uh, I talked to Doug Millar. We made arrangements to go have lunch. Um, I think he had a drive into Los Angeles, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. Please keep in mind, This is more than 10 years ago. And they were not, especially Doug Millar was not big on my radar. He's like very back in my brain. He's just like, he's somebody that you meet, but I don't know. We all have somebody like that. I know that you know what I'm talking about. So, but I was more interested in David Schroeder because I was told that he was a survivor and of what I survived as far as the satanic ritual abuse. So there's not too many of us who speak out on this primarily. So, and he was about my age. He's actually, I think he's a little bit older than I am. Um, so anyway, I talked with him and we had a very good conversation. But then I noticed when I went into the house, I had a very bad asthma attack and I ended up going to the hospital and I nearly died from it. Um, and when I say this, let me tell you, this lady, this filmmaker, she was a practicing Wiccan. Not that that is a deal or an issue, because I know very many, quite a few Wiccans, and that isn't an issue. The issue is if you're not practicing in love and you're practicing in fear and you're not taking the technology with treating the technology with respect that is is important to have, which is vital and necessary to operate in, as well as to operate in love, there's going to be problems in the house. You're going to have energies that are off balance, and I'm talking about frequencies and the electrical field, as well as and then she was constantly having entities in the house. She lived right next to a cemetery, so her house was constantly needed cleaning, spiritually wise. Um, but I just got off the phone with David Schroeder, so it was it was congenial. We were both a little, uh, oh, what do I say? We were careful about each other. I'll say it that way. We were careful about each other because the thing is, I know around certain people, um, with these backgrounds, it's like the unhealed energy around us will trigger the other unhealed energy in that other person. It, or I don't know how to exactly describe it. Um, maybe the words will come to me as I continue on. So I talked with David Schroeder a few times, and we exchanged notes. He was sharing with me more of how this world operates, some things that I had forgotten a long time ago. He was careful to reintroduce back to me so as I did not get triggered. That he was interested in my coping tools, and I shared with him judiciously so as not to trigger him. We were both judicious and careful with each other. We didn't want to we didn't want to trigger each other. Um, as far as I'm concerned, I have a respect for David Schroeder as I do with Douglas. I do with anybody who's come up against Aquino, especially if they spent time with him. I only had 15 minutes, not even 15 minutes with this man. It was a simple exchange. It was probably only 5 or 10 minutes, quite frankly, and it left me feeling filthy as in regards to Aquino for years. I mean, like let's just be honest, for decades. So if anybody had to spend more than those few minutes with him and they chose love and goodness, uh, you know, I, they're heroes. Um, so, um, because he didn't put me through anything. He just spending time with him was just slimy. But there's other people that he put them through the ringer. So the fact that they could choose love and choose light and work on their sanity and gain any semblance of sanity at all, I mean, they are heroes for sure. Um, the Doug Millar, um, he was a different. He was very different. We met an uh, at an eatery that had outdoor seating and one that I could leave very easily because I didn't feel comfortable around him at all. But I felt like he had information that I could benefit from. And he wanted to interview me for my story, so he had a recording device. And so we met at this eatery. Um, I did not eat with him because I'm very, very cautious about that. Many cultures, including the Italian culture, um, when you eat with somebody, you're sharing a covenant with them or you're building a pact, a trust, a bond. And I had something to drink, something cold to drink, because at this time um, it was, it's California, it was hot. So, excuse me, and I wanted to have something refreshing. Um, but to actually eat, no, would have been signifying, at least to myself, that I was bonding or making some kind of pact or agreement with this person, and I didn't trust him for that. Why? Because he felt it just seemed like he was too excited, too eager to study all this stuff, too hyped up. It was a little bit sensationalized for him. Um, I didn't feel like he was being cautious or judicious. And the study of this, and this is for all of you out there who are studying these topics, yes, even for Ian, always with great caution, care, circumspect, skepticism, be judicious, and let the authorities do their job. Let those like myself, the survivor activists who keep the authorities, believe me, we survivor activists keep the authorities their feet to the fire. Why? Because we're now at this stage where we really do know how all this operates. We really do know when who's lying and who's not, and who actually was a victim and who wasn't, or who was a victim who became the abuser, uh, or an exploiter. Who went to the dark side, who stayed in the right in the light side. Um, I've helped write laws across the world. Um, I've been involved in researching for laws or even giving verbiage to laws. I have There are several legal entities or bodies, if you will, from around the world that I'm an advisor to. There are even government panels that I'm an advisor to. This gets in depth, and we're able to even victims who come forth, we're able to walk them through the steps or help them build a trust until we can hand them over to a trustworthy agency to take them the rest of the way. We are a global network, and we're very meticulous and methodical. And this could be interrupted when we get people who are a little bit anxious, have that attitude of, why isn't anybody doing anything? We got to, when in fact, there are a plethora of people, thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people all over the world. We just don't come out and, you know, with horns, we're not a one-man band with our drums and horns and tambourines saying, here we are doing this, doing that. We have a system. Some of us are designated voices. I'm one of them. That allows other people to be able to continue healing, and they do the one-on-one work, and they keep their families safe, or they keep themselves safe. Because, like I said, I cannot emphasize enough the danger that is involved in putting these people away. But it has to be in a certain, you know, method and modality. Every healing has a method and modality. Well, this is part of this. We're healing, this cancerous situation here, if you will. So in that, David Schroeder and I were exchanging information, helping one another to heal. He answering questions that helped me understand quite a bit about the satanic abuse part. He learning sleep is a big thing. If you could imagine, for those of us, because we even classified it, got it classified as non-combative post-traumatic stress. So this is post-traumatic stress that comes out of abuse or any type of trauma. It could be a car accident, watching your house catch on fire, a string of life-changing events, like maybe somebody got dangerously sick, or maybe they did pass away, then a house burned down, then jobs were lost, disaster, some natural disaster, and it's just one thing after another, until that person's spirit's broken, and they just need to recuperate because their mind is exhausted, their adrenal glands are spent, their parasympathetic nervous system is just overtaxed, and now it brings health consequences and other consequences as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be hellish abuse that a person goes through at the hands of people that you've trusted. It could just be life itself brings stuff to you. Um, so um, Yes, David Shooter helped me a lot. I hope that I helped him. I like to think that I helped him. Um, one thing was we continued to talk um, until one day, and it was a sad conversation for the both of us. But he told me, uh, and I quote, "But let me remind you, this was more than 10 years. This was about 10 years ago. He, as far as I could see on his videos, um, as I saw in his videos, um, he seems to be doing well. And even his one video, his the most recent video, um, it seemed like he was taking a break for putting out videos. So he's taking care of himself, it seems like to me. Um, but this last conversation that he and I had, he had told me, I don't believe we can talk anymore. My demons just won't let me. And I understood that. I understood that because, and I respected that. It was very sad and tragic. Um, but it was a matter of maybe there were things that he still wasn't that were still good clinging to him. And it's up to him to decide, as it is every individual, whether you let them go or not. I actually saw somebody die once in a church. Um, the pastor went up to him and started praying and telling him the pastor fancied himself a deliverance minister. But I got really angry because I said, "You killed him. You're killing him, and you need to stop." Because the man just was not ready to let go of that darkness and demon that was inside of him. He wanted to, but he wasn't ready. It's he didn't have that comfort, trust, security, and he wasn't um he just wasn't strong enough yet in his own self, in his own um he didn't have his life force strong enough yet. He had this dark entity that was parasiting off of him. So he actually needed to be built up so the thing could be released. And the pastor didn't know what he was doing. And the guy had a heart attack. The guy died. Um, he actually had a couple heart attacks in that session. The first one other person pulled the pastor away, and the guy revived, and the pastor was just adamant. Well, then the second time it pushed the pastor out of the way, and he landed and um, he knocked over several people because I pushed him so hard. Then he got mad at me and he wanted to call me a sling of demonic, saying that I was demonic and this, that, and the other. When actuality, it was just this man wasn't ready. Well, this pastor was so adamant on having his way that he killed the man, and it was a terrible thing to see. Um, so as you can guess, it's surmised by now. For as often as I've talked about it on the program, yes, I do believe that the spiritual is that intertwined in us. As a matter of fact, everything is spiritual. Everything is energy, frequency, and the spirit and other entities are very. Uh, Thank you, Nancy. Thank you. Nancy says, "Sorry to hear about the guy who had the heart attacks." And I do see your other questions, Nancy, and as soon as I can get to them, I will. Douglas will probably have Douglas, maybe even Peter, may even have something even more thorough to say on the topic. It could better answer your questions. Much love to you too. Hearts, stars, and roses to you too, Nancy. So, with Doug Millar, it was something different. I felt like Doug Millar just wanted to be around people that had that experience just so he could say that he knew somebody, and that was kind of confirmed to me in something that I saw one day. I came across this person, and I started listening to I listened to his program. Some of you probably have heard of him, Michael Tessarian. So I watched the whole program, and at the end was Doug Millar trying to ask Michael a question, and Michael had told him, just sit down, because I mean, it was that same energy where he just had to say, he just had to be there. He just had to, it wasn't something where it was, how do I put it? He just wanted to put his stuff out there. It wasn't that he was really absorbing the information. It wasn't, uh, it was like it was a tourist attraction. Or like he just had to put his knowledge out there, for everybody to hear. And it was going to be at that moment. And Michael had already told him something to the effect, I believe, I already talked to you during the a meet and greet or something like that. So I've already addressed you, you know, um, I've already spoken with you. Let's give somebody else a turn. But Doug was insistent. So, but to his credit, Michael was authoritative and actually, raised out his hand, moved the hand to go, moved his hand to go down, and Douglas, Doug Millar did move down, did sit down. But in reviewing in preparation for today, I came across a video of Trevor Coppola. So he's a pretty famous actor now, but so many years ago, he was just getting into the business. Is he Francis Ford Coppola's relative? Let me look that up because I think he is. Bear with me. Look at this up now. Oh, spelled it wrong. Here we go. Well, let's see. Who are his parents? No, I don't see who his parents are. I just see his background for film. But I wouldn't be surprised because, there's so much of, dynasties in Hollywood. So I wouldn't be surprised. But anyway, there's like a little more than a half-hour interview with Doug Millar talking about all kinds of things, and Trevor's being very patient, holding the microphone for him. So if you ever want to check that out. Also, he did go to Bohemia Grove, and he led, when he was 75 years old, and he led a 3-day protest outside Bohemia Grove. And the neighbors found it to be quite a nuisance. That's another reason why you leave it to people like us and the authorities to handle cases, because the public at large, um, it's really sad, but it happens. Well, they'll get uh, empathetic fatigue, it's called. Or if you bother them, they're 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 not really going to care about so much what's going on in the world. They want to know how it affects their household. And I don't I don't think that's a horrible thing per se. Um, the brain only has the capacity to make so many decisions throughout the day, or process so much throughout the day. And so, although I don't like it, people can be mentally fatigued with all of this stress, um, to the point where if it doesn't affect their household, they don't want to have anything to do about it. Yes, I would have loved to have all of this stuff about uh, children safe, and elderly getting the utmost health care, um, homeless, uh, people who have mental health problems, and drug addicts, all taken care of, all of us with our multi-million-dollar bank accounts and everything fine and hunky-dory. That is not going to happen, because everybody has to live their own life journey. So it is usually for the parents, if, unfortunately, well, we adults, uh, I like to sum it up like this: we're giant kids with greater responsibilities. And then we have sex, and we end up with children. And so now we're big children, raising children, and we have all kinds of responsibilities, even more so. So, and our responsibilities, our insecurities, continued life questions, situations that have yet to be healed and purged. You know, our ouchies might not be, and our boo-boos might not be the scabs on the knee, or a broken bone, uh, you know, uh, uh, a trophy for climbing up the tree to get to the tree for it, and accidentally falling out of the tree. But hey, you got that wound as a memory. Um, Ours are worse, you know, sometimes as adults, but yet again, they could be just as bad, if not worse, while while you're a child, and then you have to wait, you know, um, until you could be in a position where you could be physician heal yourself. Um, I know one woman that um, I'm so thankful that if I tell you stories, I've had permission to tell these stories. So I get as much work out of them as I possibly can. There was a school teacher in her close to 30s, I think early 30s. She had taught for years, um, inner city in Philadelphia. So here comes this little boy. He's the only little white boy in her class. blonde hair, blue eye, little white boy. He comes up this one particular day. She's standing at her desk, and he just comes up and he gives her the biggest hug. And whatever reason, that hug unlocked all of this trauma that came flooding like a flash flood, just in torrents and torrents, like several hurricanes, if you could imagine. And I think this was like 3rd or 4th grade. The kids were so scared. 1 or 2 of the kids had the wherewithal to break away from class, and they ran down to the principal's office and got the principal. The principal took over the class. A nearby teacher came in, and she was escorted from her classroom. When they found her, she was a mess, crying and crying, holding on to something like she was a little girl. That quickly, she reverted from a 30-something-year-old to a little child. She totally blanked out, did not realize where she was or what she was doing. That's how traumatic flashbacks could be. So when I say that these are non-combative post-traumatic stress disorder, it very much well is. So she heard about me through somebody else. I believe it was the principal, and I'm not even sure how the principal heard about me. But so she called me, and I gave her some coping skills, some tools. For instance, to wrap herself tightly in a blanket and to sing a song, one that gave her comfort. And it could be anything, just something that gave her comfort. But the feeling of that blanket, so lay down on the couch with a blanket wrapped totally around you and pull it as tight as you can and just sing to yourself. To make the long story short, she gave up teaching. After months of counseling with me, she became a drug and alcohol counselor. The majority of the people that she was counseling were those who were abused or had seen violence, whether it was in their youth, a teenager, or a young adult. And they could not turn off the trauma. For instance, when I was 6 years old, I was raped by an uncle. Already shared with my story about that in a previous episode, so I won't go into that. But something that I did not say was I saw my spirit leave. And it felt like when something came back, it wasn't me, it was something different. And it took years later for me to work on getting myself that I knew to be myself fully back. I mean, I was in there somewhere, but I needed to get myself fully back. But until that time, every day, now my uncle had only raped me once. It was a one-time innocent incident. But every night for 4 years, I dreamt it and relived it as if it were just happening at that moment. It is deep what our psyches experience. And usually for some reason, maybe it's because we're geared on survival and something that threatens our survival, we want to our brain in our spirit, our psyche, ingrain it so it never happens to us. We think it'll never happen to us again, or we try to plan for it to never happen to us again. We try to prevent it if possible. But I lived it, so it became even more ingrained. And that happened with her. It happens with a lot of people where
Okay.
Okay, you're back?
You bet, honey.
Let me wrap
right on
up
the
this
finish
thought.
line.
Let me wrap up this thought.
You
So
bet.
it happens with a lot of people that they forget things. And in my case, there's many things that I've forgotten by choice. But there could be something that unlocks those memories that I pushed down.
Suppressed.
And so, yes, very much suppressed. But it's my survival technique. So that day that David Shooter said, my demons won't let me talk with you anymore, it was actually, he explained to me that they didn't like the healing he was going through, but then at the same time, he had issues, as did I at that time, where our conversations, even if they were benign, ended up triggering past memories that we had to allow ourselves to heal from. So it's a very in-depth, I appreciate, now that Douglas is on, I could say this much. I appreciate how careful Douglas is with each one of us that he's talking with about our past. And I also appreciate how he also is when he shares about his past. Because you just have to.
Hello.
Hi. Peter's on with us. We're just transitioning from Michelle to Peter, so say hi to each other, and Michelle will wrap up. She's doing so now.
Yes, okay. I am done. As a matter
call
of
me
fact.
back. I'm in the middle of doing something.
Okay.
So, hello, Michelle. Carry on. And Doug, call me back because I'm in the middle of doing something. And
how many minutes?
This will get to finish it.
How many minutes, Peter?
Just call me when you're ready.
Okay, which will be soon. Yeah. Very soon. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess Douglas, I'm pretty much done. But Nancy Toulouse, she has a number of questions.
Oh, great. I'll take a look through them in the chat, and we'll pursue them, if not while Peter is on, which likely we will because we'll be covering the same subjects. But definitely hello to Nancy Toulouse, Douglas Marks, and whatever we don't cover with Peter, we'll cover when we bring our dear Michelle back, and I'll do most of the talking at that time, but I'm certain she can insinuate. She says, Douglas is a great interviewer and host, which is extraordinarily gracious, considering the fact that I haven't been here at all in the opening hour.
She asks, what about Bigfoot and dogmen?
Okay.
Are they multiplying? Are they made in a laboratory? Are they satanic?
Okay.
Do they come from portals or lower astral world?
Okay.
Yes, Douglas is a great interviewer and host. Yes.
Yes.
Well, he lets me talk like forever.
Yes. So, hello, dear Nancy. We're going to let our dear Michelle retreat into the gentle night. I will be calling you back between the hours of 9 to 10 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. We'll see what mood you're in. And like I said, I'll do most of the talking at that time, but you have the capacity to insinuate nuance very well. So there's a lot we can deal with that was covered.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, at least I could be an active listener.
Yeah.
At least that much. And if there's a comment that I can safely make, I will.
Okay, sounds good. All my love.
All right.
Dear sister.
Thank you for this. You all have a good night.
Yes, and we'll be speaking soon. Take care for now.
Okay, bye.
Love you. Okay, so that's our dear Michelle Carmela Saltana. We're going to bring on Peter Moon now. And so let's, have the call. We are, dear Peter. Very
Hello.
well, dear sir. So glad to have you aboard. The stage is ours.
Okay, yeah. We got some packing in the background. That's why what we were doing.
Oh, okay.
So,
Understood.
so
Okay.
I don't want it to disturb you or anybody. It's only going to be for a couple more minutes.
No worries. It's one of these things that adds to the ambience, and we don't mind it at all. A young lady was asking about Bigfoot and the Dogman, and whether they're the products of labs or whether they're satanic. And I do want her to know that these are both generally indigenous creatures. It's not to say that certain hybridized specimens haven't been released or broken out themselves into the wild, mind you, but there have been reports from the Native American Indians going back before written history of these entities. So they're obviously, in their own sense, benign in that they're part of nature, but in a very real sense, you don't want to meet them. You want to avoid them because they have no reason to like humanity. So,
Yeah, you've talked about that before, and I'm not unfamiliar with the Bigfoot phenomena. Of course, everything has its place.
yeah.
And I guess what I would say about that is human beings, particularly in this day and age, this quest for the paranormal, which
All too
as
well,
well as
yes.
pardon me?
All too well, I said, yes.
Yeah, if as well as I, if not better, that it is so, misguided
Yes.
into, it's like, when I got involved in this, of course, I was new to all of it back in the Scientology days, and Scientology was way ahead of the curve for its time,
Yes.
way ahead of the curve.
Yes.
And it thrived in part because of that, in part because it had, I guess, a program to offer. But the people, it's like they say in the stock market, when the shoe shine guy starts telling you to invest in stocks, that's when to get out. Because you say, yeah, the stock market's going up. Yeah, better, yeah. That's okay. When everybody's investing in the stocks, that's the time to get out. Well, when everybody's talking about the paranormal and it becomes mundane, that's a sure sign to get out of it.
Thank you.
And to look at what's happening in front of your face instead. But so anyway, that's my comment about that. It's not that these things, should be completely ignored, but people are much more advised to take care of themselves.
Thank you.
As I was listening to a Tai Chi instructor today talk about the real, he didn't say challenge. I don't remember how he put it, but the real test of heaven, if we want to put it that way, is in your body. It's not outside of the body. And you need to start feeling good in your body because this is the vehicle that you live in. You do not live in heaven. You do not live in the internet. You do not live on Netflix. You do not live in your visualizations. So you start with making one part of your body feel good. If you can straighten out your skeletal alignment, improve it 10%, you will have done wonders. And of course, one of the most wonderful things to align that skeleton is with this calf stretcher I've talked about. It's just wonderful.
Wow.
So it's like you want to feel good in your body. And of course, he's talking about mastering Tai Chi, which is, of course, yes, you're going to start with the body and start making your body feel good, little bit at a time, increments of accumulating chi. And it's so simple, but people will jump away. It's distraction city. Like, oh, gotta watch that show on Netflix. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
gotta go to coffee. Gotta go to coffee. Whatever it is, and so this search for, I think, the paranormal is like somebody wants to see something, maybe it's to convince themselves that, there really is a Yeti, or there really is a this. And it's like, if one could bring home a Yeti skin and show the public, it's kind of silly. Wow, look what I got. And it's even this way with the time travel thing. It's like, if, like David Anderson showed us his prototype for the time reactor, which was a small device that made a flower slow down or speed up its growth. So, okay, like what if I could get a video of a time reactor and, me going back to the JFK assassination. Now that would be a spectacle. Unfortunately, what we get on YouTube are these stupid things that sort of say they were time travel, and they're not. Or they're just like, people are going, what is this stuff? Well, and it might have a little bit anomalous something in it. But say if you could really go back and get genuine footage of the JFK assassination, it probably wouldn't look too much different than the Zapruder film, Right. You might get some different angles. You might get a close-up of Lee Harvey Oswald's window up there or something like that. But, and then what are you going to do? Show it? Show it off? Sell it? It's like, it gets kind of, things get reduced to their absurdity. And I can imagine that, I don't really know, but I imagine David Anderson has all sorts of thou shalt not for obvious reasons. And it's a curiosity. But as I say, the time travel applies just to what I'm saying about with the Bigfoot and all that. We're always looking for phenomena to validate ourselves or validate the whatever it is. But anyway, so much. If I see any Bigfoot in Romania this year, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Yes. By all means.
So let's get on with the business of tonight's evening. And I don't think you brought it up yet.
No.
Okay. So Douglas, this morning, I woke up to he gave me something, and it was what he believes to be certainly official looking, a certificate of death from Michael Aquino, and it's signed by Amy P. Hart, MD, medical examiner, deputy coroner. I assume is for the county of San Francisco.
Right.
And it's Michael Aquino. It says that he died in his home in San Francisco. They black out the residence, but we know it's on Leavenworth Street. Is that what it is?
That's correct. But it's not necessarily that he moved back into the same home. He may well have, but he could have simply come back to San Francisco to be in the general vicinity of San Francisco because it's so important to so much of the occult influences that he was working with all his career.
Well, that's okay. And it basically says that, cause of death, contact gunshot wound of head. It says that he shot himself in his residence. Now, this is a very, Michael Aquino died on September 1st, 2019, date of death. This date of death is consistent. Well, I don't know if it's consistent because I think we got reports as early as July.
That's correct. It was we had various people claiming to have even killed Michael Aquino, but go on.
I won't even go into that. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's so stupid. Yeah. It's somebody trying to get attention.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking I'm going to go back into my, I think it was
And just so people know the residence address, it was 2430 Leavenworth, was the original address where Michael Aquino lived at for years, within walking distance of my own home here at 1242 Green Street. So in a sense, the entire world knows both our addresses. But that address became so controversial that Michael Aquino was forced to flee San Francisco, literally flee, in fear of his life, and essentially go on the run to an extent all over the world. It's not an exaggeration to say that he resettled in a castle that he had purchased in Scotland for a while. He claimed to be of Scottish nobility, and then he resettled in Canada. He also spent some time literally in the Montauk region, certainly in upstate New York. And he was basically, in a sense, a bit of a fugitive and a bit of a man on the run. I think it makes perfect sense that he came back to San Francisco to end it in that sense, because that life was frustrating to him, and ensure his immortality in a different sense. But we'll get towards that in due time. Peter Moon will take the stage again.
Well, yes, and I went back, and it says this says the Montauk Pulse is autumn of 2020, which means it came out about the end of September.
Yeah, and
at this time we were going through the COVID stuff. Talking about conjunction on the planets that occurred on June 30th or July 1st. One was the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes.
And the far more significant, not reported at all, was the death of Colonel Michael Aquino. Now, I think they said that he died at that time, but I don't think the report came out until September. So it's like, I talk a lot about Aquino and the whole Q theory and the Kings of Edom stuff, but there's no date other than that this was written in September.
Yeah.
So
there was definitely no date at that time. The one thing we do know is eventually the Temple of Set released a statement, but certainly made certain there was not even a month. In other words, we're talking about something, so people understand the enormity of this, or the gravity of this. Understand that when a dictator dies in a place like Yugoslavia, someone like Josip Broz Tito, no one announced his death for months and months. And by the time that they did announce his death and held this state funeral, they had fully embalmed the body Lenin style so that it would technically last forever, or for multiple generations, a kind of worship of the cult of the dead that the communists had always partaken in. It is symptomatic of the communist pathology. And his funeral was one of the most attended funerals in human history. Everybody was coming to review the body and just reminisce over old times, because Yugoslavia was kind of a bridge between the East and the West. But when it came to Michael Aquino, he was almost treated on a similar stature, which goes to show that the Temple of Set is a state within a state. Now, for those of you who don't really grasp what I'm saying and think that this is some kind of casual observation that makes too much of something or someone, understand that it's almost impossible to hide facts about a person's death. It's just simply, at some point or another, the public gets to know various facts about semi-celebrities, and yet Michael Aquino's death was completely subsumed within a cloak of secrecy. No one knew the date that he died. We all suspected, simply by trying to cross-reference all too many sources of information, the majority of which were simply disinformation. We suspected it was somewhere between the 1st and the 15th, the 1st and the Ides of September, that it was within that four-twin knit, that fortnight. It took us enough time to come to that conclusion. But even then, it was simply guesswork. The church had total control, and by that I mean the Church of the Temple of Set had total control over the release of this information. By the way, this implies that they had a control over the state itself, which I know to be the fact. Your state is a satanic state, which most of you operate on the assumption of anyway. The problem is that the majority of you are then misled by all kinds of misinformation into incredibly diversely, well, not diverse at all, incredibly monochromatic conclusions after that are entirely misinformed. Preeminent among them being that there's somehow white hats among the deep state that will ultimately provide disclosure and that kind of bullshit. That being said, going back to Michael Aquino's death, we turn it back to Peter Moon again. That provides some context as to the fact that his death was kept hidden by the authorities, so to speak, and like a third world dictator, he was given the honor of total secrecy in terms of his death, to the point where the news of his death was not released officially, at least till months later. We were hearing of his death months before there was any acknowledgement by the Temple of Set itself, which goes to show you, for all intents and purposes, the Temple of Set is your goddamn government. Try and think about what I'm saying and comprehend the enormity of what I've just said, and you'll begin to grasp the enormity of this man's influence. This is why his suicide is more than likely completely true. And also our dear friend Sammy, before I forget it, because if I don't mention it now, it'll dribble out of my ears. Sammy Romero, who's also involved with the death industry, his sister being involved very successfully with the mortuary business. So he's seen his share of death certificates. Sammy Romero brings up the fact that he understood from myself that many of these people want to die as shocking a death as possible, in the sense that they're shocked, surprised, and therefore their soul is surprised enough where it remains earthbound, that you don't really realize you're dead, you're in denial that you're dead, and therefore you're earthbound. And many people who are involved with the deeply satanic cults seek this kind of death so that they can remain earthbound, because they have no desire to sink to these lower dimensions where their resonance, their vibrations would take them. So in his case, however, he was very much the control freak, and he wanted total control over his own situation, his own destiny. He was his own god, and this is in keeping with that, because it's in keeping with the metempsychosis, the transmigration of the soul, the very occult nature of which he taught me in depth, which was why we had acquired the very grimoire dealing with metempsychosis that I later used to basically free the Dietrich artifact. So all of this is something that he had taught me decades ago. The fact that he ultimately took advantage of his knowledge, you can still shock yourself with a kind of suicide and a ritual to basically transmute your soul, as opposed to ascending or descending. This takes great willpower, and it takes a lot of work, and it takes the help of an entire cabal behind you. But he had all of that, as well as technological resources that the public is completely ignorant of. Artilica, very powerful occult technologies that would probably be taking advantage to a degree of some of the technologies developed by Dr. David Lewis Anderson, that would put the individuals such as Michael Aquino into a kind of an extratemporal status, something outside of time. He had spoken to this of myself personally when he alluded to Dr. David Lewis Anderson a few times in the past. With that, we turn it back to Peter Moon.
Well, that would be an interesting chess game between the two of them, because obviously neither one of them would want the other one to know what one is doing.
Yes.
And but be that as it may, one of the, and we're going to go deeper into the ramifications of Aquino's, not only his death, but his death certificate showing up. But first, it's very hard for people who are struggling to understand what's going on politically in the world today to grasp the Aquino influence. for example, I was talking to my friend about the influence of Aquino on Oliver Stone. And, she had the, I almost want to say audacity to say, well, she looked and she could find no connection between the two. I explained to her, she's not even looking on the dark web. Not that you'd find it there. But it's like, are you going to find that on the web? You think you're going to find it on the web? And one thing is, I haven't explained to her yet that, see, much of what Douglas arrives at is through paywalls. Yeah. A lot of information out there is not on the net.
Thank you.
You got to go to paywalls. And most people don't do that because it's not quick, fast, and easy. And Douglas is also trained as a research librarian. And furthermore, even with that training, some stuff is not available. So it's like you're playing in like with a stacked deck. Like if you're playing solitaire with a deck that's, missing an ace, you're never going to win. Yes. And this is what we're dealing with. And so it puts people in a very unfortunate position of saying, well, if I want to listen to Dietrich, I have to believe in Dietrich, and I don't trust Dietrich because my mother didn't tell me to trust Dietrich, the Republicans didn't tell me, the Democrats didn't tell me, and my common sense didn't tell me. So it's like, so they have to start evaluating you through means other than what they're used to evaluating information. And most of when it comes to, political stuff, their indoctrination is going to prevent them from critical thinking, to say nothing of all the ambient toxicity in the environment. So it becomes a challenge for people to say, well, so I'm trying to frame what the nature of the problem that we're dealing with. So you're not required to believe everything Douglas says. All you can do is listen to it as information and, reach a point where you can make your own conclusions. For a fact, we don't even know that Aquino's dead.
That's right.
Reasonably, we can believe his body is dead. And this certificate is very interesting. Now, we're talking about the year 2020. I mean, 2020? That's when he kicked the bucket. Was it 2020? Yeah, 2020 is when he died. Mm-hmm. That's 3 years. It's almost 3 years before we get anything what resembles a reasonably authentic death certificate. Almost 3 years.
Yeah.
And why does it appear? That's a whole nother existential question. But it appeared. I sent it immediately to our friend Aaron. He called me immediately. I picked up the phone. I said, I know how to get your attention. And he said he would do some looking into this if he could determine whether or not it's, what now, of course, there's Amy Hart, the medical examiner. She might endorse it. It's put, Skylon Memorial Park is where I guess the final disposition, which probably means he was cremated, unless they did something weird and occult with his body.
Right.
The addresses are blacked out.
Yeah, another important point that I brought up just with our latest episode before tonight's was that Samuel Romero confirmed that the report on the CID investigation, the Criminal Investigative Division of the United States Army, that maintained Aquino's number and his name, his serial number. Back then, we still had serial numbers. Nowadays, they use the social security number in the military, which my dad found the stupidest thing in the world and the most offensive, and that's a subject for another time. But in terms of that military number we used to have, they had that as well as Aquino's name and the suspects list for all of those children raped and tortured, some of them literally to death at the Presidio or to suicide at the Presidio military base. That report's been released in all its grisly detail. So Samuel Romero was pointing out that for some reason they just released it now, simultaneous. He said that before I received from a friend of mine who wishes to remain anonymous, the death certificate. And so basically it took this long before they decided to release it, probably because they've so indoctrinated the mass public into belief that there was nothing to see here. Everybody move on past the 18-car pileup, that this is all satanic panic. None of it is real. What you see before your eyes is something to forget. Move right along. And onward and upward, as they say. So what we have going on here is the fact that this is being released now simply because they feel that it's, how would I say it? There's no white hats involved here. It's simply like a delay in a release of something that they've probably lost control over only through incompetence and time, where people are no longer acting as the guardians of the information. These people have either all retired or their successors are completely incompetent and it's leaked. There may be efforts to scrub it again. So pursue it while you can and download the information on the CID report. And the fact that they maintained him on that list, despite the fact that he sued the United States Army, which is all listed and recorded in the release of that CID report, maintaining him, the decision to maintain him on the suspects list, because it's one of the few levers of control that the United States military had over Michael Aquino. Understand that it's out there, access it and download it while you can, because it's likely not going to be there for long. And the same with the death certificate. This is something that is probably transitionally available. All of the records were declared unclassified after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And the moment that Vladimir Putin was manipulated into power, he reclassified everything again. So there was only a very short period of time for academics to even get a grasp of what had happened in the Soviet Union. So your state is no different. It's a little easier to live in. The quality of life is orders of magnitude higher than it ever was or ever will be in Eurasia. But you're still subject to the same kind of state-sponsored secrecy and suppression. Back to Peter with that after I've contextualized it. So I think that helps with, Peter will explain it from here as to some of what we can derive from this.
Well, the power and influence of this man is so underestimated, and people will, as they say, not look at the train wreck, not look at the pink elephant in the room, because they're riveted onto other things. And I'd be very curious to see this document that Sammy dug up. I mean, if you can make it available, if you can send it to me.
I asked him to send me a link. He hasn't done so yet, so hopefully it hasn't been scrubbed already, but hopefully he'll deliver.
I would imagine he will, because as Jack Parsons liked to say, you aren't able to evaluate a man's contribution or influence on this world until 150 years after his death. He says, only after 50 do you begin to get an inkling. Well, Aquino's influence will really rear its head, hundreds of years from now.
Yes.
And in another. But here we're already getting little. This is the first little dribble, and there is. This is very interesting. This death certificate appearing the way it does, because Douglas, as he alluded to already, explained that what Aquino would have been doing. He would have looked at this like, okay, he had cancer in the stomach. It was very bad. He was, terminally ill. But people don't understand his mind, how industrious it was, opportunistic it was too. He didn't see the world the way you do, general people. He would have taken this as an opportunity to transmigrate his soul, and with the ritual he had learned, and sort of get the last laugh on life. So there's a scene in the movie. This movie is really dwindled into obscurity. I think it's called Dracula. It's Dracula with Frank Langella as the vampire, and the movie ends. I don't remember the specifics, but instead of it ending the typical way where Van Helsing goes in and puts a stake through his heart, and I believe Van Helsing in this case is played by Laurence Olivier, and they're duking it out on a ship. Van Helsing's on the ship and he's going after Dracula, and something happens to where it's daylight, and something on the mast, sort of gets Dracula, and I think maybe he gets him in the heart. I don't know what, but the whole body kind of goes up into the mast of the ship, and I think he's melting in the sun, if I recall, and all that's left is the cape. And the cape goes flying off into the sky. It's a blue sky. And I have to say, it was very cinematic. So although Dracula is dead, the black cape is just flying in the blue sky, in the morning sky, like a kite. Like, you killed me, but I'm not dead. Here's my cape flying. And this is what this death certificate reminds me of.
Yes.
It's like the cape is there, and he's like waving at us and saying, I'm still here. Yeah. And we can, it's good actually, because it's like you don't want to take your attention off of the danger, off of the enemy. You don't want to take your attention off of that, because obviously, Aquino was not the only master of evil in the world. He took enough attention, but if evil was going strong, he just came in and personified it so well. It's just like Babe Ruth came in and personified the game of baseball so well. And the timing of his whole career was incredible, where he's still like the biggest icon in baseball, if not sports. Aquino, he takes the cake. He's even, more of a show off than Aleister Crowley. Yeah. And a lot more evil, in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah. So this is what, we've been left with. And it says, okay, it seems you could say that things have gotten better since Aquino left. Certainly, we've been able to produce a book. But if you look at the world's not better since Aquino left. The world has a lot of strife in it. Yes. We've got rampant homelessness. We have all sorts of horrendous suffering, particularly in Russia and the Ukraine, with this war going on. And there are I'm being told there are great challenges to the economy and all this stuff.
Yes.
Of course, I've heard this all my life.
Yeah.
I've always heard horrendous things about the economy my entire life.
Yes.
So, if things were as bad as, we were told, the country would have collapsed during COVID. It could have collapsed during 9/11. Could have collapsed in 2008. Could have collapsed with COVID. I mean, it's like it just doesn't collapse. There are portions of it that have indeed collapsed, and people have lost their businesses. And now they've got their thumb in the dike of the banking system. The banks are going to go broke. The banks are going. I mean, this is like being challenged. And they're talking about shifting the currency from, the Chinese and Saudi Arabians are talking about shifting out of the dollar into what are they switching it to?
The yuan.
Yeah, and that, to me, that's a joke.
Thank you.
I don't. George Soros was trying to do that 15, 20 years ago. Yes. And it didn't work. No. So as powerful as George Soros is and some of these other people, and then there's always the saving grace of the hackers. The hackers aren't in alignment with these people. They'll mess with them. So, and that's kind of what Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is a, sort of a countermeasure. It's been going up lately. It was as high as $28,000 today, it's sort of a refuge from all of this banking insanity. It's an alternative currency. So I can't say, what's going to happen, but as I say, we're certainly in times that are not like the quote unquote good old days, if we can call them that. So Trump is Aquino is he's lurking. Yes. And so if we assume what is being presented to us, like we're being presented with this death certificate with a proposition that he executed the transmigration of the soul, and he is now lurking about somewhere, not in a body. He might be hard up trying to find a body. He might be looking for some, and somebody in his position is not going to have an easy time finding a body, because he's going to want the right vehicle. And he's going to want to find a mother and a father with a certain amount of despicability. Yes. I'm serious here. I'm not being sarcastic, because, and that could be a challenge. It could very easily go off the rails. So, wow, this is was a big event. Yes. And it's coming. I'm glad it didn't happen during the biorhythm of 2023, of August 2023. But this is the kind of stuff that can come up. It happens with Pluto going into Aquarius. Yes. Pluto going into Aquarius, Saturn going into Pisces. Yes. Saturn's been in Pisces for a while. Yes. So, what else do you have to say about this, Douglas?
I would say that it's probably most important to emphasize the fact that Peter Moon and I are presenting something to the public that is of value, it's of worth, it's not something to be dismissed or some kind of gadfly nostalgia for someone who we've developed some kind of sentimentality for. One of the things that I've pointed out in the past was that Mr. Aquino had connections that spanned culture. They weren't just because he would propagandize, and that was his job, was Psi war, the mind war, that he had advocated the Department of Defense fund then his funding went to the point where, just as with the CIA, where they were funding modern art, and how they developed this entire industry of modern art, which effectively did not exist before the Cold War. There was no such thing as modern art in the sense that we understand it today, where you've got an industry of artists and people who are collectors. This is something that in the days of somebody who was considered more of a symbolistic presenter of reality, somebody who's presenting reality in an unconventional manner, like Van Gogh. In those days, that man died starving, penniless, and basically a pauper. Now his art is worth millions of dollars. Now, I'm in no way, shape, or form comparing him to the so-called modern artist, because he's not. He's someone who, because of various synesthesia and various other kinds of physiological and neurological conditions, he literally saw the world the way he painted it. But it helps us open our eyes to the world in a manner that we've never seen it before. So this is what Peter Moon is talking about when it comes to someone like Michael Aquino. He's not seeing the world or reality in the same way that you do. And when he was affiliated with different people who were acolytes of his, they weren't just in the United States, they were all over the world, but particularly in Britain. And Britain has a whole history of being run by the Satanic Empire, going back to the days of the Hellfire Club. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Hellfire Club, you can look up the term Hellfire Club, and then you have to use your discernment to disambiguate from Marvel comic books and their supervillain group by that name in the X-Men. But at the same time, you have to understand nuance. Many of these comic book writers catering to children are catering Michael Aquino's mind war. They're acting on orders from the deep state. They are paid good money to popularize concepts that are then dismissed by, quote unquote, the adult public. So when you've seen this enormous spat of superhero movies, and the fact that they're now beginning to ebb because of fatigue to that kind of cultural exposure, understand that many of the writers were the artists, the people involved with that industry were out and out Satanists who were affiliates of the likes of Michael Aquino, and promoting just all kinds of occult ideas that were popularized, and then it enables people to be indoctrinated at a young age, and then it enables adults to dismiss the phenomenon as something out of a comic book. There's a dual purpose to this kind of cultural assault. There are culture wars indeed, you just don't know what the fuck they are. So when it comes to something...
That's really good. And you see, Aaron, he was talking about comparing the grimoire from Aquino to something he saw in a Harry Potter movie, and I said, yeah, and I says, well, you didn't know that J.K. Rowling was a member of the Temple of Set. He goes, oh no, he said, that makes sense.
There.
So it's like here, the Aquino stuff is being put right into Harry Potter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Peter makes my point, and the point to be made about that is that Harry Potter is a play on the Vedic term Hari Putar, the son of God. So Hari Putar in the Vedic cosmology is the son of God, and the Raj of India was completely gutted, eviscerated, raped, and pillaged, plundered by the British Empire under the rule of the Hellfire Club, which consisted of the majority of the aristocracy and the wealthy elite of Britain for hundreds of years. So effectively, the British Empire was run by Satanists. I've mentioned before, and I'll only summarize it now, they drew and quartered the entire subcontinent of Asian India under this massive mutated hedgerow known as the Great Hedge of India. which stretched all the way across the subcontinent in all four directions, the four cardinal points of the compass, literally crucifying that nation state and dividing it so they could decide who lived, who died, who starved, who got access to food and who got access to medicines, who was deprived it, and therefore they were able to kill over their period of rule well over 100 million people. So you're
And there's a
talking
whole
about
book on this you should mention. There's a whole book. I don't know if you remember the name of it, but there's a whole book written on this.
oh, the book is titled The Great Hedge of India, but the beauty is, back in the old days, when I exposed this to the public as a public informant, one of the people who attacked me was the occultist Stephen Outram. And he claimed that there was only one book on the subject. I shouldn't even use that word claim. He was right. At that time, there was only one book available to the public on the subject. The only other information you would find were in classified military documents. And these weren't even necessarily American military documents. They were simply documents of the British Empire that the only reason Aquino had access to them, and therefore I saw them, was because he had an international security clearance. He was a member of the World Affairs Council. And more importantly than any of that, forget the legal fact that he held a NATO command, which enabled him to look into classified documents of other NATO member states. Really, the only reason he was allowed to see these documents and have them brought to the Presidio, where I collated them for him, was based on the fact that he ran the Temple of Set's little extensions, what were called pylons, his branch churches in England, and they cooperated with the Hellfire Club. So understand that when it comes to Aquino and his connections to England, they were deep, which is how he was able to even buy property in Scotland. And when it came to Aquino himself, one of his acolytes, J.K. Rowling, became world famous, a multimillionaires, and this was based on the Harry Potter, the Son of God series, which is simply Anglo-corrupted as Harry Potter. And in there, she mentions several concepts taught to her by Michael Aquino, one of which is the concept of the Horcrux, which is the subdivision of the soul into 7 or 8 parts, that it can maintain itself in
That's
the body.
The one he was talking about. That's the one Aaron was talking about. Because I've not watched. I think I saw the first Harry Potter movie, but it didn't grasp me. I took my daughter to it, and she wasn't interested. I wasn't interested. We never went back.
And believe me, as far as I'm concerned, you ain't missing shit. But that being said, I could understand, in all fairness, the kind of appeal it had towards many in the young gay community in particular, as I'm sure is no surprise to you. And this is something that the feeling that they had that everyone else outside was like a mudge, these people who couldn't see this colorful world hidden behind a certain veil that Harry Potter had entered. And but the concept of the Horcrux, the subdivision of the soul into 7 or 8 parts to dwell in other people's bodies, well, we saw that manifest with Jameson Rees, who began to manifest the symptoms of stomach cancer, intestinal cancer that Michael Aquino had. Now, with Michael Aquino, we can safely assume that his body was disintegrating, but we also need to acknowledge the fact that as far as the medical industrial complex was concerned, his cancer story was a bit of a success story. He had intestinal cancer, he survived, and it wasn't as if he had gone into any kind of remission that the public knew of, where, or shall we say, a metastasis of his cancer. He was in what was considered remission. One of the young ladies that cared for him was a young lady who had a crush on me named Heather Holman, who became like a care provider of his. So through Christine Joanna Hart, the lady who interviews myself these days, every once in a while, We're trying to make this bi-monthly, kind of like every 2 months. And she knew Heather Holman well enough, where Heather Holman, Aquino mentioned her name specifically to Christine Joanna Hart as, oh, without her, I would not have survived this. And this is because she had a crush on me. I would not give her what she wanted. And so she ran to Aquino, and Aquino took her in, and she became a care provider for Aquino. So all of this is, in a sense, very incestuous. And we know that he survived that cancer. It didn't necessarily. It may have reappeared. And some people, it gets so bad where they remove all the intestine that they can, and it gets to a point where they say, we can't remove anymore because you need this much to survive, and at this point, you're on limited time. I was never under the impression Aquino had gotten to that point. And so if his body was disintegrating or falling apart, there might have been other factors, which is easy enough to believe. And I think Brendan Zoget said it best. It probably did come back to his digestive tract because simply, as Brendan Zoget says, understand he's biased in this regard. He's a militant vegan himself. He said that, eating roasted babies on spits really can't be good for the digestive system. The young lady named Michelle Carmela Saldana was just talking in the opening hour about David Schroeder, who said he was personally witness to this activity on the part of Michael Aquino. Now, I personally witnessed him committing to thanatophagy, committing himself to the cannibalism of dead bodies. In this case, bodies that had been fully embalmed. So we're talking about the imbibing of quite a bit of fluid, embalming fluid, which of course is lethal. So his ultimate intestinal cancer was inevitable. One could consider it, but he always considered the mortal coil. He wouldn't call it a human body, he would call it a mortal coil. He always considered it to be expendable. So he was expecting at some point to basically transition into a Horcrux or a multi-bodied soul. So as a fragmented soul, he would have even more power over more people. That was his conclusion. And a little bit of a thing here about his suicide. When Sammy brings up the potential that he had someone kill him instead, a great example I know of this kind of horrible phenomenon is that when it came to insurance inspectors, the most heartless people on planet Earth, insurance inspectors will inspect scenes of crime to decide who gets insurance. And I knew one example. I'm not going to name him out of respect for his family, but this was a man who basically was sick, had his own problems, both psychiatric and medical, and he decided he was going to off himself so he could do something good for his family because he felt he could no longer constructively support them or remain employable. So he was going to kill himself in a manner where it would look like a murder so that they could get his life insurance, which was substantial. So this individual who had invested all of his life into life insurance, which you don't get if you kill yourself. Your family doesn't get this life insurance if you kill yourself because that's breaking the contract. The contract is they're putting a bet that they know they're going to lose, that you live forever. At some point, they're going to pay off on that bet when you die, but they don't need to pay it off at all if you renege on the contract and do something to fuck yourself over in such a way that you die unnaturally. So this is why your insurance rates go up if you smoke, etc. So when it came to this individual, he wanted to make it look like a home invasion where he had been killed defending the home. And he tore the place apart. And once he tore the place apart, he had purchased a firearm through illegal means so that he had an illegal gun that was not registered in his name. So it would look like it had been abandoned at the scene of the crime by the home invaders. He used that to blow his brains out. When the insurance inspector came in, and bear in mind, this man had done his best to look like he had been injured in the home invasion. You're talking about somebody who did substantial damage to himself to make it look like he had been grievously injured. So he literally had beaten himself with a baseball bat and basically stabbed himself. So he went through incredible pain and agony to help his family the best way that he knew how in the condition that he was in. But the insurance inspector came in and just said, well, this man killed himself, and knew it automatically because when he pulled the trigger on that gun, the death spasm caused his grip to not let it go. So, in other words, the death spasm caused his grip to retain the gun in his hand after he blew his brains out. So it was obvious he had blown his own brains out. And the insurance inspector could have let slide and let the family got the money, but they're heartless and they'd eat their own children. So he just said, oh yeah, this guy killed himself. So the family got nothing. Family got nothing. So when it comes to somebody like Michael Aquino, who was well aware of horror stories like this because he had an intense interest in them because he could harvest the souls. He said, this is how I found out about that horrible story, by the way. The man was in the military, and that's all I'll share in that regard. But Michael Aquino then visited the home aftermath that crime. By the way, it's a crime. It's illegal to kill yourself. And he basically trapped the soul because the soul was in pain. And he could do that with the kind of technology, the artilica that I've spoken of. Very easy to do, comparatively speaking, when you're familiar with the science of necromancy, the thaumaturgy, the capturing of the dead, the entrapment of souls. So when it came to the ability to do this, you also have the ability to capture your own soul and make certain that it can be replanted. And this is transplanting that Michael Aquino must have arranged for. Whether other people were involved, he wanted it to look like a suicide. In other words, if he had wanted it to look like a crime where he had been killed by someone else, he could have arranged for that. But as it was, he wanted it known that he had offed himself eventually because it shows he's in total control. In that, this is what he brought up about my biological father, Adolf Hitler. He had mentioned when he was speaking of the transmigration of the soul, all the assassination attempts against Adolf Hitler, of which there were hundreds, and all of them failed. Literally a bomb was planted in Hitler's plane when he conducted an inspection of the Russian front, and Hitler, for reasons unknown to anyone, demanded the plane fly to extremely high altitudes. And the pilot warned, if we go to those altitudes, we'll lose oxygen and our passengers, including yourself, might faint. I might faint. This is from the pilot. And the plane will lose control and we'll all die. And Hitler said, just do as I say. And when he took the risk and did what he did, some of the passengers fainted. Adolf Hitler stayed conscious, as did the pilot. And then the pilot went back down to normal altitudes, after which Hitler demanded the plane land and went on his inspection of the Eastern Front. Now, his security then found a bomb in the plane that had completely frozen because Hitler had ordered the plane to go up to very high altitudes, and at those altitudes the bomb circuits froze, its wires froze, and it didn't go off. Now, Adolf Hitler did this with every assassination attempt. He would leave rooms just before the bomb blew off. He was psychic. He obviously was precognitive. And because of this, Michael Aquino said that your biological father's abilities showed that everyone knew he could not be assassinated. He was unkillable. And therefore, everyone was willing to buy that only he could kill himself, and they all bought into the suicide myth that he had killed himself, because no one would believe he could be killed, because so many hundreds had failed on record to ever do that. So he was saying how he was going to do something to really kill himself that would be maintain control over his destiny and maintain his place on Earth. Now, we know for a fact that he went into, or a fragment of him, went into the body of Jambo the Reese monkey, Jameson Reese, who was formerly involved with this show, who desperately wanted to get a hold of the Vox Arca, and was consistently...
They would have been a perfect match. I mean, they
yes.
had a perfect match for each other.
Yes, yes. And just so people know, I mean, his influence is still obvious in the men who were obviously involved with him, old enough to be so, like the man who ambushed us, this Will Wakely, who both he and Jameson Reese have been attempting to contact me through other parties or directly. The thing about Jameson Reese was that he tried to exploit our man John Warrington III, who was able to unscramble the footage that was corrupted by Will Wakely so that I could ultimately publish what was left of it on my channel. And that same individual, Jameson Reese, is attempting to exploit as an errand boy, a courier of messages between himself and I. But I do want Jameson Reese to know out there, I know you're listening because I know your entire life is centered around me. I live rent-free inside your head, just like I do inside the head of your faceless lord, Richard K. Cole Jr. I just want you to know that John Warrington has declared he's not going to be your errand boy and run your messages to me. I know you've been trying to send messages to me. I don't know what they are, and I don't care. I do know whatever they are, they're profoundly negative. And as John Warrington has shared that much. So when it comes to Will Wakely, the insanity is that you're talking about somebody who, the moment Peter Moon and I left, Peter Moon could testify to the fact that after he and I left the vicinity, so to speak, left the Zoom conversation, that everybody left on the Zoom call was shitting all over us, certainly pissing all over me. The fact that somebody who is that blatantly abusive, who says, here's your footage, and sends a letter to myself alone, an email in which it says your footage is in the trash, and then, of course, when he tries to portray himself as innocent, sends that email to both Peter Moon and myself, even though it's addressed to me. This goes to show, if he truly believes that he's innocent of not trying to fuck us over, taunt us, verbally assault us, slander and defame us, he truly is the product of intensive mind control. This guy's MK Ultra all the way. He's got to be a product of Aquino's programs, directly, not somebody just tangentially victimized. This man is obviously a true cultist. And it shows. So this is the kind of challenge we've been dealing with lately. Aquino simply won't let the game die down. It's a game he can't stop playing. And it's why he exists in the universe and will try to continue to exist for as long as he can. He is bound. He's bound here. And there's a few other things that will probably come to my mind that I've forgotten for the moment. But with that, I turn it back to Peter Moon, and we'll move on into the gentle night with other subjects. But certainly I think that we've laid the groundwork for, if we return to the subject in the future with other aspects to present to people, you have this context as a foundation. So back to Peter.
It's very challenging for many people, particularly those who are new. Not necessarily those who are used to you, to grasp the actuality of what you're saying.
Thank you. Yes.
They're not dealing with this. And some people have no sympathy because they, only for the reason that they can't relate to this thread of evil. I say thread, not threat, but it's also a threat. They're living in a world that is, I don't know if they'd say the world they're living in is safe, because people see this world as perilous.
Yes.
It's very perilous, and they view it that way. And it's challenging for them to even relate to many of your experiences. This certainly doesn't mean your experiences are wrong. It's just they're too busy listening to smack.
Thank you.
And it's perhaps it's more comfortable. Certainly it is more comfortable because this stuff is challenging. It's daunting. It's it's all of the above. So this is what I know what I'm dealing with, because this is this is the stuff that I've been challenged with for years. So I readily recognize it. I don't need, but even then, I sometimes, Douglas reaches deeper into this stuff. He's lived it. He's lived it. Whereas some people think, okay, it's just, he's off on a rant or something, or whatever they think. I don't know what they think. But this is sort of the state of the art of what we're dealing with. So it's great that people, get to get sort of an inside look at this. But this is the legacy of all this. Goes back to, with Aquino, goes back to World War II, post World War II, and the Nuremberg hangings.
Yes.
Where he was born on the same day, October 16th, 1946, on the day of the Nuremberg hangings, born as a blue baby. And he relates to this. He identifies with it. He was an incarnation of this ritual that was designed to choke the Nazi magic. The Nazi magic was to bring in the gods of the Old Norse gods. And that might sound occult. It might sound pagan. It certainly is occult and pagan. But the reason they didn't want the Old Norse gods was because they were of a cult that wanted the kings of Edom, the chaos.
Yes.
Their plan was to unleash chaos. And this was coming out of the United States government of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was part of this cult.
Yes.
And the dire aspects of him, the murderous intentions, the acquisition of the Golden Triangle and the drug trade that had previously belonged to England. This is what we're still suffering from today. I saw a news item. I think it was from John Rappaport, actually, the independent journalist. And he was saying that Trump, he's not anti-Trump per se, but when he calls him as he sees him. And Trump, he said, this is during Trump's administration. He had announced that he was going to declare the Mexican cartels a terrorist organization. And if he did, that would change the whole militarization process against the cartels. But he withdrew because the Mexican president had asked him not to.
Right.
And that was some sort of diplomatic mumbo jumbo. And of course,
well, basically at that point, he'd be calling the Mexican government a terrorist organization because it's effectively run by the cartels.
Well, yeah. And well, that's effectively what's happened here. So it's like, that's what's causing so much of our problems. And of course, Trump's not the only one to blame. What are the diplomatic ramifications? It would have created maybe a war with Mexico. It's not a war Mexico could have won. The only way Mexico can win is to continue to pump illegal aliens and drugs into the United States. It's the only way it can win. And it's winning. It doesn't look like it's winning, but it's the United States is dissolving in a lot of ways. So, but I was just mentioning that, and certainly the Biden administration hasn't improved things at all. This is just one more situation that that we're dealing with. and politics is utterly mad. I don't know if you can tell us anything more about that.
Well, I certainly will address certain aspects of what's going on with Mexico later in the night when I go into monologue. I do want people to know that when Peter Moon says politics is perilous, it's fraught right now. Believe me, there's no way to overemphasize just how dangerous things are right now. Taiwan's presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen, is preparing to start a very sensitive visit to the United States of America. The communist Chinese are threatening nothing less than war. Understand that when it comes to the situation in Taiwan, the former president, who was known as an extraordinarily handsome man. He was someone who was one of the few handsome people in politics. Understand the old saying is that politics is Hollywood for ugly people. And Taiwan's presidentress is no raving beauty. She's basically a very homely looking woman who's simply very intelligent. But she's no one that you would ever remember if you laid eyes on her without knowing who she was. You'd never retain her in your memory. She's just like an old maid. So when it comes to this Hollywood level charismatic figure who used to be the mayor of Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, the city into which I myself was born, who then became the president of Taiwan for a number of terms, he's now visiting communist China because he's a member of the Kuomintang party, which, as I've said over the years, has turned essentially treasonous. So he's visiting the communist Chinese to great fanfare while President Tsai Ing-wen is going to visit the United States. The communist Chinese have cut off all the cables to Quemoy and Matsu, which are these frontier islands on the Chinese coast. They've cut off all of the cables that provide internet and information. Many people during times like this have to relocate for a period of time. This has happened in the past, but it usually happens in preparation for an attack of some sort. At least these fake attacks the communist Chinese have conducted. This could be the prelude to a real war. Understand that China is hoovering up all of Taiwan's allies with what they call checkbook diplomacy. They are sinking billions and billions of United States dollars to leave Taiwan completely isolated in the world. There's only a few nations on earth that recognize Taiwan as a legitimate nation state. And just recently, Guatemala has been bought off by the communist Chinese so that it no longer does so. So we have these the diplomatic containment of Taiwan in the eyes of communist China to prepare for the attack. That way, you see, the danger for communist China is so long as there's one nation in the world that recognizes Taiwan as a legitimate sovereign state, then that means that when they attack Taiwan, it's an act of war by at least one person with a vote in the United Nations, by at least one nation with a vote in the United Nations. Now, understand that Russia takes over the United Nations in, next month. Now, the last time it took over the United Nations was February of yesteryear, and it took advantage of that. It's head of the Security Council position, which it holds for 1 month when it takes over. The last time it took advantage of that position to invade Ukraine. So when Russia takes over that position on the 1st of next month, Communist China has said it'll take advantage of Russia's being in charge of the Security Council to invade Taiwan. Now, understand there's nothing casual or far away, distant war in a place you've never heard of about this. This is not Vietnam. This is not Nicaragua. This is Taiwan. There's nothing sentimental here. The United States has officially said if the communist Chinese invade Taiwan, that if they feel that the situation is on the ropes, precarious enough where they can't move in time to reinforce Taiwan, where Taiwan is simply going to be occupied, the United States will nuke Taiwan. It's going to nuke Taiwan to prevent the communist Chinese from getting the transistor industry, the semiconductor industry. And once America does that, That's a mutually assured destruction maneuver. It would be the same as if America nuked itself. Don't think I'm exaggerating. That means the semiconductors stop rolling, and that means all the world's electronics begin to die. Within months, as the parts wear out and there's nothing to replace them, as I said, your satellites fall from the sky, your planes fall from the air, your pacemakers stop beating, your cars stop, your civilization collapses. So America effectively nukes itself if it nukes Taiwan, but it's willing to do that to prevent the Communist Chinese from gaining total control of the world. So none of this takes into account the Dietrich Act, which of course is contending with all of this and will respond on its own in ways we cannot begin to fathom or imagine. And the Dietrich Act is simply myself processing at enormously higher rates of speed with whatever personality she has developed since the severance with my own psyche. But effectively, it's myself until the age of around the mid-20s, early 20s or so. And then whatever's developed since that period of time in a completely mechanical body where there's no sense of physical sensation, meaning the psychology has completely transmuted for the Dietrich Act. It's not something we can really comprehend. The best I can do is speculate, but I'm the closest you've got to an Art-elect whisperer on planet Earth. So when it comes to the situation we're in, it is beyond precarious. Your world could end at any minute. You are living on borrowed time. There is no one making any decisions that make any sense. You are in the hands of madmen like Putin or people suffering from potential Alzheimer's, obviously displaying some signs of decrepit senility like Joe Biden. You have a situation, of course, which I will do my best obligatorily to put into perspective concerning the latest school shooting. I will touch upon the economic crisis where, of course, I would advise against panic, but obviously the banks could potentially collapse. If so, it would only be because of panic. So even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day if it's mechanical. Think back on what Winston Churchill said, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. So the last thing I want to promote is a sense of fear. I want to promote a sense of gravitas, seriousness, and an understanding that you're going to have to start listening to me. You're going to have to start asking as a public that Congress act on any number of things. And this includes, of course, the fact that all of your medications, the overwhelming amount of life-sustaining medication sourced from communist China. So the moment war starts, not only do your semiconductors stop coming from Taiwan, all your medicines stop coming from communist China. And it's not like you've got any backup. Everything in your pharmacy is like overnight only, meaning that they only have enough supply to sell for that day, and then more drugs come in the next day that they sell throughout that day. There's no such thing as you rob a pharmacy and you get medicine that can last you for years. All the medicine that's there is to sell to the public for that single 24-hour period, after which more is shipped in. There's no backup. So when communist China stops delivering your meds, your hospitals will be unable to care for you. Doctors could write all the prescriptions they want. There'll be no supplies. People will start to die who have comparatively mild conditions. Certainly everyone who's diabetic is going to die. So your world is on a tightrope over a chasm. And this is why TikTok is its own worst enemy, and the United States is hopefully going to shut it down. Certainly the CEO couldn't convince Congress that he wasn't America's enemy. I think that alone should tell you a lot. It means that the most fun that everybody's been having, dancing on TikTok for everyone to see, all of this was a communist Chinese media platform, the platform of the enemy. Meaning what? The enemy controls your media. You are in a position of you've dug your own hole and you're 6 feet under. You're looking up at what sky is left to you, and it's starting to rain. You're up shit creek without a paddle. You're completely fucked. And I'm the only person who's been telling you this for years. The only person who's listened to me is, among a few others, Peter Moon. And again, I cannot overemphasize the fact that no matter how passive Peter Moon may seem to some of you, it may seem like Peter Moon is not necessarily all that active in promoting me, but without him, without this white man on my side, there would not have been the factor where Will Wakely would ultimately have turned over what he did, even though he regretted it and will probably regret it till the day he dies, which hopefully is tomorrow. But when it comes to Will Wakely, he, as much as admitted that basically the fact that I had a white man on my side made him perceive me as someone to take seriously, whereas otherwise he would have been completely dismissive and abusive with no sense that there was any potential for repercussion. So the fact that Peter Moon is involved has been an enormous asset in and of itself, just by who he is, not even when you don't take into account what he does. And that is ultimately why it's so necessary that Peter Moon and I work together in times like these. When it comes to someone like Will Wakely and the kind of suppression that he was trying to enact with impunity, with such enormous contempt, the disregard he had for respect for any sense of decency. You're talking about, this is the level at which much of your government and your supposed culture is operating. It's a prison rape culture of bullies, and it's one which obviously cannot survive for long simply because there's no real sense of cultural coherency. Obviously, we've got a demographic crash, and the highest growing population in the world is the black population of Africa. So I'm going to try and speak to that demographically and why this is important, which it should be obvious. But definitely one of the things that we've got to come to terms with is that our sense of what we identify with as culture is changing rapidly. But take a look at Peter Moon. He was ahead of this curve forever. Ever since he was young, he was investigating black culture and trying to understand it. So this is why black people appreciate him and respect him. But your average white man is left like Will Wakely, living on this memory of a time when white men could act with impunity. And then, when they're called out on their actions, approach everyone with this feigned innocence of, I'm just such an innocent person, such a good guy. How could you even say anything negative about me? Which, as I said, if he truly believes that, he's a product of mind control in the deepest sense, where this guy has hardly an independent thought to ever occur in his head. So when we come back to all of us and what we're dealing with, I'll turn it back over to Peter for now. And with that kind of world scene being the stage on which we're acting and trying to educate the public, hopefully at some point they'll begin to take what we're trying to say with the seriousness it deserves, and people who read the book do. Ironically enough, Will Wakely claimed to have read the book, certainly pointed out no faults with it of any consequence, and therefore you had an engineer kind of read through it and not find anything to attack, which shows you how seriously all of you should be taking it. So again, thanks to Peter's ability to render what I say accessible to the public, we'll be delivering more of that with our new book, and hopefully getting back to revise and expand the vampirology book, and people will understand a bit more about my background, and then the world will slowly or incrementally, bit by bit, begin to understand that there's an optional way to act than the way they're acting now, which is a form of inaction and therefore a sure path to perdition. Back to Peter Moon with that.
Well, that's yes, and of course, I act in a very Taoist, non-assertive way. It's what I try to do, and of course, it gets more action. It gets more action. If I were to be pounding my fist, it doesn't go anywhere. You know, I'd be pounding my fist, and I have a hard enough time getting people to pay attention to me anyway. People think I have a platform. I do have a platform. It's a platform that many people would envy to have, but it's not necessarily as big as they think. And maybe it's not necessarily as small as I think. But and people often give me, advices. And if I followed their advices, I'd go up the creek because they don't understand my position. They appreciate me, but okay. And I'm investing, my energy and time into Douglas because this is, with all of my background and experience, this is the most important thing we need to pay attention to. And we are getting traction. But right now, we're talking about I can't grasp the word. It's almost the justification for doing what we're doing, trying to explain the justification. And all of this is a preamble to what we're really here to talk about, which we're not here to talk about why we talk about it, but that's kind of what we're doing, because there is so much resistance to hearing or perceiving the truth, because people are just caught up in cobwebs of disinformation. And, and I know some people come and they listen because they get something out of it, and that's good. And it's more important that we get something out of it. And it's also important that we give something back to Douglas. I want to, we want to encourage you to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
Go to douglasdietrich.com, and to go into the upper right-hand corner. We were going for $200 for him last week. We didn't get anything. I'm going to ask you, everybody listening, if you could just send in $1 or $2 or $3 so that we at least have a trickle for him to Douglas Dietrich. It doesn't go to me. In the upper right-hand corner, the yellow donate button, douglasdietrich.com. Just send in a $1 to PayPal, 2 or 3 if you can. If you can't send in more if you can. Please do that.
Bless you.
To keep this going.
Yes.
We have this becomes sort of a same old story. This now, the invasion of Taiwan is very threatening, and the world's in a very precarious position right now.
Yes. And by the way, I want you to know I sent you in private messenger the link from Samuel Romero of the Michael Aquino's case as recorded by the Criminal Investigation Division of the United States Army.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sent that via Facebook.
Yeah. Yes, private messenger via Facebook. And as Peter says while he assesses that, between the spiritual warfare, which is quite real, and I think that this is what many people may have a problem grasping, is the fact that spiritual warfare is real, that we live in extraordinarily a deeper world than many people realize. I think many people intuitively understand this, but they have a hard time intellectually grasping it. And this was one of the reasons why sorcerers like Aquino hold such contempt for the average person. The average person may think that they've one-upped the superstitious ancestors of old by a rationalist, materialist perspective. But we don't live in what's necessarily a rationalist or materialist universe. We live in a universe that is very spiritual, and there's far more to it than is merely manifest in the physical. And therefore, when you begin to comprehend that, you have a greater appreciation for life itself, and you also understand just how much more involved your interaction with the world has to be. And again, back to Peter.
Okay, I'm going to read from this. This is what Sammy sent us. Thank you, Sammy, very much. This is U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, 1992, argued December 2nd, 1991, decided a few months later, February 22nd, 1992, echoing the dates of Pearl Harbor and the Battle of Los Angeles. Not exact dates, but echoing them. December 2nd and February 26th, as opposed to December 7th and February 24th. But Michael A. Aquino, plaintiff appellant versus Michael P.W. Stone, Secretary of the Army, defendant appellee. This is Michael Aquino suing the Secretary of the Army. This is the opinion of Sprouse and Niemeyer. This is the opinion of Niemeyer. Doesn't say his first name that I see here. Circuit Judge. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, formerly of the U.S. Army Reserves, filed suit under the Privacy Act of 1974 against the Secretary of the Army, seeking to amend an Army report of a criminal investigation about him and to recover damages caused by inaccuracies in the report. He also sued under the Administrative Procedure Act 5, USC 701 et sequence 1988 to review the Secretary's refusal to amend the report. The district court entered summary judgment for the Secretary, concluding that criminal investigatory files are exempt from the provisions of the Privacy Act that were invoked by Aquino, and that the Secretary's decision not to amend was not arbitrary or capricious. Finding no reversible error, we affirm. And then it has an asterisk. And I don't know where the hell this asterisk is coming from, because I don't see it above. So as far as I'm concerned, they're violating the use of a footnote, but it seems to be its own footnote, and it's very relevant. In November 1986, the San Francisco Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division Command began investigating charges that Gary Hambright had sexually molested several of the children entrusted to his care as an employee of the Child Development Center on the Army base known as the Presidio. By the way, the only reason they investigated this was because of Douglas's leaking the information.
Thank you.
On August 12th, 1987, Army Captain Larry Adams Thompson reported to the authorities that his 3-year-old daughter, who had attended the Child Development Center during the period of Hambright's alleged crimes, had become visibly frightened upon seeing Lieutenant Colonel Aquino and his wife at the Army's post exchange that day, and called them Mikey and Shamby. In a subsequent interview by an FBI agent, the girl implicated Mikey, Shamby, and Mr. Gary in the sexual molestation of her and other children at Mr. Gary's house. The investigation of Hambright was expanded to include Aquino and his wife. Although the SFPD discontinued its investigation of the Aquinos in September 1988 for lack of sufficient evidence, the CID, which is the Army Division, Army Criminal Investigation Division, continued. And I don't know if that's really fair about the SFPD discontinuing its investigation.
It's totally unfair. Yes, go on.
All right. They're making it sound like the Army's going ahead.
Oh, okay. Of course. Well, they're promoting themselves. It's the CID, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, the CID continued, and in August 1989, that's about the time I had my dream of the white bat, issued a report of investigation designating both Aquinos in the title block of the report and describing the various child abuse and related criminal offenses investigated. The report concluded that the investigation was closed because all further leads involved adults who refused to cooperate, and the applicable 3-year statute of limitations had expired in June 1989. How convenient. That's disgusting.
Thank you.
Because that law no longer holds up. If you have, sexual abuse going back, that no longer applies. And here they are. Well, that was 3 years ago, statute of limitations, and the adults aren't cooperating. Oh, of course not.
Maddening.
So this is some more lameness in the report. Thereafter, on January 31st, 1990, the Aquinos requested that the CID remove their names from the title block of the report. While the CID deleted Mr. Aquino's name entirely on the ground that the identifications, Mrs. Aquino's name. Well, the CID deleted Mrs. Aquino's name entirely on the ground that the identifications of her by the children interviewed were inadequate. It did not delete Lieutenant Colonel Aquino's name. The CID also removed from the report charges arising out of allegations that Aquino made against, CPT? What's that?
Child Protective, I think.
Captain.
Oh, yeah, the captain, the acronym. Adam. Thank you.
Yeah. The CID also removed from the report charges arising out of allegations that Aquino made against Captain Adams Thompson. All the child abuse charges remain because the evidence of alibi offered by Lieutenant Aquino was not persuasive. Now, I have some things to say about this, and that, first off, it's just this outrageousness on the statute of limitations. I already said that. But child abuse charges remain. No, I know what I was going to say, is that my understanding is the Army didn't pursue this, not because of the statute of limitations, but because it was of national security interest to the Army to not investigate.
Thank you. Or rather,
believe not the press.
Yeah. Yeah. In other words, what they presented to the public at the trial at which Aquino himself had to present himself was that because of his national security, his involvement with so many issues of national and international, that cannot be overemphasized, both national and international security, that this could not be pursued. But in terms of all of that, that's kind of like what they presented to the public to shut the investigation down. The reality was they weren't investigating this because they're completely complicit. So take it from there.
Well, yeah. This is a very suspect, although it does not rule in favor of Aquino. It's very suspect in itself.
Yes.
With regards to this, it's like, and so they're saying it's the statute of limitations, which in itself is disgusting and wouldn't hold up by today's new standards. But it really was more about national security Army, if you look at the original report, national security of the Army, covering it up. So it says Aquino filed suit in the district court under the Privacy Act. Well, first off, it says the child abuse charges remain because evidence of alibi offered by Aquino was not persuasive. So what's also interesting is that Douglas offered him an alibi because he was not on the logs to be on the property at the time of the abuse.
Right.
And so here it is. There's another inconsistency in the report, but yet this abuse occurred outside of the base and was in the home of Aquino. So it's so disgusting what the Army has done here. Aquino filed suit in the district court under the Privacy Act to compel the Army to amend the investigatory report about him and for damages resulting from his discharge from the service, which he attributes to the inaccurate records about him. So he was actually discharged over this, correct?
Yes, ultimately. Though my impression was always that he had retired from the Army and laterally transferred into civilian intelligence via the NSA, the National Security Agency, due to his background in that kind of profession. My impression was that he had left the Army as a full colonel Yet I noticed that on his death certificate, he's listed as a lieutenant colonel. So that might have something to do with perhaps he was stripped down by a rank after his, shall we say, his promotion. But that would have been in the military only. He continued to advance in the civilian intelligence, the NSA. But when it came to the point where he was a deputy director, we know that for a fact. Also, the death certificate lists him as still married to Lilith Aquino, whom both Peter Moon and myself were under the impression he had divorced. But it's conceivable, because I did hear this rumor, that they both remarried simply because of they wanted to protect each other legally, and that offered a kind of legal protection together along with something else that they were trying to work out financially. So
plus to maintain the integrity of the estate.
Thank you. That's so. Go on, by all means.
Yes. Now the okay here. Now it basically says he wants to amend the investigatory report about him and also get damages resulting from his discharge from the service. So it's like saying he was discharged from the service, but when you have as much information as he has, he kind of pulled rank and ended up in the NSA. So it was like, he was, they did punish him.
Yeah.
Because, in some respects, a board of review is a board of review.
Yes.
In some respects, although they covered their asses, and it's like, I didn't realize he was discharged.
Right.
But still, this report, this judgment by the judge is, leaves for a lot of desire. And this is coming from the Secretary of the Army.
Yeah. In other words, it's questionable. It leaves a lot of questions. Go on.
Yes. He also sued under the Administrative Procedure Act to review the action of the Secretary of the Army in developing the investigatory report about him and in refusing to amend it. So, he's, he wants the Secretary of the Army's action to be reviewed for not amending it. On cross motions for summary judgment, the district court granted the Army's motion and denied Aquino's, holding that the files sought to be amended by Aquino were exempt from the Privacy Act provisions under which Aquino sued. On its review of the Army's action, under the Administrative Procedure Act, the court concluded that there was sufficient evidence from which the Army decision maker could determine that probable cause existed to believe that Aquino committed the offenses, and that therefore the Army's decisions to create the report and not amend it were not arbitrary or capricious. This appeal followed, but Aquino has now abandoned his claims for damages. So they're basically saying there's probable cause that he's guilty. There's not what you would call in a court of law, what's that doubt? What's that word they use?
Reasonable doubt.
There's reasonable doubt. Actually, there is no reasonable doubt.
Thank you.
but they're saying probable cause, and they're basically saying he's guilty. Yeah. However, they still kind of just yawn and say, yeah, okay, the son of a bitch is guilty. We're not going to give him his cake and eat it too. Right. And yet they're basically saying the SFPD discontinued its investigation, and the Aquinos were fingered. And in the case of Michael, not Lilith, there was grounds that the identification that he was guilty, but there's no punishment because the statute of limitations has run out. That's basically what they're saying.
Right.
And the punishment was he was discharged from the Army. He actually was punished. Yeah. The punishment was not very strong.
No. He may have felt it devastating. I can guarantee you that it was devastating to him, but it's obviously meaningless in practical terms. It's certainly meaningless in terms of any satisfaction or sense of closure for the victims. But go on.
Yeah. The Privacy Act of '74 was enacted to protect the privacy of individuals identified in information systems maintained by federal agencies by giving the individuals information about and access to records about them and permitting them to have a copy made of all or any portion thereof and to correct or amend such records. The Act authorizes civil actions in federal court to compel compliance with the Act, blah, blah, blah. Aquino contends that evidence collected by the Army CID did not justify its creating an investigation report titled under his name, and that those involved with the investigation were motivated to remove him from the Army because he is the founder of the Temple of Set, a Satanist religion. Because, he argues, the Army did not have probable cause to link him with the crimes described in the report should be amended and his name deleted from its caption because the information is not accurate, relevant, timely, or complete, as required by 5 U.S. Service Code. Now, this is basically saying there is probable cause.
Yes.
The Secretary contends that Aquino cannot proceed under the Privacy Act because the records that Aquino seeks to amend are criminal investigation records, which are exempt from the Act. The Privacy Act authorizes agencies to exempt from many of its provisions, including those applicable here, criminal investigative record systems maintained by the agency or a component thereof. The record systems must be made, blah, blah, blah. I see. This just is more. Aquino argues that the exemption may be given only if the Army promulgates rules which would require it to give, on a case-by-case approach, reasons for exempting each document or a set of documents which it chooses to include within the exemption. In short, he argues that documents must be processed individually in a manner specified by rule, such that each time an exemption is invoked, an authorized reason for the exemption must be given. He says, the court says, the critical question then is whether the FBI's investigation information on John Doe lost its exempt status when it was subsequently used in altered form for a non-law enforcement purpose. Now, this is just more gobbledygook.
In other words, they're hiding.
I've read the core of this, and Aquino lost. And I mean, it goes on. It says here, in its initial decision to include Aquino in the title block of the report of investigation, the CID relied principally upon the testimony of Captain Adams' daughter that Mikey had sexually molested her. On her identifications of Aquino as Mikey and of the Aquino's apartment building as the location of the alleged crime, and on other evidence from Aquino's apartment partially matching the child's descriptions of the locale of the crime. The Army denied Aquino's request to amend the report on the basis that Aquino's evidence of alibi, the testimony of the men working in the Aquino's apartment at the time of the alleged offenses, was not persuasive. The Army's consideration in both decisions clearly were relevant and their factual basis not so wholly unreliable as to render either decision arbitrary or capricious. Now, here it is. This young girl described his apartment, described him and his wife, yet, and the Army's saying, you're guilty, but they don't do anything.
That's right.
Aquino contends that both decisions to title report in his name and not to amend were tainted by consideration of the irrelevant factor of his Satanist religious beliefs. He points to a letter dated October 26, 1988 from an aide to U.S. Senator Jesse Helms to the Secretary of the Army, expressing distress that Satanists, and Aquino in particular, were members of the Army Reserves. In a follow-up letter dated January 9, 1989, Senator Helms himself argued strongly for removing Aquino from the Army. I didn't know this. Aquino also notes that on November 29, 1988, certain high-level officers within the Army met to discuss his case in response to letters from the senator's aide and others. And finally, the record contains an unattributed document suggesting that the Continuation Board deciding whether Aquino could continue serving in the Army Reserves learned that his records had been flagged. Well, it seems that Senator Helms was from the South, was he not?
Yes, Jesse Helms.
Yeah, so here's, I assume he's a Southern Baptist or an evangelist. I don't know that, meaning most people in the South of that ilk are.
Right.
And he would have been outraged. And here he's having to answer to the Senate. And the Senate is saying, so the Army's basically capitulating to the Senate.
Yes.
Here.
Thank you.
And Aquino is the sacrificial goat.
Only to degree, but yes.
But it's just instead of a hand slap, it's a rump slap, slapping him in the rump. Oh, you bad little Aquino, bad little Mikey.
Right.
And Mikey, goes on to be so damn influential. Yeah. It says, evidence supports the finding that some pressure was put on the top of the army to remove Aquino. It does not, however, require the interference that this pressure was communicated down the ranks to the CID, which conducted the investigation and created the report of investigation, or was otherwise a factor in the investigation. Indeed, the record contains strong evidence to the contrary. The report presented at the high-level meeting on November 29th, to which Aquino alluded, recommended do not issue top-down guidance to Aquino's commander, the Continuation Board, allow CID to continue its inquiry, allow the local command to determine whether charges should be preferred, and an Article 32 investigation conducted. More significantly, the region judge advocate at the Presidio developed a plan for continuing the investigation of the Aquinos prior to October 17, 1988, when the letter from Senator Helms' aide was written. Moreover, and this was at the height of the satanic panic right here. Moreover, the CID reached its decision to initiate this report of investigation on November 21st, 1988, before the meeting at which the high-level officers of the Army decided how to respond to the pressure from Senator Helms' aide. The evidence of political pressure advanced by Aquino does not support his conclusion that it precipitated the investigation about him. We cannot conclude from the record before us that the Army's decision to title an investigative report with Aquino's name, or a subsequent decision not to remove his name from the title block of the report, were the result of other than relevant considerations. Since it is not the role of the courts to second-guess an agency's decision, absent a clear error of judgment not present in this case, we conclude that the district court acted properly. The decision of the district court granting the secretary's motion for summary judgment and denying Aquino's is accordingly affirmed. It says a footnote, in 1990, a continuation board of the Army Reserve recommended discontinuing Aquino's service in the reserve, and he was processed out of the Army. That's 1990.
Right.
2.
Yeah.
On appeal, Aquino seeks to supplement the record with further evidence that he argues demonstrates anti-Satanist bias on the part of an Army officer involved in the investigation of the case. Because we review appeals from summary judgment only upon the record available to the court, we deny his request to supplement the record and refuse to consider the offered additional materials. That's it. And here it is. In the legacy of his death certificate, we're getting this summary judgment in favor of the Secretary of the Army against Michael Aquino, basically saying in no short words, there's probable cause that he's guilty of these things. And then lamely, if Aquino were alive, this could be taken, you can go back for this sexual molestation. This was not a woman. This was a young girl. Mm-hmm. And, of course, Aquino's dead. So here it is. What's worse, Michael Aquino or the Army not acting on this? It's not the circuit court's job to launch an investigation. Mm-hmm. It's not even their job to admonish the Secretary of the Army for not launching an investigation. That's not what the court does. It should have made a comment about it.
True. Yes.
But it wasn't its job to. I mean, morally and spiritually it is. But, so here it is. The Secretary of the Army is enabling this stuff. And it's because Aquino had his finger in so many pies. It's like you're throwing out, you throw out the bathwater, it's going to kill the baby.
Yes.
And I mean, there you have it. So what we're dealing with now, we're talking about all of the, stupid, petty politics around, the Will Wakely incident.
Yes.
This is petty stuff.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about the craziness going on with China and Taiwan. But here we're talking about the U.S. Army is exactly what Douglas says it is. If you remember the scene from the movie in the documentary Woodstock, is the Army's coming to save the hippies because it's a natural disaster zone. And I can guarantee you every person out there who was a hippie or a wannabe hippie or whatever they were, they considered the U.S. Army as enemies. And it was espoused in that song by Country Joe McDonald. 1, 2, 3, what are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. Next stop is Vietnam. That was an anti-war song. The Army, what was that line? Come on, generals, don't be late. Your big chance is here at last. Come out and get those Reds, because the only good commie is one that's dead.
Right.
And it's like the Army was considered bad news. And so you've got the guys on the loudspeakers going, these guys they're here, they're help us. They're here to help it. They're bringing food. They had to say, don't go at the Army. They're our friends. They're here to help us in a natural disaster zone. But that's who the Army was. And this is 1960s. Don't assume it got any better in the 70s and the 80s. I mean, they were using Aquino, with his Satanism was pulling the strings against the Viet Cong.
Yeah.
So he was considered a great ally to the U.S. Army.
Yes.
And then, his own personal, like whatever he was doing ritualistically, he was probably even overstepping his own bounds, taking him to his home.
Yes.
Here he was, he crossed the line. I mean, he was crossing the line all the time, but he crossed it extra hard here. Yeah. And he had created a public relations fiasco. Yes. But look at how cleverly he maneuvered around it. Even though he was discharged, he got billing on Geraldo. He got billing on Oprah. And then he created the whole myth of the satanic panic. He had such influence in the media.
Yes.
That he came out although his name was sullied, it didn't matter. He became deputy director of the National Security Agency, and he wielded so much power that it was, and people sit there and they'll say Douglas is this or Douglas is that, and it's like Douglas exposed this.
Thank you.
What more do the naysayers want? What more do the naysayers want? Of course, in the case of Jameson, he wanted the power of Aquino. He wanted the Vox Arca.
Yes.
So, and you see, obviously, we're dealing with this Vox Arca, which is this powerful instrument of magic, and this is where Aquino's real power was. What happened is Aquino's like it's hard to imagine him as a gang leader because he's not, but he's more powerful than a gang leader because he had much more, his tentacles went into technology and into places where gang leaders don't even know about, but it's like his influence was through occult magic. And so it's like he's like the gang leader on the playground that gets taken to the principal. And then he goes to principal, and the gang leader looks at the principal and he says, yeah, some of the things you say, Mr. Principal, You're right. That, isn't your daughter in junior high school, by the way? I mean, it's like, okay, the principal says, well, yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. She is. You, you know, I'll let you off if you be nice to her, if you leave her alone. It's kind of like that's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
And as I'm saying, it's like I'm like making an appeal here to people that aren't even listening to me, and perhaps they are listening to me in another world. It's like, what do you want? You have here the indictment against the U.S. Army for doing what they do because this is what they do, and the U.S. Army is the same U.S. Army that's quote unquote protecting us.
Yes.
It's protecting us from,
all those UAPs, those WAPs that happen to rhyme with JAPs, these unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Well, yeah, and right now, the real situation right now that's brewing is with Taiwan and China, and of course the economy here as well. Yes. So these are happening, but I just and it's like I'm used to getting ignored or disrespect through being ignored. This does not bother me personally at all. If it did, I would have been out of business a long time ago. It's just I don't have a big ego when it comes to this stuff. I'm used to people heralding, not just lesser thans, but severe lesser thans. And so extreme lesser thans. So that's what I have to say about that. Why don't you take it from here, and I'll take a short break, and I'll be right back.
Sure.
And I will come back with something else.
Sure. Just let me know when you're back. Until then, I'll keep everyone occupied with.
I need a restroom break, and I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Okay. And so I want everyone to understand that when Peter retreats into the gentle night, I'm going to bring on, of course, other people to kind of join me in a keeping the bandwidth burning until I'm ready to go into the, shall we say, the monologue wholeheartedly. Because when I dive into monologue tonight, I'm not re-emerging. It's going to be monologue straight. It's going to be monologue with a vengeance. It has to be. I'm not happy with having to deal with this, but I am obligated, as you might imagine. And this has to do with, of course, the transgender identity of the mass shooter in particular is what many people are going to want me to address. Indeed, many people have demanded I address. And many of these are hostile demands. But this is the enemy taking advantage of a tragedy to turn it into a propaganda campaign to their advantage. One of the things that I do want to say, of course, is that I will also address, to a degree, the migrant crisis that I feel needs some qualification. Obviously, Peter Moon brought it up, and it's an issue many people are concerned with. So I'll do my best to put that into some perspective. And I definitely want people to understand that the reason that it's concerning so many people is because obviously the demographics of our world are changing radically. And the demographics of our world are changing in a manner that is going to impact us in our lifetimes with the re-rendition of our culture into a new cultural matrix that most people who are just used to the old world will not understand. It's a transplantation of cultures that are not based on the river cultures of the Rhine or the Volga or the Thames or the various other rivers on which the civilization of the West was built, but the rivers instead of the Amazon and the Congo and the Mekong and the Indus and the Ganges. This will be a truly alien world. And what is it Peter Moon and I have been talking about? Just how alien the Asians were to the West in World War II. Alien to the point where their technology was easy to pass off to a gullible public as from another planet. And they simply transitioned us from a concept of killing off one population on Earth and replaced it with populations from other worlds that were beyond our power to contend with. And that was how the public rationalized it, their defeat in World War II. It takes two to tangle. Somebody can't just tell you a lie and have you believe it. You have to be willing to believe. I think Peter may have returned. Is that the case?
I have returned. I have returned. And the one thing I wanted to say about all of this transgender stuff,
Yeah.
it's people get so frustrated in their own transgender situation, that they take guns and stuff, and but the real tragedy of the transgender person who is imbalanced, the bisexual or sexually challenged person who suffers from an imbalance in one way or another. So much of this was talked about not so much in the sense of gender, but in the sense of balance. Adam Meisner I saw he's a Tai Chi teacher, was talking about the yin yang symbol and the S it forms there. The S where you have one side is white, one side is black. And it's like you want to reside in that balance of the S. That's the balance, harmony, equilibrium. This is what you want. So what you have is Tai Chi, Qigong, it's an answer for everything because you're looking for that balance and that harmony. What you have with shootings, with emotionally despair with people over their gender, they have imbalance. And you want to be in the middle of that S. If that means you're non-binary or asexual or neutral, so be it. We're not really trying to make labels. We're trying to find balance and harmony. Balance and harmony. And if people can look at it from that, there's no business. All of this politicization of all of these gender issues are showing extreme imbalance. Not so much in the people that suffer from the transgender, but in the people who communicate it and in the way they communicate it. Like if you have somebody doing a transgender demonstration, the media is going to cover it with all possible angles of exploitation.
Thank you.
And then, of course, you have to wonder if these shootings are being, created.
Thank you. Orchestrated, that this might have been a product of MK Ultra. I won't dive too deep into that, but the possibility is obvious. Go on.
It's obvious to everybody because, the programming, people with gender issues, it's tough enough. The environment can give you gender issues because of the toxicity and hormones and the milk and all that stuff. These can give you gender issues. But if you have gender issues and then it gets reinforced or programmed, it's like, wow, it really becomes tough. And so I wanted to comment on that.
Thank you.
What I wanted to read from get it. Just a second. I'm going to find something here.
Yes, while Peter looks for that, just want to remind everyone that I think that with your help, and I want to thank certain individuals who have helped. Clarice Claudette with her with her care package, Dennis Marshall in the past with his care packages, and both these individuals have helped with money. T. Tank Berry, all of you, certainly T. Tank Berry and Dennis Marshall, you're welcome to help again financially as we close in on the first of the month, because definitely I just went up to the corner store while Michelle held the stage and got myself not just beer but also water, and that altogether was $33, and every penny counts towards the end of the month where we're saving up towards the paying the rent. So again, appealing to everyone, like Peter Moon says, just give what you can. Whatever you can give will help, and hopefully enough of an aggregate will clip together to get me past the finish line. With that, we return to Peter.
Yeah. As they say, everybody send in $1, $2, or $3, please. Just send it in. It's very easy. All right, where was I here? Black Moon, I mentioned, and I wanted to do this in the last transmission, but I didn't get a chance.
Right.
Black Moon Lilith.
Yes.
Black Moon Lilith. Okay, I'm going to explain what Black Moon Lilith is here in a second. I just lost my explanation.
No. Yeah.
Let's see if I can get it back here. No.
And of
Black
course,
Moon Lilith. Okay, Black Moon Lilith is an astrological designation. Okay, and I'm going to read what it is. Black Moon Lilith is a mathematical point named after a female demonic figure. In the horoscope, Lilith in houses reveals in which life area you have shadow work to do. She often marks painful, even traumatic experiences. Associated with the moon, Lilith expresses herself on a subconscious level. Her chaotic and rebellious energy can cause trouble. But in the natal chart, Lilith also holds the key to finding your power. Now, Black Moon Lilith is not a heavenly body. It's a spot in space which represents the apogee of the moon, the furthest part of where it is. You know, when it's opposite, you know, the furthest place it will go. That place is always referenced. Let me see if let's see here. Black Moon Lilith is located at the point that mirrors Earth's location in the oval on the side of the lunar apogee. In other words, shorter words, it's basically the real life. Shoot, I can't access that.
no worries.
Go through a paywall.
Yeah, the paywalls are maddening, and as Peter Moon said, they prevent a lot of people from conducting their own searches that are of any value. Information, you really have to pay for it. It's no longer free. It's a hard world in which we have to pay for knowledge. Yes.
Well, that's the way it used to be. Sort of, you had to go to college. Now it's like over $80,000 to go to an Ivy League college per year.
Yes.
Per year. But it's that spot in space that where the moon isn't, but
right.
when the moon's furthest away, and so Lilith. Okay, so Lilith is right on my midheaven, which means my career, the beginning of my 10th house. When placed in the 10th, and this is for my solar return, like my birthday this year, Lilith is in the 10th house. Normally it's in my 12th house. When placed in the 10th house, Lilith manifests in a way that is visible to the world. You have a raw, seductive energy that rarely goes unnoticed. Your presence is very much infused with the qualities of Lilith. You have a reputation of being independent, mysterious, seductive, rebellious, self-willed, especially if it is placed close to the midheaven. At the same time, Lilith in the 10th house can be quite a challenging placement. Here, its rebellious nature affects your career and public reputation. Lilith in the 10th house also indicates problems related to one of your parents, usually the father. Black Moon Lilith reveals where you have issues suppressed into the unconscious that prevent you from living your best life. The placement indicates, well, this is going off onto other stuff. Okay, Lilith in the 10th house indicates accumulated negative karma in the matter of destiny. Now, people with such Lilith misinterpret their abilities and ambitions, directing them in the wrong direction, focusing on gaining easy popularity, not disdaining black PR and lies for the sake of fame. Megalomania or overstated conceit are the main character traits. Now, when we say 10th house, I don't plan on having megalomania or overstated conceit. The only overstated conceit I could have is that I believe in what I'm doing with Douglas.
Thank you.
The 10th house indicates accumulated negative karma in the matter of destiny. Well, yes, this is all about accumulated negative karma. It's not just in my destiny, it's in the destiny of everything Douglas talks about. And I'm not focusing on gaining easy popularity. This is tough popularity. It's tough, 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 tough. Now here's interesting. And this is reading for the birth chart. This is just a passing thing for me for this year. The owners of Black Moon in the 10th house believe that a prestigious position and a high salary should be brought to them on a silver platter simply for the fact of existence. I've never thought that. But however, karmic restrictions work clearly and inexorably. For any excess of authority and misappropriation of others' people's achievements and merit, fame obtained by deception, using low instincts and manipulation of public opinion, these natives will be attracted by Lilith's rage. In order to avoid falling from the top, they need to know the subtleties of interaction with the Black Moon. This is what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the other people's achievements by low instincts and manipulation of public opinion. This is what my combative is. Black Moon Lilith, in this sense, for me in my career, is I'm dealing with all of these buffoons,
yes,
who hog the stage and don't recognize what I'm doing here. So, this is, let me see here, because it's in Gemini. Do they have Gemini here? Mm-hmm. Gemini. Mm-hmm. It is difficult to determine the choice of profession. There are too many interests. The gossip of envious people and intrigues, which are aggravated if the natives themselves do not mind spreading rumors about enemies, interfere with their career. So this is like people who are envious are going to do their whispering campaigns. There is a high probability of a damaged reputation, which will have to be whitewashed and recaptured. A father and marriage partner can hurt the business with careless advice. It is necessary to be friends with the boss, not to combine several positions or jobs, not to talk about their goals publicly. So, you know, this is the big challenge of the transit may coincide with periods. Okay, this is good. Transiting the 10th house may coincide with periods in which you rebel against your career reputation. Perhaps you tire of playing by the rule book and take professional or creative risks that raise eyebrows. You may clash directly with a boss or authority figure by refusing to relinquish control or taking the law into your own hands. Your palpable power may disrupt working equilibriums, or your raw sexuality may complicate your career. Even on your best behavior, you may feel like a walking target every time you step into the public eye. I went through this period when Saturn was in my 10th house. that was like 23 years ago. The key to using this transit effectively is to learn to channel your unconventional tendencies towards success. Make sure you're disrupting a paradigm, not simply being disruptive. That's what Jameson was doing, just being disruptive.
Thank you.
Learn to put your best face forward, or at least move forward like there's no such thing as bad publicity. Black Moon Lilith represents a dark embodiment of divine feminine power. Fierce, raw, and primal, it's the side of ourselves that refuses to be tamed, fights for its rights, and owns its desires. Some may deny or repress these urges, associating them with shame, stigma, and disgrace. Others may overindulge or misuse these appetites through selfishness, destructiveness, or abuse. Meanwhile, others still may veer between these extremes, bottling up and exploding in a cycle of violence and guilt. And well, this is what happened with Jameson.
Yes.
They exploded in a cycle of violence and guilt. So did Salmon.
Yes.
Because it was all over their misuse of appetites.
Yes.
That disgraced them because, they weren't out there championing. They should have been out in gay pride parade.
It's true. It would have been healthier. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. As with all shadow selves, we must integrate the energies of Black Moon Lilith and learn to express these parts of our personalities freely, mindfully, and purposely. Some may deny or repress these urges, associating them with shame, stigma, and disgrace. Others may overindulge or misuse these appetites. Meanwhile, others still may. It reaches Sam repeats the thing. So basically, this is what I'm dealing with, and it's exactly what I'm dealing with, and I guess I'm suited for it because. What am I supposed to do? Turn myself into one of these characters on Ancient Aliens and start towing the company line? I couldn't do it. I could not do it. It's like, it's not who I am. And if you put a camera in front of anybody, and if they have any sort of acumen for talking into it and getting attention, they'll just keep, chomping at the mouth. And if people like them, then they're a star. Then they're a commodity, and they can be churned to make money. And more importantly, disinform the public. So this is what, and as I say, my reputation is actually defined by embracing Douglas.
Thank you. And
his reputation is not eagerly accepted by people, ranging from Rat Girl to, yes. To Michael Aquino, to any of the stuff he talks about. It's just so completely off the beaten track of what people are, acclimated to, what they accept, to say nothing of his international orientation, which is kind of intimidating. Because one of the unfortunate things of what internationalism has turned into is it is this bad. It's like you can go over to Bucharest and see Staples and Home Depot.
Yeah.
So, what's the difference? Yeah, well, there is a difference. But we're moving in the direction of, you go, and this was always the case in Europe, from post-World War II, and probably even before that. You go to a cinema and you see American movies with subtitles in the country you're in.
Yeah.
It's like international, but right now it's, you're dealing with so much mundanity in internationalism. What I'm saying is, just because a person's from France or Germany doesn't mean they have anything new to bring to the table, because the cultures are similar enough. But when we get into, and I suppose you're going to find a lot of this with the Japanese too. A lot of their culture is mundane culture, as opposed to the real occult stuff that Douglas talks about.
Thank you.
So it's like, then it becomes like, wow. And people are out of their pay grade. All researchers are out of their pay grade with Douglas Dietrich because of his experience as a librarian. And this is beyond the experience of a local librarian. A good local librarian who is conscientious would have appreciation for what Douglas does.
Thank you.
If they don't have any psychological ridges. But then there's the occult aspect of what he deals with, to say nothing of the art elect. It's too much for people to, and I say, those of you who are listening have some appreciation, and I thank you for that. I thank you for that. But we're in a narrow auditorium here that not too many people can come into, because it's this takes me back to the days of psychotronics, when we're lucky if there were a dozen in there, and Preston's talking of this wild and woolly stuff, and you can feel you can like feel the ether of what he's saying. You can feel the thickness. You talk about conspiracy, you talk about weird information, and you start thinking of the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights and the rights to assemble. And you think, God, we shouldn't even be assembling and hearing this stuff. This stuff is treasonous. Wasn't treasonous. Well, it was treasonous to the degree of the status quo. It's like you felt the fire of liberty when we were in those meetings. I felt that, because you knew nobody else was hearing what we were hearing. Nobody else. And it was like magic. This is, before it even went into book form. And there was so much supplementary information and just the whole experience. And now here it is, 30 plus years later. And this is a similar situation, because what you're hearing here is on the cutting edge. But instead of a, mad scientist monitoring the signal waves of the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, what's that place? Federal FCC. The
Oh,
FCC,
right, FCC. Yes,
Federal
thank you.
Communications Commission. I mean, Preston was right on top of all that stuff. He was, the Meister of communications.
Wow.
Now we're dealing with a different paradigm here. We're dealing with artificial intelligence. We're dealing with the art elect. We are dealing with elements that are connected to world events that could change the way you live tomorrow, next week. We're also dealing with a hope factor that the art elect is a million miles ahead of where your enemies are. And when I say your enemies, I'm not referring to the government. I mean, the knee-jerk reaction would be the U.S. is fighting the enemies that we know of. It's China and Russia. But it's much more complicated than that. It's basically the enemies of mankind.
Thank you.
That lurk in all of these countries, all countries. So it's like, wow. And why are we here in this context right now? Because when I put my finger on Montauk, and the only reason I put my finger on Montauk was because I met Preston Nichols. And he had an incredible story, and I realized the value and the importance of it. And I consolidated that and communicated it to the world. And that book, this is the power of writing. That book made it all the way over to Romania. And when it did, it not only created a publishing company for Serene Hormuz, it attracted immediately Radu Sinamar. And these books were able to be published. That book also attracted Dr. David Anderson, and who has been a very interesting character, to say the least. And all of these events in my adventures to Romania were foreseen, prognosticated in my dream of the white bat. So this is, and it's only occurred to me in the last several months, is that the vampire threat in that dream is taking on more context vis-a-vis the history or the genetic identification of Douglas and his mother with the vampire subspecies.
Thank you.
Which is part of the book Vampirology, which you're encouraged to read. So, but to get back to, it's like all of the work I did with Montauk led me to the Presidio, as is been stated in my fiction book, Spandau Mystery. And Spandau Mystery was an effort to tie loose ends together and to use fiction as a vehicle to understand what I could not find out through conventional research. And that had to do with the German UFOs. And as I say, if I had my ways, I could write 10 sequels to that book. But the first sequel had the two main characters that ended up as the two main characters going to San Francisco for a vacation from Montauk. They cleaned up the Montauk project to the best of their ability. They were going to drive to San Francisco, the opposite end of the coast, just to get away. And they were going to basically run into this was 1989, 1980. They were going to run into the scandals at the Presidio. That's where my fiction was taking me. And my fiction has taken me to the real thing, which is Douglas Dietrich. And so this is where we are, but we're now unloading a whole bunch of new information. In the case of Radu Sinamar, I've asked him to verify these pictures that were sent to me. There's no indication that he's going to verify them at all as of yet. His last book is 2 years overdue. There's no indication that it will be here soon. There was an indication last summer that the publisher was hoping he'd have it by September. And if he had it by September, he could probably get it to me by November. By the time he put it together into a book. But what's the problem? It's a year overdue. In last summer, okay, he hoped to have it in September. Here it is, we're already into almost April. There's no book. And why isn't there a book? It's perhaps because he said it's a very challenging book, a very difficult book. And I would say it's a difficult book because if he's going to make a meaningful difference in his writing, he has to take on much more than perhaps he initially would have expected, because the problem has become so challenging. They say, as above, so below. They say, one of my friends said in psychotronics, back in those days, we were having the Iraqi war, the first Gulf War.
Right.
Douglas, were you there at the time they started exploding bombs over Baghdad?
Oh, not in theater. No, I was back here in the States. But go on.
This was my favorite moment. I'm watching. They're showing Baghdad. They've got Dan Rather or Tom. I think it was Dan Rather, and they got the Baghdad is in the background. And there's like these lights going off, like lightning going off. And I say, that son of a bitch, he's so stupid. I said, he doesn't. These are bombs going off. And it's like, and we have reports that they're going to bombs, that we think bombs are going off. And it took them, I mean, I'm sitting there watching the bombs go off and they can't even connect the dots. You know? Pretty soon you start waiting for the desk to be shaken. You know, oh, yeah, we're waiting for verification that there's a bomb. It was just they're so stupid. They're so inept, unless they're just being told what to say. But it was yes, the bombs. And look, I'm not expert in military surveillance, so or in bombing. But it was obvious to me that these were, I mean, they weren't explosions in the conventional sense where you're seeing all these smoke going up, but you could see all this, what the hell's lighting up the sky? You know, it's, so that was my, you know, favorite moment from watching the, you know, at the beginning of that. But I remember it, as I was attending psychotronics, we were watching these, you know, Preston was trying to calm people down about the war, you know, and just so they wouldn't feel too, you know, too bad.
Interesting.
I didn't feel weird because, I mean, look at it. It wasn't bombing my house.
Right.
It wasn't bombing my neighborhood. It wasn't bombing Long Island.
Right.
But of course, you know, some people get very upset by what was going on. And of course, it's easy not to be upset when your house is not being bombed. It's devastating when it is.
Yeah.
So this is, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, now that I think about it, to tell you the truth, at that time that those bombs started, I was actually on a ship because of course the Marines serve as security on ships. That was the time that I was still on that ship with nuclear weapons, the nuclear armed missile cruiser. And that of course is a story unto itself. I've shared a bit with the listeners in the past. I mean, I wasn't on for a very long time. And then of course when the war started, most Marines were redeployed on land. And that was when we all started preparing for Operation Desert Storm via the Operation Desert Shield. So at the time, I had to be in Saudi Arabia at the time. I mean, it was long enough ago, and I've done enough where I just don't think of these things automatically when we bring up these topics, because I've done so much to try and divorce myself from that experience and try to see it essentially as a kind of strategic situation in which I try to analyze it geopolitically. So I try to divorce myself from it personally, and it's like my personal memories are compartmentalized into this like completely different world of experience. And but yeah, I was in the House of Saud at the time that they started bombing Baghdad. And that was as Peter Moon says, he was back in the States and he was with Preston Nichols essentially kind of calming people down and making them feel better about, because this was actually something new to the American experience. The Americans were just kind of in this state of, no, I don't think any Americans really expected war with Saddam Hussein, or they were building up towards it in the media, of course, trying to make him out to be another Hitler, trying to propagandize against him in the steady the agitation propaganda before the senior Bush went all in to betray him. It was one of those situations where they did everything that they should never have done. All of their hostility should have instead been towards Iran, as opposed to Iraq, which had been defending the world against Iran. But it goes to show you how anti-life the people who run the West are. And I say the West because we were just discussing the other day with our dear friend George Knight, who might be able to join us again tonight. We don't know. But I was asking him where all the oil money went for England when, of course, Norway has the oil fields lying side by side next to England in the Atlantic seabed. And they have an enormous oil fund based on all the money they were making off their oil. And they're one of the richest nations on earth. Yet the English have nothing, having access to the same amount. It's absolutely mind-boggling, and this is why, because they're run by the Edomites and the Herodians, who have taken that wealth, and instead of distributing to the public, they've expended it all. They've just wasted it all, being agents of chaos. And you had that similarly here in America. Everything has been done in terms of the opposite of what should have been done for the benefit of humanity, their own citizenry. And you're left just constantly, well, your average man is left wondering where everything went wrong. And while I do my best with Peter Moon to explain it, make it accessible to the body politic, it's a, we struggle with each show to do that for you. And so thank you, Peter, for even reminding me. Not that I necessarily want to be reminded, but for the sake of communication, it's important that Peter reminded me of those days because, oh my God, it's like literally I meet people when I was seated on a plane one time, fairly, well, not that recently, but, a few years back, I was seated next to a young lady who wasn't even born at the time that I was serving in the Gulf. It's very disconcerting. And she was a young American who happened to have relations, family in Romania. And so I had asked her, I can't remember her name to save my soul. She was young and blonde, and of course I was trying to get into her. But she was like, I had asked her what it was like to go back to Romania, and she had told me about how she couldn't believe how some places there was a lot of garbage on public display. And and I told her, honey, you can find places like that all over the United States. I don't understand why you're put off by seeing that in Romania. Yeah, it was just another one of those synchronicities, and there's so many of them in all our lives. But with Peter Moon and myself, they're particularly strong. So back to Peter.
Well, what I was going to say, back to those days in the first Persian Gulf War, one of my friends was saying that, the hell going on right there in between Iraq and America was in sympathy with what this war in the heavens.
Yes.
There's a war going on in the heavens, and the forces of dark and light. I remember Billy Graham was visiting George Bush, the original George Bush, and as far as I know, he was, trying to talk him out of war. And this was viewed as a horrible, horrible thing. I wouldn't put anything past Billy Graham, because I really don't know, but I kind of got the impression he was saying, don't do this, George. It's, and because it's just unleashing, hell on earth. And for a certain amount of people, it didn't particularly unleash hell, for the average American citizen. And not too much, because there wasn't so many limbs lost in the first war, was there? That was in the second one, right?
It was definitely in the second one. You're absolutely right. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah, because then all of a sudden, I'm playing football and you see all these people with, missing limbs and they have the extensions running through the park. They've got these one fake leg or two fake legs. They're not even fake. They're these, like, what do you call them? Prosthetics.
Yes.
So they could run. They were advanced prosthetics. But, it wasn't, people, all sorts of people running through the park that had suffered from the war.
Wow.
That was with the Second War.
This is the human flotsam and jetsam, the detritus of war, the kind of collateral damage, even when they're on the front lines. It's kind of like collateral in the sense that they're ejected waste. The offal of war. They come home and they're basically trying to adapt to the change in their mortal coil that they need to adapt to. Of course, just so people understand, with the first Gulf War, it wasn't that people were suffering from direct combat. They were suffering from depleted uranium, that they all came home and began to suffer the rest of their lives, however long their lives lasted. And many of them died at home, within months or years, and they died miserable deaths with their health degenerating horribly for the majority of veterans of Gulf War I. Far more so than with Gulf War II in that regard. But with Gulf War II, you had genuine injuries, traumatic brain injuries, the lost limbs, and the real horror stories that are more visceral in nature, as opposed to the slow death, which is far worse as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, so Peter Moon has seen some of these people trying to readapt to, no doubt, some of them trying to play games again, football and the like. Is that so?
They weren't playing football. You just see them running through the park, just running and
I see. Okay.
they were doing physical exercise, but I never saw anybody trying to play football with that.
Okay.
It's a bit more challenging.
Certainly one of your football mates is a Marine Corps veteran, however.
We got many Marine guys out there. They're actively in the Marines.
Okay.
I play with guys who are active Marines that are, they're trained to, they're trained to do damage. And they're actually, in some ways, I'd just say, more pleasant to work with because, they're very organized and they can be very, okay, do this, do that, do this, do this. They have a sense of organization, which a regular person might not have. And, it has its positives. But they've told me, about, I guess, I get a little bit of, Marine knowledge. We don't talk about it too much. Basically, they're to play football. Yeah. But they're definitely a different breed of person, and I don't mean that in a negative way. Normally wouldn't be exposed to Marines. It's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah. So let me put it this way. If I was in a perilous situation, I'd rather be around them than other people.
Understood. Sometimes, yeah, I could, yeah.
Also, one problem is that goes with, people that are patriotic, mm-hmm. and they grow up to be, because they're all fed stuff.
Yes.
And they don't know, so people can get very. It's very easy to, love your country and all this sort of thing if you don't see what's the underlying motive of, love this country. I was very moved on my first trip to Romania. The taxi driver who drove us from the town of Sinaia down to Atlanticon, we just started talking to him, and he said that he was in the United States for a while, but he came back to Romania because he says this is his country, this is his home. He loves it. He wants to, contribute. He felt was in his heart. Now, Romania has suffered quite a brain drain over the years. Their best scientists go into different countries, and one of the professors there explained to me that he's got students all over the world. They, tell him and, teach him all sorts of things. His students are, top people in tech companies. So Romania also had a lot of, I guess, what you call influence.
Right.
From its his network of students,
Yeah,
which is
virtual
always
influence.
yeah, because these people are you know often off the charts smart from what you're used to dealing with in the United States. Just off the charts smart. You don't necessarily, not that there's not smart people in America.
Well,
But
yeah, you hate to say it, but you're kind of hard pressed to find them. But go on.
yeah, yeah, you can be. And then their knowledge is often more pristine because it hasn't been. But I mean, there's a lot of corruption there too. So,
yeah.
You know, any way you look at it. But so that's a pretty good overview for tonight. I mean, this is the legacy of Michael Aquino we've been talking about, and we spent a lot of time talking about it with good cause. I would encourage everybody to donate to Douglas again, even if it's $1, $2, or $3, just to get a trickle in there to, as to say, get the flow going and make it work.
Yeah.
Is there anything in the chat room to address before I go?
Yes, let's take a look in the chat room. There's plenty that's fascinating. I do want to bring to your attention before you go. First off, Lori Sugai, wonderful lady. Mwah! Kisses to her. She says, "Vampire kisses to you, dear. Please do an interview with Sean Bond. I purchased the Roswell Deception. I'll try and do another one with Sean Bond. I know he's been asking for that." And Nancy Toulouse says, "Yikes." She was certainly surprised by what we were describing. She says, "I pray for both of you," meaning yourself and myself, Peter, "to stay strong and keep going. It's good and important work." She says, "Thankfully, evil has been within it the seeds of its own destruction." She says, "Thank you, Mr. Dietrich, for helping those children. God bless you, Nancy Toulouse. Love you dearly." She says it's not obvious to her much of what's been happening. She says, "Thank you for enlightening me." She says, "I understand the rent thing. That's why I moved to Mexico with my disability check. Here I can live better for the same amount of money." And then Vampire Skunk joins in the chat room to say, "Greetings from Largs on the Clyde coast of Scotland." So Nancy was saying Mr. Dietrich's chosen the lone wolf path, the more noble path. Me too. Stay strong, my friend, and Mr. Moon as well. And Vampire Skunk said, "I didn't realize this was live." While Nancy's saying hello from Mexico, Vampire Skunk is saying so from Scotland. He was mentioning the fact that he spent 14 years in Thailand. Last year, Thailand was cold, wouldn't stop raining. Rice crops were wiped out. So what he has to say is that we're telling the plain truth, and it can be a bit overwhelming. Of course, Nancy says that's why I like DDD and Peter Moon. Then Vampire Skunk says, "I like DDD and Moon, but I have certain reservations." I noticed that a lot from a lot of people say that to Peter about myself. Like, "I don't know about this Douglas Dietrich guy." Normally, of course, these are trolls.
It's okay to have reservations if you're not familiar with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's only logical.
Yeah. Or it can be. It's one of those things where, yeah, of course, one needs to listen in, try to understand what's being said. If you're just new to the subject, yes, of course, a lot of this can be something that you would hold reservations about. When someone, however, enters what they did as a comment under one of Peter Moon's posts, I don't remember the guy's name, but he can easily be found because Peter Moon responded to him and gave him a photograph, showed him a photograph of Rat Girl, said, "You can't make this stuff up." The guy never responded to Peter, of course, but this individual was simply there to attack. He's attacking with what's called our man Michael Aquino would call an angled attack, meaning he's just he's there only for the reason to cast out. Basically, there's no logic to what he's saying. He's simply saying, "I don't know about this Douglas Dietrich guy," and he's there to cast out in anyone who reads his words. They're not meant to do anything else. It's not a constructive comment at all. It's simply there to cast out. This is what Aquino would send agents out to do everywhere. It's just to make comments like that. As a matter of fact, that individual is, you can bet your life on it, that man's a cultist. And Aquino, definitely a member of the Temple of Set or an Edomite, because there's no one else who would simply say that with no follow-up. It's not like, oh, I don't know about what Douglas says about this or some other subject. No, it's a generic understatement of subversion is all that is. So no one does that other than a trained provocateur. Vampire Skunk says, I'm familiar with his stuff, not a troll, which is appreciated, of course. I mean, he is, after all, in the... he says, I have different reservations. Okay, there we are. Of course, he's up in that territory where Aquino himself was staying for a while before he decided to come back to San Francisco, in the center of the vortex, where his matrix was most powerful. And that's what Vampire Skunk says. Aquino scares me. And well, he should. And well, he still should, in a sense. Not in an unhealthy sense, where people submit to their fear, but definitely Peter Moon and I are trying to educate people of being cautious of many others who may be inhabited by him without, and we mean that in a very literal sense. So that being said, Peter, love you dearly, and you have a blessed night. We'll obviously be speaking again on Sunday, and you'll be kept up to date. I do want you to know the irony in that today is Vietnam Veterans. It's the National Vietnam War Veterans Day today, March 29th. Today, of course, Biden also co-hosted the Second Summit for Democracy, the virtual gathering of world leaders, civil society and private sector leaders that is intended to promote democracy in the face of all these rising autocracies. The day after tomorrow, of course, it's already tomorrow where Peter's at. In 1 minute, it will be tomorrow. So the day after tomorrow, March 31st, will be International Transgender Day of Visibility, just so people understand that. And then the day after that is when Russia assumes the presidency of the United Nations, and the world goes to shit. So we have that to look forward to.
Is that again?
What's that?
What day is the United Nations Day?
April Fool's Day, April 1st.
Okay, I'll be at Montauk at that day with JoJo.
Okay.
On April 1st.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Okay.
So, wow.
Saturday.
The Russians will be, hopefully they won't be making headlines, but I can't imagine. I also wonder if anybody's going to, if they're head of the Security Council, doesn't it take a vote? They don't just get to say whatever they want. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I'm going to express my own advisement on this, is that we know it's not going to happen, but I would advise everyone in the United Nations to simply vote against them taking the seat. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's surreal. The best thing I can say about it is like a Fellini film. It's like a Fellini film. It's surrealistic.
But especially under the current circumstances.
Thank you. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. And the only thing I can recommend of all things is, you know how a stuck clock is right 2 times a day, as I often bring up based on what my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, used to say. But that stuck clock I'm thinking of right now is Alex Jones, who in one moment of insanity recommended that every state in the Union secede from the Union at once. Well, this is the case with Russia. We have a rogue nation that is going to take charge of the United Nations. I think that in the worst case scenario, which this basically is, every nation in the United Nations really needs to secede from the United Nations and then reconstitute as a reunited nations without Russia in it. I mean, that basically is the sane thing to do. That would take a lot more organization than the United Nations is capable of, but it's really would be the logical thing to do. And but that being said,
Russia is is in a very unique position, and not particularly a strong position, because this could create more problems for them than it could solve.
Good point. Yes.
Yeah, because they're not, they don't have a lot of support, so they better, be very careful of what they initiate, because it's amazing that they even have much of a military left.
Thank you.
After what they've done. So, I guess we'll see.
Yes, and I definitely want, before Peter takes his leave of us, I just want to remind everybody, might have a chance to go into this in monologue. We'll see how far I get, but definitely one thing I'd like to get around to is pointing out the fact that their military is spent or expended to the nth degree, because they basically are fighting World War fucking II. And until the Americans get over World War II, and this is why it's so necessary to read the Roswell Deception, the same thing will ultimately happen to us. So, yeah. And with that, Peter, any last thoughts before you...
Just remember to donate to Douglas, everybody.
Bless you.
And good night. Bye-bye.
Good night, Peter. Love you dearly. All right. That's our man, Peter, skybooks.usa.com. And with that, we will reestablish the call. We're going to try and bring on people who can help me anchor. Crystal River is certainly welcome to come on with us if she wishes, but she has to let me know. Otherwise, I'll try the usual suspects. And with that, we'll start, of course, because I'm a glutton for punishment and I'm self-loathing. I'll call Brooke Gibson, see if that works out. And then we'll try and exploit her as an anchor while I bring others on, and then kind of refresh myself and work my way towards monologue. These things, of course, take some time before I feel confident enough to just go on talking without stopping. So let's see what mood she's in. So it's midnight over there, and of course these are warm and sultry nights, I would suspect, in the Deep South, or are they preparing for more storms as well? I'm sorry, I just think of these. She's not answering. We'll see what happens if I bother her again. I should try Michelle Carmela Saldana and anchor the call there. But, I can't resist. We'll try a second time. Let's see how this works. First thing I'll do is, of course, grab some Coke, powdered and liquid. Get my head out of my ass. There's just so much to talk about. There really is too much. And a lot of this, of course, is truly emotional, and it's, I do my best to present it from a perspective no one else will ever present you. You're going to get the bullshit from the Tucker Carlson types, of course, who are just exploiting this. It's maddening. But these are the people who have all the, these are the people with the venues that have all the listeners that will, of course, lead to the damage that we're going to see. So okay, so she's not responding, and I'll try with our dear Michelle, and start her off as the anchor, and see if we could break some other people.
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Okay, well, we'll try.
Please leave a message after the tone.
Oh, God.
When you have finished, please hang up.
Okay. Put that there. Call again. Second time. Then we'll try Sammy Romero or some others. Oh, my God. Breathe. And
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Okay.
Please leave a message after the tone. When you have finished, please hang up.
Oh, why do I tolerate this? Okay. So let's try someone else we can grab onto. See if we can get Sammy Romero here. And then the problem is I'm not quite sure if he's going to be able to anchor a call on him. Notices I don't even bother talking while I'm ringing because it's just nobody can hear me really speaking while it's ringing. Okay, so let's try Sammy Romero another few seconds here, as long as it takes to ring. And then what I'll do is I will try to consider. Oh, he answered. Thank you. Oh, so dear Sammy, where are you? What I mean to say is, obviously, you may not want to tell us where you are, but how much time do we have with you potentially? Sammy.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Much the better for speaking with you, I assure you. So dear Sammy, thank you so much for that link. And bless you.
Yeah.
And honestly, thank you for this wonderful warmer that, as he calls it, the Romulan armor that I wrap myself in to armor myself against the cold. It is a life-saving device, without exaggeration. You may have heard earlier my speaking to Michelle Carmela Saldana that it has been hailing in San Francisco. It's pretty gnarly, and so I definitely want people to understand this would not be possible without the help of our man Sammy Romero. Such being said, how much time do we have with you, dear Sammy, before you how much time are you at work? Are you at home?
I'm currently at work. I'm trying to finish up some audits that, just standard operating procedure.
Okay.
But I'll probably be available in about 15 minutes. I'll take my break and I can actually be fully engaged with you.
Okay, great.
So yeah.
So do you want to hang up for now and I'll try calling some others for the present?
Yes, just I'll jump on when I'm ready.
Okay, sounds good. Love you dearly,
right.
And I'll try and find someone else to anchor the call to. Have a blessed night until you jump back on. Thank you.
Yes, okay. All right.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
bless you. Okay, so we're going to try and contact some other people. And let's see what we can do here. How about the real Ian West? Or Ian fucking West is usually where he's available at. Or Mark H., somebody. Let's see if our man is... interestingly enough, he disappeared on Wednesday after being available for a while. Let me ask our dear Sarah if I can call her. Okay, had some nice lady asking me in my private messages on Facebook, horny girls looking for a fuck. Okay, I take it that's a service as opposed to an individual. All right. Fuck, Ian's not online. Fuck, I hope that guy's all right. I mean, Sarah seemed to survive the night with him. Okay, be ye there last? Let's ask her. Holy shit. Okay, these are the worst parts of the show. Is trying to find somebody to anchor me so I can refresh myself. It just pushed the fucking Skype again, and let's hope I haven't done something odd to that, which turns it into a whacked out job like I had years ago, where I wound up locking myself out of the account. Okay, we're gonna try again with this. See if it says he's trying to connect to him. The seaweed got him. It's the seaweed blob monster got him in Florida. I've been, of course, one of the things I wanted to talk about was the seaweed blob. That's obviously no longer necessarily at the top of the chart, so to speak. Okay, let's hang up on poor Ian. We could try his other line. And see. Oh, George Knight. Okay, he's trying to cop. So I'll be joining you in several minutes' time, Douglas. Okay. All right. So just call. Just call. Good. Okay, so that will start us with him in several minutes if I don't find somebody else in the interim. And of course, thank God George Knight can talk all by himself, so we will, let him take charge. Mark H., the Real Tech Geek, how about him? Let's try him as someone who might be available. He sent me a link the other day about how fucked up India is. Girl, 16-year-old girl in India, said she was raped by hundreds of men in Western India. Which is about India's speed, as my dad used to say. That sounds about his speed. that sounds about the speed of India. So then Nancy Toulouse says, I guess I'll have to listen later. Good thing I can. Okay. Vampire Skunk says, Douglas, if you'll take a risk on someone you don't know, you can call me. Don't get into a depressive spiral. I think he's talking to Nancy, who said I try not to be up too long because it can spin me into a depression. Oh my god. So Vampire Skunk, he can call in my, here, I'm going to give him my Skype ID. So, my Skype ID. Is Douglas Dietrich 1. Just send me a contact request. Douglas Dietrich 1. Alright. God damn this shit. I hate the way this shit just cuts in. The Skype. So I gave Vampire Skunk my Skype ID. Use it to send me a friend request, and then I can put you into the favorites column, and then you can call pretty much any time. I take risks all the time. I'm a gambling man, and we'll see if Vampire Skunk responds by sending me the Skype contact request, because I'm getting tired of calling around. But we can try a few other people. Oh, Real Tech is active now, so let's try again. Okay. Let's see if he responds. And that'll give us a call to anchor on. And then we'll okay. Let's see now. Nancy Toulouse says, yay! That's so cute. You could call in as well, Nancy, and anyone is welcome to. So give me a friend request, Nancy. I'll try and drag you on. Of course, we need to burn bandwidth while I refresh myself. Obviously, if I don't know the person, I wouldn't necessarily trust them alone. I'd have to bring them on with someone else, if I'm able to bring someone else on at all. To burn bandwidth until I return. So we'll see who comes up. Oh God. And Amy Como is I doubt going to be responsive at all, because she's like in her she'd have to be in her car and listening to the library, in which case she probably should have mentioned that she's here. But I doubt it's going to reach her. She's up there in Vermont, living under icicles. And just sitting outside an empty library and leeching off their Wi-Fi whenever she calls in. Oh my God. And her boyfriend was released from the insane asylum, but they didn't get together. It's I guess he had to run back into the woods with his hockey mask and his chainsaw. So let's try. Who else is? Oh, somebody's calling. Colin Healy. Okay, we'll answer that. Colin Healy, how are you, sir? Are you Vampire Skunk? Or the individual from Scotland? Yes. Okay, he may be on mute. Yeah, it's not just vampire skunk. It's vampire skunk. Oh, there might be a number after it. No, it's just vampire skunk. Okay. Now, okay. Feel free
I
to
am.
express yourself, Mr. Healy.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can now, barely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Originally from London.
Oh, you're from London. Oh, so Colin Healy, you're not Vampire Skunk from Scotland then. You're an individual who's a completely different individual from London. Welcome aboard. Okay. Okay, so there's a lot of noise in the background.
I'm.
Yeah. Yes?
Oh, there's
Yes?
a long way. I said that about half a minute away.
Okay. I'm sorry. Are you speaking to...
No, I am. I'm Vampire Skunk.
Oh, you're Vampire Skunk. Okay.
I'm a Londoner, not a Scot.
Okay, well, welcome aboard. And I'm glad to make your acquaintance.
There's a huge gap. There's like a minute between what I say and when you hear it.
Okay. There's a delay across the Atlantic. What's the background noise? What's the background noise where you're at? Okay, wait, this might prove itself a problem. The delay may make this something to wait another time for, but I will definitely try to put this man in my favorites so we have him as a potential resource in the future. In the meantime, sir.
Oh, background noise from where I am. It's very early in the morning.
Okay. Is there like it might be the sound of your computer fan? It might be the sound of your computer fan, yes? Yeah?
I think so.
Okay. And so, what were you doing in Thailand? Are you willing to share that with us? He has to listen to what I say first because of the delay.
I could be. Yeah, I have a noisy fan. Yeah.
Okay.
On my laptop.
Yeah. Well, so what were you would you care to share what you were doing in Thailand?
Sure. I was just a semi-retired tourist, but I ran out of money and ended up teaching English.
Wow. That's incredible. And
it's not practical. The delay is too big.
Okay, the delay is too long. Yes, it's definitely a long delay, and this might make it impracticable. But I'm really glad that you tried. Try a few more minutes. Tell us about your your last year in Thailand when it kept raining. Was that the reason why you moved back to Scotland? So that you could be in rain all year round, right? This is oh my god. Okay. And
yeah, I missed the weather. Freezing here. It's freezing cold after 14 years in the tropics. I left Thailand because I ran out of money, and it's difficult to stay there long term. It's a country where you can end up rotting in a dungeon if you don't have the right stamp in your passport, you know.
Right. Yes, that's true. And what is your opinion or your analysis? What is your impression of the state of the monarchy in Thailand? The monarch has been living in Germany for a long time. Did he ever return? The Germans didn't want him to stay there forever. Okay. That's okay, then he disappeared. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, we tried. That was all right, that was our they're trying to reconnect now. We are attempting to reconnect. What I'll do is I will take Colin Healy, trying to click his little icon here. This could be something to do with the internet. This could be my internet is dying because of the storms in San Francisco. We're going to try and see. He seems to still be on with us. I'm clicking his icon constantly, but I can't seem to be getting anything out of it. So we're going to try and Colin Healy, fuck. This way I could have kept him on my favorites list in case we could use him as a so it's updating the conversation. So we can try now with this kind of, okay, what I can do is move him to the favorites. All right, add to favorites. This will at least keep him on the list as a potential future resource. And that helps immensely, or theoretically does. Okay, now let's see if we can bring anyone on to the show. Mark H. Let's give Mark H a call, or it's after midnight where Brandon Young is at. Let's see if he's available. But Mark H, let's see if we can try him. Okay, I am going to do that. Give the ring. And then, if all else fails, I'll try Noreen Helpan. Because, that would be great. She knows how to hold lines. She can hold the line for a while. That would help immensely. Okay. We tried with our man Colin. Let's see now. Let's try Noreen Helphand. And of course, Marina Sarin is like the middle of her night over there, which, when you think about it, really doesn't make any fucking sense. Because it's like in the middle of the workday for the British people. All right, so let's try Noreen. Okay. And see if this works. It says it's connecting. She's in Los Angeles. Sammy Romero territory. Call declined, which is not unexpected. She wasn't expecting me to call. And with Colin, of course, they've got that delay. So I'm still obligated to basically narrate. Hi, I'm on a Zoom call now. Yeah, there we are. God, don't use Zoom, people. Whatever you do, don't use Zoom. And of course, Clarice Claudette, wish I could call. Well, in Las Vegas, let's see who we got here in reading. There we are. See if this hits our man up in the Pacific Northwest. and gives us an anchor call at least, but says he's not online. That was an attempt to contact Grimy Bear, and of course John Henry McMills Warrington would be nice. Anne Fontaine, how about her? Gosh, don't make me just start talking. Here we are. Colin Healy, incoming call. So there we are, sir. Let's see how this works. Is the delay any better? Okay, it sounds like there's still a massive delay. Oh, and there was another call coming in. Sammy Romero. Okay, let's try and call Sammy. Okay, let's add him to the call. There we are. Okay. Hopefully he responds. That'd give me an opportunity for a break. There we are, Sammy. So you're on break now, right? How long do we have with you?
About 15 minutes.
Okay, so do me a favor. I'm going to refresh myself. Now, we have Mr. Colin Healy in Scotland on line with us, but the delay is so long. The best thing I can say is to ignore him. Not out of any sense of malevolence. It's just the attempts to talk are just they're hindered by the delay.
How's my audio, by the way?
It seems okay to me. I mean, as well as can be, considering the fact that this microphone is not necessarily the best in terms of audio for me. You know what? The older microphone that's broken, I've decided I'm going to use for my audio when I'm like listening to music videos or watching films by myself, in my off time. And then when I'm doing something like I'm doing now professionally or semi-professionally, I'm going to use this microphone because, of course, it's much better with the people's ability to hear me. You're hearing me okay, right, Sammy?
Yeah, it sounds like a storm behind you. I don't know.
Oh, I
don't know if that's
your
audio.
Oh, that's Colin. That's Colin.
Oh, okay.
We love you, Colin. I'm going to hang him up.
Okay.
We love you, Colin. So how do I do this? How do I get somebody off the call? What I'm going to do is hang up and call you right back, Sammy. There we are. So there we are. Going to call Sammy again, and that will help out. There we are. How's that? Much better?
Yeah, much better. Much better.
Yeah. You were hearing storms in Scotland, by the way. So there you go.
Oh, okay.
What he had was very loud fans on his computer. I guess he gets really hot, overheated computers. Kind of depends on the porn you're watching. and so he's, believe it or not, he's calling back, but I'm not going to pick up again. Not out of any malevolence, but what is the point? I mean, he's got those computer fans on, and it's just like it's this, and the delay is long enough where it's just it's no point. So what I'm going to ask is a favor of you. Is basically the first thing I want you to know is I am going to integrate into my monologue a response to the Fox News inculcated screed that Peter regurgitated about Mexico, which I do feel obligated to respond to.
Oh, thank you.
I do want people to understand that what I'm going to talk about is the fact that all of this is interconnected. I am going to try and let people know that there is an interconnectivity between the transgender assault on this basically evangelical Christian nationalist school, combined with the kind of assault that is ongoing with guns in Central America, which is forcing migrants up here to the United States, up here north. And we have an assault against anyone who's a sexual minority in Africa to show people just how genocidal this kind of mentality has gotten over there, as promoted by evangelical missionaries to Black Africa, and just how genocidal it can get over here. And this is one of the reasons for this kind of violent response. It sounds very disconnected while I'm saying it at this moment, but I will make as much sense of it as I can for people. So that, however, being said, our man Sammy is here to add some background on anything he wishes. So is there something you want to tell me before I go mute and refresh myself for a bit and come back?
Well, what you guys reviewed, it is very interesting as far as seeing you guys' take. Um,
Okay.
Obviously, it's not entirely how accurate how you saw it, but at the same time, it's very damning too.
Thank you.
Um, there's a lot of detail in that. What I sent you guys, you and Peter, because uh, it's interesting because this wasn't available not until a couple of weeks ago, maybe not even a week ago that I ran into it. And I don't particularly just start looking up stuff. It's just, you know how your Google history just pops up. Obviously, I'm affiliated with you. And for some reason, it popped up. And I started just scrolling on Aquino. And all of a sudden, the case in 91, 92, whenever that was. And, it was just, I thought it was something that, you might want to take a look at, and you and Peter look over. I liked you guys' take on it. It's very interesting how you guys can dissect and put your 2 cents on, which is it's good to hear, because as much as anybody would think this is we're beating a dead horse, we're really not. He is who he is, but in a sense too, it also, to me, how I kind of viewed it as is it's almost like the military telling on itself. As much as he was who he was, the military allowed it, and it's just the flaws that it always had, going back to his predecessor, the guy that did the the opening ceremony at the Pentagon. What's his name? Leslie
Leslie
Groves.
Groves.
Yes. So, it goes back to him, and even further back to our quote unquote founding rapists. I mean, founding stepdaddies. Yes. Traitors to the crown, right? But no, it goes back to even then, how sinister these people are. And I just think I have few people in my own family that drink the Kool-Aid of the mystique that it's just really not. It's not even true. But I digress. But I thought it was great. I enjoyed your commentary with Peter and yourself. It's always good because it just sheds new light on everybody, on your perspective. But that's pretty much it. As far as what I'm gonna talk about, I'll see what I can talk about right now.
Yeah. Now I'm trying to. Okay, so Toulouse is in my favorites. Let's see if this is the Nancy Toulouse, and we're gonna see if you can have a conversation with her. By that I mean I'm gonna see if I can bring her on at all, and therefore you won't be alone when I take off. And it's always easier to talk. Oh, there we are. Is this Nancy?
Hello?
Nancy.
Hi there.
Oh,
Yes.
honey, you have no idea how grateful I am for your being here. So before I refresh myself for a few minutes, honey, give a short introduction of yourself to Sammy Romero. This is Mr. Sammy Romero. He is a manager at Cathay Pacific Airlines, and
Cool.
yes, he's
All
currently.
right.
Yeah, go on.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Sammy. This is Nancy. Although I have a nickname, Ariana, I prefer to be called Ariana. How are you?
Wonderful.
Oh, good. It's just great. I'm here just chilling.
Yeah, that's so cool. Are you also in San Francisco, like Douglas?
No, I'm in LA. I'm where Carmela Saldana is at, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lived in Los Angeles for about over 10 years, yeah.
Oh wow, where?
Great.
I was in right near Santa Monica. Well, I was in the Valley, San Fernando Valley, for a while, and then I was also in this near 5 miles from Santa Monica. Yeah.
Great.
In yeah.
So, honey, tell us a little bit about your background. What were you doing there?
Well, I mean, I'm working on. Well, here I'm in Mexico, and I'm teaching some English on the side, but I also have a YouTube channel, Yeah.
Wonderful. Tell us what it is so we can visit it, and tell us about you chose to go down to Mexico so that you could basically afford to live. And tell us about the people down there. What's the
Yes.
quality of life like? According to Peter Moon, you're being gang raped every day by various cartel narco terrorists. Is that the
No,
case, or is it
no.
a little different from that?
It's definitely different from that. But I mean, of course, danger is everywhere. Potential danger is everywhere, including here, including America. It's funny because down here, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm afraid to go to America. Everybody's got guns. I'll probably get shot, and I'm like, well, not exactly.
Actually, you should tell them they're right. Yes, go on.
Yeah, so everybody's got their idea of like other lands, like how bad it is over there. And yes, I guess the potential is that, but it's not like omnipresent. Evil is not omnipresent, so that's good. Regarding, having its way with people in a very bad way, yeah. So
At any rate, I definitely am so glad that I can have you on with Sammy because I'd like to refresh myself for a few minutes. I
all right,
and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna go mute. Sammy and
all
you
right.
can hold the stage. I'm sure. I have every confidence both of you can
Thank
have
you.
a wonderful conversation. And Sammy,
Yeah.
is your own
Yes.
relations? I mean, for all intents and purposes, Maria is a
Right.
California girl, but your relations come more from the heartland of Mexico. Is that closer to where you are right now, Nancy? Again, where are you in Mexico?
I'm I'm in Aguascalientes, which is right in the center of the country, and it's the safest
Oh,
country. It's
cool.
the safest state and the safest city in Mexico. Aguascalientes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
great.
So yeah. It's so far so good. I've been here for about 2 months, and I've just blessings. I just keep seeing blessings everywhere I go. So for me, that's confirmation that this is where I am to be. So hard
Great.
times kind of forced me over here, but I'm seeing the hand of God as I understand he, she, it. God, as I
Great.
understand God. I see the hand of God working, so I'm grateful about that. Yeah.
Oh, well, we're grateful to have you with us, and we thank God for your virtual company. So I'm going to go mute,
Thank you.
and Sammy, I can trust
Okay.
you to be alone with this woman, right?
Of course. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. So
Alrighty.
I'll be back. My hugs to both of you.
Yes.
Thank you to you too. Thank you.
So
Okay.
yes, I have
Hey,
a
Sam.
question.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? I have a question.
Good.
So have you experienced kind of a debriefing from I guess American the US culture in a sense of how you think now since obviously you're in a different country? Are you seeing the world in a different view now that you're
Oh
not in
yes.
this country? Can you please elaborate
Oh
on that, please?
yes. Oh, yes, yes. I get the opportunity to speak to people from here. There's a particular person. He's the head of the school where I teach, and he gets to help me see the perspective of from a Mexican perspective. And
Right.
he gave me some history about, the it has to do history, even going back, like, when America was trying to take more of Mexico. Well, I mean, it took, say, Texas and California and all this Arizona. And so, he was able to educate me on that, and he sees that there's definitely control that's happening, like, say, a government that's behind a government, something like this. It's been around for a very long time, and so
Right.
it's been happening with Mexico as well for many decades, that they don't really have the freedom to grow intellectually as they might want to. For me, I was really shocked when he said that to me, and I was like, really? Yeah, because I don't know, I guess they don't allow them to learn certain things. I mean, I'm talking about going back 60 to 80 years ago.
Right.
So for me, I'm like, whoa, this is definitely a different perspective from what how I understand, say, either America,
Right.
Mexico, the world. Now bring that up to pace to the world, what's happening now. They're not all that into politics here, which I would say is pretty dangerous. It could be a blessing in disguise, but it could be dangerous as well, because it would be very easy for some, rogue or bad, people could come in and take over the government, and I'm sure some would protest, but yeah, I don't know. I don't
Interesting.
know. I mean, I know it's just as equally potentially dangerous over here, even
Right.
regarding governments that are corrupt,
Of
stuff like that.
course.
But
Of course.
I've also learned that the government is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place regarding the say the cartel, because like they have to make sure that they don't step out of line because they can be killed by the cartel. So they're trying to please the people. These are states that are dangerous. Like this is, I don't know about Aguascalientes, but there are certain states in Mexico that are very dangerous, more so than others. And so these are the politicians there. They want to, give the people what they want, but at the same time, they have to, kind of go along with whatever the cartel is telling them to do, stuff like that. I saw it on a documentary on YouTube a few days ago, because I thought I should probably become a little more aware of Mexico now that I'm here. So I saw that.
It's very interesting. I think as far as my take, I've never really been in Mexico, even being a Chicano here. And
Okay.
one of the things that always made me wonder, obviously because of our background as far as Mexico, and me being, of Mexican American descent,
Uh-huh.
I think culturally, anytime I talk to someone from Mexico, it's either not that I don't understand them, but it's more of why would you want to leave a place that you're not discriminated against, but obviously because it's your country, quote unquote. But
Yeah.
once I was, I took my classes. I took Chicano studies,
Nice.
and come to find out, because of the colonization of Mexico, I'm not sure if it's the way it used to be, but there's still classism and so on and so forth. So it's no different there than it is here. It's just here because of the dominance of the white culture here, quote unquote, in America. Um, we sometimes think, at least me, as far as me being a Mexican American, that being in Mexico would be any different. But in reality, I think a lot has to do with I guess I would say making how can I say it? Overtaking you, in other words. I mean, there's going to be struggle
Yeah.
anywhere. I think if
Uh-huh.
you have to kind of grow up the skin and understand how the world works, in the sense of there's going to be corruption and crime and a lot of the time it's not really diplomacy that keeps the world together. A lot of times is the gun. It's the threat of your
Yeah.
life. Uh, and
Yeah.
I see it every day, even here in the States, where a
Yeah.
lot of the time certain people are just do things out of fear, not to either get killed or get taken away their rights. But I don't know if I'm making
Yeah.
sense, but at least that's how I'm
Right. No,
expressing
it's
myself.
true. Sometimes we end up doing things we didn't really intend to do or plan to do or mean to do, but sometimes necessity or fear kind of leads us down a certain path or something. So that's kind of how I came to Mexico, is because
Wow. Okay.
financially I was having a hard time in America, say, making it, even though I'm an American.
Right.
I was having a hard time saying settling in Florida and making it. I had two sources of income. but it still wasn't enough for me to live. So I came to Mexico
Right.
on a pension. I have a pension, and that alone is enough for me to live here, like with a roof over my head and food and whatnot. But also, I was invited to teach English, so I'm doing that on a very part-time basis, and I'm having a good time with that. Yeah.
Congratulations. That's great. I think that's quite an accomplishment.
It
I think,
is. And I
Yeah.
mean, and you're incredibly brave. Even if a lot of this danger is quote unquote exaggerated, understand that just going to any different country, how fluent would you say someone needs to be in Espanol to truly settle in
Espanol.
the way you have?
Well, fortunately, I actually know Spanish. I'm quite fluent in it. I mean, I do want to increase my vocabulary and I do want to make sure my grammar is better. But some Hispanics will say, hey, you speak Spanish better than I do. So I am able to allow myself to be understood. I'm able to understand them a lot of the time. So that really helps. That really makes a difference to make it comfortable for me to be here. And the people are very charming and beautiful and lovely. And so it is a great opportunity to experience that. And so I've been experiencing that and enjoying it. Yeah. Meeting different people almost every day. It's pretty overwhelming, actually. Yeah.
And
So everybody's open to be friends. Yeah.
this is wonderful. I mean, please go on, Sammy. You have so much more you can ask her about. Please take over.
Yes.
Sammy?
So, Sammy, you know a lot about things, maybe about Mexico and the
He's on
history of the
mute. I think
Chicos
that
that I do
basically
not know.
probably what happened was they at work, because he's a manager, they do have to drag him in to live up to some of his
Oh, I
responsibilities.
see.
Also,
Yes.
you may have heard, there he
Oh,
is. He's
sorry.
back. Oh,
Sorry,
yes.
guys.
He's
Yeah,
back.
sorry.
Yay.
For some reason now I went on mute, but no. Well, honestly, I'm very. This is one of the things I was actually looking into. I have a coworker of mine who is a former accountant. She was in accounting in Mexico for a very long time, and she's working with us. And she was asking. She pretty much has dual citizenship.
Oh,
And
nice. I love that idea.
and what she does
Yeah.
is she works here for a certain amount of month and then goes back to Mexico. And so she
Yeah.
goes back and forth. But she was telling me that what she did is really just bought a place in Mexico, a house, and
Nice. Yeah.
she just she
Nice.
rents a studio apartment here and just pretty much just makes her money and just goes back to Mexico.
Yeah, the life here is beautiful in the sense that the people are beautiful. They're very strong, family oriented. They love their family and they love people. Like, wherever I go, mainly, not always, but mainly, they're, oh, hey, hi, are you American? Yeah. Oh, where are you from? And that starts the conversation. A lot of them have visited America. They think well of America, so they can think well of me, and that really, I like that. I feel we
That's
all
good.
need that. We need appreciation, and so I feel like I'm
Right.
getting more of that here in Mexico. Yeah, because everybody's so
Yeah.
busy in America working and trying to pay bills. It's hard to stop and appreciate people or be spontaneous. But
Right.
people here, they're more like that here, and I love that. They're more spontaneous, more just open-hearted to meeting people.
That's great.
And yeah.
By the way, I do want to thank Mr. KP. He wants to be known only as KP for his 30 United States dollar contribution. Very helpful. I do want to thank JP as well. JP is another individual in California. I'll speak more of him later, if not tonight, then certainly on Sunday. But I was just going to segue that to your own YouTube channel. What do you tend to showcase on your channel, honey, and let people know where they can find you there?
Oh, thank you. Yes. So my channel is called Metaphysics with Ariana, Ariana.
Beautiful.
And You'll see a picture. The icon is a little girl sticking her fingers in the sand. She's at the beach, which is there's the Santa Monica beach. As a matter of fact, that was about, wow, 15 years ago that photo was taken. Anyway, so, and then the other channel is in Spanish, La Metafísica con Ariana. That's how you say it in Spanish. So I have that channel in Spanish as well. And soon I will be beginning it, the same topic, but in the French language, because these are languages that I can speak. And then after that, my plan is to just hire people to also narrate other channels with in other languages. That's my plan, is to just expose it to a lot of languages, a lot of people. So far I've got 6 videos up, and my plan is to get 33 in this first segment of my channel, which is like an introduction to metaphysics. Yeah.
Oh wow, we're just so excited for you. Is there some
Thank
noise in
you.
the background? Is that us in the background, kind of coming through your speakers or something?
Maybe. I'm in my house here, my room, alone. There's nothing else going on, so I don't know. It's pretty quiet in here. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's
So that's
it's actually pouring over here in LA. We actually started raining right now.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
tell us a bit about how the weather's been treating you, because I told people about the hail up here. What's it like down in
Wow.
LA?
Yeah.
it's really just been raining. It's going on and off and on, but um, I think people are pretty much accepting it as far as this new weather. I know the tornado in Montebello was out of this world, but I just think it's a sign of the times. I think partly to me it's climate change, and it's just a new normal now. I think it's great. I like the rain. We've had this massive drought for at least 5 years. So no, I've gone to like the rain.
Okay.
Yeah, the rain is welcome. Yeah.
Yes. Could you tell Ariana about why where you're at in LA is the Wakanda of the Latin community?
Well, yes. Well, I don't know if have you ever been to East Los Angeles, East LA, Ariana?
Yeah, a little bit. Not yes, I've spent some time in East LA when I was there.
Okay.
I was there for over 10 years, yeah, in the LA area.
Okay. So, when I went to college, I went to East LA College, and that's actually one of the
Okay,
places
nice.
where I learned a lot of Chicano studies, especially with
Nice.
pretty much the conquistadors with Hernan Cortés,
Oh,
the
wow.
Aztecs, Mesoamerica, pretty much how it was pretty much Basidos what killed the Aztec Empire in the sense
Yes.
of smallpox and their belief of I forget their god.
The return of the god that they mistook this asshole for. Yes. You can help us here,
Yes.
Ariana. The metaphysics of
The
it.
plumed serpent. The plumed serpent. I'm trying to remember the name of that god too.
Montezuma, I believe.
Oh, Montezuma was
Something like
perhaps
that, yeah.
maybe that was the god or the leader, yeah, or
Something like
both.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
definitely no. Moctezuma was the king. So he was the king who, basically, of course, when
Okay.
Cortez came along, they thought he
Yes,
was
yes.
this the returning serpent, or the returning
There you go.
individual
Yeah.
who had been there before. I'd have to. It's funny how we all are turning blank at this moment concerning that,
Yeah.
but we know what we're
It's been a
talking
while.
about. We all know what we're talking about, at least on this call. So, but do go on. Yes. Go on.
Yeah. Usually the name would come right to me, but at nighttime my memory sometimes doesn't work that well.
No
That's the
worries.
problem. Yeah.
And
Uh,
so go on.
Right. So that school is very much enriched with the Mexican American experience. That whole area. There's a lot of Aztec murals. Like I'm sure you've seen. And
Yes.
the
Yes, there
mortuary
is.
the mortuary I used to work at, there was always an indigenous parade that happened in do you know where Salazar Park is at?
Yes, I think there's a train that goes right near there, and I was on that train and saw it.
Right,
I think
right.
it's got a lot
Okay,
of
well,
murals and things. Yeah.
yeah. Well, Salazar Park is where they have the natives come and they do their dances and you know and
Yeah.
the whole
Nice.
thing which is I used to work there and in you know being in that area it kind of gave me perspective on the Mexican American experience which normal you know U.S. education tends to ignore so it kind of opened my mind to people's version of what history is and you know people's history and what their version of the truth is. So it gave me the sense of a real cultural identity with what can I can relate to, which is always great. One of the things that I connected with Doug was that, and obviously Doug learned a lot through his mother. So at the time
Okay. Nice.
at the time when I went to school, my father passed away recently, and then my
Oh,
mother, and
sorry.
it's different in the sense of culture because a lot of times. Um, uh, Certain, especially in the Hispanic community, it's very hard to articulate or kind of express what little history they know of themselves because we're colonized
Oh,
people. So
yes.
it's just
Yeah.
you know there's a lot of I would say a lot of blurred.
Yeah. It's too bad. I think some of that was imposed upon them, and maybe it just
Yes.
must be also something
Oh,
else too. But I
hello.
mean, a lot
Yeah.
of it. Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I have to get going now. I'm sorry,
Okay.
All right.
Nancy, but it's great
Oh, no
speaking to
problem.
you.
Thank you. So nice speaking with you, Sammy.
Yes.
Yes, and I'll be listening.
And
Thank
see
you,
if you
Doug.
can join us later if you
Alright.
can.
We'll do.
Unless
Bye-bye.
I'm monologuing. Okay, love you. Thank you, Sam. And so,
Oh man, yeah,
and then he
Douglas.
raised, yes, so it's just you and I, Nancy. And so tell
Wow.
me everything you wish about yourself that you feel comfortable sharing. Tell us more about this channel and what kind of metaphysical subjects are you talking about? Share that with us.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much. Okay, so what happened is somebody told me about metaphysics, oh, maybe 7 years ago. I don't remember the exact number, maybe 5 or so. No, more like 7. Anyway, so I was just like, what is that? And as I learned more and more of what that is, I realized that intuitively and instinctively, I always would gravitate towards these types of topics. The way I describe metaphysics as I understand it right now, it's kind of like an umbrella. And then under the umbrella, you have different topics such as spirituality and psychology, philosophy, even religious, like the religious texts, some of the contents inside of all the religious texts or the spiritual scriptures or the ancient scriptures, they all have some bit of truth in there. It's kind of, you might have to go searching for it a bit, but you can find it. And I say it's when you read something and it like makes you feel happy all of a sudden spontaneously, chances are that's where the truth is, because our souls speak to us, by helping with a reaction of feeling happy when we read something. And I heard, something that's based on truth that maybe we didn't really know before, and or we might have known, but we were maybe just at the moment contemplating on it, and it just made us feel happy, filled our hearts with happiness. That, for me, that's truth. That's where truth can be found, because as humans, we have all been created to resonate with certain things and to maybe resist certain other things, so metaphysics is the way I'm trying to bring it across to people. First of all, I want to bring it across in a simple way, because that's what I've been needing. I need to understand it in a simple way in order for me to grasp it. So as I'm trying to understand it in a simple way, I am writing it down pretty simply. My audience is who I'm focused on would be, say, teenagers, people in their 20s and 30s, and of course everybody else. But I'm trying to explain it in a pretty basic, straightforward way, and just giving bits and pieces of information per video, and That's it. It's basically about self-discovery. It's about understanding us as humans, as God has made us and intended for us to be in certain ways. And it's definitely an adventure and a journey. And I've just scratched like the tip of the iceberg with the topic, but I'm having fun. It's going to take time. Yeah. So little by little, see if people like it as much as I do. That's what it's about.
Wow, and just so excited for you in terms of finding yourself, in terms of your passion, and were there other? Obviously, 7 years ago is fairly recent. What were your passions
Uh-huh.
before in life?
Oh, well, basically, searching for spiritual healing. I was actually for a while, for about 10 years, I was in a cult, a Christian cult, a toxic type of arrangement that did a lot of damage. It does its damage mentally, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. So I was looking for healing, and I had gone to California, and that was back in 2002. And I did come across, as they say, there's a saying that says, when the student is ready, the teacher appears.
Yeah.
I think that's in Buddhism and Taoism or something. And so luckily I met up with people who were able to show me, say, other spiritual paths. And what I found at the moment was, it's called Ekankar. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it definitely helped me.
Definitely.
It helped me to heal spiritually, mentally, emotionally. And so, it's been a journey ever since, because that led me later. A friend led me to Metaphysics, and which is very eclectic. It's very widespread. It's about a lot of things, and it encompasses a lot of things because as humans, we are multifaceted. And so there's a lot to us, while at the same time, there's a lot of simplicity to us as well that doesn't need to be complicated. But there's a lot to it. But at the same time, it's simple. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean that's great. So let's see if we can add George Knight from England. Are you familiar with listening in the past to some of these other individuals?
George Knight. You know what? I've listened here and there, off and on, to you, Douglas. Well, the first time I heard you, I was in Australia, and that was about 8 years ago.
Wow.
You were coming on the scene around, I think I was in Australia back then, and I just wanted to listen to everything you had to say. Does that seem about right, about 8 years ago when you came on the scene, when it came to YouTube, speaking on YouTube?
Yeah,
So I'm trying to get
it may as
the
well have
dates right.
been. I mean, good God, it feels like it's been the majority of my adult life at this point. But it's probably is a good call on when I was particularly active. I mean, good God, when did my okay, so my late and sainted mother died in 2011, and that was the year of Fukushima Daiichi. So, and that's like what? How many years ago by now? I mean, we have to like.
Since 08. Was that 08? I'm trying to remember. Was that? No.
Oh, that was.
That was. 2011.
Yeah, 2011.
Yes, 2011. Yeah.
And by the way, here's our dear friend George Knight. So, George Knight, I'd like to introduce you to Ariana. Beautiful name. Aryana. Yes.
Ariana.
Okay, Ariana. Ariana. Okay.
Ariana.
Yes.
And
Ariana, however. Yeah. So
Well,
It's
wonderful.
nice to meet you.
Yes.
Yes.
And so, George Knight, if you could introduce yourself. She was saying about 8 years ago she was listening to me while she was back in Australia, and of course that
Yes.
feels
Yeah.
like a worlds away by now. So tell us a little bit, honey, about what you were doing in Australia, because that would be fascinating. It would be a nice
Oh,
way to introduce yourself to
yeah.
George.
Okay. Yes. Hi, George. Yes. Yes.
Hello, everyone.
So yeah, I was traveling since I was traveling because I was hearing about, like I was listening to Lorraine Moray back then, and she was helping us understand about the nature of radioactivity, and I understood that it would be good to be in the southern hemisphere, and it opened up an opportunity. An opportunity for me opened up to be able to go there. I was there for 11 months in Australia. For me to have gotten my next visa, though, it would have proved to have been very expensive just to apply. And then there was a huge chance that I would not have been accepted for that second visa. So I just came back to America after 11 months in Australia. And that was was it 8 years ago? I don't know. 6 years ago? I don't know.
20,
My
20,
years, I have to.
2013, 2015.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Lauren
14,
Murray, by the way,
2014.
is this very mousy young doctor. I mean, she's not young. But she's
Yes.
wonderful.
Okay.
I mean, she was this
Yes.
lady who's very involved with work trying to deal with the dangers of radiation, and she was
Yes.
definitely trying to campaign to get people, nations and corporations, to be held legally responsible for radiation pollution. And so
Yes.
she was at many of the conferences that I used to lecture at, and I met her personally and spoke
Wow.
with her
Awesome.
at length. Yeah. And
Awesome.
she was on my show a few times. She was on my show a few times back in the old days. And
Oh my God.
I hope she's
amazing.
still all right. Oh my God, I hope she's okay.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah, and I really don't know what's
she's
happened
very
to her.
wise.
Yeah. But
Very brilliant. Yeah.
yeah, what's that, honey?
She's very brilliant and very wise. Yes.
Yeah, and I hope she's all right. And do you know anything about where she is now, or if she's okay, or?
No. Every now and then I'll go on to YouTube looking for her, and the only videos I see are from back then.
Back then, she's kind of disappeared.
Oh yeah. So I don't know what's happened with her. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh well. I hope someday we find out, and I hope that we
Yes.
find out whatever we find out is okay, or something benign.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
George, introduce yourself to this Audiana. You can tell her how you got acquainted with me.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Douglas. And thank you for having me on the show, Douglas.
Of course.
It's nice
How long are
speaking to
we
you. And
blessed with your presence, George?
About a good hour. I'd say
Okay.
about a good hour, Douglas.
Nice.
Okay. Good.
Which was wonderful. Yes, and so I discovered Douglas around about 6-7 years ago, when I was conducting my own internal research into the Holocaust, and that was stemmed from.
But by the way, I think we're getting some background noise from somebody's speaker. Do you have speakers on?
Ariana, let me see. Or me. How do I put it on mute for a minute?
Skype. With Skype.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, what is
I'll figure it out.
it will either be your computer or Skype itself. It's okay when you talk. We don't hear that background noise. So all you need to do to put it on mute for a minute is if you take your cursor and you go down towards the bottom of your Skype screen, there's a little blue circle with a microphone in it. If you click on that, that should make it mute. Do you see that?
Okay.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Are you looking at your computer screen? I can share screen. So I can share screen, and then can you see this cursor of mine moving around?
You know what? I don't have my laptop up or opened and working right now. I'm just using my phone right now. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it sounds okay now. Sounds okay now. So we should be fine.
Okay.
If you know how to make a phone mute, maybe make the phone mute for a few moments, and then
Okay,
we'll...
that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Great, great, great. Okay, yes, it'll be so nice to hear George now. Yes.
Yes, by all means. And so, George, you can talk about that and introduce a bit of yourself as what you're doing now, and I'm sure she'll find this fascinating.
Yes.
Okay. Yes,
Thank you.
George. Now we can't hear you. So, George.
Yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah, I'll continue. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, when I discovered Douglas is because I was conducting my own research into the Holocaust, and that stemmed from
we're getting some noise from your end as well. Is that you, perhaps, on your end, George? Are you around anything, or are you at home or at work?
No, I'm at home. I'm going to go on mute just so we can establish where the noise is coming from.
Okay.
I'm going to go on mute.
So we're going to establish that. So I think what's going on, Nancy, Ariana, is that I think it's you. We'll need you to go mute on your phone. Is that okay? Ariana? So, Ariana, we'll just need you to go mute on your phone.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, if we could have you go mute on your phone for a few minutes.
Yes, I was in the other room, so I was unable to respond immediately, but I did hear you.
Okay.
So you need for this to go mute. Okay,
yeah,
you need
for
for
a few
me
minutes
to go
when
mute.
George talks. If you could carry the phone with you and just have it go mute when George talks, and then you of course, unmute when you participate. There we are.
Okay. Yeah, because I'll try to do that. Yes. I might have to switch over to my laptop.
Okay. That would be nice. That would be nice if you could do that.
That'd probably be easier, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to call you back? What you can do is call you back on your laptop, or you can call us.
Well, because I don't know if I have Skype on my laptop.
I see.
I think I do.
Okay.
But I think that was another laptop. But I will make the effort right now to get this going here.
Download the Skype. If you don't have it, you can download it while George talks. It's really quite quick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yes. So I hope that it won't be too much noise on my end. I'm trying to mute it, but I'm not exactly sure. So I apologize about that. Yeah, maybe I should just then hang up and you'll call me back or something. How do you do?
What you do is when you hang up, just send me the note that I've downloaded it onto my laptop. just send me the note. I've downloaded Skype on my laptop. Or call me, or call us. Just call us at the same number from your laptop. I'll merge the call, okay? Call us from your laptop. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Alrighty. Okay, alrighty. Mwah, 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 mwah to everybody.
Love you.
Okay.
That's our wonderful Ariana, metaphysician in Mexico. Our Mexican metaphysician. So there we are. Yeah. And let's see if she can hang up the call.
Yeah, I was gonna.
And that will. Oh shit! Fuck! What did I just do? Okay, so I hung up the call. Now all we need to do is call back, George. Okay, so that was. I hit the wrong button. Holy shit! Okay, so he may not know that I hung up. So I put on chat. Call him again. Hopefully he sees that, picks up. I have to hang up the call he was on. And, well, that's the frustration of hosting. And then we've got YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. We're lucky we're on it all with the weather that we're having. Dawn Maria Beck joins us. Love her dearly. Gracie Aguilar joins us. Quetzalcoatl. She's being up.
Hello, Douglas.
There we are. So George Knight started the call, and our dear, we're gonna try and get our young lady Ariana to set up her, actually put a link to her channel into the chat if she comes back to us, which hopefully she will. George has returned to us. And what you can do now, George, is until she calls back, you can just treat this as a normal call and just go on with what's going on with yourself this week that you're willing to share, and how work is going, what's going on contemporarily that you feel needs some attention. Take it away, by all means, while I pull my head out of my ass.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. So thank you very much for having me on. And I was going to say, do you know what? It was funny because I carried on talking whilst the call was disconnected. So what I was explaining to Ariana was, because I understand the interface on the mobile device is a lot smaller. It's more microscopic, so it's hard to navigate the function buttons on the phone. But I was going to say to her to just because I do that with my work phone. When I establish a Teams call, everything is more microscopic, so it's hard to to search and navigate around the interface to actually find the function buttons for, like, to find mute, to find raise your hand, and all those sort of function buttons that the application allows you to do. And I was just explaining, but hopefully she caught it. But if she's listening now, if she can, just to briefly just search through that device, and she can find that mute button, hopefully, and then she wouldn't have to establish herself on the call on her laptop. Hopefully, if it makes life easier for herself instead of installing it on her laptop. But anyway, I hope that helps. I hope that helps with her, because I understand the complications of it. Because everything is just downsized on a mobile compared to a laptop. So
it fucking sucks. The
does.
laptop fucking sucks. It's just I mean the phone. I mean the smaller phone screens. Yeah. So by all means continue. For those, by the way, you have a fellow Briton living in Scotland saying hello by the name of Vampire Skunk in the chat room. Do drop in later on to say hello to him. He was, of course, the individual on the call with us earlier, Mr. Colin Healy, I believe. And it was just so people understand, we had to just close that call because his delay up there in Scotland was just too long. The call was untenable. We couldn't maintain it. That plus the fans of his computers were very loud. And
oh God.
Yeah.
And you know what the fault that is? That's because of the network being so shabby.
Tell us about that. Yeah, tell him about your work with the networks and what you understand about what he's contending with, please.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just with the whole infrastructure of the technology used. So for the last 100 years, since basically Jack the Ripper days, we've been working often. Since the 19th century, we've been working with copper wiring, and it's just a couple pair of twisted copper wires, and it's just a conductor of electricity. And so it's got its downfall to it. It's got its pros and cons. Its pros is it's durable, but it's got more cons than anything else. Age, deterioration, corrosion, affects service. So if you're expecting to get 20, 30, 40 meg, which is the download speed, which is what the providers in England, they guarantee that, but they don't guarantee. They guarantee it, but you're not going to get that.
The Coke went right up my nose. They guarantee it, but they don't deliver it, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's all because, it's just an unreliable, it's not fit for purpose, so to speak. And so, my job is to roll out fiber, which is a more reliable service. Of course, its cons are, it's easily breakable. And so, and they produce the outer sheathing, which is the protective layer of that fiber cable, with none other than nut oil. They use nut oil essences to go into producing the outer sheath, which, by the way, in the UK, there's mice, there's rats, there's squirrels. They all love chewing through it because it's attractive. Shit. So some genius decided that nut oil is a good product to go into making the covering of a fiber optic cable. So
this is so fucking stupid. This is probably somebody thought they were being organic or somehow naturalist, that this was somehow biodegradable as opposed to, but this is just so fucking stupid. I mean, it's just aggravating to hear something like that. You just get irritated.
It's like a car manufacturer putting a magnet within in what you call an automobile in the United States, or a vehicle, and then allowing it to run on the road, and then it just attracts every other car on the road to cause a collision. That's just what how stupid it is. It's just like someone doing something along those lines of making something completely unviable, completely non-conducive to suiting its purpose. So it's just ridiculous. But anyway, that's me going off on a little tangent, Douglas. It's just, but there's, obviously we come on this show. I like to come on the show and just relay all the the bad things of this.
Just frustrations. I mean, you're allowed to vent.
Yeah,
Yes, by all means.
Yeah,
Go ahead and vent.
Oh, well, I could go on. Yeah, I'll go on about, but yeah, no, probably why. Sorry, what's the individual's name? Sorry, that resides in Scotland. Sorry.
He goes by the call name Vampire Skunk, but what I'm going to do is, I believe his real name is Colin Healy. I believe. Yes.
Right, thank you. Probably if he's connected through the internet, through hardwire, and he's probably connected through the copper network. So yeah, and in Scotland, it's mainly all rural, highland, hills. So if he's connected through the telephone mast, he's probably not getting a good reception because of all the hills and mountains around in Scotland, because it's on the highland. So all the water runs downwards, south towards England. And you've got, just a shabby network up there. We've got a great Open Reach team up there, great department up there that's providing fibre to Scotland, which is great, actually. And so that's probably why at the moment I'm connected through the 4G network. So I'm not connected to the 5G, I'm connected to 4G. So that's what's established in our call across the Atlantic, and I counted the seconds of delay. Because when I sent you a message on Skype, then I relayed on the YouTube, it took around about 4 or 5 seconds for the beep, the notification to come through, Douglas, on your end. Right. So that's how long the delay is. But it's not too bad. Yeah. But at least it establishes a call and it's connected. And it doesn't seem to drop out. But that's why there's a slight delay when there's a call being made between Skype and myself, from both ends, from both users, both me and myself and yourself, Douglas. But but at any rate, it's all going well. We could carry on about MUFON if you want, Douglas, or we could go into. I found that article written about Aquino. I can happily read out. It's basically citing about the sources. Wish to remain anonymous, and that was obviously one of yourselves. That was you particularly. Yes. So it's something important that maybe the listenership needs to listen to. But I've got the article here, and I can start reading it out loud for the listenership. It says it starts off by the article is written by it's written by San Jose Mercury News. I haven't got the authors. It doesn't state the author's name, but the person who wrote the article, San Francisco, 6 months after the U.S. Attorney's Office closed a child sex abuse case at the Presidio military base. The Army has launched a new investigation of one of the original suspects, a high-ranking officer who founded a satanic church. According to those close to the probe, Army Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, founder and high priest of the Temple of Set, has been formally notified of the criminal investigation and has had his top security clearance suspended. According to the sources, most of the sources would speak only on the condition that they would not be named. Obviously, Douglas was one of those people.
Thank you.
Neither Army officials nor Aquino would discuss the investigation, which revolves around allegations that children were sexually abused. And then, it's cut off there where I've copied and pasted the article. And it goes on to say, Aquino, this is when he was 42 at the time, who is now stationed in St. Louis, or Louise, however it's pronounced, had branded the earlier probe of allegations against him and his wife a witch hunt. And
I love that, yes.
Yes, absolutely. And vehemently denied any wrongdoing. No charges were filed against Aquino in the early investigation, and charges against another man were dropped. But others close to the investigation, which is being conducted by the Army's Criminal Investigation Division in Washington, say parents involved in the original sex abuse cases are being re-interviewed and told about the new probe. In our case, we've been told that he's under investigation for kidnapping, sodomy, and knowingly and maliciously making false charges against another officer. Said Michelle Adams Thompson. Adams Thompson and her husband, the Reverend Larry Adams Thompson, the former assistant chaplain at the Presidio, were informed of the new probe. November 23rd, by an investigation for the division. He has officially been titled, said Larry Adams Thompson. The new investigation is the latest move in the case, which began when one boy said he was molested in November of 1986 at the daycare center and grew to include allegations that as many as 60 children were involved. Charges were filed and withdrawn twice by the U.S. Attorney Joseph Rossanello against Gary Hambright, a Southern Baptist minister and former civilian worker at the daycare center. And that's where the article finishes, Douglas. But I thought that was just important. Yeah, I just thought that was important to read out.
That's very short. That's a very short article. Some of those articles go on much longer. So obviously, this is one that has been somehow summarized or condensed. And I do want people to understand that George does us a great service by reminding us of the fact that I was anonymously the source for what exposure there was of this issue. And it helps me remember or recall a lot of things that I've spent a lot of time trying to forget. One of the things that I do want to do at the moment, though, is thank our dear friend from Puerto Rico. He has not requested anonymity, so I hope he doesn't mind my thanking him publicly for his donation of 20 United States dollars. Excuse me, my apologies, dear lady. This is from Doctores Clara de Jesus. And so Clara de Jesus in Puerto Rico, thank you so much, dear lady. Goddess bless you. Thank you. I love you beyond expression. Thank you so much. So it's just wonderful, so touching to receive this from the territory of Puerto Rico. And they've been through so much, and they're still going through so much. And it's just so hard to live on the island like that with the weather that we've been experiencing everywhere. But in Puerto Rico, they have been hit repeatedly so hard, and it's just there has never been enough help for Puerto Rico. So very touching to receive that from the doctor. And Clara, you're an angel. And with that, we return to George, and we would like to just express when it comes to what you've exposed about, why our friend Colin Healy is just having such a devil of a time up in Scotland. How long do you think, I mean, this is going to be impacted by politics as well. Obviously, Scotland has issues enough where it's, before they start laying fiberglass down there, up there in Scotland. But when it comes to if they become an independent nation state, I mean, apart from the fact that then I presume, this is what I would presume. I would presume that they would lease Holy Loch, where Britain keeps its nuclear submarines. That England would basically pay them at that point for the lease, so they could continue the nuclear submarines being stationed there. And then some other arrangements would be made for perhaps eventually, potentially moving, but that would probably be a lease that would be like 20 years or 10 years of the lease. These leases are very long, so I'm assuming something like that would be done. But at that point, they would be responsible, of course, for basically improving their own technology and entering the fifth generation age themselves. I presume that they could contract with England to help them, or it's something that they might do otherwise. What do you think? How do you think they would deal with this?
Yeah, I think they would, Douglas, especially if they need, especially my company.
Hello.
Hey, so our lovely Ariana has rejoined us. Ariana. This is on your laptop, yes?
Actually, I'm back on my phone because when I tried to get it on the laptop, it said that it says your connection is too weak. Please try again later. So,
oh
yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm back on the phone.
Okay, so hopefully it doesn't give us any trouble. Our man George Knight, please continue. So your company, yes, he's explaining to us about what he does. He lays a lot of pipe. I'm sorry, fiberglass. So it's you tell Ariana what you do and what would happen if Scotland became an independent nation. What they would possibly do to finally upgrade.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
I was going to say, Ariana, you know, a weak connection. I was going to say, are you on copper yourself? Do you know about? Because most people don't know what they've got, what services
Yeah,
they've
yeah.
got.
Do you know how you're connected to the internet at all in Mexico,
Yeah.
Ariana? Is it copper or fiberglass? Do you know?
Oh. Well, this I do not know, but I can make a point of finding out, tomorrow when I speak to the people who, are in this house. Yeah.
Sure. Just out of curiosity. Just ask them. You're curious.
Yeah. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess I'll try to get it, set up better soon.
No, that's fine. I mean, there's nothing essentially that you can do about it. If you're renting, it would be up to the landlords, but it's really, even they can do nothing about it. It basically is like, I think mostly a community thing. I don't know, in America it might be different because it's weird here, but in Mexico or England, it's like I think they, George, explain it to us. In England, how are they dealing with this, community by community? Because you seem to be encountering people who are sometimes not expecting this. And so tell us what's going on with this.
Yeah, so basically what they've done in the UK, the government have offered these, well, basically it's a community effort issue. So it's a community gathering or a collective of a community in these rural villages out in the outskirts. So in the rural areas of England where it is a poor connection through the copper service, through the copper infrastructure. And the government offered these grants for the community to collect money. So they get given donations as well, and they collect the money themselves independently, and they get given a government grant where they can fund our company to roll out fiber in their areas sooner rather than later. Because what Openreach do is they will do the larger cities, the larger towns first. They prioritize that because that's where the larger population base is. Then they go outwards towards the outskirts. But if all these villages that I've been doing recently, that's because the community have collected money grants, and it's thousands and thousands of pounds. And I'm talking not just tens, but hundreds of thousands. It's a lot of money. But the community are willing to spend that money because of the service being so poor. So they're happy to get the money together to roll out fiber because it's such a more reliable service. Because these people... Yeah, they rely on it for their livelihoods. So that is what they're doing. And do you know what, Douglas, is very important to note. I went to a job the other day. Actually, it was two jobs simultaneously, so one after the other. And it was, both individuals that I went to provide fiber. I always explain what fiber is before I conduct the installation. I explained to them. And do you know what? They shut me down immediately. Goes, I know what fiber is. I already know everything about fiber. I was like, really, do you work with it? No. I just know everything about fiber.
Boy.
It's one of these things where these people, and it's with these people, just like with this is MUFON interview he recently conducted, the individual thinks he knows everything about World War II because he watches all these YouTube videos.
Yes,
it doesn't mean anything.
God. Yes,
it doesn't mean anything. And it's the same with these, the customers that I installed the installation for. And I wasn't being rude or anything. I didn't respond rudely to him at all. I was like, oh no, that's good. Well, I don't need to explain anything to you then. That was my response. So if you know everything about it, I don't need to explain it. Because they were trying to claim that, you can, no, I want it in this location because, no, it's going to be fine. Because I explained, well, it doesn't like bending around corners. It doesn't go at acute angles. So when you do an installation, you have to be able to make sure that it is preserved, make sure that it is future-proof. So it's not going to just, all of a sudden stop working in the future.
I don't see how anybody could not understand the fragility of fiberglass, that this shit was not meant to bend, that this cannot...
Exactly. Thank you.
Yes. Oh my fucking God.
I even done it. I demonstrated. I physically demonstrated. I stripped it back and I showed the individual, the customer, what fiberglass looks like. It's as thin as a strand of human hair, and I physically flicked it with my finger, and it wants to go in a straight line because it's hollow fiber optic cable. It's a power source that shoots light down. It wants to go in a straight line. It does not want to reflect off in any acute angles. If it comes across any edges where it can't bend around, reflect off, and it stops. So this guy,
yes,
yeah. So that's that. You have to explain this to them. basically you go through like a description of the anatomy of the, it's like when you're explaining, as yourself, Ariana, when if you talk about the anatomy of a human being, you have to explain about the functions, the composites, and the components of the body itself, the anatomy of it. So it's the same with me. I have to explain about what fiber optic is, and then these people, they don't want to listen. They go, yeah, I work for the Ministry of Defense, I know what fiber optic cable is, I've seen it many times. I say, yeah, but you don't work with it, you don't, that's what I'm thinking about. And I'm just explaining to you because I want to do my job properly to a quality standard. So it's frustrating in that regard.
And you gotta pray for patience.
So, Ariana, have you had this level of frustration trying to teach any of your students anything?
Well, I mean, I taught English years ago, and there was a particular student. I think she just wanted to have the activity of being with somebody, and every week she would pay me for the class, and every week we would have to go over the exact same stuff that from the week before, because I think some people, their ability to learn, you never know what happened to them when they were younger. Maybe they got a head injury or something, or maybe they were told, they were not given confidence, because children are so fragile. They really need a lot of reassurance and praise and, confidence. And so most of us maybe didn't get that. And so some people maybe more so than others. And so, for me, that was really difficult to teach her. And so I think at some point I just said to her, well, that's it. I'm not going to be teaching you anymore, because I just felt too frustrated. Yeah, she wasn't learning it. Yeah.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
Isn't that so sad? There's different people, different abilities and capabilities, and but we can all learn to have more patience with one another, have more patience with ourselves. That's my lesson at this point in my life. This is what I'm focusing on, to try to make better in my life, because in my mind, living in Los Angeles for all the years I did, I developed this, and it wasn't just because of living in Los Angeles, it was my living arrangement, but I developed a lot of cynicism in my way of thinking, road rage type stuff, where I'd be just walking around or driving around outside, and right away I'd see something and jump to a conclusion and, get really, really upset. So now I'm learning how, I stop myself, and I'll say, I give my brain a command, or my mind, and I say, cancel, cancel, cancel. That's from the Silva mind
control method, the Silva mind control method. Yes, go on.
Method, yeah. And so I learned that from there, and not that I've delved deeply into there, but and then I just say, you know what, I'm happy and I'm grateful. I'll say an affirmation of that I'm supported by God in this moment with patience and love, and so therefore, of course, I want to have patience and love for others. So that's stuff that I'm working on at this point in time. But I totally understand when a person gets frustrated. I can giggle along with you guys when you're talking and saying, oh my fucking God, stuff like that. But I understand. I can appreciate it. But I'm trying to diminish the cynicism that has really taken root inside of me over the years. I'm trying to make that a lot lighter than it has been in the past, because it was pretty intense there for a while, where I would be screaming in my car and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to give myself an aneurysm. So I'm like, no, this can't be healthy for me. So stuff like that.
So
and just being angry at people is not so great.
No, definitely. Yeah. So what do you do when you're confronted with this kind of anger, George?
Yeah. Oh, George, yes.
Yeah, no, thankfully, with my experience, I'm able to quite quickly diffuse the situation.
Oh, so explain to Ariana and the rest of our listeners your experience in service.
Yeah, thank you. Because I've been given, training courses on professional friendly and efficient services to customers. So customer face-to-face situations where I have been trained to actually diffuse the situation with a customer. And just little tips, just little hints is, first of all, ask the customer to please sit down. You ask them, well, please just take a seat and we can discuss this. Because immediately when someone is standing up, they're more tense. Nice. But when they sit down, they're more relaxed. Their persona and everything. Yeah, it's just that is the first technique they ask you to do. So you just ask them to do that. Yeah, and then we sit down, we have a discussion. And that automatically, their tone of voice gets lowered down. It gets lowered. Because obviously when one person is raising their voice, the other one raises it higher to try and get their point across. So, that doesn't work. So it just ends up being a shouting match. So, So that is a technique that I've been trained to do. So with my job role now, it's people are, I've explained this many, many times, but with my former profession, people were under the influence of alcohol. They were drinking. So I was serving people drinks all night long. And, when people have more and more alcohol consumed, they become more and more, how do you want to say it? Their sense of awareness and reasoning decreases. But then, they become more, I don't know what the word is, not confident, but they will start to,
well, they lose all sense of inhibition. Go.
Yes. Inhibition, yep. Maybe get a bit arrogant there.
They can be, yeah. They are actually more easier to basically, to succumb their behavior. It's easier to know. And then also, they've got their friends and family around and be like, and I'll just have a word with them. They've had too much to drink. So it's easy for them. And then that's it. I'm not going to serve you any more drinks. So it's easy for them. And then, of course, with alcohol, there's a period of time after you consume an alcohol, your senses and awareness start to increase because your alcohol the level content seems to drop in your body. So, it's just basically being absorbed. Yeah. But anyway, with my job, people haven't had a drop of alcohol and they are far more hostile. If you cannot provide the service they're expecting a particular service, but you have to reassert them and explain to them. Like with my job, for example, like for instance, this week, the guy wanted me to install the little white box I installed to connect to the fiber. He wanted it in a room that's situated in the middle of the house. And I explained to him, sorry, sir, but I work for OpenReach. We maintain the network, so it's outside. Right. And it's just like with other water companies, like we have in the UK, a company called Thames Water that maintain the water network, the pipework network out in the open outside, and they only work up until the faucet of the house. When you have a leak inside the house, you call out a plumber to come do that work. Whereas with myself, we can do one drill externally through their wall and fit a little white box and feed the fiber cable out. We don't do internal wiring. That requires a different type of contractor or builder to come, or electrician to come do that. So you don't, it's like with the electric board, you don't get an electrician to go sort out the network outside. You get the electric board to sort out that issue outside. Then any internal wiring you need done, you get electrician. So it's exactly the same principle. So they're expecting you to do all this work internally. It's like, no, sorry, we don't do that. And so they're expecting you to do it. And then you say, no, we're not doing that. But that's not what I'm paid to do. And then it's not my job. Anything that goes wrong, it's on me. It's my liability. So no, I'm not. I'm not doing it.
Or another way to express it is, I'm not authorized to do that.
Exactly, it's against our company policy, and that's what I use. I say that it's against our company policy. We just don't do it. If you want anything done internally, then it's extra charges, and you have to go back to provider to request that. So that's basically it. So as I was explaining, people are far more hostile because it's their livelihoods, people, and it is like a drug, as we explained, didn't we, Douglas? On the
as I was saying, I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's like a chemical release of dopamine in your brain.
Yes.
It's like a high. You get a high from the internet. So that's what people do. And it's like what people do with social media. When they post things and they want likes, that's a dopamine rush. for them. It's a high for them. So this is their livelihoods. And it's not just down to work. I don't think that, to be honest with you, they always use that excuse. Oh, I need to go to work. I need to get on the Zoom call to talk to my... No, you don't. No, you don't. I mean, you'll be happy to say, sorry, I've got no internet. I don't have to go to work today.
Right. It's basically my own, conclusion is, of course, it's as someone who myself cruises for porn all the time, what they're really bitching about, especially the men, is basically, for the majority of them, it's their lover. The internet is their fucking lover. This is like, they basically, it's like basically depriving him of sex when you deprive him of his fucking internet. So your average guy goes haywire, to use a pun, and it's just sad. It's just really fucking sad.
And I do get asked the question, Douglas. Some gentleman actually asked me, well, I can't seem to get the internet in my bathroom. And it's like,
oh my God.
I was like, you don't really need it, sir. You don't really need it. I was like, no, you don't really need to put electrical device in there. I mean, it's, condensation and that will basically, affect the circuitry of the device. You don't really need it in there. But it's always like, I wonder what internet in your bathroom.
Yes.
Unless you want to.
Too much information from that guy. You can tell him, too much information. It's, oh my God. And it's like, guys used to read the paper while they were sitting on the can. Think of, I guess this guy's multitasking. Or in the bathtub, of course. That's one of those things. Yeah, I called our man Ian West the other day, and he was in the bathtub. And I heard these splashing sounds, and all I could imagine was this. And I won't tell you what image came to my mind, but that being said, okay, so, honey, Ariana, when you're, you yourself, of course, have dealt with teaching people. You've dealt with these frustrations. Now you've investigated, apparently, a number of these kind of courses, such as Ekankar, the Silva Mind Control Method. If you could tell us, is this part of the metaphysics milieu that you speak about?
Yes, that's the beauty of metaphysics, is that it encompasses so many things, and I was naturally attracted to or drawn to things spiritual in nature, and astrology, numerology, just reading the different other scriptures that come from other faiths or cultures, and philosophy, and the ancient Greek philosophers, and psychology. And so, yes, things that are spiritual, this all encompasses metaphysics. So I try to break that down. I just explain it with one small example here, one small example there in each of my videos, to give a broad idea. After 33 videos, everybody, of about 20 minutes long each, everybody will have a very good idea about what metaphysics is, because that's what I'm on that journey too, learning it, and I'm, at the same time, and so just sharing it, turning around and sharing it with others as I learn it myself. So, yep, Silva Mind Control, I looked a bit into, and I thought to myself, yes, I want to pay for that course eventually. I just not right now, and also the other one is EMT, not EMT, although I do know about EMT a little bit, which is the tapping. Is that the tapping? And then the other one is, I'm not remembering right now, but yes, different things like this. Even tarot, like tarot deck, tarot card, it's really about psychology more than anything else. If other people use it for black magic, I don't even know how they would, honestly, but the idea is it as a tool, as an instrument. Tarot teaches us a lot as we study the cards about psychology and us, as roles that we could play in life. And they really offer a lot of insight into ourselves. As we know ourselves, then we can turn around and understand others better, have more patience with ourselves, and have more patience with others. So the idea of it being practical, like that's what Peter Moon was saying about knowledge. Instead of just talking about Bigfoot or something, how about something like practical knowledge that you can apply to your life? And Peter Moon mentioned about like body wisdom. There's a word for that, but yeah. And so I was
It's
thinking
physical intelligence. The more appropriate term is physical intelligence. Your body has an intelligence. And George, before I point out, Colin Healy has a lot to say in the chat room. George Knight, tell us a little bit about physical intelligence, the body having the knowledge to respond to muscle training, etc. Muscle
yes.
Oh, oh yeah. Beg your pardon, Douglas. Sorry, was that to do with basically developing the body for, say, for instance, just the physical anatomy of the body, the muscle groups, or
yeah.
Is that the question? Sorry, beg your pardon, because I was literally just over the other side of the room. Sorry, beg your pardon.
No worries. It was just like our friend
I was
Ariana
listening.
earlier. Yes. And do me a favor, both of you hold the conversation. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute. As a matter of fact, before I go mute for a few minutes and just rinse my mouth out after finishing this can of Coke, I do want to check with Colin Healy in the chat room and read what he has to say. Colin Healy is in the chat room as Vampire Skunk, under which avatar he was interacting with Ariana for quite a while. And he said, he said that I think it's because I'm going over G4 data, should get broadband in a few weeks. So he's talking about why it was so problematic, the delay he had. He said they sell more bandwidth than they have. Laugh out loud. In Thailand, it was twice as good and twice as cheap. He left there, of course, because he did point out that he was seriously afraid that you could wind up rotting in a dungeon somewhere in Thailand because you don't have the right stamp on your passport. I'm not going to insinuate anything about this man. I do not know this man. He might be the most wonderful man in the world, but my stereotype, I hate to say it, my stereotype of white men going to Thailand generally has to do with child predators. And maybe he wanted to escape the law, but hey, it's not saying that's the case. Not saying that's the case, Colin, but you can tell us whatever misadventures you had down there. He said they had fiber cables strung from pole to pole in Thailand, but daily power outages. And but he was saying, I don't want 5G. Thanks very much. He says, I'm going over cell phone data. There was scaffolding that damaged my phone line, should be resolved soon. And then he says, George, please tell me you're not installing 5G infrastructure. So obviously he's phobic. He's has a phobia of 5G. So you can share with us, Mr. Colin Healy, how you came about this phobia. I'm going to presume this is the horrible irony of what we're dealing with. People get on the internet and they read bullshit about 5G, and then they attack people trying to install 5G because of crap they read on the internet, which they got their info over via copper that was installed at the time of Charles Dickens and shit. Okay, there's an irony here that I can't quite comprehend, yet is visible for all to see. Okay, there is. So, George and Ariana, take it from here. Hold the conversation for several minutes. I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes, okay?
Yeah, please do. Thank you very much. Yeah, take your time. Yeah, hello, Ariana. Sorry, did you want me to address the question with it's bodybuilding? So that's what I used to do as just a hobby. Did you want me to address that, the mind body connection, or do you want me to?
Yes, I actually have studied that as well. Fitness and nutrition. I've studied that in my life. Yeah. The gym that I go to, the owner of that gym here in this city, Aguascalientes, he is a champion and bodybuilder in bodybuilding. Right, yes, back about 27 years ago. So yeah. So yes, about body wisdom or body knowledge or something, muscle memory. We were talking about what's applicable, like wisdom and knowledge that we can apply to ourselves, to our daily lives in a practical way. That's what Peter Moon was trying to direct us to when the question of Bigfoot came up, because it can just be like, okay, so if you know that there was a Bigfoot or not a Bigfoot, then okay, now what, So Peter Moon was basically trying to bring the conversation around to what about practical wisdom? It could be spiritual in nature, but also our bodies have wisdom as well. So yeah, if you wanted to talk about that.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, no, what I can just tell you through what I was doing, it was just basically developing the physiology of my structure of my body. So I was developing muscles. I wanted to just basically increase my weight because I was a very skinny lad over 10 years ago. So I was a very skinny lad. So it was just something I've always subconsciously and peripherally been into my whole life. Because my father was a big man, he had a big structure, and so I've always been into that whole bodybuilding aspect. So that was just my one thing I was really into, and I wanted to pursue. So I started doing that. I joined the gym in 2013, and I did it for 8 years. Sort of like you can call it religiously, just every day in the gym. And it consumed my entire life because it is a lifestyle. And what I can definitely say is with the mind-body connection is they're certainly intricately linked to one another. I always found it very positive. I always felt very good after you had a gym session, and I would only be in there for, you'll hear so many conflating arguments you should be in the gym for and all this stuff. It basically ignore everything, and I always tell people to try out yourself and see what works for you. It's all about individuality and your individual person, what you're there to achieve. Basically, that's what I always tell anyone. Don't listen to what anyone else tells you. Just do it for yourself. And and so I'll be in the gym, and it doesn't matter if I'm in there for 45 minutes to an hour or 2 or 3 hours. I always felt very good and positive after the gym. And actually, there's another a release of chemicals in your body called endorphins, which kick in after you've had a workout. Yeah. And so my whole day was consumed by the gym. Everything revolves around the gym. From the moment I woke up, I would say to myself, right, I need to consume this, and this, go for a gym workout. And then then you revolve your whole day around, right, I need to eat this time, then sleep, rest, then do it all again, do it all over again. So that was my entire life for 8 years, and it dominated everything. So every decision I made revolved around the gym. So sorry, I can't do it this time, I can't do this, or I can't do that, or you have to sort of like make arrangements around it. You have to be flexible in order to have a lifestyle balance between, social, private life, family life, friends life, and gym life. You have to be reflexive on it all. So that's me in a nutshell, in a summarized nutshell. And I loved it, and I put on so much weight. So I started off at 72 kilo. The biggest I ever got was to 105 kilo. So I put on an enormous amount of weight, and that was all through just dedication with the gym, going almost on a daily basis. If I could gym 7 days a week, I would do. I had to sometimes say, you need a day off, or you need 2 days off. Sometimes you need to take a week off every now and then. So I did do that. And within my that whole 8 years period, I did 5 steroid cycles in total. Between the years 2014 and 2018, I did 5 steroid cycles in total. So it was mainly for a 4-year period. It was basically, what was it, about, you would say, 1 cycle a year, average 1.5 cycles a year. Whereas most people that are on steroids, they would do it all year round. They would do 4 cycles a year. Whereas I gave myself a big period, a big break, which is what you're supposed to do. And so, I was really, that was how, because I got involved with the gym and talking to bodybuilders. And of course, I got involved through being affiliated with several bodybuilders. And they told me and explained how it is all done. And of course, it's all to do with drug related, with steroid use. It's all, and then don't let anyone tell you when they say they're not on steroids, they're on steroids.
Wow.
People actually,
Yeah,
and
'cause
people, yeah, sorry.
No, I was just going to say the man who's the owner of the gym where I am, he doesn't work out anymore because he competed like 27 years ago.
Yes.
But I notice I'm sure he still works out, but certainly not in a competitive way. But I'm
Yes.
wondering, if a person does that, like steroids, do they now have to like maybe work out the rest of their lives, or else their muscles will just be like a strange shape or something? I don't know.
Yeah, well, do you know what? It's really good with the way, like, and you mentioned the word muscle memory. It's very good that you can have a, like myself, I haven't gone to the gym it's come up to 3 years now. I've not really stepped foot in the gym since I think 2020, the last time I stepped in the
Yeah.
gym. But I know as soon as I get back, it will take me maybe half a year to get the physique I once had 3 years ago. It doesn't take long. It doesn't, as long as you stick to it. It's all about, yeah, because what you're doing in the gym basically is you're breaking down muscle tissue, and you've got to give it time to repair itself. And the reason why you consume all these different types of proteins, and you'll hear all these different type of proteins on all this, they'll tell you, all these dietitians will tell you, you need to take amino acids, you need to take creatine, you need to take BCAAs, branched chain amino acids. They'll tell you need to take all these different types of compounds of different types of proteins, and there are many different types. To isolate, isotope. There's so many different types in order to repair that muscle tissue. And then, because what you're doing in the gym, essentially, muscle fibers, and you're stimulating hypertrophy, which is to stimulate the muscle. And so to get that contraction, to get that pump, what they call the pump. And so, yeah, and that's what it is. It's just a repetition. It's sculpturing, they call it. That's what it is. It's like an art form. When you're conducting a paintwork on a canvas, you're applying that to your whatever art you want to apply to your canvas, you have to apply it. But it's not all done in one go. You have to do it by stages. And so that's what it is with bodybuilding. But you have to do it on a daily basis. You have to do it either on a daily basis, have the sufficient amount of rest in order for your muscle to repair itself. Because what you're doing is you're breaking down muscle tissue, you're feeding it that source of protein, then it can repair itself and build. And when it rebuilds itself, it comes bigger, larger, stronger. And that's what you're doing.
Yeah,
and it's just a repetition. And that's all it is. That's all it is. Yeah.
So the human body is amazing, and it is like art, isn't it? We are gloriously magnificent beings. The creation of God. God does not make mistakes, and God knows what it does when God makes us, and the result is that we really are gloriously magnificent beings, and we can enjoy that, like you said, of the art. You took the time to like create or just to accentuate the parts of the body, the male physique. So that it is beautiful. That is beautiful. It is art.
Yes, thank you. And so, honey, how about yourself? Do you spend much time at the beaches in Mexico, or do you have any opportunity? Are they far away from you? You said you were more inland, yes?
Yes. They don't have beaches, and I was looking around to see if they had like maybe streams and lakes and things like this. They probably do. I have not had a chance to visit that. We're at high altitude, but not as high as Mexico City. Here it's 6,400 feet elevation. Mexico City, I think, is 8,000 or 9,000 feet. But I'm not near Mexico City. But no, I'm not near the beach or anything like that. Although it is beautiful, it would be beautiful to be able to do that. But I'll be getting to know the nature that's outside of this city little by little, because there are beautiful nature spots. And I met a lady who told me that she's going to show me, one or two spots. So that's going to be really nice. Yeah.
Wonderful. And how about yourself, George? Any ability, time lately to be able to spend at the beach or something like that? It's mostly just been work and dealing with other challenges, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the weather's not conducive to beach environment, beach weather. Unfortunately, it's just yeah. But I just wanted to just quickly say, and it's important to note about the feelings I got, and when I was doing steroids,
Yeah.
and I always emphasize to everyone about the disadvantages and the side effects, because steroids affect people in different ways, and it all depends on your persona, on your personality. It exacerbates how you're feeling. So if you're in a pissed off mood and you're on steroids, it increases. It increases. This is why you get the term roid rage. Now, thankfully, I was never, when I was on it, I was never an angry person, and I was fully aware of that. But I have seen people on steroids and they have reacted. Now, when you react violently, I've seen a guy choke someone to almost death. You are stronger, physically stronger. Yeah, and it's so important to note that. But with me personally, how it affected me, you become literally a sex freak. That is the worst thing on your in my mind. It consumed everything. You just constantly wanted sex the entire time, and that to me was a massive side effect, because it would affect you. It would be like, wow, I can't get it off my head, and because it does increase your hormones, because it's a synthetic hormone. So it's like when a child is going, from a child to an adolescent, they go through puberty, they go through their hormone changes. And so it's like going through puberty again, and you get all, you want to experiment, you want to do things like that. So, that was the worst side effect. And so, which is just, it's just hilarious, because me personally, I didn't lose my virginity until I was 25 years old. I didn't lose my virginity until I was 25. And that's when I started, when I was about 26, 27, that's when I started to do steroids. And that was when I started to have sex. And so, it's just remarkable. Yeah. But what I wanted to note is you get that feeling of empowerment when you're in the gym. You get that power of, I was standing in a queue, and you just know, well, look, you got this physiology where you're far more structurally bigger than most other guys, because you are.
Yeah.
People do look at you as a freak when you're walking down the street and you look different to everyone else. People do take a sidestep and look at you, or they turn around and look back at you, and that was something I noted. You do get, and you think, is it positive? Is it negative? But it doesn't matter. It does make people turn back and have a look, and it makes them think, well, I want to look like that, or they think, oh, it's repulsive, I don't want to look like that. So it's one or the other. But I get this. This is why this is the reason why I'm mentioning it, is because this is why I get the same. And now I don't have that feeling anymore, because I don't do the gym. I never did, because my whole reason for going to the gym is because I did it for myself. I didn't do it to impress or to attract women. I didn't do it to impress other people. I didn't do it to attract women. I didn't do it because I was bullied and I needed to be bigger to defend off all the bullies. It had none of those reasons, none of those above. It was because I wanted to do it for myself, and I never did the competitions. So if people do competitions because they have a reason for doing it, but I just did the gym for myself. I never wanted to show off. But I have the same feeling that I had then. You're in a queue, and wow, if anyone attacks me, I know I could defend myself. And it's just like, when I've been with Douglas for the past 6 years, learning everything I have with him, I know I can stand my ground if anyone wants to dispute history with me. I know I can stand my ground, and that I get the same feelings. Yeah, and he has grown my confidence. He has grown my confidence in that, and I'm able to handle my own. It was the same feeling. So that is, I can take that with me, and knowing I can defend myself, and that's the other reason why I'm also with Douglas, because I'm learning so much, and I'm able to, that's why I'm in total in debt with him, because I've learned so much. It's like a university's what do you call it? Yeah, a university
amount of like a degree.
And you go for all these semesters. It's like a semester course. And so it's so no, I just wanted to, I thought it was important for me to bring that up, Douglas.
Thank you.
Because
I think it's quite relevant. Really, it's very important. Thank you.
I can literally hand my ground.
Just out of curiosity, before you got on the steroids that so enhanced your sex drive, do you feel that you were just kind of asexual or not, didn't have much of what, did you feel that your sex drive was underwhelming, or kind of like you had a lower sex drive before that?
Oh, I don't. Do you know what? It's a very interesting question, Douglas. But you know the difference with where before you're on it and then when you're on it.
Okay.
It's just like, and it's sort of like it's an annoyance more than anything. Okay. It's an annoyance, and so yeah, it's just because the very first time I did have sex, it was before I did steroids, and I've only ever been with 4 girls my entire life. So yeah, it's I was, you know the difference, and I don't actually miss it. I don't actually miss it, but I always emphasize that with people because it affects people in different ways. Like I said, it was actually a chef I used to work with. He had an agency chef come in and he started calling a colleague of mine a monkey. And that colleague of mine, he was on steroids. And when you're on it, your strength increases. And so what this guy did was he choked him. He grabbed him and he choked him.
Wow.
And he almost killed him. He passed out. And it took him only a matter of 2 seconds for him to pass out because he gripped him that hard. He told him to stop. He goes, stop doing it. He ended up, the guy who passed out, the agency chef, he called the police. He got the police involved. Of course, I was a witness. I spoke to the police and gave them my eyewitness testimony. And I said what the guy was doing. He was antagonizing my colleague. He was antagonizing. It ended up him actually getting away with it because the police saw it as, well, the guy provoked him. He antagonized him. So yeah, even though the guy reacted in a violent way, and the agency chef didn't react to him. Well, he didn't actually physically attack him or grab him, but because he was provoked so much, he was being pushed to do it. Again, it's like what I've learned from Douglas. It's again the victimizer turning into the victim.
Right.
They want to. And it was the guy who called the police, but yet he was in the wrong because he was antagonizing.
But I'm so glad that the police saw that. It's
yes.
That's very rare, but you have to imagine the insanity of this person. Someone has to be insane to start calling a bodybuilder who is obviously much larger than oneself, and just you may not know about the concept of roid rage, but obviously this person has a lot of pent-up rage or aggression, many cases where they're doing this. This is why our man George Knight was making a point of explaining that he is not a victim who's overcompensating, that he simply was pursuing this as kind of a discipline and art form, but many people are victimized and overcompensating, and certainly for someone to just start calling someone like that names is it's like you're playing Russian roulette with a loaded gun. I mean, this man must be an idiot.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and he called the police, and he thought the police will actually defend his case because he was attacked. But the police saw it as, no, you were the one that started it. You provoked it, and it was just this guy's just ignorance. It was just, I don't even know what, it's just stupidity. Why this guy did. I took Will outside, the chef. I took him outside and I gave him a hug. And to calm him down, I said, no, I understand why you did that, Will, because I saw it all with my eyes. I heard everything that he said to you. I understand. And I went, after I told him that you need to, just stay out here, stay calm. I went to go check on the guy who passed out, who fell on the floor. I went to go see if he was all right, and he was still breathing. And he did. He was just coming to it, coming forth, and he just came up. He got back consciousness, and then he just stood up, and he goes, well, I'm going to call the police.
Oh my God! It's almost like like he had intended this as like he wanted to basically instigate a lawsuit against the hotel or something. Is the first thing that comes to my mind. Some kind of personal conspiracy.
He went soon after that. He was evicted. He was straight away evicted.
Yeah.
So I think our boss got in touch with the agency, and then he was removed. He was just basically removed immediately from the premise because he was staying there. He was sleeping in the hotel rooms. So he was just an agency chef to cover for another chef. So that was it. But that was a consequence I've seen personally in my own eyes from someone who's on steroids. It affects people in different ways, and so there are side effects. And luckily I didn't have gyno. Thankfully, I know people who did get gyno. What they call bitch tits. It's just the milk underneath the nipple. Luckily, I never had that because after you're on a steroid cycle, like I said, I only did it 1.5 times a year. A steroid cycle lasting anywhere between 8 weeks, maybe 10 weeks cycle. When you come off, you have to conduct a PCT. It's post. you have to allow your natural hormones to kick back in again. If you don't do a basically a post-cycle therapy, PCT, then what would happen is your natural hormones will shut down. And so this has detrimental effects on the human body and your mental state, because you don't have any hormones in your body. So I allowed it all to kick back in naturally. So that was important. That was why I was never become infertile. I was able to keep my natural hormones going naturally and stay fertile. Whereas I know people who have to go on what they call basically hormone replacement therapy, right. HRT. They have to stay on that for the rest of their lives.
Oh my God!
Because they shut down the normal natural hormones, so they can't produce natural hormones. They can't produce semen. Right?
Interesting.
To the normal
now,
extent.
In the case of this Nashville shooting, with this young lady turned into a man, they're trying to blame the hormones that she was using for her massacre. So I will try to you give some clarity to this issue later in monologue. But dear Adriana, tell us about what kind of violence did you encounter while teaching? Certainly as a career educatress, you must have encountered some violence from students towards each other, or perhaps threats against yourself. Tell us a bit about this.
Well, I didn't really get a degree in education, to be a teacher. I was just asked because I was bilingual. I learned that on my own. Then people would approach me, Spanish people in America, would be like, "Oh, I need to learn better English," So it was
you're a little muffled, honey. Talk to the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
You sound like you were burying your face in your pillow.
Well, yeah, I was kind of burying the phone in the pillow, but that's okay. I will not do that. So yeah, so I didn't. It was more of the classes I've given were like they were one-on-one or just a few people at a time, and so they were not children, and they were just wanted to learn more English. And so, I didn't really come across that. These were students who were there because they wanted to be, not because they were forced to be there. Like public schools can feel like that sometimes for kids, So yeah, I don't know if I've come across that regarding violence or anything like that. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. And so that brings us back to George. George, with this, obviously, you've dealt with quite a bit in your lifetime. You've had quite a number of experiences that where you've had to act the part of the counselor, especially for people whose behavior can be altered by these hormones. And like I said, I'll do my best to try and do this subject some justice. But when it comes to obviously, with the experience that you had, you can deal with many of the confrontations that you deal with now. But apparently when I left to basically rinse the taste of that malted battery acid we call Coca-Cola out of my mouth, and yes, I drink it for the sugar and the caffeine, and immediately after, while I'm drinking it, it's refreshing, but immediately afterwards it leaves this aftertaste, which is vile. It's just the nature of the beast. What I was wondering was, did you try to address, or do you feel that this is futile? Did you try to address like Mr. Vampire Skunk, Mr. Colin Healy's fear of 5G?
Not yet. Yeah, not yet. Okay. Yeah. No. Oh God, we could go to town on this one with the whole 5G conspiracy. Yeah, it's just a ridiculous propaganda agenda by particularly the sources I've seen where it comes from is from the Russians.
Thank you.
So it comes from the Russian sponsored state media. So what they do is, what the enemy can do is, they don't need a convention to invade and attack a nation state. They can employ propaganda tactics to make the population of another sovereign state or a foreign adversary kill their own people or kill themselves, self-immolate themselves. Yes. And this is one of those propaganda ploys that they have conducted. So what they did was they promoted that because of their own liability and accountability for unleashing the African swine fever throughout Europe, throughout Ukraine, throughout Russia, and it seeped into the Manchurian and Chinese population border base, and it just leaked into it, and it affected the pig population, the pig stock, basically the swine species population going into that. But they deploy these propaganda tactics where people online, when people
By the way, while George is explaining this,
yes.
Dear Ariana, make certain you put a link to your YouTube channel into our chat room, because Colin Healy was saying he couldn't find your channel at all. So you need to put a link to your channel into our chat room, okay? And go on, George, with what you're saying.
I will. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So so with the whole 5G propaganda, the conspiracy behind it is to try to say that COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 sources from telephone masks, because it emits a frequency wave that impacts the human body, and somehow, for some illogical reason, which I can't fathom and explain, it somehow gives you coronavirus, gives you this respiratory acute, this severe acute respiratory syndrome. For some reason, I have no idea how this works. There is no logical explanation for it, but yet people were buying this propaganda. And so what they were doing was, these field operatives in the field were going to these telephone masts to repair a service, to maintain the service, and people were attacking them. And what they were doing, they were creating these cocktail Molotovs and lighting them and throwing them at these telephone masts, and they were burning them. They were literally scorching them to destroy them, because they actually truly believed that these telephone masts were emitting coronavirus waves into your human body. Now how on earth would anyone ever buy that? I have no idea, but people did. And people do still to this day, unfortunately. So that is the extent. Thankfully, as soon as I joined, they made us aware. The second day I was basically at Yarnfield, when I was being basically recruited, because it felt like a military program. I was being recruited by the military because it was a former military base.
Wow.
And you go through the same, recruitment service procedures. And so you retrieve your uniform, you go back to your quarters, and then you sleep, and then you get up, and then you do all your duties throughout the day. So that's what it felt like. And then we had a meeting, a large group of us in a like a study room, where we all got individual tables, all evenly, 2 meter distance, because it was still COVID restrictions at that time. So it was a 2 meter rule. And basically they brought to our attention about this coronavirus conspiracy, about how telephone masts are emitting. And I was the only one that raised my hand and actually said that I'm aware of it. And what they explained was, what they're doing is, behind the billboards or behind posters on these telephone masts, these vigilante, what you want to call them, I don't know. I just call them these, vigilant felons, just these horrible people that believe this. What they would do is they will conduct a terrorist attack by putting shards or needles behind the mast. So behind these billboards or posters, where when the field operative will grab it and try to remove it or put the hand on it, they would then contract HIV or contract any form of horrible disease. And so that was what they were doing. So it's a form of terrorist attack. So they made us aware of this if we ever go near them. But thankfully, with my job role, I don't have to go near the telephone. But they weren't just doing it for the telephone mast, they were doing it for the poles, the network itself. So that's what I work on. So they just made us aware that you can come across these horrible things. They give us protective equipment to actually safely discard these shards. So we get given these shard boxes so we can get them, because they also stick them in the cabinets as well. And there have been photographs circulating online that that people were putting these shards in these cabinets that people go into, and it's just a shard there. Now it's either someone who does heroin, or it's someone that's put it there as an attack, which most likely it's there to be so the field operative will get hurt. And so it's horrible. It's horrible, but that was a real phenomenon, and people can read up on that online. It's a real thing. That's not a conspiracy. The
No,
conspiracy
this
is
is
that these
terrible.
telephone masks are emitting COVID to your body.
Right.
You're
This is a
contracting it through
form
these
of
frequencies, which is yeah.
Yeah, it's a form of domestic terrorism, but it's really a form of international terrorism, and
Exactly.
because
Thank you.
it's ultimately inspired by Russian propaganda. And
Exactly.
Amor Fadi joins us. He says, George and Team Dietrich, bless you, brothers in battle. We have a sister in struggle with us as well, Ariana. So what I did was I took your link, Ariana. I spelled your name Ariana. Yes. And
Yes.
and I put in the link, and so that's in the chat room in our chat, not the one here on Skype, but the one in the YouTube. So I put it in the YouTube chat so that people can access it. Who, from this point forward, anybody who's just reviewing this can see that and access your channel. I subscribed to your channel, and so I'll provide the link to our dear man George Knight in his private messenger box, so he can subscribe at his leisure, and this will help up your views a bit. And
Yeah.
it's nice that you got as much as you did. Yeah, considering. So I'll just here we are, spell that name out for him as well, so he will recognize that this is who we're referencing. There we are. And so that being said, thank you for addressing that, George. And honestly, it's one of those things where we've had attempts at bombing here in the United States as well, conducted by these internationally prompted domestic terrorists. It's a fifth column. In effect, the Russians have created a fifth column in the developed world to try and hinder the progress of the developed world.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. And so we do not fear 5G. It's ridiculous to do so. This is not like in communist China, where literally they're subjecting themselves to saturation point, because obviously true 5G basically means you're going to have a lot of antennas everywhere. And that includes miniature antennas that might need to be in the home at some point if we're truly going to extend 5G the way people want it. This is the problem. Everybody wants instant gratification. They want fucking internet. They want it in their fucking bathroom. But nobody wants 5G because they're afraid that it's going to saturate them in some kind of radiation or something. So it's, what the fuck do you want? It's like you can't win. You're left with this, like, what does a person do in this situation? And it's but the one thing I can tell you is that our man George Knight is on the side of the angels. He's trying to help bring a backward third world Atlantic fringe nation into the 21st fucking century. You can tell people how behind England truly is. It's maddening.
We're catching up to the rest of the world, to nations like Japan and nations like Eastern European countries like Poland and Romania. So they've already got fiber rolled out. So we're just way behind. We were the bottom of the table in 2015. We had 3% of our population on fiber in 2015. 3%, whereas Japan had over 95%. That's how
Wow.
we were. That's how behind we were. That's the official stats, so people can source it online. They just have to type in the stats of fiber of 2015, and you'll see that yourself. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, it's hideously funny. It's funny, but it's tragic. I mean, it's this is, Britain was the source of the first industrial revolution, and look at them now. It's like,
do you know what? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Douglas.
Go on.
Yeah, a very important point I made probably about a couple of years ago now, when I first joined as a field operative. I basically stated that the government has invested more money into the fiber rollout than they did with COVID vaccine rollout. So they invested far much more money. They invested £15 billion in rolling out fiber. And you just look up how much it cost for the vaccine rollout. It costs half that amount. And it's 15 billion it costs to build the network for fiber. And they've invested because they've realized they're so behind. They need to get with the times. The government has realized that. That is why the government has funded it. And so when I was employed, I was funded to be employed. It was funded by the government. So yeah, that's essentially it, because they are so behind. That was just to put things into perspective, Douglas. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
Definitely.
Sorry, do continue.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for what you do, so that people can enter the fucking 21st century.
Yes.
You know, and that being said, what about yourself, dear Ariana? Tell us a little bit about what you think would be the metaphysical equivalent of that. What is it we need to be doing to kind of catch up worldwide with a kind of metaphysical equivalent of 5G?
Wow, that's a great question. Well, there's different things that we can be doing. First of all, just the understanding that it is through our own efforts that we can progress spiritually, humanly, and mentally, emotionally, and with in relationships, with work, with business, with goals. You know, we need to put our own effort into it. And that's the difference between metaphysics and, say, others, say, spiritual paths out there or new age stuff, because it's using the mind. That's why I like the idea of the Silva mind control stuff, because it's about us taking control of our minds, and that way we, and developing a relationship with what you could call God, which would be the source of our life, where our life comes from. And so that's what we could be doing to be, getting up to these days, these times, is to take it upon ourselves to see how we can progress and evolve as humans. And it can involve, gaining the knowledge, like the mystics, their books, their writings throughout the years and the centuries. Luckily, we live in a day and age now where we have access to all kinds of books and writings that, at our fingertips online and stuff. So we can read things like the I Ching or the Vedas or the sutras, or just, many different types of sacred books. And so gaining knowledge is one of the steps, taking it upon ourselves to motivate ourselves to do that. And then learning how to control our minds with meditation, just sitting still, even though some would argue that's not exactly meditation, but I would say it's on your way. You're on your way. And plus our minds do need to rest. So it is good to take a bit of time to quiet the mind. So just learning about meditation, there's a lot there to learn about. And I'm learning that. Actually, I forgot to mention, I'm studying metaphysics at the University of Metaphysics in Sedona, Arizona, but it's a distance learning thing. So I don't have to be present in Sedona, Arizona. And so I am learning at my own pace, which is taking a very long time because I have not been so disciplined regarding the meditation. So yes, that's a good thing to do, is for us to learn how to just control our minds, quiet our minds, meditate, allow our subconscious to start to come forward and speak to us, instead of only us putting information into our minds, through our five senses. Give it all a rest and see if, a light thought might drift through, come through from the inner parts of our minds and stuff. And so another thing too is affirmations. And see, I go over all of this in the videos. So this is like a introduction to the videos. But so another thing that we can do to bring ourselves up to pace humanly is to look within, instead of to a guru. And just learn from the wise people from the past, such as the ancient Greek philosophers. And there's a lot of good YouTube channels that people are dedicating their lives or, their time to learning, say, about psychology, philosophy, the ancient philosophers, history, these types of scriptures that are sacred scriptures. And I go over all of the parts of the world too, because there's the Far East, the Middle East, there is Europe, there's just different parts of the world where mystics have become known. They've shown themselves, or however you want to describe it, but they come onto the scene at different points in time in history. And their writings, we can learn from them and can help to open our own minds, because maybe we have not gotten into this deep mystical meditation. That's how the mystics tend to get their revelations during times of deep spiritual mystical meditation, and so we don't always do that. So we can gain benefit from reading their scriptures, because they are trying to explain as best they can their own experiences when they go into these states of mind and consciousness. So yeah, we can do that, learn from these types of books and things, and learn from the wisdom. And there's just multiple other things. Yeah, so that's each one of my videos is dedicated to something, like something that a person can apply practically to their lives, in addition to learning what is metaphysics. So I recommend that you can just go and take a look and see what these are. They're broken down simply and in, say, small bites, digestible bites. Yeah, so mentally, spiritually, emotionally. Yeah.
Wow.
So
Thank you.
that's what I recommend. Yeah.
And so, like, what about yourself in terms of coupledom? Is this something where you've kind of been a single lady for a while and just kind of are happy with that, or you're meeting people there in Mexico, or is it just kind of like, I mean, you're teaching people, so you're meeting them, but do you like, is there a recreation night once a week or something?
Yeah, no.
I'm not quite sure what the social scene is like in Mexico. I mean, I know of a certain kind of social scene, but that's not the kind where one would find you at, I presume. So go on.
I'm back, Douglas, by the way.
Yes, okay, our man George is back. So yeah, share with us whatever you feel comfortable sharing, honey.
Yeah, no, that's funny. You must be talking about Tijuana.
Yes,
People cross the border and they go to these weird places. Yeah, no, I mean, let me not. We'll just I won't comment there. But no, at this point in my life.
What is that? What, by the way?
At this point in my life, I'm kind of just taking it easy. I've become a very boring person in the sense that I go to sleep early, except for now. I'm making the exception because I thought, really? I can talk with that close Dietrich? Oh my gosh. So here I am. Yeah. So here I am.
Oh, you said sometimes staying up late puts you in a depressing spiral. A depressing spiral? Is that the case? Sometimes you stay up late and get depressed?
Well, no, this what happens is I can't sleep. It's like sleep evades me if I stay up late. But no, every now and then if I pull an all-nighter or whatever, something like this, it should not be bad, because I normally go to sleep early and I wake up not late, but I definitely get at least 8 hours of sleep every night and more. So if every now and then I may lose a little sleep, it won't be catastrophic. It's just if it were to happen that I couldn't sleep the following night, you know what I mean? Like I can catch up tomorrow, because like during the day I just can't sleep. That's me. Although now that I'm in Mexico, it is interesting how we really do pick up on, this is something metaphysical, we really do pick up on, I call it the mind soup, where we're in our on a mind level, on a thought level. You kind of absorb what's going on around here, and so because it gets very hot in the day, people really are not active so much during the day, and then they are awake at night because it's cooler at night. And so now my habits are kind of changing since I've been here, and I'll be getting up a little bit later than usual and going to sleep a little later. So yeah, I'm kind of picking up the customs of the way things are done more around here, I've observed. So things will probably be different for me, regarding that, but
Thank you.
so yeah, so as far as the social scene, my socializing consists of talking to people, say, during the day, and talking to people like this. Like, this is what I find rewarding and interesting. If I can just have conversations that are getting to know people, because like you can't really get to know anybody until you get into deep conversation like this, and then build up enough trust and confidence with one another that then you can kind of let your guards down or be a little bit more sincere, a little more open, or a little more, because then you'll understand. Say, for example, if one of us disagrees with one another, but if we have a rapport and we've got something, then we have a trust. So if somebody will say, hey, I disagree, it's not like a person would feel bad or attacked. It's just like, oh yeah, let's discuss, let's share different ideas or whatever. So I do enjoy this type of socializing. Thank you to both of you for allowing me to partake and to be present right now with the two of you. And this is something very meaningful. So for me, socializing is instead of just I don't know, not talking about much. I would rather be in experiences where we're talking about interesting things. So yeah, so thank you to you too.
Oh, well, we thank you, honestly. By the way, in chat, and so our man George can respond to this. Our dear man in Scotland, Colin Healy, he says, well, I'm not convinced. I believe the entire infectious germ theory of disease is wrong. I would like to be able to speak. Hard to defend my corner via chat. Of course, it would be easier for Colin Healy to join us if he had 5G. Kind of an irony there, but hey, it's what can I say? It's you're always going to have people who have a different perspective, and perhaps that's healthy, maybe even necessary for human evolution. And doesn't mean Colin Healy's not a nice guy. I mean, obviously, I feel Ian West is redeemable and a nice person, but I do feel there's a lot of misguidance out there. Amor Fadi says, greetings and God bless Ariana and all the beautiful sisters in struggle, fighting with hope in their hearts and more moxie than men have balls. Ha ha, God bless woman. And he says, haha, Mexico can be very wild sometimes. Ever been to Tijuana? He does ask that question. And
no, I've gone through, but no.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely a scary place, or certainly can be. I mean, obviously it's a place where, yeah, you don't want to, in general, you don't want to stay there. I mean, unless something about living in cardboard houses really appeals to you, or say,
right? Yeah, no. I try to. I'm not a. I enjoy the city, but I enjoy country as well. So I mean, I'm in the city right now, but I enjoy taking. I've become a boring person. I enjoy taking walks out in the country. Certainly not really going out at night per se, just because I get tired and all that. So I'd rather go to sleep. So that's pretty boring. Yeah.
Okay, but that's fine. That's fine. We not everybody has to be some incredibly exciting person who's out there, running across rooftops at night and acting the role of vigilante or something of that nature. So, George, when it comes to what else comes to mind about what needs to be brought to our attention? I forget. Are you working today? Are you working later today?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I've got another half an hour with you, Douglas, and then I've got to make a move on because it's around about the time where I have to make prompt to my first job. Yeah, it's leaving home time. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's yeah, absolutely.
So in the half hour you have remaining, take this opportunity to educate us about something. I mean, what else comes to your mind about the, by the way, just to, what I'll do is I'll share a screen here. This is like one of these things that I will kind of just present for the sake of nothing else other than morbid entertainment. Honestly, it's one of those things that, let's see now, I was showing Peter Moon about this, and it was, oh, here we are. Okay, so I'm going to open the screen share here. Now, our young lady, Ariana, might not be able to see this because her screen's so small and she might not know how to access the screen share. But right now I'm sharing screen, honey. So if you actually are able to take advantage of it, you can look around, see the little cursor move. I'm going to take you all to the private messaging. So basically, I told Peter Moon in private messages on Facebook, I'm not going to open the latest from Will Wakely. This is the it's the so-called host from MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, who pulled that ambush. I said, I'm not going to open the latest from Will Wakely any more than I am going to open the latest from Jameson Rees, who is also attempting to harass me via communicating via John Henry McMills Warrington. But I will address their literally senseless audacity tonight in the spirit of a general sense of closure to the topic, while further promoting both our book and the availability on my own channel of that which this white trash piece of shit tried to render inaccessible forever. So Will Wakely basically said, this is the opening line, and I knew not to open it to see what else he was saying, because I knew it's just intended to make you angry. This is true psychological warfare, by the way. This is truly a psyop. This son of a bitch, was basically shitting and pissing all over me the moment I was off his Zoom call. Did his best to taunt us, put our video literally in the trash, so that when he sent us the letter saying, here's your video, and we opened it up, it says, oh, it's in the owner's trash. This son of a bitch is like going, Douglas, I just listened to a video, I think it was one of yours, where there was a lot of disparagement. And yeah, no shit. You want to hear more disparagement, Will Wakely? Eat shit and bark at the moon. How's that for disparagement, you son of a bitch? And you're 91 fucking years old, and hopefully you'll die tomorrow. I hope you wake up with some kind of really painful aneurysm in your head, and die alone and afraid, and everything you fucking deserve. Anyhow, I said his deep state cultic superiors must be giving him hell ever since he submitted to our demand. Whatever it was Peter said originally, he unsent. Then he said, I read it. He's also befuddled because he's so innocent. Now, the interesting thing is when he says that, that means Will Wakely CC'd him. Means that Will Wakely sent this to me, addressed to me, but he sent it to Pete Moon on the side. Hopefully he's hoping to co-opt a fellow white man is basically what's going on with that strategy. So this is the kind of bullshit we're talking about. And the psyop is that someone could do their best to ambush you, not record your video and then they literally censored parts of it, scrambled the file so that John Warrington had to remux it, is the term they use for filtering it so that it's viewable again. And then this son of a bitch acts like he's the victim, which is exactly what George Knight was describing with the guy taunting the other man, calling him a monkey. And it's like, by the way, what was the ethnicity of this man that he was calling a monkey? Was he white or colored?
Yeah. Both white, Caucasian, Anglo-Saxon, Protestants, or whatever. Yeah, no, just wasps. Yeah.
So what would prompt him to call him a monkey? The muscles? What was his? What prompted such a thing? That's usually something that whites would call somebody who's of a different ethnicity. So
yeah, exactly. It's because he had ears that stick outwards. It's just his physiology of his body. It's just his aesthetics. He had pointed out ears, so he just basically referenced him as looking like a monkey. So he kept taunting him as you look, but you just kept calling him monkey boy. He goes, a monk, and he actually said a monkey can do better than you, can cook better than you as well. So this was antagonization. This was him provoking him. So yeah.
God. that's just outrageous. This is
Yeah.
outrageous.
That's why the police sided with the chef, with Will. That's why they sided with his. And I gave that testimony explaining what happened. And then they were like, no, we can see this as he was provoked, he was antagonized. And they explained that to that agency chef. The police actually, the two constables actually explained that to the guy, what he did wrong. And so we can't file any cases against us because you provoked it. So, yeah, that was how they saw it. So, yeah, that was the end of that. It never went further than that because he had no case on Will. So, yeah, that was just remarkable to see. And it gave me an insight about how things work. Yeah. It gave me an insight.
Yeah. And so definitely I'm, glad you shared that story. And again, what I've been doing while we've been blessed with the company of our man, George Knight, and Ariana, the lady Ariana, to give us the metaphysical side of things, is I've been looking through some, I'll tell people the title of these articles, but they're heavy-duty medical articles on hormones that I've been looking up simply to get some perspective on the impact of hormones and various studies done on hormones and their impact on the brain. Because obviously, as everyone who's a regular listener by now knows, my son was once a young girl who became a male and is someone who's, has hormone therapy to a degree. Honestly, to tell you the truth, my son really doesn't attend to it all that regularly and therefore retains a lot of femininity, which I don't mind. But all that being said, the question here is whether those hormones would drive someone to kill people. And when I go into monologue, I'll address that in depth. So I just want people to know this is what I'm doing while we have George and Ariana speaking. And I certainly will try to bring a few more people on when George does leave us, because we'll see if, we can introduce Ariana to potentially some other members of Team Dietrich before I, start talking, because as our lady Judith Ager used to say, once I start monologuing, I suck all the air out of the room. All the oxygen is taken. Everyone's left with a vacuum, and they all die. So before that happens, George, with what else comes to mind? Obviously, you know that in America we've had several incidents recently, and we've got, of course, the horror of April Fools, and All Fool's Day is when the Russians take over the Security Council of the United Nations for a month. The last year that they were in charge, they invaded Ukraine. So tell us a bit about your feelings about this, and just, whatever comes to your mind, just unleash, vent it, please.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, it's certainly on par with yourself. Certainly on par. My feelings towards it. Certainly on par. With yourself. It was just ironic that the last time they were in charge of the Security Council was when they invaded, as you pointed out last transmission. It's something we can certainly go into. Just whilst it's on my mind, I just wanted to respond to both Ariana and the individual in the chat room. Beg your pardon, I can't remember his name.
Colin Healy.
Colin, thank you, Douglas. With Ariana, what you said earlier about rapport with people, I just want to I completely agree with you. It's just, that's what people need. And thankfully, what you'll find on this platform with Douglas's show, you are free to speak about whatever you want. There's no interjections. There's nobody here is going to put you down like you would get on every other show, like what happened with Douglas with that ambush that was conducted on himself. Every other platform, you will get shut down. But with this, and I just want to emphasize that you are whatever you want. Nobody's going to shut you down. But it was funny. The only time I have ever done that on this show is when our man Ian West, he said, what's his name? Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was still alive. I had to publish in the chat room a photograph of Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy photograph of his basically upper torso of his neck being basically asphyxiated by a rope. Or someone, it didn't look like a rope, it just looked like somebody had strangled the guy.
Yes.
You can see handprint marks were on the back of his neck. And so I said, this guy is clearly medically dead. He's not going to reanimate. The only way you're going to reanimate this guy is if Thomas Jefferson collects that electricity bolt from his bite. He's going to sever the limbs of Jeffrey Epstein and he's going to create a Mary Shelley Frankenstein, which is, by the way, if Mary Shelley took his look, Jeffrey Epstein, and brought about as a caricature, that would be a freaking amazing looking Frankenstein if Jeffrey Epstein was a Frankenstein model. Can you imagine Jeffrey Epstein a Frankenstein? He's just got the same type of head as the universally recognized caricature. Yeah, that's the only way he's going to come back to life. If he gets shot with electricity. So yeah, he's well and truly medically dead. That was the only time I shut down Ian West, but he didn't have anything to respond to it. I just literally had to put him in his place without even answering or asking or saying a word. I just had to publish it. Yeah. So yeah, but anyway, with responding to Colin, I articulated that these telephone masks are not emitting coronavirus, and you are not dying by these 5G telephones. They are not killing you, but what is killing you is these insurgent vigilantes going online, believing what these Russian propaganda lies are telling you, and then what they're doing is attacking field operatives, which are resulting in deaths of HIV and AIDS. That is the people who are dying. So it's not the telephone masks that are killing you, it's the people conducting these attacks that are killing you. So these people that believe that these telephone masks are not killing people, there is no evidence. If they were killing you, the government would respond to that. They would have them all brought down immediately because they don't want the population, because they need your taxations. I just want to make that very, very clear. The government has no agenda to depopulate the population. I mean, if they're going to do it first, they'll do it to the senior people who are in retirement because they're not paying taxes. That's the people they would target first. They're not going to do it to little children who or people who are paying their taxes. They have no reason to. Without you, they are nothing. So they rely on you. So no, the people who are dying are the people conducting these attacks. These are insurgents. These act on behest and behalf of the Russian government, the Russian Federation. Let me make that very, very clear. That was important to just to articulate and to emphasize. Just can understand that and to respond to Colin. But yeah, anyway, sorry, Douglas. What was the other question that you had for me? To do with the United States. The United Nations Security Council.
Yeah, that was it. With Russia taking over on April Fool's Day. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. We will see what manifests from that on April Fool's Day. We'll see. I'll take close eye on what is occurring, what develops from throughout certain media sources, Douglas, just to get a take on what actually does happen. But it's alarming. It's not something to be. It's something to be definitely worried about. It's something, And this is why people need to tune in and actually listen to what's going on in this world, because they're not getting that if you go online. And this is, what we were saying earlier. It's just like people like that individual who asked Douglas the question at the end of that. Well, he was asking several questions about UFOs, and he stated that he watches YouTube videos, so he knows a lot. He's extensively researched, and he knows a lot about World War II. Yeah, these people, they think they know everything. And this is the problem. When you discover Douglas, you're going to do one or two things. You're going to do what the minority of people do, such as individuals like myself and Ariana. You're actually going to realize, because you are a critical thinker, you know everything he's saying. It's fact, because you vet and verify it yourself, which is what everyone should be doing. Or you're going to do what these other individuals at MUFON would do. They just switch off and turn away because you've discovered the truth for the first time in your life. And it's like opening up Pandora's box. Your life gets switched upside down. And you don't know where to turn and what to do, because for the first time, life makes sense. And the picture you're looking at is so horrible that you have no other option but to turn away and walk away from it, because you can't accept it. because you know it's ultimately the truth. And so that is the emotional response that people were given Douglas when he was participating in that interview. He had, like that Will lately admitted, 42 people were viewing that, were a guest that could listen to that show. That was the largest number he's ever had. It dropped by half. It dropped down to, because of the response that because Douglas was articulating real, factual, historical history. There is no one that can deny or dispute or refute anything Douglas was saying. The only option they had was to turn away and just ignore it, forget he ever said it. That's all they're doing. But that is the extent. That's the enemy we're fighting against. It's just trying to get that information out there and to make people realize that. And unfortunately, people don't. They just go by this propaganda they read online. They just regurgitate lie after lie after lie, and then they start to believe a lie and they get emotionally attached to it.
Yes.
Because they have nothing else. They have nothing else to say, nothing else to go off, and they have nothing else to be, nothing else to back up on. They have nothing else. So this is why they depend on it. Their life depends on it. The whole livelihoods depend on it. This lie. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's even like just prior to the invasion of Ukraine, me and Douglas for years were saying about they invaded and annexed Crimea. They are already there. The war has already started. Everyone was ignoring it. Nobody even accepted it. And prior to last year, prior to that February invasion, people were saying, they're not going to invade. They're not going to invade. Look, and it's because NATO's expanding. NATO's taken over, expanding to the east. And it's absurd. They were saying, no, Putin, he's going to conduct a self-defense special operation in order to stop NATO's expansion. So they're invading a nation which is bordering a NATO nation member state, such as Poland. Doesn't make any sense. Why would Russia invade Ukraine to be then bordering on a NATO nation when they want to stop the expansion, when they're expanding themselves? The hypocrisy, the irony of it, it's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. But this is what people are feeding off, and this is what people are regurgitating. And it's just Russian propaganda, Russian state-sponsored media lies. And this is something important also. The Third Reich themselves, under Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, they never ever denied propaganda. The whole nation knew it was propaganda, whereas the Russians, they believed the propaganda.
Yes.
That whereas in Germany during the Reich, they knew it was all propaganda. That's where they succeeded and were able to mobilize to the last. They knew it. That's where they succeeded. Whereas in the United States, in Britain, and in Russia, they tell you these lies and the public believe it. They suck it all up. And that is where they are failing. It's because the people don't realize it's propaganda.
And the insanity is these are the same people who try to look hip and intelligent and witty and as if they're streetwise by claiming how much they distrust their own government, which is exactly what the Russians take advantage of to turn them against their own government, telling them your government's trying to kill you, when, of course, there's no motivation for the government to do that if you're paying your fucking taxes. So there's it's the insanity of their position of this kind of mentality it's mind-boggling. The more you dwell on it, unfortunately, it's like a disease. As with a physical disease, if you're treating lepers like missionaries would treat leper colonies until they caught leprosy. If you expose yourself enough to a condition, you will contract that condition. And they call it mental illness for a reason. It spreads like a disease. It's like with flat Earth. Like when, of course, we, encounter those guys who, the other night in the opening hour, I forget the guy's name, but he called himself Flat Earth Disciple, and he was with Ian West, and, they're both, pushing Flat Earth, and, you try to get them to kind of articulate aspects of it, like, okay, what about the moon or the sun? Are they flat too? How does this work? But you don't get any cosmological mechanics out of them. It's just, oh my God.
I
I heard part of that the other night.
Oh, you
Yeah.
did? Tell us about that. Did you find it amusing, funny, or kind of tragic, or both?
I guess I must have just just discontinued listening after a while. That's how I handled it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Oh my God.
Thankfully, flat earthers can, and this is what I've learned from Douglas, thankfully flat earthers can only operate on a cultic level. So only on you're following a cultic narrative. So thankfully it cannot be viable, or it's not conducive to an international level. So it's not, so thankfully it can't operate on an international level, because if you were going to work on an international level, you have to go by the spherical conference of the Earth in order to conduct any foreign trade or international trade. Thankfully, it cannot operate internationally on a viable level, or a functional level, I should say, a functional level, because it's just the curvature of the Earth and time zones, and very important.
Right. Thank you, George. And Ariana, please say your full sentence by all means.
Well, no, it's like because I've traveled enough around the world, it's obvious that the Earth is round because there's time zones, and the sun rises in different parts of the world at different times, and this has been going on, for a long time. Yeah. Are you there, by the way, or did I lose you?
No, we're here, honey. We're here.
Oh, okay, yeah. 'Cause my phone did a weird thing, and I was like, "Oh, what happened?"
Well, we heard everything you said. We heard everything you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What's that, George?
Sorry, I was going to say our binary system with the moon, the moon system, binary system with orbiting around the Earth. It would not orbit around Earth if it was flat either. It's just the whole. We're basically our moon itself is about between a quarter and a third the size of Earth. It's the largest moon ever discovered. It doesn't exist anywhere else in the universe. It is so unique, which is, makes us so unique. Yeah. We wouldn't exist if it wasn't for our own binary neighbor, the moon itself.
To put this into perspective for people, what George is trying to communicate, understand that our moon is proportionately the largest moon in our entire solar system compared to the body around which it orbits, the planetary body around which it orbits. It is so unusual that certain people have speculated it might be unnatural, that it might be a construct. But the general conventional scientific conclusion is that it was born of a collision with a third planetary body, which essentially was absorbed by planet Earth. And in that sense, is kind of like a planet within a planet. Now, the thing about this that is becomes very hard for people to comprehend or understand is that this is not saying that the Earth is hollow with a second planet inside of it, but rather, in a sense, it is like that. It's basically, this planet is called Theia, and Theia is what crashed into our world, which then resulted in this world splitting into two worlds. We are truly a binary planet. So the thing to understand is we've got to stop thinking Earth Moon because really it's a binary planet. And without the moon, life is not possible on this planet because we wouldn't have the tides that oxygenate our ocean that made life possible. So it's in a sense, we're three worlds. We're Theia inside the Earth. And this is why some people have referred to the Unterlanders as Theians. So it is something to bear in mind, and it is a legitimate term. It is this other world that was absorbed into the Earth, and there's the one thing we do know is that we look around at the rest of the cosmos, and there's no other solar system we're finding like ours at all. And therefore, our world is our solar system, our world, everything about us is profoundly unique. And we have been subjected to anti-human propaganda, literally anti-human propaganda for generations, where they're trying to tell you, oh, Earth is just a speck of dust in the cosmos. I mean, this stuff was coming out in the old days with the fucking Outer Limits, where they're trying to just basically tell you, you're a piece of shit. You're nothing. And people were buying into this, like saying, oh, we can't have arrogance. We can't have hubris. We can't believe like the Middle Ages, where we're the center of the universe. And well, no, you fucking very well are. You truly are. And your denial of that is part of the problem about why we're stuck in the mess we're in today, is because too many people took Earth for fucking granted. And we're just wasting away the planet that we have, thinking that there's all kinds of planets out there like this. No, there's not. So there we have that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And many times throughout the last few decades, the Unterlanders, the interterrestrials, the 1,000-year Reich in exile have communicated with the surface dwellers and actually communicated that they are actually destroying the Earth. Yes. Because the Reich understood they had environmental laws before anybody else. They understand the vital necessity of our Earth's survival. They understand that. And so this is why they relocated underneath the Earth throughout the underground cavern systems. This is why they took advantage of it. And they've actually communicated that. And this is what people have been reporting when they've communicated or encountered the Unterlanders on the surface world. And so I just wanted to bring that up as well, Douglas. I have all that documented well to publish whenever I have to. Yeah. So.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, make certain that you... also, you got the screenshot I sent you of our lady... so let me share screen again, and what I'll do is take people through the messenger here, our dear friends who are with us. And so in terms of... by the way, honey, Ariana, how do we pronounce this? Toulouse. How is that pronounced?
In English, it would be Toulouse.
Okay.
And in French, it would be Toulouse.
Toulouse.
Like with a Z.
Okay, Toulouse.
Yeah, it would be like, or you could just say in English Toulouse or Toulouse.
Yes.
It's almost the same.
Okay, thank you.
I see the screen. I see the screen. Oh, yes, you're welcome.
Okay, so yes, you can see the screen. You can see the screen share.
I can.
Okay, good. So I'll take everybody. We're going to go visit.
Well, now I see the yes, I do.
Yes, we're going to visit Christine Joanna Hart. So, all right. So Christine Joanna Hart, I gave a screenshot to our man, George, but this is basically what she told me. So I was too lazy to take a second screenshot. So basically, George, here's what was said. So let me see if I can scroll this up just a bit. What happened was Christine said yesterday, Douglas, hi. I've been named as one of the private investigators in this ongoing Prince Harry versus Daily Mail case in London. I've been told I'll have the international press looking into me. Probs best to swap out the swastika thumbnail on our interview, if you will. X. Hope you're okay. The hand-signed X. And she also provided a link to an investigator denies unlawful information gathering for mail titles, etc. So I said I will act on it as soon as possible. She said thank you. And so this is why I told her, oh, yes, in return, please cooperate with George Edward Knight and get some interviews scheduled with him. And, and she was saying, will you be with us? And honestly, I think the twain of you, because George asked this as well, honestly, both of you, you don't need me there. George can explain so much. And this is what I told her. He just needs to set it up the way I set up my interviews, where he's got his camera on and he'll talk and she'll discuss with him. And then he can upload that onto his YouTube channel and give me the link so I can upload it on mine. Basically, he can give me the call when he basically records it. You'll have to record the Skype call with her, and then just like I do, put it up on your channel, send me the link to that, and I can put it up on mine. And that way you can talk about things like the planet Thea and in a poetic sense. Yeah. I'm sorry, so go on, Ariana.
There was a lot of things that were mentioned here that I'm not familiar with, but I would like to become familiar. So I would love to ask George more, about these things.
Yeah. Yes. So you could interview George.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would love to. Yeah, because I've thought to myself, I would love to be an interviewer one day, or to, have a podcast of some sort. So yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, I'd like
Yeah.
to.
Well, I mean, you can do that
Yeah.
on your channel. You can do that on your channel and just kind of like do what I do on your own little channel. And I'm sure George would oblige you. It's one of these things that then we could share that on my channel and bring more attention to yours. And
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that.
Ah,
So yeah,
that sounds great. What do you think, George?
George,
Is he there?
is he there?
Yeah,
Yes.
is he-
Yeah. Sorry, cut off then for a second, for a moment. Beg your pardon. Can you please repeat the
Repeat?
question, Eric?
Yes. So our lovely Ariana was saying she would love to interview you, and just like Christine Joanna Hart, and kind of like you could both do a little thing for her channel, which I said I'd happily put on mine to bring attention to her channel. But she could kind of like ask you questions about Unterland. She's very curious about the 1,000-year Reich in
Yeah.
exile, and would have a million questions for you to answer. So, are you willing to conduct an interview with her?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, no, more than happy to. Yeah, more than happy to. It's something we'll
Now,
arrange.
you have a channel, George?
I do, yes, I do. Yeah, I've just named it after myself, George Knight. Yeah, so I publish videos myself on the 1,000-year Reich in exile.
Nice. Oh my goodness!
So
Because I will.
do us a favor, George. Put the link for it here in text box so she can see it, and put a link for it in the public chat room. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Douglas.
See your
please. Thank
channel.
you.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
yeah, go on, honey.
yeah, I would love to. Oh my gosh, yeah, that'd be so much fun. Because it is one of my ideas. Like the type of what I'm doing with my channel right now is more like talking and explaining. But I would love to. One of my things that I would love to do is to like be an interviewer and like maybe have like a podcast and interview people. So that would be like so amazing. Yeah, George, if we could do that.
Oh no, absolutely. Let me. I've just. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the URL because it's on the application. I've got to find it on there. But I'll send you a screenshot of my channel, so you can just find it. Yeah, and you can see just.
Yeah. Then I can come up with questions. And yeah, we could talk
Oh yeah,
about that. That'd
review
be
the
fantastic.
videos. Yeah, review the videos because the videos are actual evidence. It just shows you everything what we're contending
Okay.
with. So yeah, actually
All right.
review the video itself. They're only minutes long, so
All right. Yeah.
it won't take up too much time. Yeah, and so yeah, you can see it physically with yourself. And any questions about it, then by all means, yeah, we'll conduct an interview.
All right. Thanks. Yes, I will.
No, you're very
Thank you.
So
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
yeah.
it.
And so that being said, how about how many minutes you got left? Do you got to take off now, dear George?
Yeah, I was going to say thank you so much, Douglas. I will make a move on now. Thank you so much for having me on. It's been wonderful. I've enjoyed these talks and conversations. It's so important, and I'll definitely look forward to rejoining you on Sunday night or Monday morning.
Yes.
In UK time, yeah.
Yes, wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful.
Wonderful.
No, thank you so much. And nice speaking to you both. It's been a
Yes.
pleasure.
Yep.
Thank you
Have a
so
good
much.
day, George.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you very much.
Okay.
And look after yourself.
Thank
Bye, Douglas.
Yes, hugs.
And prayers for and prayers for Michelle as well.
Yes, thank
Hearts
you.
and prayers
Thank
for
you.
Michelle as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
definitely appreciate that. Michelle Carmela Saldana is who he's referencing, honey, and you might know by now that she's been diagnosed with cancer, so she's taking it day by day.
Yes, I was listening to that one the other night too, however many nights ago that was. Different people were offering her suggestions. I might have put something in the chat regarding MMS, but I don't know, or at least I was thinking about maybe somehow reaching out and getting that information, because she said she was open to whatever people might have to suggest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So,
but by the way, I don't know if you see this in the chat, honey. Do you see this in your Skype chat? George put in
I
an
saw
image
it.
of his channel.
It appeared and then it went away. So let me see if I can get it back again.
Should be able to recover it if you go to
Yeah.
chat.
Yes, if I go to.
I could share a screen, and then I don't know if you see the screen here. So if you see the screen here, you should be able to go to the chat somewhere on this call.
Bottom
Yeah.
right corner.
Okay. See if you can find it. You might have to extend the chat or bring it up on your screen somehow.
Right. Let me think.
Yeah.
I do see the little cursor. Yes, you're pressing that little finger to something there.
Yeah.
Is that?
Well, here's the chat would be like this. See, then you go to the call because I just took myself out of the call. Then I'd have to go back to the call, and the chat is open or closed, kind of. So the chat might be something you have to open, like a bar on the side, like this. I click up here, and then yeah. The other thing
I see chat. Oh my gosh, I pressed it. I think I got. Did I get an effect?
You got something. Yeah.
Yeah. So because I saw it for a brief moment. Let me see. I want to maybe take a screenshot of it so that I can go straight to it. There it is. There it is. I see it on the right side of the screen.
There we
towards
are.
the bottom.
Yes.
Is that it, or is that something else?
Yeah, definitely it. Yeah. And,
that is it. Okay. Just trying to enlarge it so I could take a photo of it.
Sure.
In other words, a screenshot. That way, it's called. What's called George Knight.
Yes, that's right, which is an improvement of, it used to be called something incredibly stupid. So he finally named it after himself, makes so much more sense. So if you look up George Knight, Douglas Dietrich, if you put our two names together, you'll find it. Let's just put it that way. Guaranteed. So, okay, that being said, I'm going to stop the sharing for now from my side. In terms of the lovely lady Ariana, she's welcome to stay with me. Now, your time zone, honey, what it's midnight here, about 22 minutes after midnight. What time is it where you're at?
It's 1:22 a.m. here, so I guess I'm just an hour ahead of you. That's because I lived in California for many years, but let me see. So then I was in Florida, then I came here. So yes, it's an hour difference from you. Okay. Yeah, hour ahead. Yeah. In the central Mexico, the center of Mexico. Yes.
Okay. Wow. And so aside from all of that, let's check around a little bit, see if there's anyone else I can bring into this. Hey. I'm sorry, honey.
I said okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you. And give me a second here because I'm just kind of dealing with a few things at once. Let's take a look at opening my screen here. See if there's someone else I can bring onto the call. Let me take a look first off at the live stream. See how we're holding there. Vampire Skunk says, if Michelle is open to suggestions, Dr. Hamer, German New Medicine, has a lot to say about cancer. Okay, and I will relay that to her. Colin, and Amor Fati was talking about Mary Shelley, of course, and so aside from that, we're going to check around, see if there's someone else that we might be able to bring in at this hour who might be interested. Of course, Mark H. Is probably Amy Como. Real Tech Geek might be a potential. Oh yes, and Joe Tai. So let's try around just a little bit for some of these people. See if there's anyone who responds. Just to buy me a little more time while I pull my head out of my ass further. And of course, Ian West is always a potential here. Samuel Romero, I have no compulsion. How do I say it? I have no feeling of guilt or remorse over calling him. He's at work, so he's there to be bothered. And okay, let's see. Amy Como, of course, Brendan Zogit, Real Tech Geek. Crystal Rivers says she's active, and of course, Sean Bond's always welcome to join us. Marina, of course, is in Spain, and the funny part is, she's just an hour different from our man George Knight. So you'd think like our friends in England, she'd be, awake. It'd be the middle of her day, like kind of like it is with them, and yet she's like in the middle of her night. It's really weird. It's like she's in a totally different time zone by many hours as opposed to just 1 hour.
Wow.
So, It is what it is. And of course, if it's 1:22 where you're at, it's way early in the morning where Brooke is at, so I can't call her or she'll scream. Okay, so we'll try these other people, see if any of them respond. And this should be interesting. It's an interesting experiment. See if any of them come on with us or are able to.
Yeah.
And Jotai is unavailable. We'll watch this click. And so what I might do is just share screen again, just so Our Lady can see what I'm doing. So, honey, if you can see the screen right now, I'm sharing screen. You can see who I'm calling, different people, and we're going to see if any of them respond. And give it a little while to dial here, and then we'll find out. And so aside from all of that, do you feel a little buzz at being up this late, kind of like a little high or a little strange? How's it feel?
Yeah, slap happy. I feel a little slap happy, kind of
And
giggly.
what about what kind of noises do you hear around your home at this hour of night? Is there any wildlife, or is it just kind of like a
no.
city street, or what?
Yeah, it's a city, and so I don't even hear bugs. Like when I was in Florida, and you were more aware of bugs.
Oh yeah,
There's
I
no
mean, I
bugs.
think in Florida they'd be crawling all over you like a horror film. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I
What
was
kind of
there for
bugs did
10
you
months.
see in Florida? I would assume giant mutant cockroaches and shit.
Yeah, maybe I saw some large ones. I'm trying to remember, but
Super mosquitoes, I presume. Just all kinds of swamp goodies. Come on, snakes and iguanas. It rains iguanas and shit. Um, crocodiles. Come on, gators. I mean to say.
Oh, they do. They have no-see-ums, which are these little tiny bugs. I meant to say mosquitoes. So you don't see them, you don't hear them, but all of a sudden your skin just starts to itch, and you've been bitten by them. So that's a real pain in the ass. Yeah.
To say the least. Yes.
Yeah, so it's hard to be outside, or sometimes they sneak their way inside as well. So at nighttime, in other words, being outside at night, it's a little tricky over there in Florida. But no, here they don't have many sounds, but there's people in this house too. Luckily, the walls are thick. In Mexico, they make the walls very thick with like cement, or they call it adobe. Like adobe is like made with earthen and hay and stuff like that, and then they'll put the last coating of like cement on it, so it's very thick, very well insulated houses and rooms and floors and roofs. So hopefully my voice is a little bit soundproof right now in the room. So I hope I'm not waking anybody up. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you should be fine. I mean, probably, as you said, the acoustics are probably such that you're safe.
I think I'm fine.
Yeah, and so that's incredible. And so that being said, in terms of what have you seen any kind of wildlife? Skunks roaming through the trash, rummaging, or raccoons, or anything?
Yeah, one thing that really stood out for me when I first got here about 2 months ago. So with people, when they throw their garbage out, like into, say, the outside garbage, they're like dumpsters, but they're shaped in their own way, not the way dumpsters are shaped in America. But they have no tops, no lids. And so it was at nighttime, and we were throwing some garbage out. We had to walk just a little half block. And I said, aren't you concerned about, like, don't you get like raccoons, or, I was up in Northern California there, and, they have bears, and, bears, whatever. And because it's the city, I don't think bears would come out. But he said, no, we don't have to worry about animals getting into the garbage. And they seem to come by and empty the garbage every night. Yeah, like they're very good at keeping things clean in this part of, in this city. The garbage men come around just about every night, I think, and pick up that garbage, because they're on all the streets practically, these dumpsters. Yeah. So for me, that was really unusual when I first got here. Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. And
Yeah. I'm like,
yeah.
don't you have tops for these things? No. Yeah. I mean, I think they do, but they just keep them flipped up all the time. Yeah.
And so, tell me
So,
about
yeah.
your adventures in Mexico. Have you been to other parts of Mexico besides where you're living right now? You must have been, right?
Yes, well, over the past 14 years, I've come a total of 4 times to Mexico. So the first time, the first 2 times, they were back to back. That was 14 years ago, and I did get Montezuma's revenge. I did get very sick.
Oh.
I thought I was going to die.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry. How many pounds did you lose?
Yeah, probably a lot. I didn't have a scale, but yeah, because like you can get
oh my God.
dehydrated, extremely dehydrated. And so at some point, because it was slow, it was like, it like creeps up on you. It like comes and it goes, and it's like you feel there's something wrong inside of you, but then it comes and it goes, and then you're just like, oh, maybe I'm okay. Like I went to the Mexican doctors several times, and took different medicines and things, but it would come back because I spent about 10 months. Last time, well, the first 2 visits was maybe a total of 10 months. And so at the very end, I really thought I was going to die. So I just pretty much said this prayer like, okay, God, if I live, I live. If I die, I die, whatever, I put my soul in your hands. and I literally just faded away. And then like
Jesus.
20 minutes later, I woke up and I was like, what? Because I really thought I was going to die. And with the little tiny bit of energy I had, I got myself on the bus right away, and I went back to America. But now this time I came back to Mexico with something called MMS, Miracle Mineral Solution. And you can take it orally, or you can spray it on your skin if you've got a cut or something, and it helps to expedite the healing. Or if you have any sort of an ailment, you can take it orally, which I do both. And it will kill germs. If you eat some, I still try to be really careful with the food that I eat. I try to be the only one to prepare my food. I don't really trust the street vendors, because when I first got here 14 years ago, I would eat food at restaurants and street vendors, and that might have had something to do with it. I got as sick as I did.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, that's completely possible, if not probable. That was probably almost certainly what caused it. Oh my God. But the food is delicious. Yes, just don't eat it. Yes.
Oh, the food is so good here, and the produce, like I thought California was fantastic because I've lived in other states in America, and when I came to California for the first time, I was just blown away at the fresh produce, the fruits and vegetables, and because they just tasted so good. And now that I'm down here in Mexico, Mexico definitely rivals California. Like the fruits and the vegetables are so delicious and high quality, and then just the food, the food, all the food is very good, very delicious down here. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's incredible. And so in terms of, by the way, just to make certain I'm not violating your normal lifestyle too much, what about you don't go to work tomorrow, I hope, or today?
No, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Let's see, what day is it tomorrow? Is it Thursday?
Well, today is Wednesday, so Thursday. Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. Thursday,
Yeah.
today. You're in Thursday now. So it's today for you. Yeah.
Thursday. So no, I don't have to work until I guess Saturday.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. And so now of course you might have heard me discuss in the past that I got onto SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance.
Yes.
Was that something similar in your case? I mean, don't say anything if this is uncomfortable or invasive of your privacy. You can just say, I don't want to discuss that. But I was just curious, was there something similar in your case where you also got onto SSDI and somehow you redirect the checks down to your Mexican address and they allow that?
Yes, and I did send you a message as Nancy Toulouse saying that, I came here because my monthly check, I can live pretty well, in the sense
or
that
reasonably.
I'm not,
you can live reasonably in Mexico. Go on.
Reasonably, yes, that is a good way to describe it. Yes, and it's SS. Okay, so there's two different types. There's SSDI, that's what I have, and then there's SSI, which is the Supplemental Security Income Check. A lot of people who have, say, mental illness, they'll have the SSI. But if a person has SSDI, you can go anywhere in the world, and of course, the American dollar is stronger usually and can go farther. For you, when you go to another country. And Mexico, to me, Mexico is closer to America than other countries. And for me, it was, I liked the idea of going to Mexico more than going to Canada, just because, I don't know, Justin Trudeau's just kind of, I wouldn't feel comfortable to try to go there. First of all, and plus they put so many strict rules and regulations over there in Canada, don't they? And so I chose Mexico because I contemplated it. I was like, do I want Canada? Do I want Mexico? Oh, plus it would be too expensive to live in Canada. That's why I came to Mexico, because the cost of living is expensive over there too, in Canada. So I chose Mexico. And I really love the people. I relate to them. I'm a very, fun-loving person who likes to, hug people. And the Spanish, Mexican people are that way, so much. And so I feel very much at home to be here.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And it's so touching. And how about height? Most Mexicans are just smaller, more compact than people in America.
Funny.
Do you stand out in terms of height?
You know what? It's so funny because I'm 5'4", which is.
Oh, you're kidding! Oh my God, that's so cute. Go on.
Let's pipsqueak in America, and all of a sudden, instantly, I'm tall. I come here, I'm tall.
Oh my God.
So great, I'll tell you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, because I've traveled around the world, also Iceland. The people are so tall, and I felt like a major pipsqueak over there. I felt so inferior. So then I come to Mexico, and that really helped my self-esteem a lot.
Oh my God.
I'm tall here, yeah.
I'm so happy for you. I mean, that feels that's got to feel good. And Sammy Romero has joined us. Oh my God, thank you. So he says says that our dear Ariana fits right in. So Sammy, come on aboard and unmute and join us in this conversation. Hoping you both buy me a little more time so I can...
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Oh well, we're waiting for you.
Hey, how you doing, Ariana?
Good. Yeah.
And I heard you talking about the food. I mean, wow, I'd be a big gordo if I was over there. I'd be 300 pounds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I really watch my weight. I have to go to the gym, or else I'm doomed.
Especially, look, just the tortillas and the beans. I'm sure it's like, yeah, you would just blow up. I'm sure. No, I mean,
Yeah,
it's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it's good food. The problem is, a lot of it's really hearty. I can
those are,
understand.
I brought some of my California thinking to Mexico regarding how I eat. It's a bit different from everybody. Like, I don't really eat the beans or the tortillas that much at all, if at any, and but I will enjoy everything else.
That's great.
Absolutely everything else. Yeah.
And so
have you ate tripas? Have you had tripas before?
Oh yeah, that's mondongo. That you got to have that Sunday morning. That's the
wow.
sopa de mondongo. Or is that what they call it? Yeah, sopa de mondongo. That's what that is.
Okay.
Yeah. If you don't know what that is, those are the intestines or the intestines of the cow or pig or something.
Cool.
Yeah. You got to have it. It's Saturday. It's Sunday morning breakfast. It's
wow.
Soup. Yeah. Oh, they call it menudo. That's what they call it. They call it menudo.
Yeah. They named the little boy gang after that. There was the all-boy band. The all-boy band was named after that. And
I remember that boy band.
So go on.
Believe it or not, that's actually pretty tame. Doug eats like worms or something. So, that's nothing.
Yes. Oh, by the way, what he's speaking about is that he has an incredible memory. My mother used to get lungworms for me. These are lungworms that were supposed to be good for the lungs. And these were worms, that were half, shall we say, oh God, they're medicinal. They're like, what happens is there's a certain kind of caterpillar that that actually can become infected with a kind of a fungus that is then becomes half caterpillar, half fungus, and kind of stays in the ground rooted. And what happens is, as it petrifies, it's plucked from the ground and then cooked for medicines. And so my mother used to get that for me, and that was something she got quite often. So I'm is that what you're referencing? Your memory of that?
I actually thought it was a bookworm. That's how you became a librarian.
Okay.
No, but you're right. You're right.
Okay, so here, let me do a little screen sharing here, and so a little screen sharing, and so both of you, Ariana, can you see this? The cursor moving around?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
So a little journey here into see this. Yu Yan Song says, recharge your batteries with this fungus. Yes, the fungus finally erupts from the petrified insect's head as a valuable, not surprisingly, this herb is called winter worm, summer grass in Chinese. So here we are. So the petrified worm in Chinese medicine. This is it, basically the caterpillar. How traditional Chinese medicine uses cordyceps. And these are all worms. These are little caterpillars. Oh, our lady Michelle's trying to join us, so I'll bring her on. Give me a second and let me add her to our call. And so hopefully all of you found that interesting. And,
yes, thanks for sharing that, Mr. Dietrich.
Yes, and of course, and so my mother, she was so familiar with this kind of magic and alchemy that is often blended with Chinese medicine. So all part of her, the gift she gave to me is this very rich culture. Michelle now joins us. And Michelle, so you didn't see it. So I'm sharing screen, Michelle. So if you can see it on your screen, I'm going to share it with you now. We go back to all these worms. These are like caterpillars that get infected with a fungus that petrifies them, and they become part of the plant. And these are harvested from the ground and put into soups, boiled for, see, here it's called the Tibetan caterpillar fungus, which, as they say, is in trouble. So apparently it's probably becoming extinct or endangered by the continual harvesting for medicines. And so this is supposed to be good for the lungs, and this is why after my multiple lung collapses, my mother would buy this for me. Isn't that sweet? I mean, this is just incredible. Now, look at this. Here we are. You can see now how my mother was involved with the underworld as a vampire and made some money killing because the worms cost $20,000 a kilo. So, Oh, wait.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
and see, traditional medicine can fight cancer. Chinese
Notice
Academy.
I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
Notice my silence.
Yeah. Is it because this is disturbing to
Not
you? Just kind
ingesting
of.
worms. I'm not ingesting worms. When I woke up, I got to hear Nancy's voice,
Yeah.
and I want to say yes, she fits in very well. I love your energy, Nancy. It was great having a conversation with you when I was hosting the show at the beginning of this evening. I too lived in Mexico, and even had a house there. So it's beautiful. It's very beautiful. I'm not gonna stay on air,
Why not?
because I'm going to enjoy this evening tonight and listen to y'all. You guys hear me enough, don't you think? So I love how the conversation's going, but I just wanted to chime in real quick. I did leave a comment, but in the chats, but then I thought I would see it say something for myself. But then I come on the show, and what do I see? Worms. So and here Douglas suggesting worms for my cancer. Oh my God. What a roller coaster. Okay. Going to end the night and go back on a high note and listening in. Love you guys, and nice to and hello to you too, Sammy. I'll listen to you guys. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you for saying hi,
night,
Michelle.
Yeah.
Good night.
And thank you, honey. And that being said, let's have both of you continue with what you were talking about with the Mexican cuisine. I mean, how long has it been since? Forgive my ignorance here. Actually, Isaac and Sami, were you both born in the United States? I mean, you were born in the U.S. in California, right?
Wow.
No.
Yes, Senor Doug. I got papers. Yes. No, yes, I was born. I was born here, Doug. Yes, yes. I'm a true Yankee here. Yes, yes. I was born here.
Let's just put it this way: the horror that the reason Sammy can be very cynical, along with myself, is obviously I was not born here, but Sammy was, and you've probably, tell me if I'm wrong about this. I would presume that that you've experienced several times in your life being considered a foreigner, as if you had crossed the border. Is that not the case?
Well, here's the thing. Interesting you said that. Okay. I've had, but it's been subtle. Okay. It's really when I was young. But now that I'm an adult, as soon as I open my mouth and they see they hear my accent, then they don't. My accent is very, very distinguishable from even someone from Los Angeles. As far as maybe to me, I don't. At least the people that have told me this. Okay, I don't have. At least when I'm at work, I don't know. Maybe on the show I do. I don't know, but when I'm at work, the way I speak is different from maybe other Chicanos. In other words, that there's an accent. There's a particular accent.
Yeah, I thought you were African American.
Exactly.
I thought you were African American.
There you go. No, it's nothing wrong with it. It's just the way it is. One of the reasons why it's just. It's just the way I am. I'm a little different. Not that I don't like my culture, but because I'm in a big metropolis like Los Angeles, I try to kind of distinguish myself in a sense of I like to talk to everybody, but at the same time, I am what I am. Kind of like Doug. Doug does a lot of Doug. Every once in a while, does some Asian things. I don't know.
Eat worms and shit. Yes, go on.
Yeah,
I wanted to ask did it help your lungs, Doug?
I Oh, well, conventional
Did the
doctors insist it did nothing whatsoever, but it's more, I think the greater point to be made here is the fact that my mother loved me enough to try. And
okay,
so
you
that's what I
wanted to.
derived. That's why I value
Okay.
the experience of that. And
Yes, that was.
yeah, and
Yeah.
yes, and I'm certain that Sammy feels the same way about his parents and how they tried their
Oh,
best for him and Isaac and oh God, do you
they
know?
did.
Oh, get this shit, honey,
Oh,
Ariana, Isaac and
Yeah.
Sammy are like twin
yes.
brothers, and they've got 7 fucking sisters. Not to mention a few other relations and siblings from other marriages their father had.
Family,
Pretty standard. Pretty standard.
family,
Yes.
family.
Oh my
Beautiful.
God.
That's
Oh,
I was.
beautiful.
beautiful. She says it's beautiful, Sammy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Nothing like
I
all that
wanted.
dysfunction. Yeah.
I love you, Doug. Yes. Um, I wanted to tell the story. Well, Michelle was on, but she's hearing. I'm sure
She's hearing it.
she'll listen. Well, I grew up. My dad was a pastor, and he was in the ministry. I didn't. So I grew up in the church.
Uh-huh.
And we had chickens. We grew up in a farm. It was very rural, Central Valley, Central California, Jap Valley, as Doug called it
That's right. Used to
historically.
be on the maps. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And church was our life. Okay, we everything revolved around church, like any evangelical Christian, family. And we're around church, and we decided one day to play church. Reenact what we see every Sunday. Every service, right? So we decided to have a revival, and the people that needed salvation were these chicks, these small little chicks. So we grabbed these chicks, and we proceeded to
He's
sing.
talking about animals that come from eggs, not young girls. But go on.
No, exactly. Yes, I was. Hello.
They needed something.
Yes, I was. Granted, we're 6 years old. We're kids, we baptized them, and we, obviously we were drowning them, but when they were flapping and gasping for air, we thought they caught the Holy Spirit, and we used to, we used to sing, and we thought it was, they were caught in the Spirit, and we thought they actually were, quote unquote, receiving the gift of the Holy Spirit, and almost a dozen chicks later, our parents spanked us, and we thought, they passed out because they caught the Spirit. They're not dead. Well, no, they died, and we drowned. They drowned, but it's just one of those things where I just found it, it was a little weird in the sense that now that I think back, but yeah, it was. I feel bad now, but at the time, you didn't know any better as a kid. You think
you're
that
trying to
applies
emulate the elders, and
right,
and
right.
while you're trying to emulate the elders, horrible things happen. I mean, it's a good
Exactly.
thing his parents, didn't deal in firearms, or you can imagine what they.
It was just interesting though, but it's just we realized that and at the time we thought we were doing the quote unquote the Lord's work, but it's it's just I just found it a little hilarious, and obviously when I heard you had a church background, I'm sure you could kind of see that, but that's one of the things too I can relate from you, being from that background, that the older you get, the more some things you have to let go in a sense of some points of views, because they're toxic.
Thank you.
I can definitely agree with you with that. But yeah, that's just a little story of me. Me and my 2 siblings, massacring and baptizing, a dozen chicks, but chicklets, whatever.
Aww.
So yeah, that's just a little side note.
They weren't filled with the spirit. They were spirited away. Their little spirits were taken away.
Yes.
Right, we drowned them. Yes, we did. Unfortunately, yes.
Oh, well, I mean, I think maybe they'll just be born back again. I don't know. I don't know.
It's a good way of looking at it.
To another little chick's body or something. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, they're also. I mean, just think of it this way. I mean, you've got farms or facilities, industries that produce eggs, like an assembly line, and these are unborn chicks, and then you've got chicks being born that are to be hatched as chickens that will ultimately be used for food. I mean, so it's comparatively speaking, there's this incredible toll on life, and it's just part of life, the cycle of life. The cycle of life is what it is, and so it's amazing how fragile these creatures are, but we have this godlike power over them because, in a sense, we make it possible for them to exist as a species. They're certainly a different species than they were in the wild. So they definitely. It is what it is, and but definitely it's a lesson. It's a lesson, but at least it's a lesson that Oh, Sammy says he has to call it a night, unfortunately.
Hey,
So Sammy, do say good night.
I'd like to leave in a better positive note. It was nice meeting you, Ariana.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. I'll try to catch up tomorrow, and everybody please support Doug. He has to make rent, and we want him to continue with his platform. So good night, everybody. God bless, and
bless
Thank
you.
I love you all. I love you all.
Yes. And believe me, that love is reciprocated, honey. I'm glad that Michelle was able to come on with us for a little bit, and so she heard it all. And with that being said, so how are you holding up right now at the moment?
Me, I'm not. I'm a little weak, a little tired, but certainly not a lot because, I'm on the line with Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. So flattering.
And I'm gonna go to sleep. What? I'm gonna go to sleep? No, I don't think so.
Thank you. That's so flattering. I'm very flattered. I value your company here. So stay with me a little while longer. We'll talk a little bit. I'm going to ask you a little bit about yourself while I kind of, as I said, gather my wits about me for a kind of statement on the latest massacre, and obviously. So just so everyone knows, again, I'm going to be addressing multiple things brought up by our dear friend Peter Moon, one of them being, of course, the border, and his feeling, of course, that America has its national security threatened by a border. We've got this young lady living down in Mexico, south of that border, and obviously she feels safe. She feels fine, that her life is of a respectable quality. And indeed, this is how she affords a respectable quality of life, is by having relocated down to Mexico. So obviously, Mexico is not necessarily a negative place, that it can be a fairly benevolent place to retreat to. And that being said, I will be addressing a little bit about what's causing some of the problems that Peter Moon is paying attention to, or it's being brought to his attention essentially by right-wing media like Fox News. And I will address as well how that is actually integral to the problem of what happened with the mass shooting with this transgender individual. Now, tell us what you might have encountered in your life with the transgender phenomenon, if anything, either side of the border, honey. I'd like to hear what you might have experienced, or what you know about it from experience.
Transgender. I have had experience knowing people as on a friend level who were wanting to identify as a gender that how they were not born and whatnot. And so, I actually even had I had a roommate. He was gay. He was not transgender, but he was gay, and he was a great guy. And let me think. I mean, yeah, there's a lot that I think could be said in my own experience with people who are of a different, say, sexual orientation. My own thoughts and opinion is I'm open-minded, and at this point in my life, I'm not sexual, but I mean, I have
Understood.
experimented in the past, and and asked myself, well, am I a lesbian? Am I bi? So I I experimented with living in the city. You get opportunities, and so in other words, I'm saying is that I'm a very open-minded person, and I am a non-judgmental person about other people, of what people's preferences. I don't know what all else to say about it. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it.
Well,
Yeah.
what you said is fine, and I think that you said so very gracefully, very courageously. I sensed a kind of, basically at this point, a kind of very neutral feeling towards sexuality in you, that you settled into kind of a peaceful. Do you ever get bothered by people making passes at you at the gym, or are these just people you see kind of every day at this point?
Yeah, no, it's people tend to be very believe it or not. I mean, what I've observed, whether I was in America or Mexico, is they tend to be very conservative, and they tend to be very yeah. So they're not so forward about, hey babe. Now that was Los Angeles. I was in Los
Right,
Angeles. That
right,
that that would be any guy. They didn't have to be Hispanic or
right,
anything.
right. Got
And I
it.
was like,
Yeah.
whoa, forward. I'm thinking to myself, my gosh, they're so forward. But at any rate, no, down here, I'm not seeing anybody like making passes at me or anything like that, in the sense that, like the minute they meet me or anything like that, that doesn't seem to happen. And then I myself, I just, I mean, well, a lot of them, they might want to come to America, so they ask me maybe if I'm married, and I'll just graciously just be like, no, and I'm happy to be single, and no, I don't want a boyfriend. I mean, because that's where I am at this point in my life, and so no, I don't get that feeling down here that much of guys trying to come on to me. No.
Okay. So yeah, I think there's a real comfort zone there. I mean, that must feel very,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
it's kind of like a real feeling that you've come home. I would assume, just a feeling that you, oh. And so when it comes to just out of curiosity, because of course, it's one of those things that obviously there's a lot of controversy about the police violence in the United States. The impression that most of us would have would be that the police in Mexico are essentially criminals in uniform, based by the kind of corruption that we've been taught to perceive about the Mexican state. Is that the case that you've felt, or do you feel? I mean, have you ever seen the police? Do you ever see the police at all when you're in Mexico?
Yes, I've interacted with the police in different points in
Okay, now
time
that's
while I
interesting.
was.
Yes, tell us about this. What was that like? What prompted the interaction? What was it like? Yeah.
I'm thinking 14 years ago, I must have had a question for some sort of a police. Maybe I made a phone call or something, and they came to the house, and they were just very nice, and they were not as like the police in America. They're taught to stand like with their feet slightly apart and their hands kind of like on their
Belt.
hips or something.
Yeah, the gun belt. Yes.
Yeah, something. So they in America they're taught to talk a certain way that's very take charge way and, all this sort of stuff. But the interactions that I've had with the police here were more friendly, actually, in the sense that the guy back then, 14 years ago, I don't remember the details, but he basically, answered my question and was just nice and cordial and polite. And then recently I spoke to a policeman. I was walking through the center and I just said, "Excuse me." This is, of course, all in Spanish. And I said, I just had a question about, I said, I'm American, but I want to maybe sell something, like walking on the street or something like that. And he said, "Well, in America," he says, "in Mexico, it's very different." He says, "You can come here on your visitor's visa," which is what I have. Or they just stamped my passport is kind of all they did. And so he said, "You can make money here." He says it's different, like compared to America, where you have to I don't know, have identification to get a job or something like that. I don't know. And he said, "Down here you can make money and it is okay, even though you're just on a visitor's visa." And he said, "But if it got to the point where you had your own store here and you were selling products out of your own store that you owned or, that you're renting," he said, "then you would have to have a work visa or apply for, something like that, a work visa, something like that." And so that was all. I said, "Okay, thank you very much." And he said, "Okay, bye." That's like the only interactions that I've had with the police, but he was very nice and, very clear. I don't know what else to say.
Well, professional.
Regarding...
The word is professional. It was very
Yes,
professional.
they were professional and, they had a niceness to them, courteousness to them. Yeah. That's my personal experience. That's all I can say. Yeah. Yeah. So, but I know that there's been a problem and there was a shooting and, and they're saying that she did that because she wanted to be a transgender and maybe she was frustrated because her parents, had some resistance regarding her or something like that.
Oh, to say
Is
the
that
least.
what happened?
It's the usual problem where it's beyond the parents disapproving. It's the parents are in denial, probably very shall we say, in a sense, abusive, in the sense that they're not providing any support, in the sense that a parent is not willing to communicate about a topic. It becomes an alienating phenomenon within the family dynamic. So there was obviously a lot of that going on. I will try my best to contextualize it more as a social issue. Obviously, what it comes down to is probably more familial. Apparently, now this is just based on what the police tell us, there were plans to kill family members, but those were not realized because the killer was killed beforehand. But this sort of thing is, again, not to defend it or to certainly not to encourage it, but let's just put it this way. Some families are just so negative. It's hard to imagine anyone not going insane and wiping the family out. I mean, the people that we, most, or certainly a lot of violence is interfamilial, meaning that, family members are tearing into each other. And this is because, I mean, which, by the way, just out of curiosity, again, this is something you don't need to answer. You can just simply say, "I don't want to go there." But how was your family when you were growing up? Were you satisfied with your family? Or with this, are you still in touch with them? Are they still alive? What's it like?
Yeah, no. In numerology, I'm a 9 life path, and what they say, all the numbers have their desirable energies and then their undesirable energies. So for the 9 life path, that's you can have conflicts and problems with your family, and that's exactly what I had. So yeah. So I won't go more into details about it. Things did not go the way I would have liked for them to have gone, like with love and support, more support. I got some support from my mom, but not a whole lot and all that sort of stuff. Looking back now as an older person, I can be grateful for the blessings that I did receive growing up through family, which is basically my mom of my whole family. She seemed to show more care and stuff like that. And but I used to complain a lot about my family when I was younger, but now I just am grateful for whatever good that was there. And I am talking to some family members. My parents did pass away, yes, years ago. And but my sisters, I have 2 siblings, and we'll talk a little bit here and there from time to time, and keeping it friendly. I think we've all come to the point where we realize we're older now, and at the end of the day, what matters is if there's any love whatsoever. And so we try to talk a bit lovingly with one another as best we can. We basically keep the conversations a little bit short to keep them positive or something, and pretty much leave it at that. But no, there's no strong ties. I've had no strong ties with my family, which is sad. I would have liked for it to have been different, but it is what it is. And I believe as souls, we come here, and I guess we somehow agree that, okay, let us go through whatever experiences and let it be all for the good or whatever at the end of the day. So yeah, that's all. That's all I can say. Yeah.
And well, that's quite a bit already. I mean, that's I'm again, I thank you for the courage in sharing that. And in terms of, I'm sorry.
Thank you for asking, and thanks for the interest.
Oh, obviously. What about your education? Because you're kind of like our man, Mr. Oh gosh, what's his name again? Colin Healy in Scotland. The man with the computer fans that sound like jet engines. He he said that he basically became trapped in Thailand in a sense, or stranded would probably be a better term in English, and kind of like began to teach English there. Kind of like a tourist who just kind of lost his way or something. So when it comes to whatever education he had, nobody really cares when it comes to the profession of teaching English in Asia. I noticed that in Asia, they just want somebody who has native speaker fluency, and that's all they care about. They don't care.
Oh.
They almost have no other requirements. But your educational background, what was it essentially?
Yeah, so I studied fitness and nutrition and worked in different gyms in the past. In other words, I got a career diploma that was through a correspondence school. I also studied business office administration and massage therapy. And recently, as of say 2-3 years ago, I got my associate's degree in health and human services, which is basically helping different communities inside of a community, whether it's the poor somehow, or the elderly, or the mentally handicapped, or people with drug addiction, or it prepares you to work with different people like that. I got my associate's degree in that, and worked for a while with the elderly community and the mentally handicapped community. I worked in that capacity actually for a total of about 7 or 8 years, 7 years, but only recently, as of 2-3 years ago, I got my associate's degree in health and human services. Yeah, and so that's as far as I've gotten, is an an associate's degree when it comes to formal education. But I consider myself a lifelong learner, and at this moment I am studying metaphysics at the University of Metaphysics, and maybe I'll get a bachelor's degree one day, but you study it at your own pace, so I can take however long I want. So yeah, that's I've been doing that for several years also, is studying that. And that's about the extent of my education.
Wow, and that's still quite a bit. And so your original neighborhood in the United States, it was, I mean, may I ask where you were born?
Yes, I grew up in Connecticut, a very
Connecticut.
nice
Wow, the
town.
Northeast. Yeah,
Yeah, Northeast,
yeah.
in a very nice town called New Canaan, Connecticut.
Oh,
And
wow. God.
yeah, it's nice, a very, very nice town. Yes, it was predominantly white back then. That was in the 60s. I was a child in the 60s and a teen in the 70s.
Mhm.
And then, yeah, so at any rate, no, now I'm sure it's a lot more diversified. I have not been there in a long time. There were all of the different nationalities, though, in that town, but it was predominantly white. Yeah, I do remember that. Because I didn't know if maybe that was a question you were going to ask me.
Oh,
But
well,
I
it's a
mean,
sensible
also,
question. I mean, I'm glad you answered it before I had to ask. I mean, so it's but what was it? When I was young, I used to look at television, which was all in black and white because we were poor. And this is a point that I make with great emphasis. I do want people to understand that my family was so poor that we were I grew up with black and white TVs. We had TVs that were completely black and white, and these were the old vacuum tube TVs that you'd have to hit and pound to get reception and shit. It was crazy.
yeah,
You wouldn't imagine
me
things
too.
like that today. The analog went to digital, and it was honestly, it's the best thing to ever happen in human terms. Just very, very, my memories are all kinds of unpleasantries, but the big, heavy, clunky TVs are part of this indelible memory for us, black and white, poor focus, poor reception. But the one thing I grew up with was wondering why life portrayed on them was so incredibly different from life as I experienced it. No seasons, no snow, is certainly no neighborhoods, none of the normal concerns that other people had in the positive sense, like cars and that people identified with. Just none of that available in a congested, impoverished neighborhood of a city like San Francisco, which, just to re-emphasize, in case people have ever forgotten my saying it or have never heard me say it before, San Francisco is the second most congested city in the United States after New York City. So grew
Uh,
up in a true urban hellscape. Nature was not something I knew at all, and certainly did not enjoy when I went on a what they used to call PAL, PAL, Police Athletic League. Um,
oh, yes, I remember, yeah.
you remember that? Oh my fucking God! How did you find out about
Yeah.
PAL? What were they doing up in Connecticut? What were they doing? I mean, taking kids on camping trips and what?
No, back then they had something called the Fresh Air Fund, but no, PAL. I learned about PAL when I was in Los Angeles because I babysat some children, and they went to the PAL, Police Athletic League, and yeah. So yeah, that's good that they have that.
Okay, that's amazing. Oh my God. And so of course with us, it's how would I say it in San Francisco? It's we went to Yellowstone Park, and it was a fairly negative experience, though I have nothing negative to say about the policemen themselves. Certainly had something negative to say about the idiot who was the mountain climber who, of all things, they just had us doing things that kids should not be doing. This is going to sound strange, but it's just they should not have allowed us to be climbing on the sides of mountains. That it just strikes me as really that we shouldn't have been doing that. It's
Very
so
dangerous, right?
yeah. Oh God, yes. Oh my God. And it's just what a nightmare. And the other than that was a unpleasant experience. The camping, it was just Yellowstone is very stark. Camping in Yellowstone, as far as I'm concerned, is certainly not something that's fun. In other words, I did not have a pleasant experience with nature. Now I kept telling myself, "Oh, it's just me. I should try it again." I tried it again later, several times in different situations, and always found it to be an extremely unpleasant experience. I've come to peace with the fact that I do not belong in nature, that that I am a city boy. I'm quite happy with being a city boy. I have no desire to go any place where there isn't a goddamn flush toilet and running water available in the immediate sense. It's nevertheless, I live in a home that is completely untenable and uninhabitable because it's an old San Francisco home that is degenerated to the point where it's just not tenable. I mean, the best part of it's upstairs, which the landlord's family lives in now, for the longest time uninhabited. And now that they're living upstairs, I'm consistently, not that it bothers me at all, but I'm consistently hearing their plumbing complain. The plumbing is just unfunctional here. It just, it's definitely a dying home, and I got to get out of here eventually, or stop living here. Yeah, but maintain it as a storage facility, which is all it is. It's unfit for habitation. So that being said, however, so you grew up in what I would consider a fairly privileged environment, and that's okay. I don't hold that against you, just so you know. But yeah, and then you got to the point where you're where you're at now. So it's been kind of a how would I say it? You've had quite the journey.
Yeah, I've had quite a journey regarding difficulties in my life, and so I'm grateful to be here, to be alive. I'm grateful for the lessons learned and the wisdom acquired. Some of my story, my whole entire life has sometimes been difficult here or there, and so I'm grateful now that I am where I am. I'm in a house, I'm safe, and in other words, I'm indoors. I'm not sleeping outdoors, I'm indoors. But I do know what it is to be in a house that you described. I've lived in those houses before for a number of years, and so I understand what you're going through, and but you must be like a bit of a basic type of a person. I'm a very basic minimalist kind of a person, in the sense that I could put up with it. I mean, if I had to, in other words, it wouldn't completely destroy me if I had to put up with it, but I'd rather not. And I guess maybe that's you too. In other words, you're strong. You're keeping strong in spite of your situation, is what I'm trying to say. Is that, am I seeing that correctly, by the way, Mr. Dietrich?
You're so cute. Kind of. I mean, kind of. You flatter me with the some strength that or sense of inner strength and etc. that I'm not quite sure I have, but it's more like I've been forced to just become a minimalist in many ways, most certainly. It's not my nature, really. I'm not naturally necessarily a minimalist. I mean, there's certainly plenty of things that I don't need that other people need who have grown up in America. But then again, it's one of those things where how do I put it? Just I've grown up without them, and so I never felt a need for them. One of them is an automobile. Others have been like, no, didn't you say for a while? Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this. Were you not? Did you say for a while you were living in your car, or something you said in the chat room to that effect? Or
Yeah. My story is very long, so I'll try to really condense it in just like a really short thing. But actually,
Take your
here I
time
am
and
saying,
meander, honey. I don't give a shit. Go on. Yes.
hey, yippee! This is such a safe zone, mentally and emotionally safe zone. Thank you, Douglas, for creating a mentally and emotionally safe zone. Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, I have. I've had to live that way off and on over the years, and you know, so as a result, you learn how to become resilient. You learn how to become a bit tough-skinned or have a bit of a backbone. I sometimes don't have much of a backbone when it comes to if I have to like confront something or be very, very strong. Like if especially with kids, if the child is being like right on that line that they're kind of unruly, but they're not that unruly. So I will maybe laugh along with them, but maybe what they needed was a bit of a strict, guidance in that moment. So, but at any rate, yeah, that's not been my forte. As me, my personality type was to be the authoritative parent, type. So, so that's, I'm trying to remember what is it that we were referring this to. I was referring
Well,
this
we
to
were talking
something.
about how you wound up living in a car.
Oh, yes. So yeah, in that sense, I did develop a bit of inner strength or tough-skinnedness or backbone in the sense that, yeah, I kind of lived like that a lot over the years, off and on, and maybe a total of 8 years, maybe. Yeah, so not quite, but maybe, yeah, no, that about that amount, off and on over maybe a 20-year period, because I was on this Social Security disability, and that set in around
Was it
back in
SSDI like what I'm on now?
yeah, SSDI, which is Social Security Disability, which
Insurance,
is
yes.
the check you can take it anywhere. But yeah, so at any rate, my back gave out on me back in year 2000, and I wasn't able to work as much as I was doing prior. And so at around that time, I was splitting up. I was married. I had been married for 21 years, and I split up at that time, and I ended up in California from Connecticut to California. And kind of not really knowing anybody, and that was my first time experiencing homelessness, and that was so scary. I thought that the fear alone was going to kill me, but I got my strength from God, and I looked around. I saw other homeless people. I observed them. That was in the town of Santa Barbara, and I looked at them, and it came to me. I was like, look, God keeps them alive, you know, even if they have to sleep outside, they wake up and they're alive in the morning. And I said to myself, well, if God does that for them, I really think God will do that for me. So that helped me to not feel so afraid. And so it's been a journey. It's been a journey since then, but I am housed now, and I was housed off and on in California, but right now I am in Mexico, and therefore I'm housed, and so I'm grateful. But I believe God has its hand in all of this, and sometimes yeah, I think God wants me here. I think God wants me here for something good, and for not just for myself but for others. And so each day I just keep my eyes opened, and I focus on my YouTube channel, and and I see little things coming together down here, and I'm thinking, yeah, this is probably the right thing right now. Yeah, so that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. I
Yeah.
agree with you on all of that. and the weather. And now you understand, of course, I've been describing earlier. You probably heard it earlier. My talking about it hailing in San Francisco and how incredible it's
Oh,
been. And so,
wow.
how's the weather down where you're at? Has it changed any, or just kind of maintained a kind of stability?
Yeah, it's basically, well, it's arid and desert. It's high desert area, and so it's got the cooler nights and the hotter days, Southern California. But no, it's been quite hot in the daytime. And they don't always have like fans or air conditioning, so it's tough. But it's cool and relieving at night, so that's good. So yeah, no, we have not had anything cold per se at all in these past 2+ months. Yeah.
And
Mhm.
aside from that, what about the sky? Do you look up at the stars much? I mean, there must. What's the pollution like down there? Mexico City, of course, is its pollution is extreme. It's very extreme. But you don't get that where you're at, essentially, do you?
Well, it's a bit smoggy here. There's not as much foliage or greenery or trees. There are trees, but there's just not as much. And so the oil that they have in Mexico, it's their own. They get it from the ground in Mexico, but it's not as refined, this gasoline,
Hmm.
as say in America, and so it does belch out more pollution from the cars. And so yeah, you can be more aware of that. The smell of the exhaust you can be more aware of that here compared to say in America. They You don't smell that so prevalently, but certainly it's not at all like Mexico City. It's not that polluted in this town. No, no, and I can see, even though I'm in the city, I can see the stars at night. So that shows you that the sky has got to be pretty clear in order to do that, and you're in a city.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Wow. And so the and how do they feel about the transgender subject, or do you even come across that? Obviously, they have a very Roman Catholic background,
yes,
but yeah.
yes, there's a lot of Roman Catholics here. And there's a lot of open-minded liberal people here. I know they're teaching that in the schools of, to accepting of everybody, and to, the woman's body is her own, and all this that is being taught, because I know different teachers. And so, yeah, one lady, she's the head of a particular school, and like the principal. And so, these are things that they teach. So yeah, they do have these sorts of things that they do teach here. They're pretty open-minded, even though they've got this very, this Catholic type of way to them. People tend to be Catholic here more because, they know they have to be
Right.
in order to be accepted. But it's not like their heart of hearts and joy of joy. I mean, it seems like, or they might, they'll go to mass, and I've been to mass plenty here because I love the churches, the cathedrals, the what's it the temples. It's just amazing just to be able to sit in these buildings. To me, is just like a really special experience. So, but seems like people are not so adherent to their faith, although they will say they're Catholic and stuff like that. that that's what they have here. But yeah, no, they're I think they're more open-minded about people being different, transgender, or being gay or lesbian. Yes, I think they are pretty open-minded here, I think.
Okay. And so that's good news. And I'm so glad that you find a sense of peace in the churches. Of course, I run into a lot of dealing as I deal with the conspiracy theory crowd. I run into a lot of just reflexive anti-church bias because of course, the scandals. But those scandals tend to be in America, and not. I don't really hear of them so much anywhere else. Sometimes maybe the Philippines, sometimes maybe Europe, but maybe people simply aren't complaining about them or they're afraid to. But when it comes to Mexico, there doesn't seem. Do you get any impression that the church is suffering from any scandal? I mean, and beyond that, did you come from? I mean, most people, of course, raised on the East Coast in particular. For those of you, this is going to sound strange, but I'm speaking as someone who's West Coast. So anybody who's a West Coast listener, a lot of people who have never been East, they may not understand just how divided the East is between communities. The Roman Catholic community is considered like the poor people who are like generally in ethnic enclaves of Irish or Italians. Of course, as the years have gone on and more integration has come into America, there's less and less of that among the whites. The white tribes become more identified with themselves, no matter what their European heritage is. But certainly in the old days, they would be completely divided from each other. You wouldn't see Italians and Irish people generally going into each other's neighborhoods, and the Irish and the Italians were Catholic, and then there was everybody else. And so when it comes to your background, your ability to appreciate the Catholic churches, did you grow up in a Catholic family or community, or did you just kind of acquire this taste while you were in Mexico?
No, no, I was raised Catholic. I was very involved in the church. I taught catechism when I was in high school.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yeah.
Did you ever think about becoming a nun?
Yes, I very much did. That was like a beautiful passion. I wanted to do this, and so what happened was I even sang in the church choir, and I would sing solos too during a mass, on a Sunday early mass or something like that. The Catholic church that I was raised in was of course after Vatican II, which means they took the Latin out of the masses and they were allowing more things. During that time, it was like the what did they call that movement? It was kind of like the what was that
Opus
movement
Dei?
where
the laity?
I don't know.
The laity was attempting to return to a Latin mass. Was Opus Dei, or are you speaking of something else? My apologies if I'm kind of like thinking ahead of what I'll be saying, formulating my response to many questions coming in to me through email and the like. So, but in the meantime, you're doing such a wonderful job. Believe me, I'm listening with half of my brain. You're doing such a wonderful job explaining yourself. Do go on. So this movement. Yes.
It was like a charismatic movement where they introduced more praying in the Catholic Church, where they would have like prayer meetings and you could lift your hands up while you prayed and stuff like that. That was a movement in the 70s. And, some of the priests were, okay with it. Others were not. And so, but at any rate, so my journey took me away from the Catholic Church. It's a long story. But now that I'm studying metaphysics, the things that I love about the Catholic Church, whether it's here or someplace else, is of course the buildings, the amazingly built buildings, of the cathedral, the temples and the churches are it's just unbelievable how beautiful the architecture is down here. And so just to me, it's like a metaphysical experience when you go in there and you hear the mass and they're speaking in monotone. And what it reminds me of is it's almost like trance inducing, like, it's like your brain waves will shift to maybe a more kind of trance or prayerful state, during the mass. And but also the saints. I have respect for the saints of the Catholic Church because they were they were true mystics. In other words, they had such a special relationship with God that they were, miracles could happen. They had the ability to understand things that dwell on a higher level of consciousness that we don't really understand. They might have the gift of knowledge or the gift of prophecy, whatever. They might have abilities.
If I could interject, it was called the renewal movement.
Thank you,
thank
honey.
you. Thank
Hi.
you so much.
I came back in because that topic is very close to me, because at 10 years old in the 80s, so the renewal movement came to our area after this incident I'm about to share. That's when I had my how do you call it, Douglas? The bicameral mind, or
the bicameral mind.
Yeah, that experience where God talked to me, and when I shared it with the church, they excommunicated me. And
oh my gosh.
Then so I was excommunicated for about 6 or 7 years, and mind you, 4 years later, the adults in the community, which was primarily Catholic, but it was a number of different religions, actually, the adults were having these dreams where Jesus and this dove were holding them accountable for the well-being of the children in the community. And it got to such a degree that we had to have a town hall meeting about it. And then that's when I came forth about publicly about the Satanism that I was forced to practice, and challenge them to do something for us. But it still was and then it was also around that time where the churches considered me a devil child. But every time they gave me a test, because there was a thinking that the demons couldn't say Jesus is Lord or Savior without being tormented about it. So they would give me this test, and they would teach me about the Bible and stuff, or test me about my knowledge about the Bible. And that's how I ended up getting ordained in several denominations. During that time was to prove them wrong, and then I started preaching and all, and actually teaching. I couldn't be ordained as a preacher or a pastor because when I was too young and I was a female, but I could be a teacher because women taught their kids, and women were teachers in school, so therefore I could be a teacher, was their thinking. So I was ordained a teacher, which actually gives me way more leeway and liberty to teach just about every topic under the sun, and I don't have to have a allegiance to any religion or personal or any type of thinking per se, other than continue to develop my own. But then about 6 or 7 years after being excommunicated, the renewal movement happened in our hometown to the Catholic Church, and I was asked to speak. So therefore, in a strange turn of events, there I was speaking for a whole week as a guest speaker, along with other panel members at this very church that kicked me out. And mind you, when somebody is kicked out of a church or excommunicated, it has to go through a whole chain of command. It's not just like the pastor or the bishop or the Monsignor has the right to say, you're not welcome. It has to go through this whole chain of command. And but I did get around every Easter and Christmas as a gift to my grandfather. He snuck me into those masses because those were open to the whole town. So that's why the renewal movement is very important to me, because it was so integral in that part of my life. So, but I'm finding this fascinating listening to you because it's pretty interesting how much we have in common. And
Wow.
it's pretty cool. It's very cool.
Well, I think both of
Thank
you
you
have.
for sharing.
Yeah, go on, honey.
Yeah.
Keep talking,
So,
Ariana. To both of you ladies, keep talking. I don't mean to interrupt. Yes, by all means, continue. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did step away for a moment. I didn't hear everything, but you were talking about the renewal arrow and when you were 10 years old, I think you were saying.
yes, I was excommunicated out, but then about 6 years later, I ended up preaching at or teaching at that church for a whole week.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, and I know I remember years ago I listened to Mr. Dietrich about Douglas about how he became a this was years ago, I think when I was in Australia. I heard Douglas talking about his that you became an Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, was it Catholic or something like that?
Oh,
What
it was
was it?
Serbian Orthodox Christian. It was Eastern
Oh,
Byzantine Orthodox. I use the term Byzantine Orthodox because that's inclusive of all of the national churches of the Eastern Orthodox liturgy. The Greek churches, as they call them in the East Coast, they usually use the term Greek Rite Church or Greek Rite Orthodoxy. They'll basically be referring to those very colorfully dressed priests that look so different from the Catholics, who are very austere. And on the other hand, the Greek Orthodox priests usually look like Elvis. And so to refer to those ornate priests of the Eastern Church, they usually will say Greek Rite Church or something like that. But they have these several churches that are recognized by their nationalities within that Eastern Byzantium, the Church of Ancient Rome that converted to Christianity under Constantine, whereas the Roman Catholic Church evolved quite differently, and so they've always had this schism. So it was my father was Roman Catholic, but I was never baptized, and he always wanted to leave that to my decision. And then what happened was that I've never been baptized as a Roman Catholic, so I wound up getting baptized. It was during the war in Yugoslavia, and I took a security contract with the Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia, since they were never coronated as the King and Queen of Yugoslavia. They're recognized as the Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia, and they live in exile. They live in England. When I took up a contract with them, they couldn't abide by a non-Christian in their service, and so I was given essentially a battlefield consecration, or a kind of conversion status as a Serbian Orthodox Christian. Now, of course, I've tried to educate people in the romance of that, but it's not like I am in any way, shape, or form exemplary as a practitioner. So,
okay.
yeah. So that being clarified, please, both of you ladies, go on. By all means, yeah.
I've been to a Bulgarian church. The prime minister of the economics or the banking system of Bulgaria, his wife left him and came here to California, and somehow through another activist who knew her, they asked me to find her housing, and I did. So she took me to a church with her that I didn't even know existed here in LA. And it was this Church of St. George.
Wow.
Oh, that
Yes,
sounds
and
nice.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's very Slavic. St. George,
She
of course.
she found it within 2 days of being here. I didn't even know it existed, and I had been here for years, had been in that neighborhood for years. She knew of it right away.
That's
Wow.
something.
Wow. And,
Okay.
so by all means, continue, ladies. I mean, both of you obviously have a very spiritual side, and I want to learn more about it. Certainly, have you had any? We'll bring it back to Michelle via the Ariana. So, Ariana, have you had any paranormal or phenomenal experiences you'd like to share? And then give it back to Michelle, who can take it from there.
Sure, sure. I've had a number of experiences, but of course, I'll just mention one. So, one time I was in Santa Monica and I was riding the bus. It was a public bus, maybe the big blue bus in Santa Monica. But at any rate, I was on my way to a place where I was going to pick up my mail because I didn't really have an address, so I had to go to a certain place to pick up my mail. And it was a place where, well, other people who were homeless would pick up their mail. And so I just remember sitting on the bus and thinking about, okay, when I get there, I'll go into the, front door and I'll walk up to the, to the desk and ask for my mail. So 20 minutes comes and goes, and I arrive and I walk into the place. I walk up to the desk. I ask for my mail. And before I even get the full question out, the lady is like, I know. And I was just like, wait a minute, no. I said to her, and I started to explain it again. And she says, I know. And so I was just like, no, wait a minute. And I was still trying to say what I was going to say. And they said, well, you're coming, you want to get your mail, right? Your name is Nancy Toulouse, right? Well, that's my legal name. Yeah. And so I was like, yeah. And she said, you were here 20 minutes ago asking for your mail, but I had not walked in there asking for the mail. Until that moment. So I wanted to get angry at her, but I walked out, and then the next day I was reading a book. It was an Eckankar book called Stranger by the River by, I think it was Paul Twitchell, and it's a story about the teacher and the student, right? And they're walking side by side, and the teacher is talking to the student, and the student is listening to the teacher. And at some point they come up to a bush, and the teacher pushes the bush to a side, and what you see on the floor lying down under the bush is the actual teacher. It's the, two people, like a bilocation kind of a thing, right? And so the teacher was explaining, this is my such and such body, whatever, and then this is, my physical body or whatever. And so when I read that, I thought it was quite a interesting coincidence that it happened the day after I had that particular experience. And it was like, again, because I always think about God and God talking to me. So in that moment, I was just like, oh, God's talking to me. And he's showing me that, what happened to me at that moment is similar to what I just read in the book. So I was just like amazed. And then later on I found out there's something called bilocation or something similar. I'm trying to remember the exact phraseology, but that was a real shocker to me. So, I've had lots of other say paranormal or extra whatever experiences, but that's just one that I thought I'd mention right now. Yeah.
Bilocation sounds familiar. But in my case, if that happened, I would want to know who is pretending to be me. Because I get stalked and harassed like that. So I've had instances where, well, actually I had my bank account was drained that way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was horrible, and I had to prove that I was myself, and only had several days to do it. So it was a horrendous ordeal. But I did have one NDE experience. Well, it wasn't true NDE.
Wow.
But I've had many NDEs and out of body experience. Yeah, that's what this would have been. It would have been an out of body experience with what my health situation. I've had too many of those OBEs or NDEs and whatever else. So, but this one, I saw them working on me, and I walked through this other room, and I saw them working on this other man in the ER. This was in the ER, both rooms, and then I walked in another room, and it was completely dark, except for 2 cement garden benches, and there I was in my almost said hotel, my hospital gown, and sitting there, and everything was dark except what looked like the spotlight. And I noticed there was another person there, and there was a man sitting, and he said, "So they're working on you too, huh?" And I said, "Yeah, I really don't feel like talking. I just want to hear. I'm hearing, I'm waiting, I'm expecting. Just let me concentrate." And he goes, "Well, I've never had this happen to me before." And I said, "I have. So let me just go through the process." And he wanted to be chatty, and I said, "Really? You need to you just need to shut the fuck up right now. You just really do." And I said, "It's already an irritating process, and you're irritating me even more. I need to know what this is about and what I'm doing." So he just kept going on and on and on. And then he's like, "You're cute. So is that what you look like in your we're out of our bodies, aren't we? Is this what you look in real life? Because you're really cute. I like to date you." And I was like, "Oh, shut the fuck up." And I got up to walk away. And when I walked away, I entered my body. So I didn't tell anybody about this, but I told him, I said, when I came, as soon as I could talk, I said, "If I'm going to be in a room, I'm going to be in a room by myself. Do you understand me? I know I'm on Medicare and SSI, but I'm going to be in a room by myself. Do you hear me? I don't care what fuss I have to make. It's going to be by myself. Do you understand?" And they're like, "Yes, yes, yes." Well, this is my hometown hospital, so a lot of people knew me and respected me, so they made it happen. Well, then it's time for me to be discharged a few days later, but I have to have a walk test to make sure that I could actually breathe, that they could send me home. So we're walking down the hallway, and I could hear his voice. And I'm like, "Oh my God." I tell the nurse, "I don't want to go this way." She goes, "Well, this is the longest hallway." I said, "I don't want to go this way. This is the longest hallway. You have to go this way." So we walk past his room, and he's like, "There's the girl I was telling you about." He's telling this to somebody else. He goes, and I look, and the nurse goes, "So you know him?" I said, "I don't know him." "Yes, I met you when we were dead." Like, oh my God. In the meantime, this woman that's sitting by his bedside, she looks mortified, horrified. And I said, "I'm sure your wife wants to know that." "No, she's my sister." And she's just nodding her head, yes. She goes, "You're real. We just hired a psychiatrist. We just asked the doctor yesterday to bring a psychiatrist to come see him because we thought that he snapped. You're a real person." I said, "You know what? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. I'm going back to my room." And the nurse goes, "What do you want us to do? You haven't finished your test." I said, "Get me the fucking hell out of here. Just get me out of here." And he goes, "But I want to have lunch with you." He's yelling down the hallway, "We haven't had our date. I want to have lunch with you." And I'm like, "I'm not having a date with somebody I met in the hospital, like dead on the other side. How freaky is that?"
Never heard a story like that. Oh my God.
Oh, I have too many of them. They're weird.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's pretty.
Yeah,
How
one of my
about you,
favorite.
Douglas?
So, yeah, go on. Well, I mean, please continue.
How about you, Douglas? I bet there's some really cool stuff that you can share with us.
Oh, Douglas, you have so many good stories.
Oh,
Come
oh,
on.
yeah. Oh, no. I mean, sure I do, but
Yes, you
not the
do.
mood
So
to share
share
right now.
one.
You're both doing so
I
well,
don't.
believe me.
Yes, I've heard some of your stories, but come on, share.
Oh no, I mean, people can
It's been a
go to my
while.
channel and you can just watch like one of my most popular videos. It's on
Oh,
the
listen to you trying to cop out.
yeah,
No, come on.
no, it's not a
We
sense
each
of
took.
copping out. It's like
No, no, no,
I
no,
was
no,
going to
no,
say, you know,
no.
it,
I
yeah.
Ariana shared a story. I shared a story. Come on, you could share a story. Come on.
Oh, well, I mean, when it comes to something along the lines of what both of you were talking about, it's more along the lines of the one of my favorite science fiction authors when I grew up was a man named Robert F. Young, who tended to write basically science fiction romance. And unlike most men, I really enjoyed romance stories, probably because I had a sister who loved Harlequin romances. And so, I mean, the first story where I was introduced to him as an author was called On the River, which it was a writer was committing suicide, and some woman in another room in the same hotel was committing suicide, and they met each other on the river, just basically out of their bodies and in this kind of otherworldly environment where they fell in love, and then he realized he didn't want to kill himself, and that's when he came to consciousness, and then realized the woman was killing herself in the other room because of the smell of the gas from which she had turned the gas on, and he broke down her door to rescue her, and that was that was a profound. It was along the lines of kind of what you're talking about, except in this case, both people had a positive experience where they fell in love on the other side, and then basically consummated their relationship in the physical, in the sense that they came together after they came to their senses, so to speak.
Well,
Obviously,
who
you weren't
knows?
in the mood.
Maybe,
Yeah, for none of that. Go on. Yeah.
if I had given it a chance, maybe I would have had that kind of a story. But it was just too weird for me.
No, well, you were in a hospital. It's not a good environment. I think that,
Just weird.
and the person was
I,
probably really sleazy. Is the impression I get. Is that what
I
he
had.
was, sleazy
Well,
or something?
no,
Or
he wasn't. But I didn't know what brought him there. For all I know, he could have been attempting suicide. I don't know.
yeah, I
He
mean,
could
yeah,
have
you don't need
felt the
that. You don't
same
need
thing
that kind
about
of
me.
neurosis. Yeah, and
Plus, it was in my hometown. I don't want to get stuck in my hometown.
yeah, of course not. No,
You know, with all that backstory.
yeah, no, you definitely wanted to grow as a person, and your hometown was a real shithole from what you've described in the past. And but Yeah, for people who want some stories, a good one is on my video channel where you can see Douglas Dietrich encounter with ghouls. I mean, that's one of the most popular ones. We had one son of a bitch who he has this real popular channel on Mideast or Mideast ghost stories or something, some bullshit where I guess he tries to tell ghost stories with a Muslim thematic or something or trope, and he was just plagiarizing my shit and putting it on his channel and getting all these hits with it. And then insulting me. This is what they do by saying, "Yeah, but you can't trust Douglas Dietrich," But he's getting all these hits for people who want to hear my story. So, yeah, you really just develop a true sense of cynicism with the kind of people that are out there, just predatory for YouTube hits, and rather than earning their stories through hard experience like I myself have. So it's just shit eaters. So, but both of you ladies, please continue. It's just so beautiful to have both of you here, sharing stories which you can both relate to. In terms of your experience with the Roman Catholic Church, obviously it was not necessarily a positive one at all. So, do you hold that against the church? Do you feel the church is a corrupt? Viviana Sanchez, who was on this program in the past a lot, she's someone who felt she's Latin American, but she identified pretty much as a European Spanish descent. She had no concept of what it's like for people who cross the border or Mexicans as opposed to being European Spanish until the Trump administration and people started telling her to go back to Mexico. And but she was definitely raised in an American cultural matrix, so she was very anti-Catholic. In America, there's an anti-Catholic bias that is profound, which is one reason they're always shitting all over the church for these scandals and ignoring their own Baptist ministers like Gary Handbright, the man I got busted, who are just as much a bunch of baby raping predators as any Roman Catholic priest. So when it comes to the Christians in America, they have this desire to bring the church down, and Viviana Sanchez has that kind of desire. She's kind of like, how would I say, militant about it. But you yourself, what were you left with in terms of your attitude towards the church? What kind of taste did it leave in your mouth, Michelle?
Yeah, every religion, denomination, they all have their predators. Understand, predators infiltrate every area where there's a human being, and these humanoids can fit in and prey upon people. They will prey upon children. They will. Yeah. So that's it. If it's a clutch of grandmas, if it's a school, if it's a religion, if it's a baseball game, whatever it is, where there's people, the predator's there. So nobody is immune to it. And while we're on kind of skirting the or alluding, I have so many people that I consider brothers and sisters who are homosexual, gay, lesbian, trans. Like I said, I have an honorary drag queen name, Diva Chiquita. And the days where my body is really acting up, I call her Diva Chiquita. I used to write on Facebook. The days that I was really, really sick. Diva Chiquita, need your prayers. So, but this craziness that's happening between heterosexuals and the transsexuals right now is so out of line on both parties, and buttons are being pushed, and but it's because people there's fear for the children, there's like all kinds of things going on. And again, that's where love is supposed to prevail, should prevail, if it's allowed to prevail. And I do encourage people. But people build strong relationships with their children and with their families. It makes a fortified barricade against predators. When you have a strong relationship with yourself and with your family, it does create a strong sense of identity. And when somebody has a good, strong sense of identity, it's very hard for a predator to find a weakness. And because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for somebody who doesn't know themselves well, somebody who doesn't fit in, somebody who already feels other than, or less than, or different than, or just like think of a lion hunting a baby wildebeest, or a baby gazelle, or even an elderly gazelle. Some member of the herd that is wandered off a little bit or separated from. That's where they go to. They go to that weakest point. So, true religion, it says in the Bible, the New Testament, Old Testament, is taking care of the elderly and the children and the widow. I like to also add the elderly and the sick, but it also says in the Old Testament, let not the eunuch say that there's no to paraphrase, in the Old Testament, God saying, "Don't let the eunuch say that there's not room for him or her here, because there is." But it's all in love. You got to be in love in all its shapes and forms. But on the other hand, for my this is speaking for myself. This is not anything on Douglas. This is totally for myself and nobody else. The LGBT, especially the transgenders right now, you're really acting up, and you're not holding your own on holding weeding out predators. So you better do a better job to hold people's feet to the fire. And you can't be so reactionary yourself and saying, stop picking on me, stop picking on us. Help us take care of the children. We all take care of the children. When we do that, when you tend to the needs of the children, the whole community comes together. So that's my soapbox and my 2 cents, 25 cents about the matter.
So go on, honey. With Our Lady Ariana, in terms of, shall we say, the church itself, you don't have any particularly bad memories about it yourself to lead towards any bad taste or attitude in your mouth, obviously. And in general, your impression is that most Mexicans don't either. What would you say about that?
It is.
We can't hear you, honey. You got to pull your head out of the pillow.
Sorry. Yeah, it was very interesting for me to see how they have like masses like 3-4 times a day, and no matter what time you go, there's a lot of people. I would think that there would be only 1 or 2, each time, but there was quite a number of people every time I went, and so they'll go to church, they'll go to mass, but I didn't really get to know them so closely that they would, or so far that they would tell me if, but I do know one lady, she's very active in the Catholic Church, but she, we'll talk about stones and, carry a rose quartz around and to try to increase the energy of love, so she's open-minded to things like that too, not just, being strict, like, oh, well, my church forbids me to acknowledge if stones, have an energy that comes off of them or something.
Did you know in the sun pyramid and the moon pyramid, they have energy stones buried in, built in Mexico City, outside Mexico City, the temple, the pyramids, they have the stones built in. It was a way for and then the eye of God, when the Catholic Church came, and the people would take the sticks and put twine, and they would put a stone in the middle, and then they would twine them together, or they would do yarn, and that was their way of continuing worshiping their gods, their ancient gods. But they made Quetzalcoatl. They made the Catholic Church to think that they were worshiping Jesus, but they were still worshiping Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, yeah.
But the stones in the pyramids, if ever you go, they're not. I was told that the pyramids were whitewashed and embedded with stone, obsidian and quartz, and I think jasper or other types of gold and silver, or if I can't remember if it was silver, I think maybe some silver too. But they weren't just painted white and red. They were bejeweled with the stones as well, to be energy setters.
What part? Oh, to be energy centers. And what part of Mexico is that?
Um, what is it? Oh, my brain and tongue don't want to say it, but where the Aztecs took over the pyramids, the Sun and
It's
Moon
like
Pyramid,
Guatemala. I don't know.
Mexico City.
Oh, Mexico City. Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Oh, okay, yeah, I've spent a little time in Mexico City, but not that much. And I didn't go around a lot that to do like sightseeing or something like that. I think I was waiting for a flight. Yeah, I was waiting for a flight. I
To
had to
live
do, like,
in northern, southern, or central.
Central. Yeah. Aguascalientes. It's actually geographically smack dab in the center of the country. Yeah, geographically.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and the city is too. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's elevation 6,400. So I feel a little weak sometimes. The sun is more intense. So I got to watch not get burned. It's a bit arid. It's a bit dry. It doesn't rain hardly around here. So it's a bit of adjusting, is what I'm trying to say, when you move to this area.
Well, how long have you been there by now?
A little over 2 months this time, but this is my fourth time coming to Mexico in the past 14 years. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
But I was there for 6 months.
okay,
The second time.
Wow. Why did you leave?
Mexico City. Was it Mexico
Yeah.
City?
You were there
And
for 6 months?
I'm sorry?
Why'd you leave?
Yeah, why did you leave?
Oh, we were only there for several months to it was a homecoming for my then husband. And I ended up getting a work visa. We were only supposed to be there for 2 weeks. I had a work visa because and I was applying for immigration. I did have sponsorship. Started several restaurants, and we had a church. Had several businesses there. Actually, it wasn't just the restaurants. Whatever they told me to do, I think they might have been using me for money laundering or something, because something just wasn't right about it, which I'll get into another time. But it was required of us to come back to the United States and then come back in after a time. And plus, we needed to, if we were going to move there, we needed to close down our houses, our house, and everything else that we had here.
Okay.
In the States.
So I'm shocked, because I was under the impression that Ariana had been living in Mexico for quite a long time now. And obviously, you've been there for longer periods in the past, but I'm shocked. So now I'm getting the impression, based on what you've just said, that you kind of move back and forth. You like come back to the States and then go back to Mexico. Is that so? I mean, do you intend to stay there much longer now, or kind of settle down, or what I'm wondering is why the movement back and forth, or is that something you don't want to share?
No, that's not no problem. I will share.
Sure.
Yeah, it's okay. So the first time
And
I
take
was
your head
here,
out of the pillow when you do share. Thank you, honey.
sorry. The first time I was here.
Oh my God, her head, she's chewing on that pillow like it's a giant marshmallow, is what it sounds like.
Okay, the first time I was here for about 10 months.
Okay.
And I got sick, but I kind of recuperated, and then I left. And I came back because some people wanted me to go back, and so I just gave in to pressure, and that was my second time, and I only stayed for not even a month, I don't think, maybe a month. Yeah, I stayed for a month the second time. But
then I got really sick, and then I went back to America because I got really sick. Oh, and it was the swine flu during that time too, and I was just like, and they said that it kind of originated from this area, and I'm like, whatever, but that's okay. And so I left, and then years later, I tried to relocate back to Mexico again, but I thought I'd try a different area. And I stayed there for 1 month, and that was about 5 years ago. And I just could not settle in there. I could not gel with the people. I wasn't meeting good people, and my frame of mind was not into it as much to stay. So after I was there just for 1 month, that was my third time. That was about 5 years ago. And then recently I'm coming, I think I will call it something. I'm retiring here, something like that. Because over I have, it doesn't stretch enough to, have a place. And so I came here and I'm trying to settle here now, like retire, but kind of semi-retire in the sense that I want to teach English. I want to do a couple of things around besides, yeah. So, but this time I'm going to try to settle here because I don't have any other place to go. But I'm seeing how God is using that so that some good can come for me and for the people around. That's what I'd like to see in this experience. So yeah, here I am. I think I'm here to settle. I don't know.
Okay.
But to me, it's still too early to know. I've got 6 months, and then I have to cross the border, and then I'll have to come back. So I've only been here a little over 2 months. So yeah, I think I'm gonna settle here.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, that's fascinating.
It would be a beautiful place to do so.
Yeah.
Yes. So far, it's been a good, positive experience for me. So I'm glad. I mean, there is a lot of poverty here, and there's a lot of poor people and stuff like that, and it is really sad. And there is some desperation in the people. Like when they meet me, they're just like, "Oh, can you help me get over to America?" And sometimes they'll just want that to know that. And so I do feel bad for a lot of people here. I feel like I'm doing better than them. Not like I'm better than them, but I mean, I'm just observing that the money I have is probably more than what a lot of people have here, even though it's not a whole lot of money. So that, I experience that as well, but I think I'll be fine. As far as safety is concerned, there's always danger. Whether I'm in Mexico or America or anywhere, there's potential for danger. So, let it be what it is. If God is with me and protecting me, then, and if I be wise when I'm out and about, I think I should be fine. And yeah.
And so
I miss Mexico.
Yeah, honey. Go on, Michelle.
I miss Mexico.
What do you miss most about it? Go.
Just the weather, the people, the food, the feeling of it. The closest I can get to that feeling is some parts of Los Angeles, but weirdly enough, the closest I feel to Mexico is along the Gulf of Mexico in the United States.
So you're talking about like Florida or something?
Honey, the pillow between yourself and your phone's.
Florida, Mexico.
Sorry.
I mean, Florida, Mississippi. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that's yeah.
And so in terms of yourself, dear Michelle, when it comes to shall we say your experiences in Mexico, certainly there must have been some underworld experiences besides the fact that you suspected you were being used in a sense, exploited in a sense. There was any encounters with the police, or simply people who might have wanted you to smuggle them to America? Anything like that at all?
So, my first husband's father was
And
general
you said
of
he
the.
died when you went down there. You were taking the body down to be buried, kind of like to go home, right?
No, no. My first husband was having a. He had been away into the United States for almost 10 years, so he was coming back home to have a reunion with his family.
Okay.
Now the burial that I was talking about, that had to do with somebody that I met in my travels, where her husband had died,
Okay.
and she had the funeral for him. But in regards to me, well, my husband's cousin, my ex-husband's cousin was a policeman, and he was given a pass on a lot of his activities because he was the nephew of this famous general of police, which was the equivalent to being like the police officer, the chief of police for Washington, D.C., for the White House. So that's the rank that my ex-husband's father had.
Okay.
That equivalent. So and he was the chief of police for all the police in all of Mexico. It serves as a type of like an army of sorts, military of sorts. So he was corrupt. The nephew was corrupt. So his house was bombed twice. We had my one brother-in-law. He was a security guard for a congressman, and he got beat up and left for dead, and we had to pay for his hospitalization, meeting my then husband and I, because his boss wouldn't do that. So he wouldn't pay him, and he didn't want to pay him even a salary, because he said his time at the hospital, he wanted to penalize him for not coming into work, even though he was recuperating in a body cast and nearly left for dead. It was the brother who was the congressman who got him the job that made a big public stink about it. And that's how the hospital bills were paid, and we were reimbursed. We had a 4-year-old nephew that was kidnapped 2 or 3 times. We had to pay ransom too. And I gotta say, when I say we, I mean my husband and I were paying ransom for all of these things.
Wow.
It was coming out of our money.
Where did this money source from? How could you afford that?
Because we won a lawsuit from when he was on strike. Where I said he was a manager at a company that catered for the airlines, and so this catering company was called Katie Air, and strangely enough, most of the employees were from other countries, southern of Mexico, and they were protesting the loss of their jobs for the countries that they came from. They wanted to keep the jobs here, so it made sense for them to have crossed the border. And they won. They all won. And that's where the money was coming from at our end. Then, what else happened? Yeah, there were a couple other things that happened, but I met a brother-in-law that had been kidnapped for 8 years. He was an artist.
For how many years?
A national. 8 years.
8 years.
8
Okay,
years.
I thought you said 88. Okay, 8 years is bad enough. Oh my God.
Yeah, 8 years he was missing, and then he returned while we were there.
Oh my God. Okay.
So I got to meet him.
Uh-huh.
And
Christ, like
actually,
meeting the missing link. Go on.
it was pretty interesting. And he was celebrated nationally while we were there, so that was very interesting.
How did you get back?
So yeah.
Both of you ladies are doing so well. I take it that how are you holding up now? Obviously Michelle is kind of a night owl whenever she wants to be. She lives a pretty how do I say this, kind of like a life that's not necessarily following schedule. But what about yourself?
Yeah, it doesn't much.
Yeah. What about yourself?
I am gonna go though.
Okay.
Pretty soon because I've been yawning up quite a bit.
Okay. And what I'll do is I'll start my monologue soon. I might as well. I gotta earn my pay, so to speak, and get people to contribute by at least delivering something in return. Now, so far, you ladies have been delivering very well for me. I guess I'm pimping. So
I'll let you have that, Douglas. I'll let you think that.
well, we tolerate a lot from each other, and so
you're my brother, so of course I do.
Thank you, and you're very much a super sister, and our dear Ariana is a sister in struggle. So I'm so glad the two of you could connect, and hopefully you will both communicate more as time proceeds. And honestly, you both have so much to share with all of us and each other, and oh my God! All of that being said, I'll try and take over.
Okay. Well, good night to you both.
Yeah. And so we love you dearly. And yourself, dear Ariana, do you feel you're going to retreat into the gentle night?
I think what I would like to do is hear what you have to say before I go to sleep.
Okay, so I'll start monologuing, and what we're going to do is probably end the call then. We'll end the call, and I'll take over from here, and then just kind of like get into the night's discussion of any number of topics that were brought up earlier. And I want to thank both of you ladies profoundly. There's no way I can thank you enough, and both of you have made all of this possible. So my love to both of you, and both of you have now one thing I will do, Michelle, is while you're going into your gentle sleep, I'll just say a little something about what you said earlier, just kind of a little rebuttal to that. And Our Lady will, of course, you can always review that tomorrow. And of course, we'll be back together again on Sunday, all of us, hopefully, depending on how you're feeling that Sunday night. Dear Ariana, do you work on Mondays, the day after?
I think no, I do not. So
Good.
Sunday
Good.
night.
So the potential is you have the potential for joining us. So you won't mind my calling you as I call Michelle that day, because she doesn't have that golden hour like she does on Wednesdays. And so, okay. So both of you ladies, blessed dreams. You'll be seeing me in the dreamlands because I'll be talking to you in your sleep. And say good day to everybody, because it's day for most people.
All righty. Thank you.
Yes, thank you both of you. Bye for now. Okay, ending the call. And okay, everybody, I need your participation here. Tell me whether or not the quality of sound has changed, and just tell me whether you can hear me or not, how I'm sounding, and I need to know now. Quality of sound, please. So quality of sound test, and we'll get this monologue going. We have a lot of time, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, well, 1.5 hours. Not that much time, but time enough. So, all right, a lot less time than I thought, but certainly feels like it's a lot more time. But it's time for me to start as soon as I get some feedback. How am I sounding? Okay. 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 1.5 hours. So let me time this and make this get directly into the subject. Basically, It's Wednesday was yesterday. Yesterday was National Vietnam War Veterans Day. At this point in my life, I am so alienated from the military. I have nothing to say. That's it came and went without my other than the fact that I acknowledged it. Let me tell you something. Most motherfuckers wouldn't even be aware of it. So if anyone feels that they've got a right to complain to me about my not acknowledging it, beyond acknowledging it, I don't understand what you've got to complain about. Most people wouldn't even know the day existed, let alone know what day of the year it was. And as I said yesterday, Biden was co-hosting the second Summit for Democracy on March 29th, National Vietnam War Veterans Day, in which he hosted a virtual gathering of world leaders, the civil society and private sector leaders as well, who intended to promote democracy in the face of all these rising autocracies. The first summit, which included representatives from 100 governments around the globe, was held in December of the year before yesteryear in 2021. Now, tomorrow, on Friday, March 31st, is International Transgender Day of Visibility. So bear that in mind. This is when transgenders get to show themselves, out themselves, hopefully without some fear of retaliation. That day, of course, is going to be impacted by what has happened. And Saturday, All Fool's Day, April Fool's, is going to be when Russia assumes the presidency of the United Nations Security Council for a 1-month term. Now, the last time Russia held the rotating Security Council presidency was February of 2022, the same month it launched its invasion of the Ukraine. Now, according to the United Nations, the primary responsibility of the Security Council is the maintenance of international peace and security, which is exactly the antithesis of what the fucking Russian Empire represents. Amor Fadi in Mexico lets us know it's loud and clear. Thank you, sir. Hugs, dear brother in struggle. Okay, and that brings us to the fact that Mexican officials are considering homicide charges in this migrant center fire that happened recently. Our man Peter Moon was complaining about the border. Here's what happens on the border due to American negligence. This side of the border, north of the border. Yesterday, Mexican officials said that at least 8 people, including federal agents and a state immigration officer, are believed to be responsible for a deadly fire at a government-run detention center in Mexico that killed 39 men this week. Now, no charges have been announced, but officials said that they are requesting several arrest warrants. Now, the reason why I do bring this up, and I reflexively said north of the border, this side of the border, it effectively is, because I want people to understand Mexico is the goddamn wall. The people who are coming into America through Mexico are not Mexican. They are refugees from the rest of Latin America, particularly Central America for obvious reasons, geographically. And therefore, these men who were burned alive by these Mexican officials, they're doing that because they were bribed by the United States to do so, to prevent them from coming north. There was probably nothing to prevent them from coming north legally at that point. So the only thing the Americans could do was bribe the Mexican officials to mass murder them all so they wouldn't be alive to come north. These sorts of things happen. Now, adding that they could face homicide charges, an official from the country's prosecutor general's office said in the Español that none of the public worker or private security officers took any action to open the door to the migrants who were already inside with the fire. So this is Mexico doing America's dirty work. This happens all the time. This is one of the few times where you're hearing about it. One of the few times where the government feels compelled to take action because the crime is simply so grievous. This is because American money was involved to the point where these men felt they could fucking retire after a mass murder that would take away the potential for 500 men to migrate to the United States. Now, when it comes to them being their own worst enemy, with immediate greed overwhelming their common sense, or perhaps they were commonsensical in the sense that the Mexican government was assumed to be so corrupt that they could do that, well, they might find out otherwise. Or maybe they'll use their money to bribe their way out of that situation and then migrate to the United States themselves. Well, here in the United States, TikTok is its own worst enemy. TikTok CEO Xiao Jiqiu faced a grueling congressional hearing in Washington last week, with lawmakers determined to pummel the popular video sharing app owned by the Chinese parent company ByteDance. Now, Chu did not come out of this event looking good. His inability to acknowledge Uyghur oppression in China, these are the Caucasoid Turkic Muslim minority, was a particularly embarrassing moment. Chu's performance solidified existing hostility in Congress and sped up movement toward an American ban of this app. Other TikTok executives have performed similarly in response to questions over the app's parent company. The app's vice president of public policy for Europe recently claimed that ByteDance wasn't a Chinese company because it was incorporated in the Cayman Islands and has foreign investors. That would come as a surprise to executives at ByteDance's Beijing headquarters, who have repeatedly made statements about their commitment to the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. ByteDance reportedly circumscribes Chu's own power. TikTok may seem like its own worst enemy, but there's a lot of competition for that title. Washington bears significant ill will toward the app, in part because many groups can find something to dislike about it, whether they're prominent right-wing figures, China hawks, concerned parents, or privacy advocates. This is accentuated by how little the app is used by those who hold power. More than 70% of TikTok users are under 35 years of age, and most of those users are under 25 years of age. TikTok also suffers, somewhat unfairly, by serving as a stand-in for wider concerns over CHICOM, Chinese Communist Economic Power and media influence. Washington's China hawks have convinced themselves that the debate over the app is a key battle. It may be, but that has more to do with altering the dynamic around what's acceptable when it comes to CHICOM investments. After all, many Commu-Chinese firms already invest in Silicon Valley and elsewhere. Stringing TikTok up is likely intended to dissuade firms that might otherwise take Communist Chinese money. Ironically, the Communist Chinese government is also frustrating TikTok's ability to persuade American politicians of its harmlessness. During the congressional hearing yesterday, last week, a Wall Street Journal article on the Communist Chinese government's opposition to a forced sale of TikTok to a hypothetical American buyer was cited multiple times. Communist Chinese government officials and pundits have made hay of the hearing, claiming that Red China is more open for business than the United States. That doesn't track, given how many products are banned in Red China without any hearing or discussion. Other online commentators, with the approval and promotion of the censors, cheered Chu, a Singaporean national himself, as a defender of the Communist Chinese Empire and highlighted his ethnic Chinese background. Beijing going to bat for TikTok will likely only convince American politicians of the app's ties to the Chinese Communist government. China's own national security laws and the repeated strong-arming of tech executives remain the greatest evidence that TikTok is a security risk. After all, ByteDance's leadership can't resist legal pressure or personal threats to their freedom in Beijing. The American Empire's case for banning TikTok largely still rests on a potential security threat rather than a realized one. Like many Western tech companies, TikTok has a poor record on data privacy, and its engineers in Red China have accessed private data on all American users. The firm's own guidelines prove that it downplays videos on topics the communist Chinese government dislikes, although within a framework of sensitive content as a whole. But the worst case scenarios, such as TikTok handing over private data directly to the Chinese government, so far remain, if not unrealized, at least unproven. That said, the increasingly common argument that regulating TikTok would be hypocritical or a distraction from broader data regulation seems shaky to myself. Arguing that the United States government can't solve one specific problem without solving every problem is a recipe for doing nothing. And TikTok's communist Chinese ownership, when there are no limits on what the CCP can access, is a clear and specific difference between the app and, say, Facebook, which I have my own reasons to dislike intensely. In theory, Red China can buy Americans' data through brokers, data brokers, info brokers. But it's a lot easier if it has a direct pipeline. Not to mention cheaper, in fact, for fucking free. An attempted ban in these United States, or a forced divestment of TikTok from ByteDance, now seems almost inevitable. Yet the current proposed bill, the Restrict, that's an acronym, all in the uppercase, RESTRICT. Give me some cheerleaders to sing that out. Restricting, that's an acronym for Restricting the Emergence of Security Threats That Risk Information and Communications Technology Act, would grant sweeping powers that run up against other American laws designed to encourage the movement of information across borders as well as freedom of speech. Any attempt to restrict the app seems likely to land in the courts, where it could be tangled up for years. And that might still threaten its market share if it's deleted from mobile phones in the meantime. I propose a simple solution. Communist Chinese officials can put as much propaganda as they like on TikTok, but they have to do so while dancing. Anyhow, there's been references I was analyzing before covering tonight's topic. Those include one titled Testosterone and Aggressive Behavior in Man. That is authored by Batrinos, ML Batrinos, and it's published by Endocrinal Metabolism. That's a medical journal. It's, you can find it online. Testosterone and Aggressive Behavior in Man. And I also accessed the article, Does Testosterone Treatment Increase Anger Expression in a Population of Transgender Men? The question has been asked and studied. So this article was the result, published in the Journal of Sexual Medicine in 2018. That's a long, long time ago. Trump was just becoming president. It's authored by Giovanna. That's Mota Giovanna. So you can look up Giovanna Mota and find that article. It's edited, so there's a number of other parties involved, et alie, meaning and others. Giovanna Mota and others. I want to also let people know that I've referenced another article titled Masculinizing Testosterone Treatment and Effects on Preclinical Cardiovascular Disease, Muscle Strength and Power, Aggression, Physical Fitness, and Respiratory Function in Transgender Men. That's just the title. It has a subtitle, which is actually shorter, Protocol for a 10-year prospective observational cohort study in Denmark at the BIC, the BIC, the Body Identity Clinic. So, that was released at the BMJ Open in 2020, also online. I was This is all the typing you heard in the background was me looking up these various references and actually reading them, reviewing them, scanning them. Plenty of authors participated in this work. That is Lemon Christensen, Glintborg, Talbjörg Christensen, one spelled with a C, Christensen, the other spelled with a K, et alie, meaning others. Again, that's masculinizing testosterone treatment and effects on preclinical cardiovascular disease, muscle strength and power, aggression, physical fitness, and respiratory function in transgender men. Holy fucking shit. With that, I also read the same author, Talbjörg Christensen, with a K, et alie, and others, a article that was published in, it was simply published online in 2021. Possibly the most recent of the articles I was able to access on the subject. This was studied for a long time ago, comparatively speaking. And it's titled Effects of Testosterone Therapy on Constructs Related to Aggression in Transgender Men, subtitled A Systematic Review, Hormones and Behavior. Okay. I read a lot while everyone was talking. So understand, I think at this point, I know what I'm talking about. All right. So law enforcement officials in Nashville released the identity of the shooter, whose last name was Hale. Chief John Drake of the Nashville Police said the authorities currently believe that the shooter is transgender. However, local authorities and news media reports have varied on how they refer to Hale's gender identity, as well as what pronouns they have used. But regardless, after another devastating school shooting, nihilism has begun to set in. Police in Nashville are working to uncover a motive in the mass shooting that killed 6 people at a Christian elementary school on Monday. Police said the shooter, identified as a 28-year-old former student, was shot and killed by police during the attack, leaving behind drawn-out maps of the campus detailing how this was all going to take place. Now, Audrey Hale's religious parents rejected that she was gay and transgender. Hale attended the Covenant School in Nashville as a child herself. Now, 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults were killed in this tragedy. 2 of the victims were school employees. One was the head of the school and the other a custodian. This is according to the school. According to data from the Gun Violence Archive, Monday's horror was among at least 130 mass shootings so far this year, more than this point in any previous year since at least 2013. Yet the only one you've ever fucking heard about with this level of intensity was this transgender school shooting for that very reason. So this Nashville shooter, having purchased 7 guns before the school attack, is a fact that is completely ignored. Following yet another devastating school shooting, let's take a moment to consider how the public discussion from leaders has altered in recent years, without many of us even noticing. Where before there was shock, sadness, and outrage, there was also a sort of political dance. Those politicians who were aligned with or beholden to the gun lobby would offer thoughts and prayers. Advocates for gun control would call for the passage of one bill or another in hopes of preventing another mass shooting. Now, a sort of nihilism has set in. Underlying this new phase is a rhetorical shrug of the shoulders. The shooter who killed 3 students and 3 staff members at this Christian school in Nashville legally purchased 7 weapons in recent years, all while under the care of a psychiatrist, mind you, and hid the guns from their parents before carrying out the attack by firing indiscriminately at victims and spraying gunfire through doors and windows. So, to reiterate or rephrase, on Monday morning, a 28-year-old shooter armed with 3 guns, all acquired legally from their arsenal, killed 3 adults and 3 children at the Covenant School in Nashville. It was the 130th mass shooting in our nation this year. Virtually all mass shootings in these United States being perpetrated by cisgender white men, meaning white men who are satisfied with their gender role, their gender assignment at birth. Now, the greatest threats to children still come from inside the home. Hopefully, I'll be able to conclude that within the few hours we have remaining, bring that point home, to use a pun. Yet we've grown accustomed to a kind of shrugging acceptance of the status quo from conservative or reactionary elected officials in the aftermath of mass shootings in these United States. And so the remarks on Monday from the Representative Tim Burkett, a Republican of Tennessee, made just hours after the school shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville, were unsurprising, if perhaps a bit more pointedly nihilistic than usual. To quote his T, "We're not going to fix it. Criminals going to be criminals." But it was what he said next, when he noted that his own daughter is homeschooled, that caught my attention. So I'm going to try and round this analysis back to that point. Now, around 10 a.m. Monday, Nashville police were notified of a school shooting. You already know what happened next. Police responded to the scene to neutralize the shooter. Parents descended on the school to see if their children were still alive. Advocates begged Washington lawmakers for gun law reforms, and many of those politicians responded by offering their thoughts and prayers. In many ways, the shooting at the Covenant School was exactly like all the ones that came before it, but the identity of the now deceased shooter has complicated the usual story, fueling an already raging anti-trans culture war on the right. And so the anti-trans sentiment rises again. Nashville mass school shooter Audrey Hale was rejected by her Christian parents, who couldn't accept she was gay and trans. As cops reveal, she also planned to shoot relatives. The disturbed school shooter, Audrey Hale, was at odds with her devout Christian parents because they couldn't accept she was gay and transgender. The 61-year-old church coordinator, Norma, and her 64-year-old husband, Ronald, refused to let Hale, who had recently adopted the name Iden and used he/him pronouns, dress as a man in their home. The 28-year-old loner would instead wait until she left their $700,000 United States dollar Nashville property to change outfits. And this is according to a well-placed source. Neighbors in the tree-lined suburban street where the family lived for 3 decades said they were clueless about Hale's apparent transition and remembered her as a skater tomboy type. One said, "She introduced herself about a year and a half ago as Audrey. I treated her like a female and she didn't correct me. She seemed artistic, quiet, and well-mannered." One source anonymously told the press, "You only see what you want to see. Their religion does not allow them to accept homosexuality. She was Audrey at home, but when she left the house, she changed clothes. They did know about it. They just didn't accept it." Police now say Hale planned to carry out more attacks, including against her own family. Chief John Drake told CBS yesterday morning, "We've talked to the father and the mother. We've searched the home and found 2 more weapons there and some more maps pertaining to thinking about some other incidents. We strongly believed there were going to be some other targets, including family members, and one of the malls here in Nashville, and it just did not happen." 20 years later, after being rejected by her Christian family when she came out to them as gay, Hale had turned into a killer. So, the day before yesterday, by now, she murdered 3 innocent children and 3 staff members at the very school where her own photo was taken as a child. It's still unclear, to a degree, why she targeted that facility. Police also say she planned to attack a mall and family members, but she was shot dead at Covenant before she could murder any more. There is still little known about how Hale transformed from the sweet girl described by neighbors to a murderous shooter when 2 rifles and a handgun, who penned a killing manifesto and even drew a cartoon about how she planned to attack. Police say she was being treated for an emotional disorder and that her parents believed she no longer had any weapons. They knew that at one time she had 1 firearm, but thought she had sold it. In reality, Audrey was stockpiling her arsenal. She visited 5 different stores, purchasing a total of 7 weapons. And legacy media, meaning conventional media, they are still struggling to characterize the trans shooter's sex. Mainstream media outlets struggled to describe the sex of the mass shooter who claimed 6 lives at this private Christian grade school in Nashville on Monday. First describing the female perpetrator as a woman in response to reports from the authorities, and then racing to correct themselves once it became clear that the shooter identified as a man. After initially describing the shooter as female in official department statements, Nashville Police Chief John Drake said during a Monday afternoon press conference that the shooter, a former student at the Covenant School, identified as transgender. Asked by a reporter whether the shooter identified as a trans woman or a trans man, Drake responded, "trans woman," which added to the confusion by creating the impression that the shooter was a male who identified as female, which just goes to show how fucking ignorant all these straight fags are. Prior to the confirmation that the shooter identified as transgender, the New York Times tweeted out an article noting that female assailants in mass shootings in the U.S., like the one that occurred on Monday in Nashville, are extremely rare. The publication felt compelled to flag they had misidentified the mass shooter later that evening. To quote as there was confusion later on Monday about the gender identity of the assailant in the Nashville shooting. Officials had used she and her to refer to the suspect, who, according to a social media post and a LinkedIn profile, appeared to identify as a man in recent months. USA Today issued a similar release correcting its initial description of the shooter as a woman and blaming officials who had initially misidentified the gender of the shooter. CNN also included a note on the evolving story of the assailant's gender, underscoring that they were first identified as a female shooter by police, and that a law enforcement spokesperson later confirmed that the assailant used male pronouns across social media. The outlet, they opted not to use pronouns to refer to the shooter in their coverage. Therefore, what? Nashville police released the body cam footage from the Christian school shooting. Now, how do I integrate all of this or analyze all of this in a manner that, shall we say, does some justice to how offended I was by what Michelle Carmela Saldana says? Basically, what she said was that, you transgender people, you are policing your own, especially the child predators among you. I mean, this is right-wing propaganda talk that she's very similar to Noreen Helpan, and for a long while was speaking against feminism, which was a big deal with her. And she's very politicized in some of her perspectives, and it's simply wrong. It's completely wrong. The number of transgender child predators that she's alluding to, there is no number. They don't exist. If she were to try and prove her statement, she would be completely unable to prove it. It just doesn't exist. So that's something that's profoundly offensive. And it is something about, quote unquote, both sides failing in some manner. What we have here is something that's far more complicated than that. Now, some outlets and pundits tied the shooting to recently passed Tennessee legislation criminalizing public drag shows and the provision of puberty-blocking hormones to minors. The ABC News anchor, Terry Moran, mischaracterized the legislation and implied it may have been related to the attack. To quote his T, "The shooter identified herself as a transgender person. The state of Tennessee earlier this month passed and the governor signed a bill that banned transgender medical care for minors, as well as a law that prohibited adult entertainment, as well as male and female impersonators, after a series of drag show controversies in that state." A freelance NBC reporter, meanwhile, linked the shooting to the right-wing media brand The Daily Wire, which is based in Nashville and has focused heavily on coverage of the trans issue in its reporting and commentary. The shooter left behind a manifesto. This is according to the police themselves, but no information about motive has yet been released in a manner that I find coherent. By the way, this brings us to Barack Obama calling out Rupert Murdoch for promoting America's polarization. Understand, Rupert Murdoch is the 97-year-old motherfucker who is now marrying some young lady who effectively is the dictator of Australia. Seriously, his mass media machine, which is Fox News, is controlled by Rupert Murdoch. And Rupert Murdoch basically runs America to a lesser degree out of Australia. He's not even a fucking American. And so all these American patriots watching Fox News are subject to Australian rule of their empty-headed minds, the space between their ears that he consistently fills with shit. And Australia itself, he effectively runs their government because he decides who gets voted in and who does not. Whoever angers him or alienates him will be voted out of office immediately because his media machine will convince people how to vote. And vote they will. And they vote according to his wishes. By the way, they've researched this, and out of all of the state-run media machines run by autocracies, dictatorships, the most pervasively controlled state media machines, where effectively the state and the media are one machine, one mean machine operating as a single unit, are communist China, the military junta's Egypt, and fucking Australia under Rupert Murdoch. So, although former President Barack Obama has often been critical of Fox News, owned by Rupert Murdoch, he hasn't avoided the right-wing cable news channel altogether. Obama, over the years, has been interviewed by Fox News hosts ranging from Chris Wallace, who's now with CNN, to Britt Baer, to Bill O'Reilly, whom Fox News fired in 2017. Those appearances underscore Obama's belief that it is important for Democrats to have a dialogue with conservatives, disagreements and all, just as I maintain a dialogue with Michelle Carmela Saldana, even though every once in a while she'll say something that blows my mind in terms of its simple unreality, as I've already articulated, concerning what she said about child predators and transgenders being predatory or having predators among their ranks. And this is a belief in dialogue that Barack Obama shares with President Joe Biden, who has bragged about the productive relationships he had in the past with President Ronald Reagan, Senator John McCain, the Republican from Arizona, and other conservative Republicans. But when Obama made a late March appearance in Sydney, Australia, he called out Fox News' Rupert Murdoch as a decisively divisive figure whose business model is designed to, in his words, make people angry and resentful. All quite true. Speaking at Sydney's Aware Super Theatre on Tuesday night, March 28th, Obama told a crowd of around 9,000 people Here's the good news about the United States, though. We're not quite as polarized as we seem. 60 to 65% of the country, let's call it 70%, does occupy a reality-based world. And that's true within the Republicans. There's one other factor that's led to this polarization. This is global. This is not unique to the United States. And that is the shifts in the media and the story that is told to people. And there's a guy you may be familiar with, first name Rupert, who was responsible for a lot of this. Now Murdoch, according to Obama, perfected a broader trend with the advent of cable, television, talk radio, and then social media. So Obama told the Australian crowd, "It's now a Wild West and a splintering of media. And if all you're doing is, in America, it's Fox News, here I guess it's Sky, whatever it is, if all you're doing is watching one source of news, we're going to have our own news and our own perspective. You no longer have a joint conversation and a shared story. And if you throw in some good old-fashioned racism and xenophobia and sexism and homophobia, it's very difficult to compromise around identity politics." You see, the Nashville school shooting brings out the worst in our media. For the finger-pointing pundits, this blame-seeking could backfire. The ugliness of the American media is on full show in the aftermath of a tragic mass shooting at this Nashville Presbyterian school, which left 3 staffers, including the head of the school itself, and 3 children, all 9 years old, dead. Police identified Audrey Hale, a 28-year-old woman and alleged former student, as the shooter. Late the day before yesterday, Police Chief John Drake confirmed that the biological female identified as a trans male. Almost immediately, several media outlets gestured at what they consider possible motives. Tennessee's conservative crackdown on sexualized drag shows in front of minors, and the banning of permanent surgeries and hormone treatment for minors in the state, a policy that is under consideration in several other red states. It was almost as if the actual victims were not the 6 people killed by a mass murderer in a school, but the trans community being targeted by Tennessee lawmakers. The shooting also came just days before a Trans Day of Vengeance rally in Washington, District of Columbia. Newsweek wrote, "Drag shows and gender-affirming care for minors were banned in Tennessee this month, while assault weapons remain legal." Sure, they weren't blaming the policies of the state for the decisions of the shooter. That would be how I would say there are leftist politics involved and that there's 2 sides to this story that are somewhat striking a balance that's overall in the negative. ABC's Terry Moran noted the passage of Tennessee's legislation during his live report as a possible and thus far speculative motive. New York Times and NBC News contributor Benjamin Ryan, in a since deleted tweet, noted that Nashville is home to the Daily Wire, a hub of anti-trans activity by @Matt Walshblog, @Ben Shapiro, and @Michael J. Knowles. Now, I have no reason to understand why he deleted that tweet. I would have left it up proudly, calling out the names of these 3 stooge scumbags. Several other outlets, including NPR, the National Public Radio, the New York Times, and USA Today, took time to correct Nashville law enforcement for previously misgendering the mass shooter and not using his desired pronouns. Prior to the confirmation of the shooter's identity, the Washington Post, also in a since deleted tweet, wrote, "GOP congressman from Nashville district heartbroken by shooting. A 2021 photo shows his family with firearms." Now, this sorry display bears hallmarks of the reaction to the 2017 congressional baseball field shooting by James Hodgkinson, a Bernie Sanders campaign volunteer, it is, a goddamn communist, an avid MSNBC viewer, And believe me, MSNBC is not known for provoking extremism of any sort. Indeed, you probably fall asleep watching it more than get radicalized. Shortly after that attack, host Joy Reid attempted to vilify House Representative Steve Scalise as he was fighting for his life. It's a delicate thing because, obviously, everybody is wishing the congressman well and hoping that he recovers. But Steve Scalise has a history that we've all been forced to sort of ignore on race. Okay, that's a little underhanded. Now, the trope that coursed through the liberal media was that while the shooting was tragic, because of the politics of the people being shot at, they kind of deserved it. Now, I'm not going to really argue with that, but in principle, it's not something that is going to get you any new friends. But the trans community is no more to blame for the shooting the day before yesterday than the NRA, the National Rifle Association, is when a non-member commits a mass shooting. Though, of course, that never stops journalists from linking that organization to the violence, because ultimately the NRA is indeed an international terrorist organization and a death cult. The contents of Hale's manifesto, on the other hand, remain, so far as I know, to this point, completely unknown to the public. But there are already demands from Republican politicians that the FBI and DHS, Department of Homeland Security, investigate the targeting of a Christian institution as a hate crime. We don't yet know what their investigation might turn up. And the role of identifying motive falls much more to law enforcement than it does to the media. For those commentators so eager to cast around and ascribe blame to their political adversaries in the aftermath of tragedy, it would be a real shame if the actual investigations reveal that the myth of transgenocide played a part. And by that I mean the myth that it doesn't exist. When media figures claim that the political right is implementing policies akin to the Holocaust that are literally killing people, then the mentally disturbed may consider themselves justified when they literally kill people, as occurred in Nashville. For the finger-pointing pundits, the blame-seeking could backfire. Perhaps in the future they'd be better off grieving, or at least pausing for thought before trying to explain away the brutality. Now, what we are dealing with here is my representation, my articulation of the real problem if I'm going to criticize the left when it comes to mass shootings and leftist politics. Basically, we are at this point examining the connection between mass shooting and leftist politics. Well, naturally, Democratic politicians and most of the media declare that the solution is more stringent gun control laws, which the right wing would argue they know don't work, but might elect more Democrats. That would be how I would lay any balance of blame, as opposed to something as insanely outrageous, as offensive beyond offensive, as Michelle Carmela Saldana saying that there's predators among the ranks of the transgenders, which has absolutely nothing to do with this shooting, even if it did exist, which it most certainly does not. So when we come back to my critique of the left, well, the right wing, the radicalized Russophiliacs would argue that leftist politics lead to a host of pathologies. They would claim badly educated young people, a sense of entitlement to property belonging to others, namely the white male population, feelings of grievance and hatred against oppressor groups and so on, and that those pathologies lead to all manner of problems, including, they would claim, shootings, And then they would say that the leftists use them to argue for more of their social and economic control. This is, of course, the reason why the possibility is very real that this was an MK Ultra program on the part of the radicalized right-wing military junta, which is effectively your fucking government. The people I've been exposing through the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II to create just this scenario, this situation in which they could target the most powerless of all minorities, transgenders, and eradicate them completely via V-trans genocide, which is what they're now advocating, and always have been, as I am going to articulate, which is what resulted in this massacre. Now, first we need to clear one thing: how transgender hormone therapy affects the brain. In the wake of this mass shooting at the Nashville Elementary School by someone police have described as a transgender ex-student, in which 3 children aged 9 and 3 adults died, some people have claimed that hormone replacement therapy could have been a driving factor for the attack. The shooter, named Audrey Elizabeth Hale, was said by Nashville Police Chief John Drake at a press conference to be transgender, but he did not clarify which gender Hale identified as. In online profiles, Hale used he/him pronouns and also went by the name Aiden, A-I-D-E-N. It is also not known whether Hale had undergone hormone replacement therapy at all. Nevertheless, journalist Andy Mo, NGO Vietnamese, also suggested that hormones may have contributed to the crime. He tweeted, "Was the Nashville trans mass shooter on cross-sex hormones? In this case, testosterone? Women committing mass shootings are exceptionally rare, but if Audrey, Aiden, in quotes, Hale, took testosterone, it could explain part of the male typical mass violence the Christian school tragically experienced." But can the impact of hormones on a person's brain really cause them to commit violent or deadly acts? In all honesty, with all the reading I've been doing over the past fucking 8 hours, a full workday's worth of reading while people were talking, or while I was talking unto others, the evidence is unclear. One study published in the journal Psychoneuroendocrinology in 2016 looked into how hormone therapy for transgender people affected subcortical brain areas related to memory and emotion. This study analyzed the MRI, the magnetic resonance imaging results of 25 FTM, female to male, and 14 MTF, male to female, transgender people both before they started hormone treatment and 4 months into treatment. The results found that the hormone treatment did result in some changes to the brain. In the MTF trans people involved in the study, their taking of estradiol, that's artificial estrogen, and antiandrogens, testosterone blockers, was found to have reduced the volume of the hippocampus, the hippocampus region of the brain. The hippocampus is a small part of the brain that is involved in regulating learning, memory, and spatial navigation, and also plays a role in anxiety and avoidance behaviors. Additionally, differing progesterone levels were found to be correlated with changes in gray matter structures in MTF, or male to female subjects. No effects were found in the brains of FTM or female to male individuals. Bear in mind that I spent 10 years, 11 altogether, as a care provider for both my aging parents, during which time I audited the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute's extended education, its so-called mini med school at UCSF. And the courses I were auditing were effectively medical journalism courses, in which you learn to write about advances in medical fields, developments, expansions of our understanding in the field of medicine. So if anyone's able to report what's going on to you, it's no one other than myself who can do it the best. Now, in a Nature Reviews endocrinology article discussing the findings of the same study, co-author Rupert Lanzenberger, a psychiatry professor at the Medical University of Vienna, Austria, my biological father's homeland, said, "Our findings are also relevant for women undergoing hormone replacement therapy and those receiving oral contraceptive treatment, as estrogen plus progestin therapy increases the risk of dementia in postmenopausal women aged over 65 years. Our findings of pronounced decreases in the hippocampal region in response to estradiol and anti-androgen treatment support a neurobiological underpinning of this phenomenon." However, this study only uses a very small sample size, which means that its results are not as statistically significant or sound as an experiment that used many more results. Additionally, changes to the gray matter and hippocampus can also be triggered by yoga and meditation or periods of stress. While Hale wasn't confirmed as a trans man, the use of he/him pronouns on social media suggests that Hale identified as male. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican representativess for the state of Georgia, also tweeted a statement regarding the shooting, implying that the shooter's testosterone level was the reason for the shootings. She tweeted, "How much hormones like testosterone and medications for mental illness was the transgender Nashville shooter taking? Everyone can stop blaming guns now." In an interview regarding her tweets, Greene told The Independent, "It's not about their identity. The questions are, what kind of hormones are they on? What kind of medications are they taking for mental illness? What is causing this aggression in this biological female who identifies as a male for them to go in and murder children? But these are important things. It's important because what will testosterone do to a biological woman? She's taken tons of testosterone trying to make herself look like a man." Now, these comments do not follow the science of the Nature Reviews endocrinology study, and there is no mention of testosterone having any effect on the brain. Additionally, the brain changes mentioned in the study are in MTF people, male to female, taking estradiol and testosterone blockers. However, testosterone itself has long been known to cause increased aggression in men, with one study published in the International Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism in 2012 stating that there is some evidence that testosterone levels are higher in individuals with aggressive behavior, including violent criminals. Some other studies have found that trans men taking testosterone hormones may experience increased aggression, including a 2018 study from the Journal of Sexual Medicine and a 2021 study in Hormones and Behavior, both of which I've essentially read. The Hormones and Behavior paper states that in one of the 3 trans men taking testosterone ended up less aggressive during treatment, and that all groups had no changes in aggression at a 1-year follow-up. Additionally, an article in the British medical journal Open, published in 2020, found that aggression may increase during initiation of testosterone treatment, but will return to baseline during long-term testosterone treatment. In other words, the body builds up a tolerance. It's called a tolerance when you're taking a prescription med and your body gets so used to it that you need to up the dose. Overall, scientists agree, they concur that more research needs to be done to determine the relationship between aggression and testosterone for trans men. We already know it fucks up normal men beyond all recognition. Which is another way of saying all so-called normal men are really just fucked up. Now, a study by the Williams Institute at UCLA, School of Law, University of California at Los Angeles, found that trans people are over 4 times more likely than cisgender, which is a term implicating you're identifying as the sex you were born as. Trans people are over 4 times more likely than cisgender people to experience violent victimization, including rape, sexual assault, and aggravated or simple assault. Biological women made up only around 3.6% of all shootings in these United States between the year 2000 and 2017. That's according to the FBI, whose site I'm looking at right now. And while the data doesn't include people's gender identities, the Baltimore Sun reported in 2018 that it was exceedingly common for a transgender person to be a perpetrator of an active shooting. Let me reread that. It says, and this is why I need probably a higher level of lens strength in my glasses prescription, that it was exceedingly uncommon for a transgender person to be the perpetrator of an active shooting. In other words, it almost never happens. In response to a mass shooting by a FTM, female-to-male trans men, in 2018, Laura Dugan, professoress and associate chair of criminology and criminal justice at the University of Maryland, told the Baltimore Sun, "Given how few women commit mass murder, it is even more rare for a woman planning to transition to be a man to commit mass murder. This might be the first." That was back in 2018 at the Q Club in Colorado. Keep in mind that thousands of transgender males take testosterone and do not mass murder anyone. Now, according to, and by the way, this hopefully drives the nail in the coffin of that asinine statement by our dear Carmela, Michelle Carmela Saldana, about, hey, you trans people need to, police each other, predators in your ranks. Like, that was such an offensive thing to say, and it doesn't mean anything. It's totally has no applicability to any of the situation that occurred. Not to mention that it simply is not real. It has no anchor in reality, no tether, nothing. Now, according to the Pew Research Center, some 45,222 people died from gun-related injuries in these United States in 2020 alone. That's a 14% rise from 2019, a 25% increase from 2015, and a 43% spike from 2010. Data from the Gun Violence Archive proves that 513 people died from mass shootings in 2020 alone, which are defined as incidents involving at least 4 people being shot. According to the Rockefeller Institute of Government, the RIG, R-I-G, between 2011, the year my latent sainted Cyrus was slain, as they used the term for vampires, murdered for a human, Diana Dietrich died, and that was the year of Fukushima Daiichi. Between that year, the 2011th year in our Christian calendar, and 2020, there were 160 mass shootings in these United States, compared to a mere 12, a mere dozen between 1966, the year in which I myself was born, and 1975, effectively a full decade later. Now, the one conclusion we can draw is that the Nashville school shooter's identity makes them an exceptionally rare perpetrator. According to all recorded data, the American epidemic of mass shootings are committed overwhelmingly by cis males, meaning males happy to be identified as the gender in which they were identified as birth, and taking that role to a vengeance, taking on that role to an extreme where they radicalize it, make it their identity to a pathological degree, and killing everyone else they can to prove it, which is, I hate to say it, your all too typical adult American male, is let's go postal and prove I'm a man by killing everyone I can. It makes sense that a woman who wants to become a man might actually radicalize to that direction to try and prove theirselves such. Okay. In the immediate aftermath of Monday's gun rampage at this private Christian school in Nashville, Tennessee, which left 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults dead, local police described the shooter as a young female teenager. Within hours, that description had changed to that of a 28-year-old woman. And shortly after that, the authorities pivoted again, revealing that the shooter, Audrey Hale, had in recent times identified on social media, including a LinkedIn account, as a transgender male. The swirl of identities for the Covenant school shooter was a product of the fog of confusion that commonly descends over the site of gun rampages in their instant wake. But in this case, it pointed to another factor: the shock that has followed an incident that, according to all recorded data, is exceptionally rare. One of the rock-solid truths about the American epidemic of mass shootings is that these catastrophic events, which tear families and communities apart, are committed overwhelmingly by cis males. Basically, heterosexual toxic men. According to TVP, the Violence Project, men are responsible for carrying out far more than 97% of all public mass shootings. In effect, demographically and statistically, effectively 100%. TVP is a nonpartisan research group that tracks mass public shootings in these United States, stretching back to the year I myself was born, 1966. The most important year on your goddamn calendar. Everything happened then. And TVP's database defines such shootings relatively stringently as incidents in which 4 or more people are killed with a firearm in a public place. Following this definition, there have been 190 such acknowledged disasters in the past 57 years. And of those, 185 were carried out by shooters who were assigned male status at birth. Only 5, less than half a dozen, only enough to count on a single hand, including Hale, were assigned female at birth. Trois committed the killing sprees alongside their male partners, meaning they were simply puppets of the man who had his hand up their ass or vagina, manipulating them thereby like a meat sock puppet. So they don't even count, meaning there's only been 3 ladies, well, 2 ladies and 1 lady aspiring to be a gentleman, well, failing at all those aspirations, responsible for such crimes. To quote as TVP's Gillian Peterson, men perpetrate over 90% of homicides worldwide. Explanations for this focus on a host of biological, social, economic, and cultural factors, including societal expectations and gender roles. When it comes to mass shootings, perpetrators often see themselves in previous perpetrators and identify with them, which can contribute to copycat shootings. Now, the FBI has a slightly looser definition of what it calls active shooter incidents that focuses on individuals who engage in killing or attempting to kill people in a confined and populated area. Its database records a larger number of cases, 277 between the years 2000 and 2018 alone. But even here, the proportion of perpetrators assigned female at birth is very low. 12. Just an even dozen, not even a baker's dozen, which would imply 13, or just 4% of the total. The number of shooters who are trans or gender nonconforming is even rarer, placing Hale in an almost unique class. The only other member of this category known in recent years is the 22-year-old shooter who killed 5 people in a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs last November, who, according to defense attorneys, is non-binary. Dr. Jason Silva, an assistant professor at William Patterson University, who has co-authored one of the only studies of the small number of mass shooters who were assigned female at birth, noted that there is still scant understanding of why the overwhelming majority of mass shooters are cis-male. To quote his T, "We can think about the nature versus nurture argument. Are men predominantly biologically driven toward aggression because of testosterone, or are they more being nurtured into being more violent through our culture and society? We don't have a definitive answer, but both seem plausible." The exceedingly rare nature of a shooter who is anything other than cis-male is unlikely to stop far-right agitators from seizing on Hale's trans identity to forward culture war objectives. Within hours of the shooting, Charlie Kirk, an extremist provocateur affiliated with Donald Trump, was calling for a ban on gender-affirming care for kids. Such toxic responses to the shooting are likely to find fertile ground among some sectors of Tennessee society. The state's Republican leadership has been at the forefront of the movement to pass anti-trans legislation that has swept these United States. Earlier this month, Tennessee became the first state to ban drag shows. Its legislature is setting the pace for at least 16 other Republican-controlled states that are debating similarly draconian measures. Now, all of this is an attempt by the Russophiliac Red Republicans to bring us to the level of Black Africa, where the Russians dominate as the heroes in Black African eyes, and the anti-colonialists fighting against the former colonizers, the French, the Brits, yes, even the United States. Homophobia in Uganda is a horrifying demonstration of colonialism and evangelism at work. Last week, on the 21st of March, Uganda's parliament passed draconian homophobic and anti-LGBTQIA+ legislation. Minister of Parliament Fox Odoi Oiwoloyo warned that this would mean life imprisonment or eventually the death penalty for aggravated offenses. On top of all this, much of the rest of East Africa is currently in the grip of a concerted campaign of state-sponsored homophobia. Neri Gateru, executive director of the Nairobi-based NGLHRC, the National Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission, warned that, in his words, there is a concerted effort in peddling misinformation and disinformation. The sentiments that have been carried over in the public space inspire and justify violence against sexual minorities, the LGBTQIA+. Much of the mainstream media has, rightfully, reported on the horrifying laws being passed in Uganda. However, any conversation about homophobia in Black Africa would be incomplete without 2 acknowledgments. First, homophobia, as it is seen on the continent today, is largely a product of Europe's colonialism. And second, the new wave of homophobic sentiment is itself also fueled by American Christian evangelism. It was American evangelicals who stoked homophobia, enabling it to flourish in Black Africa. Anti-gay sentiment has previously existed on the continent, but white American religious groups have given it a boost. White supremacists who sit back and laugh while watching blacks kill each other, accusing each other of being queer while they do so. Uganda's parliament has settled their debate on this new anti-gay bill as the country's president calls for a medical opinion on the deviancy of homosexuals. This bill, besides criminalizing homosexuality, also criminalizes the promotion and abetting, meaning enabling, of homosexuality, and follows a January parliamentary investigation into an alleged promotion of homosexuality in schools. It's no surprise, given how rampant anti-gay sentiment is in that country. In September, I came across a video that was going viral on Twitter in Uganda. In the video, 26-year-old Alicia Mukisa, who is reported to have been previously imprisoned on defilement charges, speaks for a little over 8 minutes, detailing how he was lured as a minor into acting in gay porn by SMUG, the Sexual Minorities of Uganda, an NGO, a non-governmental organization based in Kampala, working to support and defend LGBTQIA+ persons in that country. Now, this video caught my attention for several reasons. The first was the anti-gay rhetoric it catalyzed in the following days, and the corresponding moral panic. That's the term that was used in Victorian England, which set the standard. In the ensuing conversation on social media, SMUG was defined as a threat to children, this is Michelle Carmela Saldana talking, that parents had to watch out for. One Twitter user, at Asher Namanya, wrote, "Uganda must be for God Almighty, not for bumlickers, the gays. SMUG, an NGO, is recruiting young children into homosexuality and acting the gay. They need to be arrested." The previous month, the Ugandan government had shut down that organization. The country's NGO board released a statement after the announcement, claiming that SMUG's registration was rejected for being undesirable. Mukisa alleged in this video that the shutdown was because of evidence he had provided to the NGO board. The second reason this video kindled my interest was that it added to the growing list of instances of mass media being weaponized in Uganda to propagate the ex-gay narrative, formerly homosexual narrative, in which a person claims to have been lured and recruited into homosexuality. It is groomed. It was also organized by the Family Life Network's Stephen Langa, who in March of 2009 put together a similar seminar titled Exposing the Homosexuals Agenda. The language and presentation of luring and recruitment, LAR, L-A-R, as though it were a job listing, were not, in fact, novel to my ears, and it is a phenomenon I have seen across African news media for all too long by now, fucking forever. It has deep links to white supremacist evangelical Christianity and is an export of a made in the USA movement an ideology that is polarizing black African countries and harming and endangering LGBTQIA plus people. En masse. While it looked innovative, it was not the first time such a press conference was creatively planned to spark panic and parade out a person claiming to be ex-gay. It was also not peculiar to Uganda. It is a method that was and continues to be used in both puritanical and evangelical Christianity in countries from Ghana to Kenya and Nigeria, the largest nation in Africa by population, with over 1 billion people. From the days of European colonialism, when sodomy warranted the death penalty, the church has been the face of the anti-LGBTQIA plus movement and has deployed language and framing consistent with present-day ex-gay movements. The rhetoric relies on a prodigal son framing that checks out with the Bible, in which gay people are only valid as long as they turn away from their sexuality. In the Bible story, the prodigal son's welcome was contingent on his return in the same way the evangelical church would only welcome gay people on account of their conversion. When the pro-conversion therapy Christian group Exodus International put Yvette Cantu Schneider and other ex-gay spokespeople on TV in the aughts, the zeros, the decade of the 2000s, to talk about being formerly gay, it was because of such beliefs. Schneider herself wrote on Instagram that a straight white male leadership team handpicked her. Exodus International ceased operating in 2013, just so ye knowest. Now, the post I'm referencing reads in part, "They were looking for a spokesperson who had been gay, and I was told, you're going to be great because you're young, you have the Hispanic last name, and you don't look gay." Made in the USA movement and ideology is polarizing African countries and endangering LGBTQIA plus people en masse in a prefaced to genocide. And this same belief seemed to spawn the Mukisa video, the homosexual recruitment press conference, and other such events. The prodigal son parable. The parable has propped up the ex-gay movement in Uganda, ensuring there are open arms to gay people who can speak about previously being in that life of sin and denounce their gayness publicly. It seems that as the ex-gay movement lost its grip in these United States, it started to reach for relevance elsewhere. In 2009, George Wando, whose name reports described as a former trans woman and LGBTQIA plus activist, went on a media tirade in Uganda on how they got initiated into homosexuality at 12 years old. Wando said in a TV interview that they recruited many boys in Jinja. That's a town in southeast Uganda. They also published a book titled My Long Journey to Victory, subtitled Bound by the Chains of Homosexuality. Now, ask yourself the commonsensical question. What heterosexual reader would want to read that book? No heterosexual reader would want to read that book. It's basically gay porn. The only person who would want to read a book with that title is someone jacking off over the contents. This is the sick hypocrisy of the vicarious queer. I want to read about how this guy became gay and then stopped being gay. At any rate, in 2018, Val Kalende, an LGBTQIA plus rights activist, who even went on an American State Department-sponsored tour in 2010 for her activism, went on TV during a church service to renounce lesbianism. Calende in 2022 wrote an op-ed, an opinion editorial, titled Unchanged, a lesbian Christian's journey through ex-gay life, in which she apologized to Uganda's LGBTQIA+ community for her renunciation. The church has been involved in manufacturing and sustaining the ex-gay framework in more than subtle and metaphorical ways. Evangelical preachers have traveled across Black Africa, verbalizing this harmful language. In the early 2000s, American evangelical Scott Lively was part of a series of anti-gay events that culminated in Uganda's 2009 Kill the Gays bill, which called for the death penalty for what it described as aggravated homosexuality. Lively had written books such as The Pink Swastika, subtitled Homosexuality in the Nazi Party, and another book entitled 7 Steps to Recruit-Proof Your Child. 7 Steps to Recruit-Proof Your Child against what he described as pro-homosexual indoctrination. Understand that Uganda had formerly been under the dictator Idi Amin Dada, the Führer of Black Africa, who hero-worshipped Adolf Hitler for fighting against the British colonial empire that had done so much damage to his nation state. And he, of course, had a statue built of Adolf Hitler, which after Scott Lively, this white trash piece of shit, claimed my biological father was gay, then the Black Africans, who had been under the rulership of Idi Amin Dada that had built that statue, Idi Amin Dada now being dead and passed away, his population was convinced by Scott Lively that Hitler was gay. They spray painted or splash painted the statue pink and tore the statue of Adolf Hitler down and began to promptly kill each other by the thousands so that they could eliminate homosexuality. Meanwhile, Scott Lively sat back and laughed and said, look at all these dumbass fucking niggers slapping each other on the ass, prying open each other's butt cheeks to see if a bottle will fit up their other friend's anus without him farting, meaning that he's been fucked to the point of smoothness and no longer passes gas when something alien is probed up his anus. He got off jacking off while watching the niggers do this to each other and then kill each other whenever somebody didn't fart when a bottle was stuck up their ass. This is Scott Lively's way of getting off in every possible way. Not only does he watch niggers assault each other anally, but then kill each other by the thousands. Ultimately, he wants them to kill each other by the millions, which, thanks to the new legislation, they ultimately will. And he'll sit back and jack off over that too. It makes you really ponder whether blacks really are as bum-fucking dumb as Scott Lively has proven them to be. So this bill was introduced after this Kill the Gays bill, introduced after Scott Lively spracketh at the March 2009 conference organized by Langa that hosted American representatives of the ex-gay movement. On that same trip and speaking at the same conference as Lively were evangelicals Caleb Lee Brundage, who said he was formerly gay, and Exodus International board member Don Schmierer. Schmierer spraketh on a lack of good upbringing as a cause of homosexuality and was quoted as saying that 56% of homosexuals experienced abuse as children, which turned them into homosexuals. Following that conference, Lively also spraketh to the Ugandan parliament, where he framed homosexuality as a Western import, intending to spread the disease to children. If gay people are not successfully framed as predators, then extreme measures against them could be questioned. This recasting of homosexuality as akin to pedophilia, alongside the widespread abuse of similar language, is meant to legitimize the response and crackdown by governments and institutions. If gay people are not successfully reframed as predators, then extreme measures against them could be questioned. However, the violence that LGBTQIA+ people experience in Black Africa has been justified by these anti-gay groups through the construction of a narrative of intent by them to target children. That same rhetoric, drawing connections between homosexuality and pedophilia, has remained completely unchanged from how evangelicals created panic around gay people in the early days of the anti-gay movement. In a 1981 letter, American preacher Jerry Falwell described gay people as out to recruit, saying, "Many of them are out after my children and your children, and that they must not be recruited to a profane lifestyle." Falwell also added that gay people threaten families because they didn't reproduce, which, believe me, with 1 billion people in Nigeria, making it the most populous nation on earth after Asian India, well, by bumfuckery, maybe they need to stop reproducing. It is similar to the rhetoric of individuals such as Peter La Barbera, who in 2007 falsely claimed that there was a disproportionate incidence of pedophilia among gay men. These comments on recruitment, destruction, and being a threat to families now cloud all of the discourse around homosexuality in several Black African countries. They were present in the Mukisa press conference, are currently abused in use as Ghana's parliament debates a draconian anti-gay bill, and continue to swirl across the anti-LGBTQIA+ movement on the continent. In an African context, visits and speeches from prominent Americans such as Scott Lively and Jerry Falwell have the effect of legitimizing homophobia. Their straight white male identities crown it with credibility. It just goes to show blacks have no respect for each other. That it takes a white male supremacist to say it for them to believe it. Which makes me fucking sick. And I do not mean to exonerate Uganda, Ghana, or other Black African countries of homophobia or suggest that they are incapable of it without external backing. They most certainly are. Even though LGBTQIA+ identities had existed in Black Africa since before colonialism, their existence was not always welcomed and tolerated. Exempli gratiae. While homosexuality to the Zonde people in South Sudan was indigenous and commonplace, they were harsher on women. Lesbianism was considered witchcraft and could even warrant execution. Abrahamic religions have exacerbated homophobia, and it might have become prevalent on the continent without American evangelical backing. The trend is clearest in Senegal, a majority Muslim nation, of course, where the capital, Dakar, used to be considered Black Africa's gay capital, but is now experiencing rising homophobia. Just last year, protesters lined the streets of Dakar, demanding stricter laws and longer prison sentences for gay people in their country. However, claiming that homosexuality is uniquely Western offers the United States' ex-gay movement the opportunity to present itself as being on the right side of history, as being close to the sources of moral decadence, but still resisting it. For Ugandan and Black African homophobes, the reverse is the case. It gives them a premise for absolution, an anti-colonial veneer that allows them to say, "This was brought here from abroad, and we need to eradicate it." Proponents of ex-gay and anti-gay philosophies depend on the permanence of gay people for their message to be relevant. They require an enemy for their fight to be valid, and they go to great lengths to construct this enemy as a well-funded and all-powerful foreign movement while falsely presenting the local anti-gay movement as a grassroots underdog, despite its complete reliance on American evangelicals for publicity. This is what brings us to the radicalized Russophiliac right's open borders myth. And blood gun money is fueling the migration crisis because America arms gangs and cartels. Immigration advocates say that migrants are seeking asylum under the illusion that they'll be welcomed in without question, raising concerns that networks like Fox News may be influencing perceptions of the border abroad. Every year, the United States spends many billions of dollars securing the 2,000-mile border we share with Mexico. This perpetually growing investment has made Customs and Border Protection, which is staffed by more than 60,000 federal employees, one of the largest law enforcement organizations in the world. But you wouldn't know that by tuning in to Fox News, which depicts the Amero-Mexico border as an unmonitored wasteland, where all are free to come and go at will. Since just before the 2020 election, the term open borders has been featured in right-wing media with startling frequency. From November 1st of 2020 through March 16th of 2023, Fox News pundits abused the phrase a whopping 3,282 times. That's according to data compiled by America's Voice and Media Matters. I didn't do the counting myself. While Newsmax clocked 2,727 mentions over the same period. This coverage, according to America's Voice, aired during time slots collectively valued at nearly 27 million United States dollars for advertisers. While right-wing media's open borders messaging has proven salient for stateside viewers, there's also reason to believe that it's impacting perceptions of the border abroad. Arguing that the confusion stems squarely from right-wing disinformation, Representative Adriano Aspailet, a New York Democrat, told the press that, in his words, "I met with migrants in Costa Rica that were turned back, and their sense was that they will be able to enter freely. The perception from them was that the border is open, and they could just walk through." John Modlin, a chief border patrol agent, shared a similar insight last month. Testifying before the House Oversight Committee, he relayed how detained migrants often said that they were led to believe the border was open. Just how this misinformation is reaching migrants is not entirely clear, but it's well known that human smugglers who ferry migrants across the border for a fee have widely promoted the open borders lie as a way of driving business. Now, Dylan Corbett is an executive director of the Hope Border Institute, that's a nonprofit that works with migrants, has noted that while migrants may latch onto any glimmer of hope that can sustain them on their journey, including bogus conservative talking points that end up on social media, policy debates in Washington and on Fox News is hardly what's fueling the crisis. The open borders myth is also spread on Facebook and WhatsApp, where it reaches unwitting migrants, noting that traffickers falsely advertise open crossings to migrants desperate for a way into these United States. Dylan Corbett has said, "Smugglers are constantly peddling that type of misinformation because they're looking to feed their bottom line. We had a group of Venezuelans who approached a bridge because they had seen something online and were under the notion that the border was open. We know what's going on in their countries: hunger, poverty, and social insecurity. Those are the things that drive migration, not the political situation in these United States." Vanessa Cardenas, the Executrix Directress of America's Voice, said that she, too, has heard accounts of migrants receiving misinformation about the porousness of the border from social media and smugglers. In an interview, she said, "The best open border propaganda machine is, in fact, the grand old party of Republicans. We know the impact this disinformation has on migrants, who largely get information through online platforms. And we know that smugglers take this information and use it for their own purposes, to recruit and encourage irregular migration." The open borders narrative, while especially prominent now, has been circulating in these United States for years. In the mid-2000s, when Lou Dobbs hosted a nightly show on CNN, he aired a recurring segment called Broken Borders, in which he baselessly portrayed migrants as disease-ridden criminals. That style of coverage, viewed at the time as both disturbing and novel, is now par for the course on Fox, the network Dobbs joined when he left CNN. Tucker Carlson regularly smears South and Central American migrants as invaders freely rampaging across the border, even claiming they make America dirtier and are being used by Democrats to replace the current electorate, feeding into the replacement theory narrative. For Republicans in Congress, Tucker Carlson's primetime show is considered gospel. Representative Greg Kazar, a Democrat whose Texas district stretches from San Antonio to Austin, has gone on record to attest that this interdependence has crippled any hope of immigration reform. To quote his T, "During the long series of votes for Speaker, a lot of folks on the floor were saying, well, we'll see where the votes land after Tucker is on tonight. So as Republicans feed anti-immigrant fear, it's accelerated by right-wing media. And then you see the Republican Party becoming more and more extreme on issues like immigration. For a while, fear-mongering around migrants proved useful for riling up the Republican base. During a lead-up to the 2018 midterms, Donald Trump, along with his congressional and media allies, aggressively spun narratives about a migrant caravan homing in on these United States. A similar spike in open border warnings occurred ahead of the 2020 election. Noting how many times he's seen his Republican colleagues lean on the buzzword during Fox News interviews, floor speeches, and committee hearings, Representative Chuy Garcia, an Illinois Democrat, has told journalists that, in his words, open borders is one of their favorite things to resort to when they think it's politically advantageous, or when they need to pass a certain Trump litmus test. But it's interesting to see that their messages don't land that well among the American electorate, as we saw in November. But this brings us back to colonialism and homophobia. When European countries invaded and brutally colonized Black Africa, they brought with them a whole host of reactionary social mores. Among these was the taboo against homosexuality, which was itself a product of Christianity. Prior to their subjugation, many Black African countries had far more accepting attitudes towards LGBTQIA+ individuals, but these more relaxed treatments did not survive the rule of the United Kingdom and other European countries. The subjugation was not only legislative. The growth of Christianity in Africa helped to perpetuate the notion of homophobia as a value native to many African nations. Subsequently, the end of colonial rule did not lead to the end of Christianity's influence. As a researcher named Stonewall pointed out, While many of the countries under British rule are now independent, the majority who still criminalize homosexuality, including Jamaica and Uganda, have carried over these laws from the colonial era. Generations later, many Africans now believe that an anti-gay attitude is one that is part of their culture. So much so that former Zimbabwean President Mugabe labeled homosexuality as a white disease. In fact, this legacy of homophobia is peculiarly, or at least particularly prominent across British Commonwealth countries. To read from Stonewall again, there is a direct correlation between countries which belong to the Commonwealth and therefore have previously been under British rule, and countries that still have homophobic, biphobic, and or transphobic legislature in their constitutions. 25% of the world's population, 2.4 billion people, currently live in a country belonging to the Commonwealth. However, they make up a disproportionately large 50% of the countries that still criminalize homosexuality. This brings us to American evangelism. Because, however, colonialism was by no means the last time that nations from the global north would push homophobia in Africa. American conservative Christians began to flock to Uganda after the fall of Idi Amin in 1979. Amin had previously, to his credit, banned Christian evangelism, but the country was now ripe to claim in the name of a fundamentalist understanding of the Bible. American groups like Mike Bickle's International House of Prayer spent millions on schools, orphanages, and hospitals. This essentially purchased the goodwill of the Ugandan people. Along with this charity, they also began preaching an extremely hardline form of Christianity. Here, homophobic sentiment could find more purchase than it did in an increasingly accepting America. Then, in 2009, Pastor Scott Lively came to Uganda. Lively was previously most infamous for his book titled The Pink Swastika, which claimed that many of the prominent Nazis were gay and that homosexuality inspired their nationalism. In Uganda, Lively delivered a series of immensely popular sermons denouncing the gay agenda. He warned that the evil institution of homosexuality sought to defeat the marriage-based society and would prey upon Ugandan children. This casting of homosexuality as predatory, and particularly targeting children, was key to what would follow. As Minority Africa co-founder Caleb Okarike explained for Foreign Policy magazine, this recasting of homosexuality as akin to pedophilia, alongside the widespread use of similar language, is meant to legitimize the response and crackdown by governments and institutions. If gay people are not successfully framed as predators, then extreme measures against them could be questioned. However, the violence that LGBTQIA+ people experience in Africa has been justified by these anti-gay groups through the construction of a narrative of intent by them to target children. All of this reinforced by the endless money of the global north. In the run-up to the passage of Uganda's 2014 anti-homosexuality bill, evangelical NGOs, non-governmental organizations, accounted for 20% of all the nonprofit groups in Uganda. They also held $2 billion United States dollars in wealth. Some nonprofit, motherfuckers. While secular NGOs were required to refrain from political advocacy, church groups suffered no such restrictions. They also made powerful politicians a priority target. As Minister of Parliament, Fox Odoi Owelowo told Open Democracy, their initial point of entry was the Ugandan National Prayer Breakfast, a collection of religious and radical people here who introduced that ideology of hate. They sit over breakfast and pray and make radical hate speeches. They also introduce some money. They hold fellowships in expensive hotels, attended by MPs, that's Ministers of Parliament. They also sponsor trips for MPs, to Jerusalem, for example, and basically indoctrinate them, while they have sex with Russian hookers. Well, at least we're not gay! Odoi Owelowo added that radical American Pentecostal communities had specifically sponsored homophobic and anti-LGBTQIA plus lawmaking in Africa. He proved that in 2022, they spent 26 million United States dollars to promote the new anti-homosexuality law. This is an extraordinary amount of money in any case. However, it's even more astounding given that Uganda's average gross domestic product was just $884 US in 2021. So, Black Africa is doubly colonized, because in this way, Uganda, and Black Africa more broadly, finds itself colonized twice over. Europeans brought and enforced Christian-inflected homophobia. This was normalized so effectively that it is now spoken of as an Ugandan value and framed in opposition to the decadent homosexuality of Europe and America. In fact, Okereke explained that for Ugandan and African homophobes, the reverse is the case. It gives them a premise for absolution, an anti-colonial veneer that allows them to say, this was brought here from abroad, and we need to eradicate it. Second, American evangelists, losing their battles on the home front, shifted their focus to Black Africa. The same poverty inflicted by colonization made nations like Uganda ripe for exploitation by seemingly endless supplies of American money. The homophobic and anti-LGBTQIA plus rhetoric sweeping East Africa is monstrous. This fact is only made worse by the knowledge that it is a monster created by Europe and the United States, and it represents a Christian fundamentalist vision of society. That, while an iron river of illegal guns flows from these United States to Mexico, Central America, and across the hemisphere. In a phrase, American-made guns are ripping Central America apart and driving migration north. Interviewed while sitting with her mother in a scrubby field near her home, Kateri Ramos was quoted as saying, "I was standing up for a moment. Afterwards I fell. A stray bullet from a gang fight struck her when she was but 12 years old, playing on the dirt street in the poor Planeta neighborhood of San Pedro Sula, Honduras. The bullet entered just above her waist and didn't hurt, but when she arrived at the hospital, the doctor announced that it didn't hurt because it had cut through her spine. She was paralyzed from the waist down and would never walk again. Her school had no wheelchair ramps, so she left and spent her days at home lying down and watching television." Ramos was interviewed in 2017, 2 years after she was shot, while researching the wider effect of gun violence in Central America. In April of the year before yesteryear, she got ulcers linked to the paralysis, basically bed sores, which caused blood poisoning, and she died. Her tragedy cuts to two polarizing issues that are equally paralyzing in these United States: guns and refugees. These debates are not normally connected, but the Biden administration needs to look at them together to find solutions. Because an iron river of illegal guns flows from these United States to Mexico, Central America, and across this hemisphere, helping make the Americas the world's most homicidal region on Earth, with 47 of the world's 47 of the world's 100 most murderous cities, the most dangerous places on Earth. 47 out of 50 are here in the Western Hemisphere. Thousands flee violence in the northern triangle of Central America, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, and seek asylum in these United States, adding to the pressure of undocumented migrants. I myself have been forced to research gun trafficking for years. Now, in my own experience, in private security and in crime, I myself have traveled from the biggest firearms trade show in the world in Las Vegas to the open-air drug markets of Baltimore, Maryland, and, yes, a few times to the mass graves of Mexico. These experiences have left me staggered by the scale of the trafficking and by America's political failure to take even basic measures to stop it. Between the death of my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer of the Navy, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, in the year 2007 and the year 2019, more than 179,000 firearms were captured in Mexico and 5 Central American countries and traced to gun shops and gun factories in these United States. Mexico's foreign ministry believes this is the tip of the iceberg and estimates that more than 2 million guns crossed the Rio Grande over the last decade. These weapons originate in the legal American gun market, the largest in the world by far, with 393 million firearms in civilian hands, according to the last count I even looked at. They then cross into a parallel black market through 4 main methods: a private sale loophole, straw buyers, people with clean records paid to buy guns, theft from gun shops, and the sale of parts to make unserialized weapons, or ghost guns. Traffickers take these guns from states with looser laws, such as Virginia and Georgia, to cities with stricter laws, including Washington and New York, which are both suffering from sharp increases in gun violence. They also smuggle them south to Mexico, over the 2,000-mile border, hidden in cars and trucks. That border is open and porous. Not from south to north, motherfuckers, but from north to south. In Florida, smugglers stash firearms in cargo ships that sail across the Caribbean and far beyond. Steve Barberini, a former agent for the BATF, or Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, said, "You go to a shipper and you drop off a box and you say what's in there. Household goods. They don't care." For American guns, this is a common route to Honduras. Various causes drive people from their homes. In Central America, including extreme poverty and drought linked to climate change. But violence is a major factor, with asylum claims by Central Americans often citing attacks by gun-toting criminals. The 32-year-old Honduran asylum seeker, Francis Guzman, who had also been shot and paralyzed by a stray bullet, found herself in the town of Tenosique, Mexico. Her husband and a friend took turns carrying her along a 36-mile road from the Guatemalan border. In Tijuana, another Honduran, the 31-year-old builder David Maldonado. Gang members shot him in each leg for being in the wrong territory and said if they saw him again, they would kill him. In 2019 and 2020, more than 70,000 people arrived at America's southern border to apply for asylum, despite the Trump administration forcing them to wait in dangerous Mexican border towns where they suffered further extortion and kidnapping. Those from Honduras were the highest number. In February, Joe Biden ended the policy of making asylum seekers remain in Mexico. Thousands have since gone into these United States to wait for their court dates. But more asylum seekers keep arriving, alongside a surge in people trying to cross illegally over the river and deserts between the border posts, putting mounting pressure on our president. Biden has promised to reduce the root causes of immigration with a $4 billion United States dollar aid package for Central America. He should also act against the gun trafficking that drives the bloodshed. He could do this by supporting legislation to stop the private sale loophole, introduce federal rules on security of gun shops to reduce theft, and make it harder for criminals to acquire ghost guns. Bills aimed at all of this have already been filed, and Biden made a promising start of support for change with his announcement on guns on the 8th of April, yesteryear. More serious punishments for straw buyers could also have a substantial effect. Clamping down on gun trafficking would also ameliorate violence in American cities and the relentless cartel warfare in Mexico, which refugees flee from as well. But as long as the United States of America allows an iron river of guns to flood the South, a river of refugees will keep on pouring north. Now, in this context, a leading anti-gun violence group report examined how pervasive gun violence is against LGBTQIA+ people and confirmed that the number of trans homicides doubled over the last 4 years, with gun killings fueling the increase. Here, rather than gang violence, we have trans genocide. To reiterate, according to Everytown, the number of homicides of transgender people nearly doubled between 2017 and 2021, driven primarily by killings with firearms. According to an Everytown for Gun Safety report released yesterday, Tuesday of this week, analyzing the effects of gun violence on LGBTQIA+ communities, known transgender killings, just the known ones, increased 93% in that 4-year period, from 29 in 2017 to 56 in 2021. And 73% of those people were killed with a firearm. Echoing previous analysis that the trans community faces higher rates of violence, the Everytown report found that black transgender people, especially transgender women, were killed at a particularly disproportionate rate. Goddamn white evangelicals preaching to the house niggers, their coon cadres here in the States, leading to trans genocide reflecting that of the dark continent of Africa. Overall, homicides in these United States increased by 20.6% from 2017 to 2020, growing from 19,510 to 24,576. Now, this is according to data I'm sourcing right now from the website of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Citing a June brief from the Department of Justice that drew on data from 2017 to 2020, Everytown reported that LGBTQIA plus people were more likely than other groups to be victims of violence. The Everytown report states that gay people were more than twice as likely to experience violent victimization as straight people. Transgender people are 2.5 times as likely to be victims of violence as cisgender people. And bisexual people were 7 times as likely to experience violent victimization as straight people. More broadly, Everytown found, according to an average from a self-reported annual crime victim survey from 2010 through to 2021, there are an estimated 25,000 plus hate crimes involving a firearm in these United States each and every year. The report concludes that hate is far more deadly when armed with a gun. Everytown's report, in partnership with LGBTQIA plus advocacy groups, the Equality Federation, and the Human Rights Campaign, acknowledges some limits in the available data. Among other sources, it drew from only known transgender homicides, as well as estimates on the LGBTQIA plus community, the annual victim survey, and, for its conclusions on LGBTQIA plus youth, statistics from the US CDC, our United States Center for Disease Control. That means everything is vastly underestimated and be but the tip of the iceberg for a monstrous transgenocide happening before our closed eyes. The report found that LGBTQIA plus violence does not spare children and young adults. A Human Rights Campaign analysis of public data from the CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System proved 17% of LGBTQIA plus youth, including 29% of trans youth and 30% of questioning youth, experienced threats and injury with a weapon while on school property. LGBTQIA plus people also see higher rates of suicide. 40% of transgender people reported trying to kill themselves, according to the nonprofit-led U.S. Transgender Survey in 2015, which I'm calling up on my screen. That was almost 9 times the national average, driven to suicide by physical assaults of asshole bullies that constitute the dominant population of our prison rape anti-culture. The Trevor Project's 2022 survey found that LGBTQIA plus youth between 13 and 24 years old had also seriously been driven to consider suicide, with 1 in 5 attempting. 90% of all suicide attempts with a gun are fatal. That's according to statistics from 2007, the year of my father's death, my legal father's, to 2014, cited by Everytown. To read from the report itself, this data implies that this epidemic of firearm suicide could have a disproportionate impact on transgender and adolescent members of the LGBTQIA plus community. The report attributes the greater risk of suicide to social stigmas, familial rejection, bullying, harassment, and abuse, in effect, domestic terrorism, in which families act as collaborators, and ties the data on suicide and homicide to a political climate in which states are focusing on legislation aimed at the most hapless of minorities, LGBTQIA plus groups. The number of anti-LGBTQIA plus hate groups also increased by 43% from 2018 to 2019. That's according to the advocacy group, the Southern Poverty Law Center. In a statement, Fran Hutchins, Executrix Directress of the Equality Federation. This report proves what we have sadly learned to be true. When LGBTQIA plus people's rights and existence are up for debate, it creates a culture in which hate-motivated crimes are commonplace. Easy access to firearms, coupled with state lawmakers who are fueling anti-LGBTQIA plus rhetoric and attacks on transgender rights, has created an environment that can be deadly for our community. Everytown's new report renews the group's calls for additional laws, regulation gun use, which Republican critics have long said are ineffective or unconstitutional. Proving that from suicides to anti-trans violence, the report reads, "Our community has suffered terribly as a result of our nation's inadequate gun safety laws." The report recommends passing the Disarm Hate Act, which would bar people from having a gun if they've been convicted or sentenced for a misdemeanor hate crime, and creating federal offices for domestic terrorism. The Everytown report advises offices focusing on domestic terrorism in various government departments must support a coordinated effort and response to white supremacists, extremist groups, and other domestic threats. Because there's one thing that unites mass shooters. A day after Monday's shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville, we know much more about the shooter and the dead, but one question remains. Why? Why this school? Why these victims? Why was the shooter motivated to take these lives? The search for a motive is a logical one. There's a deep desire to understand what pushed a person to carry out such a heinous crime, especially when 3 children are dead. Nashville police have said that the shooter left behind writings that would potentially showcase their reasoning. But already, many on the radicalized Russophiliac right have seized on reporting that the shooter was transgender to put a new spin on their anti-trans hate. My own inbox was relatedly filled this morning with people who were outraged since Monday at the shooter being a transgender former student of the school. This is less of a gotcha than they seem to assume. As many pro-gun voices have said before, it's impossible to legislate against whatever evil lies within a mass shooter's head. This argument is often deployed as a defense against stronger gun laws. What it does not then grapple with is that it is entirely possible to legislate on the availability of guns in our society. That fact remains true no matter the motive of the shooter. It's true when talking about the Santa Barbara, California gunman who left behind a manifesto detailing his hatred of women in 2014. It's true when talking about the Charleston, South Carolina shooter who walked into Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in 2015 and killed 9 people, whose white supremacy fueled his rampage. And it's true when talking about the 2017 Las Vegas massacre that remains the deadliest mass shooting in American history, even though to this day we have no solid answer about what prompted that slaughter. What we can say with certainty, however, is that the shooter had 2 AR-style rifles with them on Monday afternoon. Nashville police said on Tuesday that the shooter had legally bought 7 firearms from 5 different local gun stores here ahead of the shooting. There is no waiting period or even a license required in the state of Tennessee before purchasing guns. We also know that the AR-15 and similar weapons do unspeakable damage to the human body. According to the Washington Post, The AR-15 fires bullets at such a high velocity, often in a barrage of 30 or even 100 in rapid succession, that it can eviscerate multiple people in seconds. Seconds. A single bullet lands with a shock wave intense enough to blow apart a skull and demolish vital organs. The impact is even more acute on the compact body of a small child. And we know that America is simply awash in firearms. This country has more guns than people, according to 2018 data from the Small Arms Survey. That ratio has likely only gotten more extreme after a spike in sales throughout the pandemic. Even with a drop in new gun purchases since the peak in 2020, estimated using background check data, there were at least 16.4 million guns purchased in 2022. That's nothing resembling a cap on gun manufacturing or ownership exists, is a testament to how deeply ingrained firearms are in both society and the economy. Yes, mental health is a factor, despite it so often being deployed as a deflection from guns themselves. But if that explanation wasn't just a cover for inaction, we'd see Republicans in favor of stronger red flag laws that give courts the power to remove, or guns from homes where there's a danger of them being used against the owner or others. They'd push for stronger health care and treatment options for suicidal ideation, given that the number one cause of firearm deaths is their owners turning a weapon on themselves. And if conservatives truly believe that all transgender Americans are mentally unwell, as has been suggested repeatedly to me in the last 24 hours as the real issue to focus on, then they should be working to help them, not demonize them. The cliché from guns rights activists that a gun is merely a tool and it's the person who wields it that's the problem is inherently backwards. Guns are weapons of destruction, no matter who wields them. Their capacity to kill is not limited by identity or ideology. It's therefore all but a fool's errand to focus on individual mass shooters. In the end, it is only their ability to obtain these readily available instruments of death that unites them. The Nashville shooting suspect's gender, however, sets this attack apart from most mass shootings. That alone. Several conservative and far-right media figures are abusing the shooter's reported transgender identity to shift the conversation away from gun control. In a country known for frequent shootings in school halls, the violence enacted at this Nashville private school on Monday stood out because it was carried out by someone who is not a cisgender male, the demographic that perpetuates the overwhelming majority of shootings in these United States, effectively all of them. The 28-year-old assailant shot and killed 3 children and 3 adults at the Covenant School, a private school within the local Covenant Presbyterian Church, before being killed by responding law enforcement officers, according to the Nashville police. The shooter had at one point attended this school, according to initial police statements and a subsequent press release. The victims' names, according to police: Evelyn Decows, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney, all age 9. Cynthia Peake, age 61, Catherine Kuntz, age 60, and Mike Hill, age 61. According to the Tennessean, the Woodmount Christian Church, where a vigil was held to honor the deceased, plans to organize fundraising for families affected by this tragedy. Tennessee, in particular, has extremely weak gun laws. Citizens can carry loaded handguns in public spaces without a permit, meaning people can carry those firearms without a background check or any firearm safety training. There is also no state restriction on the sale of military-style assault rifles and large-capacity magazines. Per Kelly Drain, research director at the Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, said that policies that have been proven to reduce the frequency and lethality of shootings, such as universal background checks and extreme risk protection orders that suspend an individual's ability to legally buy guns if they present a significant risk of self-harm or violence, would make a difference in mass shootings, but, in her words, but too many lawmakers have refused to take action. Yesterday, 6 families got the worst news that they could possibly get, that their loved one is not coming back, that someone that they loved was killed in a mass shooting. As someone that studies this, I know that this is a preventable public health issue. In Nashville, according to a police press release sent out on Monday, the shooter was armed with 3 guns. 2 of them were assault-type weapons. On Monday, in his response to the tragedy, President Joe Biden called for Congress to pass his federal assault weapons ban, a policy that has stalled in Congress multiple times. Amid the confusion, several conservative and far-right media personalities have used the reported identity of the shooter as an opportunity to shift the conversation away from gun control and onto restricting gender-affirming care for transgender people, or simply to focus on anti-trans rhetoric. Georgia Republican Representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene sharing her tweet in a similar vein, speculating on whether the shooter was taking hormone replacement therapy and saying that everyone can stop blaming guns now. Responding to the tweet, Ari Drennan, LGBTQIA+ program directoress for Media Matters, a progressive nonprofit and media watchdog, wrote, "The Republican Party will blame anything and everything before they do a thing about guns. And so this will just keep happening." As anti-trans legislation and rhetoric has reached a fever pitch across our country, Drennan is worried that rhetoric surrounding the gender identity of the Nashville shooter will be abused to further attack transgender people. Drennan was a senior in high school when another student planned a shooting, brought weapons to school, but decided to kill himself on the grounds rather than killing anyone else. Her girlfriend was in the gym, near the entrance that the gunman used. In an interview, she said, "I can't imagine how horrible it would be to lose somebody in that way. I am concerned that this one crime by a bad person will be used to justify stripping more rights away from a vulnerable group, as we've seen in other moments in history." Several far-right media personalities have, in the aftermath of the shooting, used the moment to portray being transgender as a mental illness. Rhetoric that is being spread as politicians across our country are trying to ban gender-affirming care and spreading falsehoods about what it means to be transgender. Tennessee, in particular, has pushed a wide variety of anti-LGBTQIA+ policies, including efforts to criminalize public drag shows, banning the ability of trans youth to access gender-affirming care, restricting insurance coverage of such care, and rejecting federal funding for HIV treatment. Nashville fuels the right's engine of anti-trans hate. The right is abusing the Nashville shooting to declare war on trans people. It has been an online barrage towards basically any visible trans person online, with the claim that baseline sex-identified peoples and transgendered peoples are natural enemies. Almost as soon as details started to emerge about the shooter in Nashville, Tennessee, who killed 6 people, pundits and politicians on the right started exploiting the tragedy to spread anti-trans hate. Though investigations into Monday's shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville are still ongoing, early reports have identified the 28-year-old shooter as a transgendered person. Predictably, right-wing personalities immediately started falsely blaming trans people in general for this mass shooting that killed 3 young children and 3 adults. So we will, per force of circumstance, return to this topic on Sunday in depth. There is simply too much to say about it, but you must get my point in context of narrative thus far. In a very real sense, with the anti-transgender genocide already taking place in Africa, completely sponsored, financed, planned in a crime against humanity, what would by the Nuremberg laws be defined as a conspiracy to genocide, evangelical, white male supremacist Christian nationalists. These Christian nationalists are now, have been, planning conspiracy of genocide against trans-identified people in these United States.